Chapter 1. Back to the eve of the end of the world. There are 18 people in our family, and you only found this little food. Do you want us to starve to death? You want to marry my daughter? Go to hell, you piece of shit. Fan Luo fell in a pool of blood, looking at the goddess Suqingqing's family in despair as they divided the 2 pieces of bread he brought. He doesn't understand. In this end times of material scarcity, it is already extremely difficult to find 2 pieces of bread. Why does my mother-in-law still think it is not enough and even beat me to death? Haven't I been good to them? These are not 18 people, they are clearly 18 animals. Ding-ling-ling. In a daze, Fan Luo heard the phone ringing. He opened his eyes suddenly, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. This is my room? Wasn't I beaten to death with a brick by my vampire mother-in-law? Looking at the familiar room and feeling the comfortable temperature in the room, Fan Luo's eyes were full of disbelief. On April 1, 2030, 2 supergiant planets collided less than 100 million kilometers away from the blue planet. The aftermath of the collision caused the temperature of the blue planet to rise rapidly, and the world became like hell on Earth. Even in the coastal city of Los Angeles, the daily temperature is over 60, and in tropical areas the temperature is over 80. You know, humans will feel hot when the temperature is above 30. If the temperature is above 35, heatstroke may occur. 60, even the dogs would die of heat. This high temperature lasted for 30 days. The rivers are dry. Various plants and animals died. More than half of the human population eventually died because they could not withstand the high temperatures and had no food or water. Don't ask why you don't turn on the air conditioner. The air conditioner was smoking. Moreover, the continued high temperature prevented people from going to work normally, power stations could not operate normally, short circuits and fires occurred everywhere, and there was a global power outage. Not only that, the unknown viruses carried by the 2 superplanets also drifted to the blue planet. One of these viruses is called the zombie virus. After being infected with the virus, creatures will turn into zombies that only know how to attack. Originally, half of the humans who had managed to survive the high temperature turned into zombies or were killed by zombies. Another type of virus is the evolving virus. This virus, on the contrary, can cause the organism to evolve and produce various strange and supernatural powers. In his previous life, Fan Luo was accidentally infected with an evolutionary virus and awakened an extremely rare superpower, the spatial power. But this ability is too mysterious and Fan Luo cannot fully understand it. Just learn to use simple storage functions. Unfortunately, before he could learn other functions, he was beaten to death with a brick by his vampire mother-in-law. Thinking of this, Fan Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. 18 ungrateful beasts. I will definitely repay the hatred of my previous life double in this life. Fan Luo got up from the bed, walked to the refrigerator, and saw several bottles of iced Fat House Happy Water inside. His eyes immediately became eager, and he grabbed them and poured them into his mouth. Cool. Fan Luo breathed a sigh of relief, feeling refreshed and his soul was sublimated. He was just so horny. During the apocalypse with high temperatures lasting for 30 days, almost all inland rivers dried up except for the seawater. At that time, there was no urine to drink even if you wanted to. Fan Luo drank 2 more bottles of happy water and felt extremely relaxed. It's really cool. Afterwards, Fan Luo picked up his phone and looked at it. It showed March 21st, which meant there were only 10 days left until the end of the world. Suffered a loss in the previous life. In this life, Fan Luo didn't want to feel hungry and thirsty again, so he had to stock up on supplies at home first. However, even if you purchase supplies in advance, you cannot stockpile them for too long. You know, the first thing that comes with the apocalypse is high temperatures that last for 30 days. In such an extreme environment, most food will go bad in less than 3 days. He really didn't want to eat rotten food anymore. Just when Fan Luo was in distress, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. This is my own spatial ability? I didn't expect that after being reborn, I would still retain my spatial abilities. Fan Luo was very excited. With this huge black hole space, not only can I store a large amount of supplies, but I also don't have to worry about the supplies becoming expired or deteriorating. Fan Luo checked his bank card balance again. 2,005,431.5 yuan. This was the compensation for his parents' death in a car accident last year when they were hit by a rich second-generation man. The original amount was 2.5 million yuan, but he had already spent more than 500,000 yuan in pursuit of Suqingqing. If he hadn't been reborn. In the next few days, all this money will be spent by Su Qingqing. However, he won't be so stupid in this life. This money will be used to buy supplies. However, this amount of money alone can't buy much supplies. We don't know how long the apocalypse will last. If things continue to be bad, 2 million may not be enough to feed us. Got to get some more money. Get some online loans first. Anyway, when the end of the world comes, no one will ask him to pay back the money. Thinking of this, Fan Luo first started downloading various loan apps. I didn't know this before, but I didn't expect that dozens of platforms would appear after a search. What is 369, JD, borrow, ugly group? Fan Luo's brows immediately lit up with joy. His credit is usually very high and he can borrow tens of thousands of yuan on each platform. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were deposited into the account at once. As for the interest, he didn't even look at it. Coo. As he was thinking, Fan Luo's stomach began to growl, and he pursed his lips. Since the end of the world, he has not had a full meal for a day, and he gave all the supplies he found to Su Qingqing's family. Now I think about how stupid I was. With all that food, what kind of beautiful woman could I not find? Let's go to the hotel to eat something and buy some supplies. Fan Luo went out and took a taxi. Master, let's go to the Los Angeles hotel. Wow, that's a 5-star hotel. Are you going there to work, young man? The driver paused. It's Los Angeles hotel, and the average consumption per person is over 1,000 yuan. No, eat. In his previous life, Fan Luo experienced an inhumane apocalypse and had never had a full meal. Now that he was finally reborn, he must reward himself with a good meal first. Ding-ling-ling. Damn it, who is so annoying and keeps calling me? Fan Luo's cell phone rang again while he was sitting in the car. He looked at it impatiently and saw a name on it, Su Qingqing. Damn, it's this bitch. Fan Luo hung up the call in annoyance. Thinking of what her family had done to him in his previous life, Fan Luo couldn't help but want to blow her head off. However, the other party called several times in a row. Fan Luo was really annoyed. He answered the phone and started cursing. Are you fucking sick? It's endless, right? Huh? How did brother Fan Luo know that my mother was sick? A tea-scented woman's voice sounded from the other side. Brother Fan Luo, my mother just came out of the hospital, and I was about to take her to the Los Angeles hotel for dinner. She knows that you often take care of me, and she said she wanted to meet you to thank you. Chapter 2 Routine Green Tea. Thank me? When Fan Luo heard Su Qingqing hinting between the lines that she wanted to take him to meet her parents, he couldn't help but sneer. He thought of his past life. He believed what Su Qingqing said, and couldn't wait to rush to the Los Angeles hotel to meet Su Qingqing's mother. I thought the other party would praise me and then say that he would marry Su Qingqing to me. For this reason, he excitedly bought many gifts on the way. But after arriving, apart from a few pleasantries when ordering food, they didn't mention the relationship between him and Su Qingqing at all. Even when he was about to bring it up, they would find another topic to talk about it. Only when the bill was almost settled did they praise themselves for their youth and achievements and said that anyone who could marry them would be very happy. At that time, he was overjoyed and thought that his marriage with Su Qingqing was settled, so he decisively paid the bill. But there was no news of marriage afterwards. Only now did Fan Luo realize that Su Qingqing had no intention of marrying him at all, and that she had called him that time simply because she wanted him to pay the bill. Fan Luo clearly remembered that time. There were 18 people in his family who went there, and they spent more than 100,000 yuan. I have never eaten such expensive food. Still trying to trick me. Thinking of this, Fan Luo was filled with anger and wanted to hang up the phone immediately. However, when he thought about it carefully, he realized that in his previous life, they had treated him so badly and even killed him in the end. How could he just let it go? Aren't you trying to trick me? Just wait. No problem. I'll be there right away. Fan Luo replied to Su Qingqing pretending to be excited, but in his mind he was thinking about how to deal with this family later. Los Angeles Hotel. A woman with brown curly hair, a new LV bag on her shoulder, and a face value of 7 or 8, had a smug smile on her lips. She is Su Qingqing who killed Fan Luo in the previous life. There were a dozen or so relatives surrounding her, looking at the 5-star hotel curiously. They made exclamations from time to time, which aroused contempt from others. They are all an ordinary family and have never been to such a high-end hotel before. They thought they would never have the chance in their lifetime. Unexpectedly, when they went to the hospital to visit relatives today, the other party actually said they wanted to come here for dinner. He even said confidently that someone was treating him. Qingqing, how about it? Is there anyone who wants to treat us? Don't worry, he will be here soon. Su Qingqing said confidently. Wow, I didn't expect Qingqing's boyfriend to be so awesome. We are all benefiting from Qingqing today. He's not my boyfriend, he's just pursuing me. He only has a few million, so I have to test him more. Su Qingqing lifted her hair. She really liked the feeling of being envied. Su Qingqing is a complete gold digger. She has always wanted to marry a rich second-generation man and start living the upper-class life that you see in TV dramas. It's a pity that with her real appearance and social circle, she can never come into contact with the real rich second generation. So she started looking for another one while she was still a student. On the one hand, she was hanging out with Fong Luo, who had savings and was good-looking, to maintain her quality of life, while on the other hand, she dreamed of meeting a real rich second-generation man. That's right. Our Qingqing is so beautiful. How can we not test him more? Su Qingqing's motherly Dongmei was also very proud. She said to the relatives, you can order whatever you want later. If he can't afford this little money, don't even dream of marrying my daughter. Don't worry, Auntie, we will definitely test him well. We all watched Qingqing grow up. If you want to marry Qingqing, you must serve us well first. He's here. At the entrance of the hotel, a young man who was dressed in ordinary clothes but had a good figure and good looks walked in. Brother Fong Luo, here. Su Qingqing very skillfully forced out a sweet smile, called Fong Luo in the standard green tea tone, and reached out to lift her curly hair, pretending to be shy like a pure girl. If it were in the previous life, Fong Luo would definitely be moved to see her like this, and would praise her as a good girl. But now Fong Luo wanted to smash her head with one punch. You bastard! But he held back. We are still living in a society ruled by law. If you go to jail now, you will be in trouble when the end of the world comes. Well, Qingqing, you are still as naughty as usual. Fong Luo also pretended to force a smile as usual. Brother Fong Luo, what did you say? Nothing, I just said you are beautiful and charming. Brother Fong Luo is really good at praising people. This is Xiao Fong, right? I always hear Qingqing talking about you, saying that you always take care of her. Auntie really thanks you. Li Dongmei also walked over with a smile, looking kind. But this is all an illusion. This is because Fong Luo still has savings and is of use. After Fong Luo was no longer of any use in the previous life, Li Dongmei's ugly face was immediately exposed. In the end, she beat Fong Luo to death with a brick and even wanted to eat his flesh to satisfy her hunger. Just like a vampire. I will take care of you in the future. Fong Luo smiled slightly, but beneath that smile was endless murderous intent. I will help you take care of your affairs when the time comes. And there are 16 beasts next to you. It's a pity that today is not the end of the world, otherwise your family would be together again. Xiao Fong, there are a lot of us. Let's find a bigger room. Su Qingqing's family walked into a private room with a minimum consumption of 100,000 yuan, talking and laughing. Then they greeted Fong Luo as they did in their previous life, and pretended to ask Fong Luo if he wanted to order any food, pretending to attach great importance to Fong Luo. The purpose is to make Fong Luo pay for it. I won't order, just order what you like. Fong Luo responded with a fake smile. Then he deliberately chatted with Su Qingqing and casually said, Qingqing, I heard that red wine can improve your skin quality. The more expensive it is, the more obvious the effect. Is it true? Beauty? Su Qingqing's eyes lit up. She realized that the top rich second generation looked down on her just because she was not pretty enough. It turns out that I am ugly because I didn't drink red wine. I have to drink it often in the future, and then I will definitely be able to hook up with a rich second generation. However, she still praised Fong Luo with a smile on her face. Brother Fong Luo, you are really knowledgeable. I admire you so much. Fong Luo is really young and promising. Anyone who can marry Fong Luo is truly blessed in their previous life. What are you waiting for? Bring us some red wine, 1 bottle for each person, so we can all improve our beauty. When Li Dongmei heard that red wine can improve beauty, and the more expensive it is, the better the effect, her mouth stretched from ear to ear. Li Dongmei placed her order with the waiter. The red wine costs tens of thousands of yuan per bottle, and 18 people each get a bottle. She didn't find it expensive at all. Because she had intended to let Fong Luo pay from the beginning, so she didn't feel bad at all. She even thought that the wine was only worth tens of thousands of dollars and was afraid that the beautifying effect would not be enough to remove the warts on her mouth. After the last table, the food and drinks were worth more than 500,000 yuan, which was several times more expensive than in the previous life. After the dishes were served, they were like gluttons, stuffing the food directly into their mouths with their hands. Red wine is also drunk from the bottle. How greedy! Fan Luo felt disgusted. Then Fan Luo was about to bring up the topic of dating, just like in his previous life. Xingxing, when are you going to have a boyfriend? Fan Luo, why don't you eat? Come on, eat. Before Fan Luo could finish his words, Li Dongmei pretended to be polite and invited Fan Luo to dinner, but in fact she was trying to cover up the topic of Fan Luo's request for a relationship, just like in her previous life. Even 500,000 yuan couldn't impress her. I'm not hungry, you guys eat more. Fan Luo smiled meaningfully and then said nothing. Seeing that Fan Luo stopped asking questions, Li Dongmei continued eating. With so many delicious foods, she could eat more if one less person was eating them. She wished Fan Luo wouldn't eat. Of course Fan Luo didn't eat it, because he had no intention of paying in the first place. How could he continue to be a sucker in this life? So he didn't even order any food. And he even deliberately tricked them into ordering red wine. Unexpectedly, they were more greedy than I thought and ordered more than 500,000 in one go. I need to go to the bathroom. Fan Luo saw that he had almost finished eating, so he stood up and made an excuse to go to the bathroom, then left the hotel directly. 500,000, let's see how they settle the bill. Chapter 3, Building a Cold Storage. After leaving, Fan Luo went to another high-end restaurant and enjoyed the delicious food alone in a happy mood. After a while, his phone rang again. The caller ID is Su Qingqing. He must have been going to pay the bill, only to find that he was gone. I wonder how that family will feel after seeing the bill for 500,000. I guess his face turned pale. Thinking of this, Fan Luo's appetite increased and the food tasted even better. So delicious. No matter how much the phone kept ringing, he just didn't answer it, treating the ringing tone as a beautiful symphony. The more urgent the call, the more he enjoyed his meal. Los Angeles Hotel. In the private room, Su Qingqing was pacing back and forth, anxiously making phone calls over and over again. Fan Luo went to the bathroom and never came back, and now the waiter wants them to pay. I took out the bill and saw that it was 540,000, with zeros removed. How is it? Did the call go through? Li Dongmei asked. No one answered. Su Qingqing felt a little flustered. No one answered? Didn't he say he was going to the bathroom? Could he have run away? This damn guy, if he didn't have money, he shouldn't have asked others to treat him to a meal, but he actually cheated us. Li Dongmei also became excited, feeling extremely resentful towards Fan Luo in her heart. She thought Fan Luo would pay, so she came here to eat. She just ordered 18 bottles of red wine in one go, each costing tens of thousands of yuan. Now that Fan Luo has lost contact, who will pay the money? When ordering food, she didn't think it was expensive at all, and even thought it was cheap. Now it was her turn to pay, and when she saw the bill for 540,000, she felt dizzy. I can't even afford it if I sell her. She wanted to call the police, but then she realized that since Fan Luo entered the private room, he had not ordered any dishes or even eaten a single bite of food. The police had no reason to ask him to pay. What? The person ran away. Then who will pay for more than 500,000 yuan? When Su Qingqing's relatives heard that the person who was going to pay was missing, their faces immediately changed. Could it be that they were asked to pay the bill? Ma'am, what payment method would you like to choose? The waiter saw that Su Qingqing was trying to hook up with a rich man but ended up being fooled, and looked at him with disdain. He also secretly signaled to the security guard not to let the other party run away. How to pay? Su Qingqing and Li Dongmei's faces turned pale. Su Qingqing is just a small clerk. She spends money lavishly. She buys 30,000 yuan bags with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. She has always been cheating honest people to make a living. How could she have any savings? She called other suitors, but when they heard the price of 500,000, they all hung up. Not to mention Li Dongmei doesn't even have a job. As for running away, they bully the weak and fear the strong. They dare to put on airs in front of Fan Luo, but when facing real rich people, they kneel down on their knees. How dare you escape the order? Auntie, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Qingqing's relatives wanted to run away one by one. Don't leave! Li Dongmei immediately shouted, "You all ate just now, you have to pay for your meal." Why? We came because you said someone was treating us. That's right. Fang Luo obviously wanted to date Su Qingqing just now. Who told you to keep interrupting him? Now he's angry and left. Why should we pay for what we did? The relatives immediately quit. Now everyone blames Li Dongmei for not being good enough to Fang Luo. Li Dongmei also felt a little regretful, but it was useless to regret. In a hurry, she didn't care about so much. She pointed at her relatives and said to the waiter in a low voice, "They have eaten too. Don't let them leave." Li Dongmei, you are such a heartless person. We came to the hospital to see you, but you let them stop us. When the relatives heard Li Dongmei say this, they all became angry. Several women with hot tempers started fighting with Li Dongmei and her daughter. The scene was extremely explosive and the clothes were torn into pieces. Fang Luo finished his meal and walked out of the restaurant contentedly. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw police cars whizzing by and pedestrians on the road talking about something. What is this police car doing? I heard that a family went to the Los Angeles hotel for dinner, but the person who treated them ran away, and they had no money to pay the bill, so the family started fighting. It's so exciting, is there a video? Fang Luo raised his eyebrows. Could this family be Su Qingqing's family? I didn't expect that dogs would bite each other. I don't know if anyone died. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, and having taught his enemy a lesson, Fang Luo felt more relaxed. Next, it's time to prepare for the end of the world. Fang Luo had 2 million yuan before, and later he borrowed more than 500,000 yuan from a lending platform. Now he has more than 2.6 million yuan in his card. Let's create an environment suitable for living first. Fang Luo thought about how to make rational use of the money. When the end of the world begins, the first thing to be affected is the high temperature weather reaching over 60, which lasts for 30 days. In that environment, the residential buildings made of reinforced concrete turned into a huge steamer and even collapsed. During that time, countless people turned into steamed meat in the house. It's not a place for people to live at all. In his previous life, Fang Luo had barely managed to survive that period and almost died. It was like a nightmare. Fang Luo didn't want to experience this kind of nightmare again. So he has to find a comfortable environment first. Fang Luo rented a factory directly online. Over 300 square meters, rent 20,000. He did not rent a cold storage directly because ordinary cold storage cannot operate normally under high temperatures of over 60 degrees Celsius. Even if it does operate, the indoor temperature is still as high as 40 degrees Celsius. Hot as a dog too. Afterwards, Fang Luo contacted a refrigeration equipment company and said that he wanted to build a top-level cold storage, requiring twice the amount of refrigeration equipment as normal. Don't worry, sir. Ordinary refrigeration equipment can only reach a minimum temperature of 30 C. But our company has recently developed a refrigeration equipment that can reach a minimum refrigeration temperature of 50 C. Fang Luo was delighted. 50, so even if the end of the world comes, the indoor temperature should not exceed 30. Okay then, help me build it within 3 days. Sir, time is a bit tight. More money. Chapter 4 Living Generator. Fang Luo found a refrigeration equipment company and asked them to build a top-notch cold storage. Originally, the other party said that it would take at least 15 days to complete the installation. But after Fang Luo asked for more money, the time was shortened to 3 days. However, the price is several times higher, costing 20,000 yuan per square meter. The total price of a 300 square meter cold storage is more than 6 million yuan. This is a little beyond Fang Luo's budget. He only has 2.6 million on him now. However, fortunately, this kind of project does not require a one-time payment in full. Fang Luo only needs to pay a down payment of 1/3, which is 2 million, and the remaining 4 million can be paid off within 1 month. If they breach the contract, they have the right to take back all the equipment, and Fang Luo will also need to pay liquidated damages. However, Fang Luo was not worried. The end of the world will come in 10 days, who would remember the penalty for breach of contract? Fang Luo decisively said that it was no problem. Then make an appointment with the other party in a cafe to sign the contract. The person who came was a tall and thin man in his 30s. He was the manager of the company and his name was Wang Chang. Mr. Fang is really a young and promising man. I wonder what kind of business you are doing that requires such a high standard cold storage. Wang Chang asked with a smile and compliments. It was also the first time that he met a customer like Fan Luo. In order to complete the cold storage ahead of schedule, he actually increased the price by 3 times, and the specifications of the cold storage far exceeded those of normal cold storage. This must be some precious material hidden. You don't need to know. Fan Luo would never say that he wanted to live in a cold storage. He didn't want to cause himself unnecessary trouble. Yes, yes, yes. The man nodded quickly, but he became even more curious. Sign the contract. They started construction overnight. The efficiency is very fast. Of the 2.6 million, only 600,000 is left all of a sudden. We will need to buy food, water, and daily necessities by then. This amount of money is simply not enough. Fan Luo was a little distressed. The most important thing is, although I built the cold storage myself, the refrigeration equipment in the cold storage also requires electricity to operate. In the previous life, under the continuous high temperature, Los Angeles power system began to collapse on the 3rd day. Therefore, I also need a high-power generator to maintain the normal operation of the refrigeration equipment. This is also an expensive expense. It seems that I can only mortgage my property tomorrow, and then find a way to borrow some high-interest loans from private lenders. I don't know if men can get naked loans. Blowing in the cool night breeze, Fan Luo came to a restaurant near his home, ready to eat something and then go home to apply for a loan tomorrow. Just as he was about to enter the restaurant, Fan Luo suddenly heard a few cats screaming. He looked in the direction of the sound and found a child at the restaurant entrance, grabbing a cat's tail and throwing it around, making the tabby cat scream in pain. But the child not only did not let go, he also laughed smugly and became even more ruthless. As if this is a very happy thing. I didn't expect that children living in a peaceful era could be so cruel at heart. No wonder there are so many people who kill without blinking an eye after the end of the world. Fan Luo didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but when he was about to enter the restaurant, he suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that the tabby cat's tail had a pattern that looked like lightning. Is this the mother of lightning? Fan Luo's pupils suddenly dilated. After the end of the world, 2 more viruses appeared on the blue planet. One is the zombie virus and the other is the evolutionary virus. These 2 viruses not only infect humans, but also other animals and plants. From tigers and elephants to flowers and plants. After being infected with the evolutionary virus, these animals and plants will also gain magical powers. In the previous life, there was a very famous animal in Los Angeles that was infected with an evolutionary virus. That is a tabby cat. Because she is a female cat and has evolved electric powers, she is also called Electricity Mother. But that's not really what made it famous. This tabby cat is really famous for its cruelty. Dianmu often sneak attacks and kills lone humans, and after each kill, she will dig out the victim's eyes. Her methods are extremely cruel. This also led to many people hunting down Electric Mother. However, the Electric Mother is extremely powerful, especially her electrical abilities. She can escape as fast as lightning and no one can catch her. Moreover, it is very vengeful. Anyone who attacks it will be retaliated by it when it is left alone. Over time, it becomes a frightening thing. Some people say that it is more harmful to humans than zombies. However, some people have recognized the origin of Dianmu. I know that cat. Before the apocalypse, it was raised by an old man near my home. But after the old man died, he was often abused by the naughty kids in the neighborhood. One of his eyes was blinded by the kids. So after awakening his superpowers, he began to take revenge. I found that the first people he killed were those who had abused him. The most notable feature of the Lightning Mother is that there is a pattern on its tail that looks like lightning. Could this be the mother of lightning? Fan Luo was shocked. He immediately stepped forward and pushed away the child who was abusing Electric Mother, then picked up Electric Mother and took a closer look at her. It's really a female. But the eyes are not blind yet. Very good. Fan Luo was excited, because this was a cat that would awaken electrical abilities in the future. Although many people think that it is cruel and kills people indiscriminately. But judging by the number of people it killed, Lightning Mother was only seeking revenge and did not harm innocent people at will. If he could tame this cat in advance, he would have a powerful helper in the end times. In addition, its electrical abilities can also solve the problem of power outages after the end of the world. A living generator. You bastard, you pushed my son. Just when Fong Luo was getting excited, a middle-aged fat woman with greasy mouth ran over angrily and started cursing at Fong Luo, pointing at his nose. Fong Luo looked at the drooling fat woman and frowned in displeasure. "Didn't you see your child was abusing the cat?" "I saw it, so what? A kid just likes to play, so he just kicked it a couple of times. He didn't kill it." The fat woman put her hands on her hips and said, "I'm telling you, my son is injured. If you don't pay me today, you can't leave. I just pushed him away. I didn't even fall. How could I be hurt?" Fong Luo didn't expect that the other party was not only righteous but also wanted to blackmail him. He couldn't help but laugh out of anger. "If I say yes, then yes." The fat woman was unreasonable, and she even stopped Fong Luo and yelled to the side, "Hurry up and have someone take a look, these hooligans are bullying my son, there is really no law." "Mom, it hurts." The naughty kid even pretended to be injured and started crying. Fong Luo was delighted. "I have never seen such a shameless person. It's a pity that this is not the end of the world, and if she takes action she will be detained, otherwise Fong Luo would smash her head with a hammer right now." Chapter 5 Renovation of Cold Storage. "Fat old woman, if you fart again, I'll beat your mouth to pieces." Fong Luo knew that it was impossible to reason with such an unreasonable person. He glared at them fiercely, stretched out his hand and pushed the 200-pound fat woman back a few steps, then walked away. "A dying person. I wonder if it will turn into roasted pig at a high temperature of 60. You dare to push me, just wait for me." The fat woman was also a bully, and seeing Fong Luo was so unruly, she didn't dare to stop Fong Luo anymore, but kept saying harsh words, asking Fong Luo to wait. Fong Luo ignored it. What can a fat woman do? Catching a rich guy to take revenge on yourself? He was in no mood to stay here and eat anymore. Holding Dian Mu in my arms, I returned home and ordered takeout and some cat food on the way. Sitting on the sofa, Fong Luo held Dian Mu's armpits, lifted her up high, and looked at her carefully again. It is indeed a female cat. Its fur is brown-black and it weighs nearly 10 kilograms, so it is quite heavy to hold. The most obvious feature is that there is a white patch at the end of the tail, which is shaped like a lightning pattern. Almost the same as the rumored mother of lightning. Fong Luo became excited when he thought about the end of the world, when he would own a cat with electrical powers. However, this cat is very ferocious and vindictive, so I have to tame her first. From now on, I am your master, understand? Meow. The lightning mother meowed and curled up her tail, attaching it to her private parts. It seems to be saying, "I am a female cat. Is it really polite for you to stare at my private parts like this?" Fong Luo didn't understand at all and thought the other party agreed. He excitedly took out the cat food and said, "Hey, eat this meal and follow me from now on." When she saw the cat food, Dianmu started to show off and meowed. "Forget it, for the sake of cat food, I'll do it with you." One man and one cat reached a friendly agreement. The next day, Fong Luo left the cat at home and prepared to apply for a loan. His house is more than 130 square meters and is worth about 4 million yuan according to the housing prices in Los Angeles. The bank can lend Fong Luo 3 million yuan, but because Fong Luo requires the loan to be released within 3 days, the interest rate is 1 point higher than normal, but Fong Luo doesn't care at all. It's the end of the world, who would pay off the loan? After borrowing money from the bank, Fong Luo began to inquire about private lending. In Los Angeles, there are a total of 3 relatively large private lending organizations and several small organizations. However, the interest rate for private lending is higher. If calculated based on the annual interest rate, the interest rate starts at 200%, which is simply robbery. Moreover, they all use violent debt collection. They are not afraid that you will not pay back the money, but they are afraid that you will not lend it. When Fong Luo went to a loan company, he saw a man who had no money to pay back his debts and was beaten to a bloody pulp. "You won't pay me back." Those people were still looking at Fong Luo, as if telling him that this would be the consequence if he didn't pay back the money. However, Fong Luo was not panicked at all. The end of the world is coming soon, and it is uncertain whether they can survive. Even if they survive and find me, I will not be afraid. When the time comes, the electric meow will electrocute them to death. Fong Luo borrowed from all the private lenders in Luo City, big and small. Unfortunately, when Fong Luo asked them if he could get a nude loan, everyone rolled their eyes at him. In the end, only more than 6 million was borrowed. Fong Luo was a little dissatisfied. Why couldn't men take out naked loans? This was blatant gender discrimination. I counted my own funds. Adding the previous bank loan of 3 million and the original 600,000, Fong Luo now has about 10 million. I don't know if it's enough. Exactly 3 days passed after I borrowed the money. Ding-a-ling. After not going to work for a few days, Chow Fong, the company's department head, called him. Fong Luo, you're not coming to work today. Do you still want to work? Come to my office right away. Chow Fong is Fong Luo's leader. He is in his 40s, but still has lustful intentions. Seeing that Fong Luo is handsome, he wants to take advantage of him. She always asked Fong Luo to serve her tea and water, and when she had nothing to do, she would call Fong Luo into her office and ask Fong Luo to give her a massage. Implying that if Fong Luo agreed to her, he would get a promotion and a raise. Fong Luo couldn't bear it anymore. Go to work? I'll go if you send my daughter over here. It's the end of the world, who the hell would go to work? Fong Luo hung up the phone directly. Chow Fong was stunned. When did Fong Luo become so tough that he actually spoke to him like that? Don't you usually just swallow your anger? Chow Fong was furious and continued to call Fong Luo, but found that he had been blocked by Fong Luo. So, she angrily criticized Fong Luo in the work group, and a pretty boy who wanted to lick Chow Fong's stinky feet also followed suit. Fong Luo, you don't need to come. Your position as team leader will now be handed over to Sun Jie. Fong Luo wanted to laugh when he saw this. The position of a team leader was really something he coveted. Exit the group chat directly. After being tired for a few days, Fong Luo lay comfortably on the sofa, holding Dianmu in his arms and petting the cat. There are only 6 days left until the end of the world. Ding-a-ling. After a while, Fong Luo received another call. It turned out that the cold storage had been completed. Fong Luo was delighted and went over to inspect it immediately. The 300 square meter cold storage has 3 times the number of equipment as a normal cold storage. The cooling effect is first rate. Boss, what kind of goods are you going to store? I have experience in this area and can help you debug the equipment. Wang Chang was still trying to find out intentionally or unintentionally what Fong Luo was storing in the cold storage. Fong Luo glanced at him and said, "Do you know why dogs don't catch mice? Because dogs don't eat mice?" Wang Chang was a little confused, but Fong Luo ignored him. It was not until Fong Luo walked away that he realized that Fong Luo was accusing him of meddling in other people's business. If you don't tell me, I wouldn't know. Wang Chang sneered as he watched Fong Luo leave. The cold storage is completed. The next step is to stock up on supplies and strengthen the safety of the cold storage. Powerful zombies will appear in the end times. These zombies are extremely destructive, and ordinary houses cannot withstand their attacks at all. Although Fong Luo possessed spatial abilities, he had not learned how to attack. Therefore, Fong Luo contacted another security company and asked them to design a set of protective facilities for him based on their own cold storage. Also, help yourself isolate a few spaces and use them as bathrooms, living rooms, etc. People from the security company came to investigate immediately. Mr. Fong, there is no problem in building a bathroom, but your cold storage presents a great safety hazard and is very easy to be stolen, said Qin Hao, the captain of the security company. He did not ask Fong Luo why he built the bathroom. People in their line of work are just responsible for doing the work and will not ask about the employer's purpose. What's the meaning? Fong Luo immediately became serious. Look here. Behind this device, there is an invisible iron door. This door can be opened at will from outside the cold storage. And there is a special buckle under this device. It only needs to be equipped with specific wheels to be easily moved. Then people outside can come in at will. Qin Hao pointed out the defects of the cold storage. He was a special forces soldier before and had rich experience in reconnaissance. Fong Luo was suddenly shocked. Fortunately, I found a security company and prepared to reinforce the cold storage. If this is not discovered, not everyone will be able to enter their own cold storage, and there will be no safety at all in the end times. No need to think about it. This must be the entrance deliberately left by Wang Chang from the refrigeration equipment company. I felt something was wrong the moment I looked at him. They must have seen that I was generous and in urgent need of this high-end cold storage, and thought that I was hoarding some precious materials, so they wanted to come in and steal. A murderous intent suddenly arose in Fong Luo's heart. Thank you. Please come back for the construction tomorrow. Fong Luo thanked Qin Hao. No problem, Mr. Fong, but the time is a bit tight to complete the project within 3 days. More money. By the way, sell me some more weapons. Fang Luo gave the security company 5 million yuan and asked them to strengthen their cold storage within 3 days. Because there are only 6 days left until the end of the world. By the way, Fang Luo also bought some weapons such as daggers, stun batons, and explosion-proof shields from the other party. As for why construction didn't start today, Fang Luo had his own plans. The next step is to stock up on supplies. The end of the world begins, and the first thing that happens is a continuous high temperature of 60 for 30 days. In that kind of environment, if you don't drink water for a day, you will basically get cold. Among the deaths in the previous life, the largest proportion were those who died of thirst. So, Fang Luo directly ordered 10 million worth of mineral water. Because Fang Luo purchased a lot, the unit price was much cheaper. In total, there were about 20 million bottles, at 50 cents a bottle. As before, pay a part of the deposit first, 3 million. Then the rest the food. Fang Luo bought chickens, ducks, fish, pork, cattle, sheep, rice, flour and all kinds of seasonal fresh vegetables from wholesalers. A total of 5 million were purchased. 3 different wholesalers also paid a part of the down payment first, about 2 million. 10 million. It was all gone in an instant. But he still had a lot of supplies to buy. We have to find a way to make money. Wholesalers deliver goods very quickly, especially for mineral water. There is a mineral water company in Los Angeles that is ranked among the top in the country. It was shipped directly locally and delivered to the cold storage in the evening. Several semi-trailer heavy trucks. Boss Fong, your goods have been delivered. Please sign for them. The lead driver, Wang Dezhuang, walked up to Fang Luo with a cigarette in his mouth. Okay, help me deliver it to the warehouse. We are only responsible for delivering the goods, not unloading. Wang Dezhuang refused. But when I bought it, the boss told me that unloading would be free. Fang Luo frowned slightly. Then let the boss unload it. Wang Dezhuang curled his lips and said with an expression that he was sure of Fang Luo, you can unload it, but you have to pay for the unloading fee. Their fleet often does this. When they encounter people who need goods urgently, they make all kinds of excuses and deliberately refuse to unload the goods. Most people couldn't wait and had to pay the unloading fee separately. Through this means, he bought 2 houses in Los Angeles. How much? Fang Luo didn't want to waste any more time. He actually has the ability to store the goods into space, but using his spatial abilities might arouse suspicion, and he doesn't want to be exposed. You have a bit too much. I want 10,000. Seeing Fang Luo was so straightforward, Wang Dezhuang grinned and asked for a huge amount. Fang Luo's eyes immediately turned cold. These people are deliberately digging their own graves. It's a pity that Fang Luo doesn't have time to get entangled with these clowns. He has more important things to do. Otherwise. 10,000 yuan, I don't know if you'll be alive to spend it. The boss is generous. When Wang Dezhuang saw the transfer, his eyes lit up and he immediately took others to move the supplies into the cold storage. Unloading completed. Fang Luo did not leave in a hurry, but secretly hid in the cold storage, as if waiting for something. As expected. In the early morning, there were rustling sounds coming from outside the cold storage. Then, the cold storage facility that the security company pointed out as having a security vulnerability today suddenly began to move. I saw something being delivered today. The guy was so secretive about it. It must be some treasure. Let's move it out quickly. Chapter $6 Billion Warehouse. Wang Chang entered the cold storage from the hidden entrance he had set up in advance, followed by 3 tall men. Wang Chang is a habitual offender. In the past, he often took advantage of the opportunity to help others build warehouses to tamper with other people's warehouses, and then sneak into the warehouses to steal valuable items. Because he knew the surveillance routes in advance and the entrances he set up were extremely hidden, he never failed. Made a lot of money from this. Originally he wanted to retire, but Fang Luo's strange behavior aroused his curiosity again. Out of greed, he set his sights on Fang Luo's cold storage. So set up a hidden entrance in advance. Today, the people who were following saw Fang Luo store several trucks of supplies, so they immediately brought people over in the evening. Take a closer look at what's inside the box. Wang Chang ordered a few strong men, and then started rummaging through Fang Luo's cold storage. Boss, they are all mineral water. Mineral water? Wang Chang frowned, how is this possible? That guy spent millions to build a cold storage just to store mineral water. What an idiot. Look more carefully. Several people started searching again. However, when a sturdy man walked behind a row of boxes, a cold dagger was suddenly placed on his neck, scaring him so much that he dared not breathe. He looked at the other person with pleading eyes, asking the other person not to kill him. But unfortunately, the dagger pierced his throat directly, and he fell to the ground without even having time to scream. Fong Luo's eyes were cold. This cold storage was built to ensure their own safety during the end of the world, but these guys had set up a hidden entrance in advance. What's the difference between this and trying to kill him? After being reborn, Fong Luo will never let go of anyone who may threaten his life. Fong Luo stared at the remaining men who were rummaging with murderous eyes. There are 3 more. If we fight them head-on, it will be difficult to defeat them. Therefore, Fong Luo still hid in the corner, waiting for the remaining people to be left alone, and then defeat them one by one. After a while, Fong Luo found another opportunity and killed 2 of them. Finally, Wang Chang was the only one left. At this moment, Wang Chang also realized that something was wrong. The 3 people he brought with him were now all silent. The entire cold storage was extremely quiet and eerie, as if a supernatural event had occurred. Tiger, Scar. Wang Chang's rapid calls received no response. Suddenly, Wang Chang felt a chill on his back, as if a dagger was pressed against his waist. Stop shouting, they are all dead. A death-like cold voice sounded behind Wang Chang. He turned his head tremblingly and saw a dagger covered in blood. The blood on the dagger was dripping onto the ground, making a ticking sound. In the silent cold storage, it was like a death bell. It's you! Wang Chang looked along the dagger towards its master. He was horrified to find that the person who killed his 3 companions was the young man who looked harmless during the day, Fong Luo. Suddenly, Wang Chang's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Why are you here? My cold storage, why can't I be here? Fong Luo looked at Wang Chang, who was shaking with fear, and said in a cold tone, but you actually set up a hidden entrance to my cold storage. Do you think I should stab you to death or slowly cut you into pieces? Mercy, mercy. Wang Chang looked at the scarlet blade that was pointed at his neck and was so frightened that he fell to his knees. He usually just steals things, and has never seen a demon like Fong Luo who kills people without blinking an eye. He is full of regret now. I clearly don't lack money anymore, so why would I want to provoke such a demon? Don't kill me. I can compensate you for your loss. 100,000, not 200,000. Wang Chang tried to use money to exchange for his life. He hurriedly took out his bank card and begged Fong Luo to spare him. Do I need this little money from you? Fong Luo's eyes were cold. How could he leave himself with a huge hidden danger for 200,000 yuan? No, 1 million, I will return the deposit to you in full. Wang Chang continued to raise the price. He had already seen the body of his companion lying beside him, and he had no doubt that Fong Luo would stab himself to death. You seem to be just a manager, but you have so much money. Fong Luo was a little surprised. Before signing the contract with Wang Chang, Fong Luo learned about his identity. He was only the manager of the refrigeration equipment company, not the boss. These were all stolen before. Wang Chang laughed awkwardly and told the story of how he had teamed up with a construction team to help others build a warehouse, leaving a hidden entrance and then stealing from them afterwards. Upon hearing this news, Fong Luo's eyes lit up. An idea popped into his mind. What warehouses are there? Fong Luo asked calmly. We have participated in the construction of the larger warehouses in Luochang, such as Huiyang Supermarket, Luocheng Hotel, and Luoshui Mineral Water Factory. Wang Chang mentioned several warehouses and cold storages at once, all of which were well-known local companies. He also had detailed construction drawings that could easily avoid surveillance video. Fong Luo's heart was beating fast. There are so many large warehouses, and the value of the materials is definitely over 10 billion. If I can sneak in and load all the materials into the space, then I won't have to worry about supplies for the rest of my life and the end of the world. No, 10 lifetimes. Tell me the layout of these warehouses and all the hidden entrances. Fong Luo immediately questioned Wang Chang. Wang Chang didn't dare to hide anything and immediately told Fong Luo everything. In order to prevent him from lying, Fong Luo tied him up and then went to one of the warehouses to try it out first. Sure enough, there was a hidden entrance, and the surveillance route inside was the same as the drawing, and it would not be discovered at all. Fong Luo became even more delighted. However, he was not in a hurry to take the things away. There were still 6 days before the end of the world. If the police found any clues and found him, it would be difficult. Boss Fong, can you let me go now? Wang Chang asked timidly, fearing that Fong Luo would kill him with one knife. Let you go? Fong Luo sneered. He was the one who told me the secret of the warehouse. If I let him go now and the things in the warehouse disappear, he will definitely guess that I was the one who did it. If he spread this news again, I'm afraid countless people would attack him. Only a fool would let him go. Fong Luo stabbed the other person to death with one knife. He then took out the man's cell phone and sent a message to his wife, saying that his crime had been exposed, the police were going to arrest him, and that he was going to seek asylum abroad. Then he checked the balance of the other party's bank card. Wow, more than 30 million. This guy is so greedy. Before he died, he was only willing to give himself 1 million. Fong Luo did not intend to take all the money, but to leave a few million for his wife. In this way, his wife would not think too much about it, nor would she call the police because of Wang Chang's disappearance, and she might even be afraid to see the police. The remaining 20 million or so was all put into his own pocket. Fong Luo looked at the 4 bodies again. If the bodies were not destroyed, they would easily be exposed and lead to police investigation. After thinking about it, Fong Luo tried to use his spatial ability to bring them into the black hole space. Found that it can be incorporated. Fong Luo had tried to bring Mother of Lightning into the space before, but it was not possible at that time. It seems that the space can only hold dead objects. After dealing with the corpse, Fong Luo put all the mineral water into the space. Then go home as if nothing happened. The next day, the security company began to reinforce the cold storage, and Fong Luo, with a huge sum of more than 20 million yuan, began to purchase doomsday supplies. Chapter 7 Go Green Tea to Southeast Asia. More than 20 million. Fong Luo first went to buy several large generators and fuel. Although he has Dianmu. But Dianmu also needs to rest. When Dianmu is resting, let the generators work alternately. I am not a black-hearted boss who exploits my employees to work 24 hours a day. Later I bought various tools, axes, shovels. Daily necessities, toothbrushes, toothpaste, air conditioners, washing machines, computers, game consoles. And a big bed that can sleep 10 people without any crowding. People would get sick in the end times, so Fong Luo also bought a lot of medicine, cold medicine, Rehmannia pills. There are also various kinds of clothes. Suits, work clothes, maid outfits, leather jackets, leather shoes, loose leather whips, black silk stockings, flesh-colored stockings, Durex. Let us start with 100 sets. Although the high temperature lasted for 30 days in the apocalypse and everyone wanted to be naked, they still had to wear clothes after the high temperature. After the end of the world, Fong Luo felt that he might need to travel far away, so he bought a civilian armored vehicle, Dongfeng Mengsher. I heard that the tires are bulletproof. Ordinary zombies shouldn't be able to break through the defense. As for food, Fong Luo had inquired and found that there was no shortage of food in the warehouses that Wang Chang mentioned. After all, those supermarkets have to provide daily needs for tens of millions of people in Los Angeles. If there is any shortage, it is high-end finished foods. But this does not pose a problem for Fong Luo. He still has several million left to spend. He called the Los Angeles hotel directly and ordered millions of gourmet foods, including steaks, red wine, lobsters, and asked them to deliver them to his home in batches within 3 days. The only thing left to prepare is weapons. He bought some weapons from a security company, but they were ordinary daggers, explosion-proof sticks and the like, with limited lethality. You know, in the end times there will be zombies and humans with special powers. However, his own spatial ability had no combat effectiveness in the early stage. Ordinary weapons are difficult to deal with these people. If I were besieged, there would be no way to survive. There are still 5 days until the end of the world. Fong Luo thought about it and decided to go abroad. Ding dong. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Fong Luo went to open the door. Standing at the door was a woman with brown curly hair and a few red scratches on her face. What are you doing here? Fong Luo frowned and looked at the other person. The person who came was none other than the green tea girl who killed her in her previous life, Su Qingqing. Brother Fong Luo, why did you leave suddenly last time? You didn't answer my calls. Su Qingqing looked at Fong Luo with a pitiful look. Last time, Fong Luo left the hotel directly. When paying the bill, her motherly Dongmei had a dispute with a relative and the whole family started fighting. If she hadn't hidden behind her mother, using her mother's fat body as a shield, her face would have been smashed. Later the police came and they were detained for a few days for disturbing public order. Finally, she promised to borrow money from relatives to pay the hotel bill. He owed hundreds of thousands for this. But she didn't have hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay off her debts. She wanted to find other suitors, but her previous suitors stopped contacting her after knowing that she owed more than 500,000 yuan. Who would spend 500,000 for a cup of green tea? So, she had no choice but to run over to find Fong Luo and try to trick Fong Luo into paying back the money for her. "I'm busy with work." Fong Luo responded indifferently. He was wondering whether he should use the same method he used to deal with Wang Chang to get rid of Su Qingqing without anyone noticing. However, her mother should also know that Su Qingqing was looking for her. If she disappeared, the police would definitely find her. Never mind, she won tea live for many days anyway. "Brother Fong Luo, why didn't you tell me if you had something wrong? I almost misunderstood you." Su Qingqing spoke in a delicate tone, and even rarely hugged Fong Luo's arm and placed it against her chest, which had never happened before. "It seems that she is really anxious." Fong Luo sneered in his heart. "Now I know how to be anxious. What were you doing when you were hanging yourself before?" Fong Luo was too lazy to pay attention to her and just looked at his phone. Su Qingqing continued to speak tirelessly. "Brother Fong Luo, your house is so tidy. I like boys who love cleanliness the most. Brother Fong Luo, why are you selling so many snacks and red wine? They look expensive. I want to drink some too. I'm going to use it to wash my feet." Fong Luo glanced at her. "Wash? Wash your feet?" Su Qingqing was a little embarrassed. "The other person just said he wanted to drink it, and you said you could use it to wash his feet. Doesn't that mean he wanted to drink foot washing water?" "Brother Fong Luo, you are booking a plane ticket. Are you going on a trip?" Su Qingqing saw Fong Luo booking a plane ticket again and couldn't help but ask curiously. Brother Fong Luo, can you take me with you? I can take care of you, and I won't spend money indiscriminately. You just need to book a room this time." Su Qingqing said immediately, and hinted that the two of them should stay in the same room. In the past, when two people went out to travel, they always booked two rooms. Su Qingqing really spent a lot of money this time. Fong Luo glanced at her. I have to say that in terms of looks alone, Su Qingqing is pretty good looking, with an oval face and most importantly, a big body. Otherwise Fong Luo wouldn't have been kept hanging by her. An idea suddenly popped up in Fong Luo's mind, and then he grinned. "Okay, take your mother with you." "Oh, that's not good. My mother is old and her figure is a little out of shape." Su Qingqing's face froze. "I mean, take her on a trip." "Really?" Su Qingqing immediately became excited, thinking that Fong Luo must have really had something to do and left last time, otherwise why would he agree to take her and her mother on a trip today? "I'll notify my mother right away." Su Qingqing contacted Li Dongmei immediately. Originally, Li Dongmei was full of resentment towards Fong Luo, but when she heard the news, she immediately smiled and greeted him. "I already felt in my heart that Fong Luo would help them pay back the 500,000 yuan. Fong Luo went to a country in Southeast Asia. First, the distance is short, and second, the public security is relatively lax, making it easy for him to achieve his goal. "Give me your ID and passport, I'll book a hotel for you," Fong Luo said calmly to Su Qingqing and Li Dongmei. The two men had no doubts and directly gave their ID cards and passports to Fong Luo. "Xiao Fong, I'm not feeling well. Please find me a better room." "Brother Fong Luo, 2 rooms are enough, don't waste them." Looking at the ugly faces of the two men, Fong Luo sneered barely perceptibly. After booking the room and exchanging a few false pleasantries, Fong Luo left the hotel. Taking advantage of the night, I began to ask around for places to buy weapons. After several twists and turns, Fong Luo finally found the weapon he wanted. Afterwards, he immediately booked a flight and returned to China. "It's not safe abroad. It would be bad if I died accidentally." Fong Luo didn't even go to the hotel. "Although if I go to the hotel now, I can definitely sleep with Su Qingqing." But Fong Luo felt disgusted. "With my current resources, when the end of the world comes, what kind of girls can I not find? School beauties, Lolita girls, nurses, stewardesses, wives, young women. Why go looking for a green tea?" Because of the existence of the black hole space, the weapons were not discovered and returned to the country smoothly. After returning home, Fong Luo received another call from Su Qingqing. "Brother Fong Luo, where did you go? Why didn't you come back last night? Su Qingqing was a little worried and thought Fang Luo had run away again. However, she went to the front desk to ask and found out that Fang Luo had booked the room for 5 days. I felt a lot more relaxed. I have something to do. You guys go play first and don't bother me. Fang Luo replied perfunctorily while sitting on the sofa, drinking red wine. He left Su Qingqing and her daughter in Southeast Asia, and took back their ID cards and passports. In order to prevent them from returning early through other means, he deliberately booked a room for 5 days to numb them and let them stay for a few more days. I'm afraid they won't have a chance to return to Los Angeles before the end of the world. It's funny that these two people were having so much fun, not knowing what was waiting for them. Southeast Asia has a tropical climate, and the temperature there can reach as high as 70 at the end of the world. Moreover, the public security was poor and Su Qingqing had no money. I'm afraid I won't survive more than 3 days there. Thinking of the two people crying for help, Fang Luo couldn't help but feel happy. A few more days passed. The security company called and said that the safety facilities in the cold storage had been arranged. Fang Luo went over to inspect it immediately. After reinforcement and modification, the windows and doors of the cold storage were replaced with special materials, and the safety was improved by several levels. The walls were also insulated with higher quality materials. Even if there is a flame burning outside, it can ensure that the cold storage will not collapse. Plus refrigeration equipment. After the end of the world, Fang Luo's cold storage can maintain around 20, which is the most comfortable temperature that humans can perceive. However, Fang Luo also kept it in mind. After a careful check, he made sure that no one would install a hidden entrance to his cold storage like Wang Chang did. There is only 1 day left until the end of the world. All the supplies Fang Luo ordered have been delivered, and he now has to make final preparations. Loot the warehouse. Chapter 8, Robbing the Warehouse. Chapter 8. March 31st, 2030. There is only 1 day left until the end of the world. Fang Luo has already prepared most of the supplies needed for the end of the world. All that remains is to sneak into the major warehouses, loot all the supplies in the warehouses, and make final preparations. Before, Fang Luo had learned the locations of several large warehouses, hidden entrances, and surveillance routes from Wang Chang. Have a good rest and recharge your batteries. 0 o'clock. Night falls. Fang Luo put on a helmet, rode the motorcycle he had prepared in advance, and started heading to the various warehouses. Most shopping malls and supermarkets start to close after 11 p.m. Plus, today is Sunday and everyone has to go to work in the morning, so there are very few pedestrians on the streets at night. This makes it easier for him to move. The first place Fang Luo targeted was Huiyong Supermarket, the largest local supermarket chain. Huiyong Supermarket has the largest variety of goods in the city, ranging from precious jewelry to fruits and vegetables. It has a daily passenger flow of over 50,000 people and supplies food rations for 30% of the city's population every day. There are tens of millions of people in Los Angeles. Its inventory volume is staggering. Fang Luo entered the warehouse from the hidden entrance according to the blueprint. They began to plunder supplies unscrupulously. First, the food. Huiyong Supermarket supplies food for millions of people every day, and the food stored in the warehouse is measured in tons. Come to the refrigerated area. There are all kinds of frozen meat piled up here: chicken feet, duck feet, chicken legs. It's dozens of tons. Fang Luo accepted them all without hesitation. Fresh meat. Beef, mutton, pork are also included. I remember that at the end of the world, the temperature was over 60 degrees Celsius, and the stored meat in major supermarkets and meat processing plants all went bad and smelled bad. Even so, it still attracted countless people to scramble for it. Fresh pork is something you only dream of. In terms of aquatic products, there are shrimps, crayfish, grass carp, mandarin fish, sea bass, as well as big blue dragon and king crab, dozens of tons. Fang Luo was envious. At the end of the world, there was a global drought and almost all inland rivers dried up. If anyone has a crayfish, I'm afraid Marilyn Monroe would beg to have dinner with them. Eating only meat and not vegetables can cause constipation and bad breath. So vegetables are also indispensable. Chinese cabbage, pak choi, green vegetables, leeks, and my favorite potatoes and green peppers, dozens of tons of them were collected. Staple food is essential. Rice, flour, rice vermicelli, noodles, alkaline rice cakes, dumplings, hundreds of tons of them were collected. Food solved. Fang Luo went to look at the drinks again. How can you just drink water in the end times? You can't do without iced happy water. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Wanglaji, Yuenchi Forest, and various brands of red wine. It is roughly estimated that there are hundreds of millions of bottles here. Enough for him to drink for the rest of his life. I remember that at the end of the previous life, a fat otaku hoarded several boxes of Coke at home, which attracted many young girls, who flocked to him to be his maids. Fong Luo was extremely envious at that time. And now I have hundreds of millions. The end of the world lasts for a month, so you have to eat some snacks. Spicy strips, potato chips. After looting all the food, Fong Luo went to look at other daily necessities. Towel, toothbrush, facial cleanser. This lace underwear. Fong Luo was about to buy himself a few pairs of underwear, and found that the box next to him was full of black stockings, white stockings, and dudas. Keep it. What if I need to hire a few maids at that time? I can't cook for myself every day. That's a lot of fishing. And pots and pans. A big bed that can accommodate 10 people without being crowded, take them all. After dealing with Huiyong supermarket, Fong Luo continued to move to the next address, sneaked in using the same method, knocked out the security guard, and looted supplies. About 3 hours. Fong Luo looted all the large warehouses in the city, with the total value of supplies exceeding 10 billion. He basically has everything that can be found on the market. When we finished everything, it was already past 4 in the morning. There are less than 8 hours left until the end of the world. Return to the cold storage. Fong Luo locked the doors and windows, took out a set of daily necessities, and set up his own cold storage. Bed, sheets, TV, computer, PS5 game console, table, chairs, this place feels like a complete home. Fong Luo will live here for at least the next month. After a tiring day, Fong Luo felt a little sleepy. He set the opening time for the cold storage facilities and fell asleep hugging Dian Mu. Monday, April 1, 2030. The weather was clear, with a temperature of 15. People were wearing coats and dragging their tired bodies to work as usual. At the same time, the morning news also reported a major theft case in which goods worth more than 10 billion yuan from 5 large warehouses in the city were stolen overnight. The modus operandi was extremely strange. The police are investigating and have not found any clues yet. Some people who got up early to go to the supermarket to buy groceries were all cursing. All the food is gone, what are we going to eat today? At the same time, there was another news on TV. It is expected that at 12 noon, 2 large planets may collide 100 million kilometers away from the blue planet. People will feel a brief flash of light at that time. Please do not panic. However, the news did not attract much attention. Time passes by little by little. Fong Luo was sleeping soundly on the big bed and ignored all this. April 1, 2030, 12 o'clock. When everyone was thinking about what to eat for lunch, a white light suddenly flashed across the sky. The light was so dazzling that it made the originally bright sky impossible to see with the naked eye. What the hell, what's going on? Lightning in the daytime? This lightning is more than 240 V, right? It's so strong? Idiot, didn't you watch the news? This is the light from the collision of 2 large planets. Oh, does this have anything to do with my 3,000 yuan monthly salary? Almost no one takes this seriously, because there have been such news before, so everyone just treats it as a fun watching event. However, after a few minutes, the world began to change. What the hell, why is it suddenly so hot? Didn't the weather forecast say that it would be a maximum of 15 degrees Celsius today? And I'm wearing a sweater. It's getting hotter and hotter. It must be over 40 degrees. I feel like I'm going to have heat stroke. The news said it might be related to the light just now. It will be fine after a while. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. It is April, but it is even hotter than August. Pedestrians on the street, both men and women, couldn't help but take off their clothes without caring about their image, trying to reduce some of the stuffiness. Chapter 9 Su Qingqing's plea. The end of the world is coming. Global temperatures are rising rapidly at this moment. At 12:03, the air temperature in the coastal city of Los Angeles reached a rare 45 C, and the number continued to rise. At 12:30, the air temperature soared to 65. The concrete floor temperature exceeds 100 C. The stray dogs on the street were jumping as they walked. Really hot feet. Now, not to mention frying eggs, even frying steak is no problem. This situation is not limited to Los Angeles. Even in northern cities, the air temperature is approaching 60, and the snow on the ground has now all melted. In tropical regions, the air temperature exceeds 80. Faced with the sudden high temperature, everyone was sweltering for a while. The streets were in chaos, with people and animals all scrambling to get to the shade, causing all kinds of trampling. However, at this time, Fan Luo was lying comfortably on a large bed that was wide enough for 10 people, snoring softly. A shiver. Fan Luo woke up. Hiss, lightning mother, you actually snatched my quilt. I'm freezing to death. Fan Luo was woken up by the cold while sleeping soundly. It turned out that the refrigeration equipment in the cold storage was running. Fan Luo set a timed start for the refrigeration equipment and set it to the lowest temperature, so the temperature in the cold storage was a bit low. Although it was 65 outside, it was less than 10 indoors. It looks like the end of the world has arrived. Fan Luo put on his coat, looked outside, and quickly turned up the temperature of the equipment. Then he poured himself a cup of hot milk and warmed himself up. Lying comfortably on a big sofa. It's worthy of being a sofa worth more than 800,000 yuan. It's really comfortable. Fan Luo moaned comfortably. Then he took out his cell phone and looked online. As expected, the headlines on various websites were about the high temperatures. The comments section has exploded. Hot horse, this damn weather, why did it suddenly get hot? I went home early and found my wife playing poker with others at home, woo woo woo. I was carrying bricks, and as I was carrying them, I realized they were so hot that my hands were covered in blisters. Thanks to the high temperature, I just had a date with my goddess. The high temperature melted the putty on her face. I didn't expect my goddess to look like that. I vomited. I was supposed to have a monthly exam, but the school announced a holiday. I love the heat. Is this the end of the world? Should I stock up on supplies? But it's so hot outside, I don't even want to go out to buy groceries. Will the end of the world affect my monthly salary of 3,000 yuan? There are various voices of discussion on the internet. However, most people did not take this sudden high temperature seriously, but instead treated it as a pleasant vacation. Only Fan Luo knows. This high temperature will last for a full month, when all rivers will dry up and the world will become a purgatory. The food stinks. A bottle of water can cause a group of people to fight to the death. If we start to be on guard now, not so many people will die by then. Fan Luo sighed. But he couldn't care less. Even if he went out and shouted that the world was about to end, no one would take him seriously. The only person he can manage is himself. Gurgle. Suddenly my stomach started to growl. Feeling a little hungry, Fan Luo then remembered that he hadn't eaten anything since last night. So Fan Luo started to pick food from the space, but he didn't know how to cook, so he had to pick something that didn't require cooking skills. Fan Luo took out the hot pot utensils. As for the ingredients. After much deliberation, Fan Luo finally chose a few pieces of imported A5-grade Wagyu beef, as well as Australian lobster and Mr. Crab. The ingredients alone cost tens of thousands of yuan. The shabu shabu must be good. As for drinks, any bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars will do, don't be too extravagant. It was scorching hot outside, with the temperature reaching 65 degrees Celsius, and everyone was busy looking for shade. Fan Luo, however, was in a cold storage at only 10, wearing silk pajamas and eating delicious beef hot pot. If a chef knew that Fan Luo used A5 Wagyu beef and big lobster for hot pot, he would probably be so angry that he would beat his chest and stamp his feet. What a waste! I can't always eat hot pot. I'll have to find a maid to wash my clothes, cook for me, etc. Fan Luo thought to himself. Ding-a-ling. While he was enjoying the delicious food, Fan Luo's cell phone rang. The caller ID shows Su Qingqing. Fan Luo raised his eyebrows. This woman should still be in Southeast Asia, where the temperature is as high as 70. What's the matter? Fan Luo answered with a playful look. Brother Fan Luo. Su Qingqing's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Fan Luo, where are you? The room is closed, it's suddenly so hot outside, I can't stand it. Previously, Su Qingqing followed Fan Luo to Southeast Asia, intending to devote herself to Fan Luo and let Fan Luo pay off her debts. Unexpectedly, Fan Luo said he had to leave for something and renewed her room for 5 days, letting her have fun on her own. She was somewhat happy. Because I don't have to sacrifice myself, I can keep my virginity and then go and hook up with the rich second generation. During these 5 days, she took her mother around to travel and had a great time. I didn't even think of Fan Luo. Until noon today, when the room lease expired and they had just checked out, the weather suddenly became hot, soaring to 70. Su Qingqing and her mother were standing at the door of the hotel, jumping up and down in the heat. They took off all their clothes except their underwear, but it still didn't help. Only then did they remember to call Fong Luo. Qingqing, when did Fong Luo come? My feet are all blistered. On the other end of the phone, Li Dongmei was wailing. Fong Luo felt secretly happy when he heard this. You bastard, do you know how to bark now? In my previous life, I braved the high temperatures and zombies to find food for you, but you didn't thank me. Not only did you think it wasn't enough, you killed me and even smashed your own head to steal your own supernatural nuclear crystal. Now let you also have a taste of the hot sun. Can't stand it? Don't you have hands? Solve it yourself. Fong Luo took a bite of the hot beef and answered perfunctorily. Solve it yourself? Su Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then realized what Fong Luo meant, and immediately said in a resentful tone, Brother Fong Luo, stop joking. I don't know why the weather here has suddenly become so hot. It's hot? Fong Luo wiped the sweat from the spicy hot pot and nodded, it's a bit hot, I'm sweating too. Brother Fong Luo, please come and pick me up. No, I'm busy now. Why don't you come back by yourself? But, Brother Fong Luo, my ID card and passport are with you. Su Qingqing's mouth was dry now, and her originally soft green tea voice now sounded like it was stuffed with a rag. She originally planned to buy water, but all the water in the nearby stores was sold out. Only some high-end red wines were left. She simply couldn't afford it. Really? I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. But I'm in China now and can't come over. How about you come and get it? Brother Fong Luo, stop joking. How can I get there? Su Qingqing felt that Fong Luo was playing a trick on her and felt a little resentful. But now she was so hot that she was as hot as a dog, and the ground under her feet was wet. In this unfamiliar place, the only person she can rely on is Fong Luo. I dare not lose my temper at all. So he said pitifully again, Brother Fong Luo, how about this, you can help me renew the room for a few more days, and when the high temperature is over, I will go to your house to find you immediately. Her meaning was clear. You pay me for the room renewal and I will pay you back with my body. But would Fong Luo care about a woman who killed him in his previous life? Please, I have tens of billions of resources, what kind of woman can I find? What did you say? My signal is bad. I can't hear you. Fong Luo hung up the phone directly. Later, Su Qingqing called again, but Fong Luo ignored her and just kept eating hot pot, letting the phone keep ringing. The more urgent the ringing, the more delicious the food Fong Luo ate. After that, Su Qingqing stopped calling and started sending messages instead after a while. Brother Fong Luo, my mother fainted, please come and save her. There was also a photo attached, showing Li Dongmei lying unconscious on the ground like a dead pig. It seems to be quite hot. It's even smoking. Fong Luo was amazed, feeling extremely happy. He picked up a piece of meat and handed it to Dian Mu, this beef is so delicious. It makes you feel warm all over. Dian Mu, do you want to go and get rid of the cold? He had no sympathy for Li Dongmei's experience and even felt that she was dying too slowly. Damn it, he hurt me like that in his previous life. Fong Luo continued to eat hot pot. The longer time went on, the more panicked Su Qingqing became. My mother fell ill. I am unfamiliar with the place. She was totally helpless. Only then did she remember that she had always lived such a comfortable life because of Fong Luo. Bags, clothes, and mobile phones were all bought by Fong Luo. She was not stupid and knew that Fong Luo was deliberately taking revenge on her. She is full of regret now. I really shouldn't have kept Fong Luo hanging like that. Su Qingqing kept sending messages to Fong Luo, trying to make him change his mind. The language is also more open. Brother Fong Luo, you don't have a girlfriend yet, right? I'm single now. Brother Fong Luo, what kind of knowledge do you like? Brother Fong Luo, even though this is my first time, I have a strong learning ability and can learn anything quickly. Brother Fong Luo, what animal do you like, a cat or a dog? Chapter 10, Superpowers. Su Qingqing kept sending messages to Fong Luo, each one more outrageous than the last. Now, she is like Fong Luo's bootlicker. Fong Luo wanted to laugh. I guess Su Qingqing never thought that one day she would beg herself like this. However, facing Su Qingqing's pleading, Fong Luo did not feel the slightest bit of mercy in his heart. It's your own fault. She deserves it. After eating hot pot, Fong Luo looked through the window at the situation outside. Today is Monday. There were originally many people working near the warehouse, but now there is no one outside. They have all hidden in the shade. It's too hot. The phone shows that the temperature outside has reached 65 today. In this kind of high temperature, staying outside for a few minutes could result in heatstroke or even death. Even if you stay at home and turn the air conditioner to 16, the indoor temperature will not be lower than 50. Moreover, ordinary air conditioners will soon become scrapped if they continue to operate in such extreme conditions. In contrast, Fong Luo's cold storage uses advanced professional refrigeration equipment, and the number of equipment is 3 times more than that of cold storage of the same size. And special materials were added to the walls. It's only 10 indoors now. It didn't feel hot at all, it was even a little cold and I needed to put on a coat. Fong Luo lay comfortably on the 800,000 yuan sofa, with his PS5 connected to a 100-inch large-screen TV. He found a game to play out of boredom. It would be nice to nuke Los Santos. It was early morning. Fong Luo finally felt a little sleepy. Getting ready to take a shower and go to bed. I went to the bathroom that had been built in advance and took out a few buckets of water from the space and poured them into the bathtub. This bathtub has a built-in massage function and was bought by Fong Luo from a shopping mall warehouse. I heard it is a limited edition and costs hundreds of thousands. It's really comfortable to lie in. However, it is still inferior to a real-life massage. I'd better ask a real person to do the massage when the time comes. Fong Luo placed a bunch of imported grapes next to him and ate the grapes while taking a bath. That's so cool. Thinking back to my previous life, I was as hot as a dog. Lying in the big bathtub, Fong Luo used his mobile phone to check the real-time updates online. Most of the day had passed. The world began to change. Many trees began to turn yellow, the water level began to drop, and some old equipment failed and became scrapped. Shit, my power box is old, and the air conditioner doesn't work during a power outage. What is this? There are hundreds of mice in my house. They are all here to escape the heat. Help! A mouse is better than a centipede or a cockroach. I am the one who needs to be saved. Help me. The ambulances have been sirens all day today. It seems many people have suffered from heatstroke. The environment is too harsh. Many elderly people have died due to the high temperatures. However, most people still do not feel the sense of crisis and continue to talk big as usual. I even hope the high temperature continues. However, Fong Luo knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Because the situation is not particularly bad now, everyone has water, electricity, and food at home. However, when the water and electricity are cut off in a few days and there is no food at home, they will not be so optimistic. By then, the world will be in complete chaos and no one will care about laws and order. Because in the face of life, these are worthless. Also, the world will have a virus outbreak. Zombie virus, evolution virus. Either of these two viruses will deal a fatal blow to human society. Zombie virus. Once infected, the creature will become bloodthirsty, knowing only to attack and destroy. And evolving viruses. Although it won't make people lose their minds. However, it will give humans great power. Don't think this is a good thing. After gaining power, will people be law-abiding and abide by the law? For example, when Fong Luo rescued Dianmu, he met a fat woman and a naughty kid. A child of that age can show his violent side even in peacetime, let alone adults in the chaotic end times? Those loan sharks who collect debts violently, they beat and kick people even in peacetime, and even violate the will of women. What will happen after the end of the world? After they gain powerful strength, will they think about protecting the weak? No, they will bully the weak even more unscrupulously. The number of people who died at their hands was no less than that of those who died at the hands of zombies. Moreover, there are quite a few people like this. Even for Fong Luo, it is difficult to guarantee that he will not become such a person. Will I bully men and women? However, this does not mean that Fong Luo should not gain power. This is the only means of survival in the end times. He had to gain strength. There is nothing wrong with power, what is wrong is the person who gains power. Fong Luo just wants to live. Although I already have spatial abilities, I still need to strengthen my strength. I can't just eat and wait for death. Psychics are divided into levels 1-10. The higher the level, the more powerful the ability. In his previous life, Fong Luo was just an ordinary first-level psychic, one of the weakest, and his combat capability was no different from that of ordinary people. Because of the initial space ability, there was no combat means, only a storage space. Unlike superpowers such as fire and electricity, they have powerful combat power from the beginning. There are two ways to improve your ability level. 1. Absorb more evolved viruses. However, evolved viruses are extremely scarce, and it is unlikely that 1 in 100 people can be found. Second, kill zombies or other people with special abilities and absorb the enhanced crystals in their brains. This is the main means to improve strength. Unfortunately, Fong Luo was not able to kill zombies in his previous life, nor could he find more evolved viruses. In the end, he couldn't even defeat Su Qingqing's family. But, since I'm reborn, Fong Luo will never make the same mistake again. He wants to collect a batch of evolution viruses in advance. Rapidly improve your strength. Moreover, Jianmu is by his side in this life and has not yet obtained the evolution virus. Now it is just an ordinary female cat. We don't know where it got the virus in its previous life. Fong Luo glanced at the female cat snoring on the sofa. He wants to find these evolving viruses. Only with powerful superpowers can you deal with enemies and powerful zombies. Only then can you protect yourself. Having made up his mind, Fong Luo immediately began to make a plan. Fong Luo remembered that the zombie virus broke out in his previous life on the 5th night of the apocalypse. So, the evolution of viruses probably occurred at the same time. Fong Luo first took out a map of Los Angeles. He looked up the location where he was infected with the virus in his previous life, as well as the range of possible activities of Dianmu in her previous life. Finally, the approximate location was determined. Time flies. It's the 5th day of the apocalypse. These days, Fong Luo stayed in the cold storage every day. Since the virus had not yet arrived, there was no point in going out early. It's very hot outside. But he was not idle either. Instead, he took out his VR device and played Resident Evil to experience the scene of facing zombies in advance. Gain some experience in fighting zombies. Because he was too serious, he played until 3 a.m. yesterday, so Fong Luo slept until 7 p.m. The temperature in the main cold storage is also very comfortable. After his debugging, the indoor temperature has been maintained at around 1820, which is the most comfortable temperature for human body. If he wasn't hungry, and if the virus wasn't going to break out again today and he needed to find an evolved virus, he wouldn't want to wake up at all. Isn't the big bed that is 10 people wide uncomfortable? It's a pity that the bed feels a little empty, as if something is missing. Stretched. Fong Luo got up and cooked himself a bowl of abalone and sea cucumber porridge. It's not good to eat greasy food on an empty stomach, so Fong Luo put the steak aside. Although his cooking skills are average, the ingredients are of high quality, so the food Fong Luo cooks is still delicious. Someday I will have to find a chef to cook for me. While eating porridge, Fong Luo took out his cell phone. Su Qingqing no longer sent him messages, and the last message was at 10 o'clock last night. He is probably dead now. That was Southeast Asia, the temperature was over 70, and she had no money there. Fong Luo just felt a sense of relief. I read today's news. The temperature in Los Angeles has remained stable at 65. In just 5 days, the water level of Luochang Reservoir evaporated and dropped by more than 50 meters. Some small lakes have completely dried up. According to statistics from the water plant company, Los Angeles consumed a total of 100 million tons of water during these 3 days, and the average daily water consumption was more than 10 times the usual. This does not include what evaporates. The price of tap water has now risen from about 3 yuan per ton to 3,000 yuan per ton. It has increased 1,000 times. The key point is that the water supply from the water plant is no longer sufficient to supply the entire city. Some areas have already started to have water supply cuts, and the water supply is only supplied to areas within the second ring road of the city in some wealthy areas. In short supply. You can't buy it even if you have money. Moreover, under the continued high temperature, fires broke out in many places, resulting in power outages in more than half of the city. The only air conditioner that provided cooling also stopped working. More than 80% of the elderly did not survive. Some young people with poor health also died from lack of water. According to news statistics, the number of deaths in Los Angeles hospitals alone exceeded hundreds of thousands. This does not include some people who may die at home or on the street. If you add it all up, it could be over 1 million. Remember, this is only the 5th day. The zombies haven't even broken out yet. Now, the streets are in chaos. People who were originally staying at home peacefully can't help but come out in the high temperature to look for food and water. The city's crime rate suddenly soared by 350%. Robberies and fights were happening on every street. The police and firefighters on duty are simply too busy to handle the situation. Phong Luo's cold storage also had a power outage. Fortunately, Phong Luo has a generator and fuel, so he can generate electricity on his own. The temperature in the cold storage did not rise and was still very comfortable. Phong Luo felt emotional. I was just like them in my previous life, as hot as a dog, and fighting to the death for a sip of water. Fortunately, in this life, I prepared supplies in advance and built a cold storage, so I don't have to lose my life for a piece of bread. However, my fuel is limited and I cannot always use the generator to generate electricity. We need to think of other ways. Phong Luo glanced at the sleeping Dianmu. I'll let you rest for 2 days first, and then you'll work for me honestly. After drinking the abalone and sea cucumber porridge, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Phong Luo made an estimate. There are less than 2.5 hours left before the zombie outbreak in the previous life. It takes about 1 hour to drive to your destination. Eliminate possible errors in the middle. If Phong Luo goes out now, he can just catch the first batch of viruses landing on Blue Planet. Taking the map and putting on protective gear, Phong Luo prepared to go out. Boom boom boom. However, just as Phong Luo was about to go out, the door of the cold storage was suddenly knocked. He frowned and walked over, looking outside through the specially made window. He found several men holding tools, knocking on his door. Brother Wang, are you sure there are supplies in here? A man's voice asked. Then, a somewhat rough male voice said, of course. I delivered goods here a few days ago. It was mineral water worth tens of millions. If we occupy this place, we won't have to worry about water for the next few years. Moreover, I carefully observed that this cold storage uses top-grade refrigeration equipment, and the temperature inside will never exceed 30 C. Fuck, 30 degrees Celsius, it's so cold. What are you waiting for? Pry it open quickly. Chapter 11 Robbery. At the door of the cold storage, several men had greedy and hungry expressions on their faces. They were holding hammers and crowbars in their hands, knocking hard on the door of the cold storage. The thudding sound continued. Phong Luo's eyes were icy cold. He recognized one of the men as Wang Dezhuang, a truck driver. At the beginning, Phong Luo bought 10 million bottles of mineral water, which were the goods he and his men delivered to Phong Luo. Originally, when I bought the mineral water, the manufacturer said it would be unloaded for free. But after Wang Dezhuang delivered the goods, he took advantage of the situation and cheated Phong Luo out of 10,000 yuan for unloading fees. Unexpectedly, he is now planning to take over his cold storage again. Boom boom boom. Several people were still working hard to smash the cold storage door. However, the door of the cold storage did not move at all, but they were all tired like dogs, panting with their tongues hanging out. You don't know your own limits. Phong Luo snorted coldly. I spent 5 million to hire a professional security company to reinforce my cold storage. With only the hammers in their hands, even if they knock on it for a year, they can't hurt the cold storage at all. Phong Luo didn't have to worry about them breaking in. However, Phong Luo was originally preparing to go out. Now these people are blocking the door. If I go out, I will definitely collide with them, and a fight is inevitable. Do we have to wait for them to leave on their own? But I don't have so much time to wait for them. What do you want to do? Phong Luo deliberately shouted loudly to make a sound to indicate that there was someone inside, in order to scare them away. Most thieves would panic and run away when they see people. Someone. Run. The people outside were also shocked. They didn't expect that there would be someone in the cold storage. The timid ones immediately wanted to retreat. However, Wang Dezhuang was not very willing. Is it Boss Phong? Wang Dezhuang thought for a moment, pursed his cracked lips and asked, Boss Phong, do you still remember me, the old one who brought you water before? Boss Phong. Wang Dezhuang pretended to be pitiful and said weakly, it's so hot outside, and the water is out at home. We are almost dying of thirst. What does it have to do with me? Phong Luo said in a cold tone. Wang Dezhuang choked. Obviously, he didn't expect Phong Luo to be so indifferent. But think about it. I'm almost dying of thirst. What does Guan Phong Luo have to do with me? He's not my father. I even cheated him out of money before. It's good enough that he doesn't take revenge on me. Boss Fawn, didn't you buy so much water before? Can you give us some? Wang Dazhuang still asked unwillingly. He was so thirsty that he felt like there was something spicy in his throat, and it was so spicy that his voice became hoarse due to the pain. Why should I give you my water? Fang Luo found it a little funny. How did he have the nerve to ask me for water? Then we'll buy it. Your water is 50 cents a bottle, right? Then we'll pay 2 yuan, and you can sell some to us. As long as you sell it to me, I won't charge you for unloading fees in the future. 2. Hearing what the other party said, Fang Luo couldn't help but sneer loudly. The retail price of a bottle of mineral water is 2 yuan. But now is the end of the world. The price of tap water has increased from 3 yuan to 3,000 yuan per ton. And there is no demand for it. What about mineral water? Even though the small bottle of 500 milliliters water is sold for 100 yuan, people are still rushing to buy it. He wants to buy it for 2 yuan. It's really wishful thinking. You think of yourself as a fool. As for the unloading fee, he had cheated me once before, so it was even more impossible for me to sell water to him. If you don't want to sell it, get out of here and don't die in front of my house. Fang Luo drove him away without any courtesy. Wang Dazhuang was stunned. He didn't expect Fang Luo to be so disrespectful to him. He was already thirsty from the heat, and now his face turned purple with anger. He shouted angrily, Boss Fang, do you have any compassion at all? We are almost dying of thirst and just want a few bottles of water. Do you really want to curse us to death? Yeah, do you have any love at all? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? There is so much water, and giving us some won't affect anything. I've never seen anyone so stingy. The few people behind him also criticized Fang Luo, saying Fang Luo is unloving. Watch someone die without helping. Full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. But they didn't remember that just a few minutes ago, they were smashing Fang Luo's door with hammers. A few days ago, he deliberately cheated Fang Luo out of his money. I'll say it again, you can die wherever you want, but don't die in front of my house. Fang Luo didn't accept their moral kidnapping at all. As long as he had no morals, they couldn't kidnap himself. In that case, don't blame us for being rude. Wang Dazhuang's face also turned fierce. How do you mean you're welcome? Fang Luo said in a joking tone. Boss Fang, although your gate is strong, it is not indestructible. Wang Dazhuang said in a grim tone, there are 5 of us, with so many tools in our hands, a small iron door can't stop us. You are alone. Once the door is broken open. Wang Dazhuang had a ferocious expression. Brothers, smash it. After that, several people picked up hammers and crowbars again and started smashing the cold storage. Before, they were still thinking about stealing. Now, seeing that Fang Luo was outnumbered, they had already planned to rob him. They had already checked and there was no one else around, so no one would know even if Fang Luo was killed. I don't know what's good for me. Seeing that Wang Dazhuang had no intention of leaving and was knocking on the door even harder, Fang Luo felt a murderous intent in his heart. Originally, I just wanted to drive them away. Fang Luo is not a bloodthirsty person. He is not cold-blooded, but he will ignore other people's lives at will. However, the other party obviously wanted to kill him now, so how could Fang Luo just sit there and wait to die? I will not offend others unless they offend me. If anyone offends me, he will be killed. Fang Luo's eyes were cold. He silently opened the black hole space, took out the weapons he bought in Southeast Asia, and then said to the door outside, don't knock, I'll open the door, come in, I'll take you. You're smart. Wang Dazhuang snorted coldly, breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly put down the hammer in his hand. It's 65 degrees Celsius outside. I was thirsty and had no strength left. And I just swung such a heavy hammer. Several people nearby were already lying on the ground exhausted. If only 2 more minutes passed. Even he was going to give up. Fortunately, this kid was intimidated by his own domineering aura. Wang Dazhuang proudly took a half step back, then stared at the cold storage door. With a creaking sound, the door of the cold storage slowly opened, and then an extremely cool breeze came out from the cold storage. Wang Dazhuang shivered suddenly from the cold, and the hairs on his body stood up. He had just been experiencing a high temperature of 65, but now he was feeling a cool breeze of less than 20. Next to him, the few people who had just fallen asleep due to the heat now all had satisfied expressions on their faces. They couldn't believe that there was such a cool place in the world. The contrast between inside and outside is like heaven and hell. It's too cool, the temperature doesn't even feel like 20 degrees Celsius. Damn, this kid has been staying in such a comfortable environment, he is so happy. Hurry up, we have to go in. Don't push, let me go in first, I just hit it the most times. Several people rolled and crawled, rushing into the cold storage. Even though they fell a few times, they could not hide the greed on their faces. They want to occupy this place. To seize all the supplies inside. To live here forever. As for the real owner of the cold storage? The farther you are, the farther you will die. However, after they climbed into the cold storage, the first thing they saw was a pair of size 44 boots. When they looked up, they found a black gun muzzle pointing at them. Everyone was suddenly horrified. Chapter 12. Don't tempt me. Wang Dezhuang felt the comfortable cool air and was rushing inside greedily. Suddenly, he was tripped by several people who had stopped in front of him. He fell heavily and his nose was bleeding. Damn it, why did you stop? Come in quickly. Wang Dezhuang cursed, but his companions did not move at all, and each of them looked ahead in astonishment. He also looked over in confusion. I saw a tall, handsome young man wearing a green combat suit and holding a weapon with a mahogany stock in his hand. He had seen this thing on TV. It seems to be called AK-47? Fuck. Wang Dezhuang was full of disbelief. Why did this weapon that only appeared on TV end up in Fang Luo's hands? You know, this is in Yen country. Getting this thing is much harder than making a million. After a moment of shock, he quickly calmed down. It's fake, it must be fake. Humph, you little brat, you think you can scare me with a toy gun? Wang Dezhuang looked at Fang Luo with a sneer. Then, he kicked a few stunned companions. You idiots, this is Yen country, how could he have a real gun? It took a few people until they reacted. Yes, guns are banned in Yen country. Ordinary people will never come across one in their lifetime. How could this kid have one? This toy gun is so damn realistic, I almost took it seriously. Several people smiled again. He opened his arms and felt the comfortable temperature of the cold storage, and then saw all the furniture and facilities around it, his eyes filled with passion. Fuck, I saw this sofa on TV, it cost over 800,000. And this TV, a 100-inch one, and the latest PS5. Not only that, but there's also red wine, tens of thousands a bottle, what a hot horse, we're out here, we're as hot as dogs, and this guy is lying on the leather sofa, watching a 100-inch TV, drinking tens of thousands a bottle of red wine, is he here on vacation? This whole set will cost at least several million. This is simply heaven. If there were a few more beautiful sisters to serve me, I would be willing to die here. What are you waiting for? Break this kid's legs first and then throw him out. The bastard was so arrogant just now. Wang Dezhuang also looked around greedily, then looked at Fang Luo with a sneer. Yes. Damn it, you just blocked us for so long that I'm as hot as a dog. Just wait and see how I deal with you. When the other people heard this, they immediately surrounded Fang Luo with ferocious looks. Fang Luo looked at these people silently, there was no fear in his eyes, only a determined killing intent. A bald man approached Fang Luo with a crowbar, and just as he was about to hit Fang Luo's thigh hard, suddenly, a bang sound echoed throughout the cold storage. On the sofa, the electric mother who was originally sleeping lazily jumped 3 meters high in shock. Meow. She looked over here curiously. I saw that a man's originally round head was now missing a large piece, just like a broken watermelon. On the ground, a mixture of scarlet and milky white juice fell all over the ground. Dianmu was stunned and her jaw almost dropped. My master is too cruel. Compared to him, I am just little Karami. It seems I have to be more honest in the future. Meow. Wang Dezhuang and others were also staring at this scene in amazement, their bodies motionless like ice sculptures, their pupils shrunk into needles, and they were all extremely terrified. After a while, one of the men couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. However, there was nothing in his stomach, and he could only retch continuously with a painful expression on his face. The gun turned out to be real. Wang Dezhuang's legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Snort. Fang Luo snorted coldly and pointed the gun at Wang Dezhuang. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, Wang Dezhuang suddenly felt scared to death. He immediately knelt down and cried, banging his head on the ground. Soon his forehead was covered with blood. What does dignity mean in the face of life? Didn't you just break my legs? Fong Luo looked at Wang Dazhuan, who was kowtowing like a chicken pecking at rice, with an extremely cold look in his eyes. I was wrong, don't kill me. Wang Dazhuan was crying and snotting. He usually just bullied the weak and feared the strong, and only picked on honest people. Originally, Fong Luo looked obedient and like a little white sheep. Who knew that Fong Luo was actually a demon who killed people without blinking an eye? He is full of regret now. If he had known this would happen, he would never have dared to cheat Fong Luo, let alone rob Fong Luo as cold storage. Don't kill me, I still have a wife and daughter. Don't tempt me with mother and daughter, I won't be able to control myself. Fong Luo pulled the trigger indifferently. 9 p.m. Most of the city has lost power and the street lights are no longer on. There was only an extremely tall armored vehicle that looked like a ferocious beast, emitting cold white headlights, which barely guided Fong Luo on the route. Meow. A cat's meow was heard, and Fong Luo glanced at the mother of lightning beside him. She was sticking out her tongue and breathing continuously. It's obviously too hot. The temperature outside is too high. 65. Even Fong Luo was sweating profusely now. The environment was completely different from that in the cold storage. If he wasn't looking for the evolutionary virus, he really didn't want to come out. Fortunately, Fong Luo had refrigerated a lot of ice water before, otherwise he would not be able to bear it. He took out 2 bottles of water from the space, took a big gulp himself, and opened another bottle for Dian Mu. Meow. Dian Mu called out and expressed her gratitude to Fong Luo. Fong Luo looked at the scene outside the window again. On the streets, there were many people looking for supplies. They were almost naked and looked embarrassed. Some people saw Fong Luo's car and gathered around. When they saw the mineral water that Dian Mu was drinking in Fong Luo's car, they all showed hungry expressions. Water, there is water. A disheveled man stared at Fong Luo's half bottle of ice water with fiery eyes, and kept hitting the window with his palms. Water, give me water. Fong Luo ignored it. The man continued to beg, please, give me water, I will give you my wife and daughter, they are very beautiful, please. There were also many women who voluntarily abandoned their husbands, saying that as long as Fong Luo gave them water to drink, they would agree to any request from Fong Luo. As long as you give me water, I can be your little cat. There are many beautiful women among them. There was even a relatively famous internet celebrity, and Fong Luo had watched her live broadcast. Looks quite pure. I didn't expect you to say such vicious words. This is the end of the world. Driving all the way. It was 10 o'clock when Fong Luo arrived at the area that was infected with the virus in his previous life. This is a residential area in the 3rd block. However, there is a power outage here now, and it looks gloomy and desolate. Stopping the car, Fong Luo carefully observed the sky, waiting for the virus to arrive. He remembered that the zombie virus broke out in his previous life at around 10:30 at night. Chapter 13: Strengthening Superpowers. Fong Luo leaned against the car, staring at the sky without blinking, afraid of missing any details. However, even though it is night, the air temperature is as high as 60. His mouth was dry in a moment. At the side, Dian Mu was also howling from the heat. She was just about to follow Fong Luo out of the car, but as soon as her palms touched the ground, they bounced back due to the heat. Stay in the car, or you'll get roasted. Fong Luo grabbed the Dian Mu by the scruff of the neck and threw her directly into the car. He also gave her a bottle of ice water and a can of cat food, and he also took out a bottle of iced cola and started drinking it. I immediately felt much better. That is. Suddenly, Fong Luo's expression froze, his eyes fixed on the sky. An object emitting light is slowly falling. Evolution virus. Fong Luo reacted and his face immediately became overjoyed. He estimated the falling location and ran after it. Soon, Fong Luo successfully obtained the evolution virus. This is an irregular crystal about the size of a peanut, completely transparent and emitting purple light. It seems to be different from what I found in my previous life. Fong Luo looked at it carefully. He remembered that what he found in his previous life was not purple, but white. Could it be that there is more than one evolved virus here? It is indeed possible. When Fong Luo found the evolution crystal, it was probably on the 10th day after the apocalypse. At that time, most of the evolution crystals had already been obtained by others. It was not easy for him to find one. In this life, he was the first one to look for it, and no one else discovered it. Very good. Fong Luo became even more excited because this way he could find more crystals. Fong Luo immediately chose to use it. Fong Luo groaned in pain, and sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. The process of using evolutionary viruses is very painful, because it forcibly transforms the host's body. During the transformation process, if the host's body cannot withstand the transformation process and the powerful force, it is very likely to explode and die. It would be very good if 1 out of 10 ordinary people can survive the transformation of the virus. The danger level is no less than that of the zombie virus. Finally, after a few minutes, Fong Luo's body was transformed. Fong Luo clearly felt that his body had become stronger. At the same time, an additional ability is gained. The space flickers. Fong Luo tried it and found that he could now jump about 3 meters. Even if there was a wall in front of him, he could still cross to the other side. Very good. With this ability, why are you still afraid of being caught in bed? Fong Luo was very excited. Although this was not an attack skill, it was definitely an excellent life-saving skill. Is there anything more important than being alive? Meow. Suddenly, Fong Luo heard a cat's roar. Fong Luo couldn't help but frown. It's the lightning mother. Is there something wrong with Dianmu? Could it be a zombie? Fong Luo immediately ran towards his car. When he saw the situation near his car, his eyes immediately filled with anger. I don't know when, 3 people, a man, a woman, and a big-headed doll, gathered around the car. The 3 of them looked extremely disheveled, with stains all over their faces and a foul odor, as if they had crawled out of a stinky ditch. They looked like a family of 3. The man was not tall and was as thin as a bamboo pole. Fong Luo recognized the woman and the child. It was the fat woman and the naughty kid who had abused Dianmu before. Several people were dividing up the half bottle of Coke that Fong Luo had left, as well as the mineral water and canned cat food that were left for Dianmu. His mouth was full of food. Even the crumbs that accidentally fell to the ground were picked up reluctantly and continued to be eaten. I didn't expect there was cola here, and it's ice cold, it's so cool. I don't know whose car this is, but they gave the cat mineral water. It's such a waste of resources. I wonder how many people don't have water to drink. It's really immoral. Dad, leave me 1 bite. It's not good for children to drink Coke, give it to Daddy. The 3 of them quickly divided up Fong Luo's supplies, with unsatisfied expressions on their faces. In the past few days, they have been eating smelly and rotten food, and the water they drink is sewage from the sewers. When there is no water, they drink each other's urine to stay alive. Ice cola and cat cans like this are simply delicacies to them. Meow. Inside the car, Mother of Lightning glared angrily at the bad guys who had robbed her of her food, and let out a low roar from her mouth. She remembered these people. Especially that naughty kid who had been abusing her all along. Dianmu's eyes were filled with hatred. Fuck, you little beast, why are you yelling? What's wrong with eating some of your food? How can a worthless life compare with mine? Lu Zhuang glared at Dianmu. Lu Zhuang's wife Li Shoumei looked at Dianmu and swallowed her saliva. This cat is quite fat, why don't we kill it and eat its meat? Mom, I want to eat cat meat. Good idea. The family of 3 stared at Dianmu with greedy eyes and reached out to grab her, ready to skin her and pull out her tendons. However, Dianmu was not a pushover. She stretched out her claws and scratched several people, leaving their hands covered with scars. Fuck, you beast, you dare to scratch me, I'm going to smash you to death. Lu Zhuang picked up a stone from the side and was about to throw it at Dianmu. Stop it. At this time, a voice as cold as frost sounded behind the 3 people. They turned around and saw a handsome man staring at them. His eyes seemed to contain endless murderous intent. Just one glance and Big Head's son was so scared that he started crying. Who the hell are you? When Lu Zhuang saw his son crying out of fear, he pulled his son's neck and started scolding him. This is my car. Your car? Lu Zhuang snorted coldly, if you say it's yours, it's yours. I also said it's mine. Call him and see if he agrees. Get out of here now, or I'll cut you. Lu Zhuang waved his bamboo-thin arms. No one knew how he and this 250-pound fat woman gave birth to this big-headed baby. Etc. At this time, Lu Zhuang's wife looked at Fong Luo and seemed to remember Fong Luo's identity. She immediately shouted at the top of her voice, "It's you, you little bastard. Do you know him? Lu Zhuang asked his wife in confusion, feeling strange. Could it be his wife's lover? He is so handsome? I said that my son doesn't look like me. More than just knowing him, he was the one who beat our son and pushed me. Li Xiaomei put her hands on her hips and pointed at Fang Luo like a shrew. Dad, he hit me. On the side, Big Head Son cried even harder, pointing at Fang Luo and calling him a big bad guy. Fuck you, you hit my son. Boy, I'm telling you, if you don't pay for the medical expenses today, you can't leave. Lu Zhuang and Li Xiaomei rolled up their arms and surrounded Fang Luo, looking very aggressive. 100 boxes of water. Don't say you don't have any. You just gave water to the cat. I want a Coke. The big-headed doll was crying and making a noise. The whole family was like ducks, crying and making noise, which made Fang Luo very annoyed. It's really a top-notch restaurant. Fang Luo looked at these people coldly. The good mood he had just felt after obtaining the evolution virus was gone at this moment. He directly took out an AK from the space and prepared to send it to the whole family. But at this moment, Big Head Son's crying stopped abruptly. Chapter 14 Zombies. April 5th at 22:30. A large planet virus descended on the blue planet and a zombie virus broke out. The real end of the world has officially begun. In the city, two men found a bottle of mineral water at the same time and started fighting over who owned the water. Ha, you skinny guy, like you actually dare to compete with me, go to hell. The strong man knocked the other man to the ground with one punch, laughing triumphantly, ready to enjoy his spoils. However, the next moment, the thin man who was knocked down suddenly twitched and made a strange gurgling sound in his throat. Then he seemed to have become a different person and pounced directly on the strong man. With one bite, he broke the neck of a man who was more than twice his size. This kind of thing happens all the time all over the world. Whether it is disaster victims without supplies, giant crocodiles with trillions of dollars, or well-trained armies. Everyone has the potential to become a zombie or be bitten to death by a zombie. High temperature of 65, power outage, water shortage, spoiled food, and mutated zombies. The world is in complete chaos. No one can guarantee how long they can live in such a harsh environment. At the same time, Fang Luo was looking not far away. Big Head Son stopped crying, and suddenly his whole body began to twitch. He kept rolling his eyes and making gurgling sounds from his mouth, which was extremely strange. Son, what's wrong with you? Lu Zhuang and Li Xiaomei, who were originally surrounding Fang Luo, also noticed something was wrong with their son and started to gather around him. Rabies? Did you get scratched by a cat just now? Damn it, you little brat, pay me back now. Lu Zhuang held his son in his arms, thinking it was rabies, and wanted to continue extorting money from Fang Luo. However, at this moment, the big-headed son in Lu Zhuang's arms suddenly became ferocious and bit his father's neck fiercely. Big-head son turned into a zombie. Lu Zhuang's pupils widened. He tried to struggle immediately. However, although the opponent was only 7 or 8 years old, his strength and speed were greatly improved after he turned into a zombie. With the help of his wife, who weighed more than 200 pounds, Lu Zhuang finally tore his son off. Looking over, he saw a large piece of flesh and blood in his son's mouth. There was a missing piece on his neck, and the blood vessels were clearly exposed. Before Lu Zhuang could even cry out in pain, he fell to the ground powerlessly, holding his neck because of a broken trachea, and died with his eyes open. He couldn't understand why his son bit him. On the other side, Li Xiaomei was also stunned. The son bit his husband to death. But what frightened her even more was that her big-headed son was looking at her with his teeth bared. Lu Zhuang just now was too thin and had no meat at all. This fat woman is plump and strong, so she must be very delicious. Don't come over here, get away from me, you little bastard, I'm your mother. Li Xiaomei threw her son out, screamed, and turned to run. But it was too late. Big Head Son jumped directly onto her back and bit off a large piece of flesh in one bite, exposing her white bones. In less than 2 minutes, a couple fell to the ground dead. He was bitten to death by his own son. Fang Luo looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked. Zombies really don't recognize their relatives. Both my father and mother bite me. I didn't expect this big-headed son to be infected with the zombie virus first. It should be that when the few people just caught the mother of lightning, they were scratched by the mother of lightning, and the virus happened to come into contact with the wound. He really deserves it. The big-headed son kept biting the fat woman. She was fat and strong enough for him to have a good meal, so he had no time to pay attention to Fong Luo standing beside him. Fong Luo looked at the disgusting scene with disgust, took out weapons from the space, and prepared to deal with the zombie. However, to Fong Luo's surprise, a tabby cat suddenly stood in front of him. Lightning Mother? Fong Luo looked at Dian Mu in confusion, not knowing what she was going to do. However, when he carefully saw the abnormality of Dian Mu, he quickly opened his eyes wide. It's unknown when Dian Mu awakened her special powers. At this moment, Dian Mu's tail was making a crackling sound of electricity, and the sparks produced by the collision of electric current looked like a firework under the dark night sky. It should be the time when Fong Luo just left. The evolution crystal also landed here. Cats have better eyesight than humans at night and are curious about luminous things. They probably got off the car to look for something and just happened to be infected. Do you want to do it yourself? Fong Luo asked tentatively. Meow. Dian Mu's character is well known for her revenge. In her previous life, she killed all those who had sinned against her. Dian Mu had been often abused by the other party before, and now that she has awakened her special powers, she wants to take revenge personally. You really are a revengeful person, but I like it. Fong Luo smiled and admired Dian Mu's approach very much. Fong Luo did not agree with repaying evil with kindness. That was clearly against one's will. A true gentleman will take revenge. Go ahead, be careful of getting bitten. Big Head's son has turned into a zombie, but Fong Luo does not feel any sympathy for him just because he was a child in his previous life. If we don't kill him, more people will be bitten. Meow. Dian Mu said she understood, then ran towards the zombie, and a flashing electric current came out of her tail, shooting towards the zombie. Sizzle. With a loud bang, the Big Head Son zombie collapsed to the ground, his body charred black, and was killed instantly. Fuck. This time it was Fong Luo who was stunned. In his previous life, he had only heard that Dian Mu was very powerful, but he didn't expect her to be so powerful that she could kill zombies with one blow. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to kill the zombies so easily without using weapons. The most important thing is that Dian Mu has just awakened her supernatural powers. After animals awaken their special powers, their combat power is indeed stronger than that of humans. Fong Luo felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, I am the master of Dian Mu and I am usually pretty nice to her. Otherwise, with the other party's revengeful character, he would electrocute you to death in a matter of minutes. Dian Mu, from now on I will give you double the amount of dried fish, you must remember to be grateful. Fong Luo looked at Dian Mu in a flattering manner. Meow. Dian Mu grinned, raised her tail high, meowed, and shook her head proudly. It seems to be saying, with my current ability and your price, it is difficult for me to do anything for you. We need more food. She seemed to know she was awesome. You're such a dog, cat. Fong Luo complained. Without any discussion, he grabbed Dian Mu by the scruff of her neck and threw her into the car. Do what you can. Don't you know who the master is? Meow. Dian Mu screamed, her face full of dissatisfaction. But for the sake of the dried fish, I endured it. Chapter 15 Plan. Fong Luo looked at the zombie's body again, took out a long knife from the space, and stabbed it into the opponent's head. It's not that Fong Luo has a tendency to be violent. Like to torture corpses. Instead, Fong Luo wanted to take out the enhanced crystal in the other party's brain. No matter whether it is an evolutionary virus or a zombie virus, once infected, a strengthening crystal will appear in the brain. It is these enhanced crystals that grant living things powerful strength. As long as you absorb these crystals, you can make your own abilities more powerful, exactly the same as the effect of the evolution virus. Strengthened crystals will emit light of varying intensities depending on their strength. The brighter the light, the stronger the energy. The more strength you improve. This zombie had only just mutated, and the crystals in its body only emitted very faint white light, and the energy was quite scarce. Fong Luo absorbed it directly. During the absorption process, Fong Luo only felt a slight numbness in his body, which was much more comfortable than when he absorbed the evolution virus just now. But the energy is also very different. The energy of this enhanced crystal is only about 1% of the previously evolved virus. One evolved virus is equivalent to 100 newly mutated zombies. We need to find more evolved viruses. Fong Luo made up his mind. The virus outbreak has just begun, and the wonders of viral evolution have not yet been discovered. If it were to wait a few days until others discovered this, it would be even more difficult to find the virus. Moreover, by then the zombies will become more and more powerful and will not be so easy to deal with. Fong Luo looked around again. Unfortunately, I only found one evolution crystal. We did find several zombies, not just humans, but also some cats and dogs. Fortunately, he purchased weapons in advance. These newly mutated zombies pose no threat to him. Bang bang bang. Fong Luo took the AK and after a few rounds of firing, the zombies lost their combat effectiveness. It seems that there will be no more evolved viruses here. We have to look for them somewhere else. Fong Luo recalled in his mind where in his previous life he had the evolution crystal. The number of evolution crystals is very rare. In the previous life, there were only a few thousand people with special abilities in the entire city of Los Angeles, scattered throughout various places. Fong Luo only vaguely remembered the approximate areas where several well-known psychics were infected with the virus. Even so, it is difficult to find. Because the evolution crystals are very small, usually about the size of a peanut. Oh, right, we can ask Dianmu to help find it. Fong Luo suddenly had an idea. The evolution crystal is small in size. However, it has one feature. Glow. Dianmu is a cat. Her night vision is many times better than that of humans, and she is curious about luminous objects. The entire city is now basically without power. It was pitch black everywhere. It is really appropriate to ask Dianmu to help find it. Wake up, don't sleep anymore, get up and work. Fong Luo patted the Dianmu who was sleeping soundly. She had just helped Fong Luo kill zombies and released a lot of electricity, so she was tired and fell asleep. Superpowers cannot be released infinitely and require the consumption of the host's physical strength. Therefore, people with strong physiques are generally stronger and more durable than those with thin physiques. But it is not absolute. In Fong Luo's previous life, he had seen a thin woman with a lame leg, but whose strength far exceeded that of an ordinary psychic. At that time, Fong Luo was surrounded by a group of zombies. This lame woman happened to pass by and easily killed dozens of zombies and saved him. If it weren't for her, Fong Luo wouldn't have lived for more than 30 days. Unfortunately, the other party left without saying anything. Later, Fong Luo asked about her. I heard that she was a student at the University of Los Angeles. I just don't know where it is now. If there was a chance, Fong Luo would like to recruit her into his army and make her work for him before she awakens her special abilities. We have to look around the school. Meow. Being woken up by Fong Luo, Dianmu rolled her eyes reluctantly. Didn't you see that they were taking a break after get off work? Overtime requires overtime pay. Okay, more food. Looking at Dianmu who lay down again, Fong Luo rolled his eyes speechlessly. She really would not work if she was not paid. Meow. That's about right. Dianmu wagged her tail in satisfaction, then opened her big round eyes and looked out the window carefully. Fong Luo headed towards Los Angeles University, ready to find the girl who saved him in his previous life, and to look for the evolutionary virus at the same time. There was some chaos on the streets. Some people who were originally looking for supplies suddenly turned into zombies and started biting other survivors. Fong Luo had just come out of the residential complex when he saw a beautiful young woman in her underwear running for her life in panic. Unfortunately, the zombies were too fast and she was finally surrounded and torn apart by 3 male zombies. The only remaining cloth she had was torn to pieces. Even after turning into a zombie, he's still so lustful. Fong Luo was filled with indignation as these zombies were actually biting the parts of women with the most flesh. When blood splattered everywhere. When Fong Luo passed by, they climbed onto Fong Luo's car and kept hitting and biting his car. Fortunately, Fong Luo's car was a Dongfeng Mengshi armored vehicle. Although it is a civilian version. But the tires and windows are all bulletproof. The ordinary zombies bit Fong Luo's car, but not only did they not cause any scars, they also broke their own teeth. Fong Luo didn't waste any time. He took out the AK from the space and killed all the zombies through the shooting hole. However, the gunshots attracted more zombies to gather around, and for a moment they surrounded the car, with roars ringing in the ears, and the scene was extremely terrifying. The goddess of lightning standing by was so angry that she became furious. Fortunately, I am mentally prepared. Fong Luo sighed in his heart. If he hadn't encountered zombies in his previous life and practiced VR zombie games for several days to get used to the scene, he would have been scared to death by this scene. It's so horrible. But it's okay. It's very safe to sit in the car. Fong Luo continued to hold the gun and fired at the zombies through the shooting hole. Fortunately, we have a lot of bullets, otherwise we wouldn't be able to kill them all. Fong Luo had previously gone to Southeast Asia and purchased weapons worth several $1,000,000. There are hundreds of thousands of bullets. After more than 10 minutes, Fong Luo finally eliminated all the zombies. However, his car was also surrounded by corpses, and he had a hard time opening the door and getting out. Then he broke open the zombies' heads one by one. So many crystals are equivalent to one evolution crystal, so they cannot be wasted. Half an hour. Fong Luo collected hundreds of zombie core crystals. Fong Luo continued on his way, driving the armored vehicle and running over the zombies' bodies. The zombies with their heads broken open were splashing blood under the several-ton armored vehicle. Chapter 16 Lindsy Jean. Fong Luo headed towards Los Angeles University. The streets became even more messy due to the destruction caused by zombies, with broken vehicle parts and garbage everywhere. Some dilapidated houses collapsed directly under the impact of out-of-control vehicles, and there was almost no place to stand on the road. Fortunately, Fong Luo was driving an armored vehicle with a high chassis and strong shock absorbers, so it could directly run over zombies or rocks. If it were an ordinary vehicle, it would be impossible to move forward. University of Los Angeles. It is the largest university in Los Angeles and a National Key 985 university. It has a student population of over 30,000 and brings together students from all over the country. However, due to the high temperature that has continued for several days, power and water outages, and spoiled food, the campus is no longer as vibrant as it used to be. However, there are still some students who are unable to go home due to transportation suspension caused by the high temperature and are staying in school. Fong Luo drove the car directly into the campus. Security guards came to stop him, but they had turned into zombies. It seems that the school has also fallen. It turns out that no place is immune. Fong Luo sighed, I don't know where that lame woman is. Fong Luo didn't know the lame woman. After being saved by her in his previous life, she left immediately. Fong Luo only found out that she was a student at Los Angeles University. Let's go to the female dormitory first. Fong Luo drove the armored vehicle directly, ran over the body of the security zombie, and rushed towards the female dormitory building. Female dormitory building. Are those zombies outside? What should we do? In a dormitory, several girls were hiding inside, shivering. The changes in the past few days have caused their worldviews to collapse. First, there was a sudden high temperature. Then the water and electricity were cut off. Just now, there was a sudden roar from the dormitory next door. When I looked up, I saw a zombie, a girl with an arm hanging in her mouth. Could the person in her mouth be her roommate? They were immediately frightened out of their wits. What can you do? Go and lead the zombies away? A woman dressed only in sexy lingerie and acting haughty snorted. Sister Nana, stop kidding me. There's no way I can outrun the zombies. A short girl smiled awkwardly, then suddenly turned her eyes and whispered in Nana's ear, why not let Lindsy Jean go? She works part-time and often helps people run errands and deliver parcels. She must be able to run fast. Moreover, even if she didn't lead the zombies away, we would have one less person to share the food, and maybe we could hold on until rescue. Nana glanced at the corner and saw a girl with short hair and wearing a cheap white t-shirt. What an idiot, wearing a t-shirt and long pants in such a hot day. Why pretend to be conservative? She usually dislikes Lindsy Jean. She has no parents, is poor, and stinks from her part-time job, so she has to spray perfume every time. Moreover, she always bought a lot of cheap bread and bottled water and piled them up in the dormitory as meals, leaving her own yoga mat in the dormitory without any place to put it. She is still a scheming bitch, always looking like a nonchalant and innocent girl, which attracts all the rich second generations in the school to pay attention to her instead of herself. It's obvious that I look and have a better figure than this mutt. That's a good idea. Nana nodded, feeling a little nervous. This is not good, another girl wearing glasses hesitated, the food we eat now is all bought by Lindsy Jean. The short girl curled her lips and said, so what if it's hers? If we hadn't agreed to let her pile her things in the toilet, would she have had these things? Why don't you go and lure the zombies away for her? The girl with eyes stopped talking. How could she possibly attract the zombies away? Very good, Nana smiled with satisfaction, then looked at Lindsy Jean who looked confused. Lindsy Jean, after the three of us discussed, we decided to give you a task. Task? Lindsay Jean looked at Nana in confusion. Could it be that she was asked to clean the toilet again? We are all trapped here now. We can't just wait to die. You are the fastest runner usually. Go outside and lure the zombies away to create a chance for us to escape. Nana said in a commanding tone. Lure the zombies away? Lindsay Jean was a little frightened, but she was not a fool. Just by hearing the sound of the zombies knocking on the door outside, she knew they were not easy to deal with. Wouldn't it be suicide if I went out by myself? How can I die? I still have a younger sister to take care of. I'm not going. Although Lindsay Jean is usually weak and obeys the orders of these people, she is very firm when faced with such unreasonable things. You have to go even if you don't want to. Nana snorted and walked forward to pull Lindsay Jean. However, she is just a vase in her daily life. Apart from putting on makeup, dressing up and practicing yoga, she has never exercised at all. Lindsay Jean usually has to work part-time and deliver takeout. Although thin, he is much stronger than Nana. He pushed Nana to the ground with just a struggle. You scheming bitch, you actually pushed me, why don't you just hurry up? Nana was furious and ordered the short girl to go forward and restrain Lindsay Jean. Unfortunately, he still couldn't suppress Lindsay Jean and was slapped a few times instead. She looked at the girl with glasses again. Why don't you hurry up? The girl with glasses was a little hesitant. If you don't go, don't even think about sharing the supplies then. Nana snorted coldly. Hearing this, the girl with glasses no longer hesitated. Her life was definitely much more important than Lindsay Jean's. She immediately forgot about the food Lindsay Jean had given them before. Jean, don't blame me. I just want to survive. Under the attack of 3 people, Lindsay Jean was restrained without exception, and then he was pushed out of the door by the 3 people with a look of despair on his face. She didn't understand why they treated her like this when she had helped them when they had no food or water. Don't they have any conscience? Go and lead the zombies away. Nana slammed the door. Outside the door, the zombie, who was originally planning to leave, immediately showed a bloodthirsty expression after seeing Lindsay Jean and pounced towards Lindsay Jean. Lindsay Jean was startled. Although her legs were a little weak, her desire to survive still drove her to run for her life. I can't die. My younger sister is still waiting for me. How can she live without me? She is only 16 years old. Lindsay Jean ran away quickly. However, there were too many zombies around, and she was soon trapped in a dead corner. His face was full of despair. Are you going to die? Lindsay Jean looked out the window beside her. Her dormitory was on the 3rd floor, less than 10 meters away from the grass below. If she jumped down, she might have a chance to escape. Even if I fall to my death, it's better than being eaten by these disgusting monsters. Lindsay Jean took a deep breath and jumped decisively out of the window. Fong Luo drove the armored vehicle all the way to the girls' dormitory. He was about to go upstairs when the electric meowing cat next to him suddenly started to meow, pointing its claws at one place, looking very anxious. Fong Luo looked over in confusion. I saw something emitting a faint light in the grass in front of the dormitory building. Evolution crystal? Fong Luo's heart moved, and he immediately ran towards the lighted location. Sure enough, there was a peanut-sized crystal on the grass, emitting a sparkling light. It is the evolution crystal. I didn't expect it to be so easy to find. Fong Luo was overjoyed. He had originally thought that it would take some trouble to find it. However, just as he was looking at the crystal, a graceful figure appeared in the air and fell towards him. Chapter 17, Saving Lindsay Jean. Fong Luo was overjoyed when suddenly a scream came from above his head. He looked up in confusion. He saw a plump but sitting towards his face. Fong Luo was confused and quickly took a step back, subconsciously reaching out to hug the falling girl. It is soft and elastic and feels good. Fong Luo looked at the girl in his arms curiously. She had short natural black hair and her small, jade-like earlobes were faintly visible among her hair, making people want to lift her hair and take a closer look at how perfect she was. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were tightly closed, and her curved eyelashes were trembling slightly, as if she was very nervous and scared. She looked so pitiful that even Fong Luo felt pity for her. Especially that cherry-like mouth, which is rosy and soft, making people want to hold it in their mouths and taste it to their heart's content. What surprised Fong Luo even more was that, with such a body of nearly 170 centimeters in height, he held it in his hands as if it were nothing, and Fong Luo could wrap his arms around her entire waist with just one hand. "It's you!" When he saw the appearance of the girl in his arms, Fong Luo opened his mouth in surprise. Joy suddenly surged in his heart, and he hugged the girl tighter excitedly. This girl was none other than the lame girl who had saved Fong Luo's life in his previous life and whom he was looking for. But how could she fall from the sky? Suddenly, he remembered the evolution crystal he picked up. Could it be? Fong Luo couldn't help laughing in his heart. He probably knew how Lindsy awakened his supernatural powers in his previous life. Probably to avoid being chased by zombies, he jumped down from the building and happened to land on the evolution crystal. As a result, his superpowers were awakened. Her leg must have been broken at that time. My appearance in this life prevented her from breaking her leg. Feeling that she was being hugged tightly, Lindsy slowly opened her eyes. After realizing that it was a strange man, her face suddenly turned red and she immediately tried to break free from Fong Luo's arms. She has never been hugged by a boy before. Especially this boy's hand, which was holding mine tightly. I could still feel the warmth of his palm, and what was even more annoying was that he would pinch me from time to time. It's really embarrassing. Lindsy parents died early, and she grew up with her grandmother. From a very young age, she accepted her grandmother's traditional ideas of self-love, self-pity, and being faithful to one person. I've never seen a hooligan like Fong Luo who would just come up and touch. However, Fong Luo's strength was not enough for her to break free. After struggling for a few times, she ended up rubbing against Fong Luo closely, making herself blush. "Let me go." After struggling to break free in vain, Lindsy said to Fong Luo with some shame and anger. Okay." Fong Luo smiled and put the other person down reluctantly. The feeling was really good. Thank you. Lindsy then thanked Fong Luo gratefully, feeling secretly lucky that this boy was there, otherwise even if she didn't die from the fall, she would have at least broken bones. I was too impulsive just now. Thinking about it now, I still feel a little scared. Oh, right, let's run, there are zombies upstairs. Lindsy then remembered that he was running for his life. He didn't care about being shy and immediately grabbed Fong Luo's arm and ran away. However, when she looked ahead, she found that more zombies were surrounding her and she had nowhere to escape. It's over. I'm going to die anyway. Lindsy felt a little desperate. Follow me. Fong Luo also saw the zombies surrounding him, so he picked up Lindsy again and ran towards the armored vehicle quickly. With so many zombies and no vehicle protection, even he might be bitten. Is this your car? Seeing the tall armored vehicle, Lindsy opened her mouth in surprise. She had only seen this kind of vehicle on TV. Who is this handsome boy in front of me? Could it be a soldier? Lindsy was somewhat curious about Fong Luo's identity. While looking at Fong Luo, suddenly a zombie rushed to the car window and kept biting the car. Lindsy was startled and subconsciously shrank into Fong Luo's arms. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Fong Luo hugged Lindsy slender waist. In his previous life, he was surrounded by zombies and trembling, and she saved him. Now, she is trembling and hiding in his arms. The chauvinistic mentality made Fong Luo secretly happy. Looking at the zombies rushing towards him from all directions, Fong Luo took out a gun from the space while Lindsy was not paying attention, and killed these beautiful zombies without mercy. After seeing the gun, Lindsy was even more surprised, but when she saw Fong Luo killing the zombies, she felt a sense of security in her heart. Upstairs, Nana, who was hiding in the dormitory, also heard the gunshots. She looked up and out the window, and found a huge armored vehicle emitting white lights, parked steadily below. It's the army. Nana was overjoyed, someone came to rescue us. Finally I was saved, that's great. If we had known this would happen, we shouldn't have pushed Lindsy out. It's already been pushed. We can only say that she has bad luck. It's not our fault. Nana curled her lips, then looked at the armored vehicle with shining eyes. At such a dangerous moment, only the armored vehicle could give her a sense of security. 10 minutes later, Fong Luo eliminated all the zombies that surrounded him, and the ground was covered with broken arms and debris. Lindsy took one look and began to feel nauseous. Things are different now. You have to get used to this kind of situation in the future. Fong Luo patted her on the back. Lindsy felt better then, and looked at Fong Luo in confusion, Could it be that the world will continue like this? Maybe. Fong Luo was not sure. At least in a few years, things won't go back to the way they were before. Several years. Lindsy Jean exclaimed, worry showing on her face. When can she go to save her sister? Thank you. After a moment, Lindsy Jean thanked Fong Luo again. You're welcome. Fong Luo smiled. She was the one who saved him in his previous life, so it was only right for him to save her. Besides, my rescue was not in vain. How did you think of jumping down from the building? Fong Luo asked again in confusion. Not everyone has the courage to jump down from the third floor. Lindsy Jean hesitated for a moment, then told everyone what had happened before, with a sad expression on his face. She truly treats her roommate as a friend. Unexpectedly. There. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the car, and 3 tall and short girls were running towards this side excitedly. Are you from the military? Linana and the other girls came to the car, knocked on the window, and said resentfully, why did you come just now? Do you know that I almost died? Chapter 18 Linana. Open the door quickly, it's so hot outside, let us in. That's right, so many disgusting corpses scare us and will have a psychological impact on us. You are too slow. Why did you just come to rescue us now? Do you know that we were almost eaten by zombies? I want to complain to you. Several girls were talking to each other, and they reached out to knock on Fong Luo's car window, asking Fong Luo to let them in the car quickly. Fong Luo sneered in his heart. It seems that these women have not really adapted to the end of the world and think that it is just an ordinary disaster that will be over soon. I don't know what kind of confidence they have to speak to me in that tone. He was holding a gun and had just killed dozens of zombies in one breath. If they meet a cruel and ruthless person, wouldn't they have to do this and that to them? I thought it was a peaceful era where everyone could live and work in peace and contentment. Moreover, putting aside the fact that I am not a soldier, even if I killed the zombies here and they were saved, they should be grateful to me. He even complained that he was late. Be picky. Who gave you such a big face? Fong Luo was about to leave, but when he turned his head, he noticed that Lindsy Jean's face looked a little strange, with a look of fear and anger in his eyes. They were the ones who pushed you out of the dormitory? Fong Luo thought of something. Lindsy Jean nodded slightly. Looked at Linana and the others. I don't have a good relationship with these people. When I'm in the dormitory, they treat me like a servant. I was often asked to serve them tea and water, bring them meals, and clean the dormitory toilet and floor by myself. And they usually say bad things about themselves behind their backs. Once, when I returned to the dormitory from my part-time job at night, before I entered the door, I heard them scolding me for being a scheming bitch, doing that kind of business outside, and even using my towel to wipe the floor. I am very angry. However, I had finally gotten into college, and I didn't want to have conflicts with others, so I had to take the initiative to approach them and want to become friends with them. Even after the end of the world, he distributed most of his food and water to them. I just didn't expect that they would still treat me like this. Do you want revenge? I'll help you kill them. Fong Luo said. Lindsy Jean saved him in his previous life, and Fong Luo must repay this favor. Lindsy Jean looked at Fong Luo in surprise. Although she really wanted to teach Linana and the others a lesson, she was still shocked when she heard Fong Luo mention murder so casually. She is not a saint or a devil, just an ordinary female college student. She finds murder shocking. Fong Luo opened the car door, got out of the car, and looked at the 3 girls with cold eyes. Why did you open the door just now? Did you hear what we said? Which unit are you from? I want to complain about you. As soon as she got off the car, one of the short girls put her hands on her hips and shouted angrily. Her whole body exuded a foul odor, her sweat was black, and it was unknown how many days she hadn't taken a shower. Vote for your mother. Pia. Fong Luo slapped her directly, and the short woman turned around several times on the spot, stunned. Fuck, that's dirty. Fong Luo wiped his hands. It was unknown how many days this woman hadn't taken a shower. She should have used her feet earlier. I quickly took out some mineral water and washed my hands. The other 2 women were about to get angry when they saw their companion being slapped into a pig's head, but then they saw Fong Luo actually washing his hands with mineral water, and they were stunned again. Fong Luo? At this time, one of the girls, who was tall and sexy and wearing black lace underwear, exclaimed after seeing Fong Luo's appearance clearly. Fong Luo looked over, and when he saw the other person's appearance clearly, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's her. Li Nana. Su Qingqing's family has 18 people. Li Nana is Su Qingqing's cousin. She had met Fong Luo before in the hotel. In her previous life, Li Nana had cheated Fong Luo many times. At that time, Li Nana was trapped in a place after escaping from school. Under the coercion of Li Dongmei, Fong Luo risked his life to save her. However, they accidentally encountered zombies on the way. When the two were running away, Li Nana deliberately tripped Fong Luo in order to save her own life, causing Fong Luo to fall and be surrounded by zombies. It was also at that time that Lindsy Jean appeared and saved Fong Luo. After returning, Li Nana did not express any gratitude or apology. She just opened her mouth every day, waiting for Fong Luo to bring back supplies. She also said behind his back that Fong Luo was useless, that the food he found was not enough to fill her stomach, and she instigated Su Qingqing to quickly change her boyfriend. She's a complete scheming bitch. Unexpectedly, Lindsy Jean was also harmed by her. I just dealt with Su Qingqing and was worried about not being able to find anyone else. I didn't expect to meet her by chance. Fong Luo would not let any of the 18 people who killed him in his previous life go. Li Nana looked at Fong Luo, feeling a little surprised and happy at the same time. Surprisingly, from what my cousin Su Qingqing had told me before, Fong Luo was just an ordinary worker with only a few million in savings. At that time, she was a little disdainful of him, thinking that her cousin had such low standards for dating such a loser. But I didn't expect that Fong Luo actually had such a domineering armored vehicle, which must be worth millions. And there are guns. If he wasn't a descendant of a mysterious big family, how could he get such a thing? It seems that my cousin concealed the truth on purpose, probably because she was afraid that I was prettier than her and would snatch Fong Luo from her. No wonder my cousin would travel with Fong Luo. What a scheming woman. Li Nana felt a little sour. At the same time, she was somewhat delighted. This abnormal weather and the newly appeared horrible zombies have brought great disaster to the world and also brought her great shock. Li Nana also attended college and knew the extent of the destruction. With these horrific zombies, it would take a long time to return to normal society. Even never going back. If this is true, then even if the army comes and I get rescued, I will receive the same treatment as the 2 local dogs around me, and I may even have to live with homeless people. How can I live this kind of life when I am so beautiful? But Fong Luo is different. He is her cousin's husband, so he must treat her sister-in-law better than he treats others. You can be superior to others. If he could snatch Fong Luo from his cousin, with the help of her armored vehicles and weapons, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety even if the world continued to be in the apocalypse. You can even do things that you can't normally do. She felt she could do it. Because her figure and looks are better than her cousin's, and most importantly, she is young and a female college student. Brother Fong Luo, why is it you? Did you come here specially to pick me up? Li Nana's face suddenly revealed a coquettish smile. She stepped forward and hugged Fong Luo's arm tightly, holding Fong Luo's arm tightly, fearing that her roommates around her didn't know about their relationship, and she deliberately spoke loudly. Chapter 19, Are You Worthy? As expected, when the 2 roommates heard what Li Nana said, they were immediately surprised. There was an expression of envy in his eyes. Sister Nana, is this your boyfriend? The 2 roommates looked at Li Nana and the tall armored vehicle next to them with some envy. Brother Fong Luo, I'm sorry for what happened just now. The short woman who had just been beaten was originally full of resentment, but now she dared not say anything. The girl with eyes on the side also had a flattering look on her face. Li Nana looked quite proud and had a feeling of superiority. She became even more determined to snatch Fong Luo away from her cousin. Brother Fong Luo, is this car yours? Where are we going now? Li Nana hugged Fong Luo's arm and shook it left and right deliberately, her tone coquettish and charming. I have to say that Li Nana, as Su Qingqing's cousin, looks quite similar to her. Her appearance is about 8 points, and her figure is also very plump. Especially now that it's hot, Li Nana is only wearing a lace bra with one of her long legs exposed, making her look even sexier. The feeling on Fong Luo's arm couldn't lie. Where are you going? Fong Luo sneered in his heart, of course I will send you to hell. However, sending them away so easily is too easy for Li Na. Fong Luo wants to let her experience despair. Go home. Li Nana didn't know Fong Luo was going to kill her, and she nodded excitedly, saying delicately, I'll have to trouble brother Fong Luo to take care of me. Fong Luo smiled and said nothing. I will take care of you, I will definitely take care of you, I will take care of you to death. Fong Luo wanted her to feel the feeling of being about to touch hope, then experiencing despair, and finally being overwhelmed. Fong Luo got in the car. Li Nana ran to the passenger seat excitedly, and when she opened the door, she found someone sitting inside. Lindsy Jean, why are you here? Li Nana frowned. This bitch was not dead and was saved by Fong Luo. She ordered somewhat displeasedly, is this your seat? Come down quickly. Lindsy Jean lowered his head dejectedly, preparing to get off the car and leave. However, just as she was about to get off the car, a big hand grabbed her arm. Sit down. Fong Luo said without question. Lindsy Jean was extremely surprised. Shouldn't Fong Luo be sitting with his girlfriend? Why didn't he let her get off the car? Brother Fong Luo? Li Nana was also a little confused. What the hell are you doing? Get into the trunk and don't dirty my car. Fong Luo pointed coldly to the back. Ah? Li Nana was stunned, suspecting that she had heard it wrong. Why did Fong Luo ask her to go to the trunk? Brother Fong Luo, are you kidding? Li Nana asked. Why, do you want me to say it a second time? Li Nana was a little reluctant and wanted to say something, but when she saw Fong Luo's unquestionable expression, she closed her mouth again. In the dangerous end times, she was just a powerless face and didn't dare to contradict Fong Luo at all. In the end times, the strong will be respected. I obediently rolled into the trunk with my 2 roommates. Li Nana was a little annoyed, but she didn't dare to be angry with Fong Luo. Instead, she took out her resentment on Lindsy Jean. It must be the scheming bitch who said bad things about me. It was almost dawn. It was very difficult to find the evolution crystal during the day. After being busy all night, Fong Luo was a little tired, and Dianmu was also a little listless. Fong Luo planned to take a rest in the cold storage first. Today's harvest is rich enough. 3 evolution crystals, hundreds of zombie core crystals, and Lindsy Jean was also found. Dianmu was sitting in the back seat and sleeping tiredly, but Li Nana and the others were in the trunk, and they were still emitting a foul smell. Meow. Dianmu complained a little, wondering why her master let these people into the car. Okay, stop complaining. Fong Luo took out a piece of salmon from the space and handed it over. Salmon? Thank you, brother Fong Luo. In the trunk, Li Nana thought Fong Luo was going to give it to her, and excitedly took the salmon. During the several days of the apocalypse, Li Nana had not eaten any decent food and had to eat dry and hard bread every day. She had rarely eaten salmon even in peacetime. On the side, the short girl and the girl with glasses couldn't help swallowing their saliva and revealed expressions of great envy. However, just as Li Nana was about to take it, a tabby cat took the salmon away. Finally, he rolled his eyes at the confused Li Nana. What are you looking at? Do you think this is for you? Are you worthy? Chapter 20, Heaven. You damn cat. Li Nana felt terrible after having her salmon snatched away by Dianmu and being treated like trash by her. She was already angry at Lindsy Jean and now she was so furious that she wanted to vent her anger on Dianmu. But who is Dianmu? She had just awakened her electric power and killed the little zombies instantly. Even if Fong Luo was without a weapon, he might not be able to defeat her. What is more, it's just a powerless face. The Mother of Lightning will take revenge. Seeing that Li Nana was trying to grab him, he stretched out his claws and hit the other party a few times. Several clear claw marks suddenly appeared on Li Nana's arms and chest. Ah! Li Nana screamed in pain, but still stepped forward unwillingly to grab Dianmu. However, this time she was greeted by an electric current. Hiss! A sound of electric current was heard, and Lindsy Jean turned his head curiously. When he saw Li Nana with black smoke coming out of her mouth and her hair messed up, he was immediately shocked. In addition to her, the 2 short girls and the girl with glasses next to her also suffered the same consequences. What happened to them? Lindsy Jean looked at Fong Luo in astonishment. It's okay. Dianmu is quite hospitable. We just asked them to do some electrotherapy. Fong Luo chuckled, thinking that Dianmu had done a great job and would give her an extra meal in the evening. This cat? Lindsy Jean was a little slow to react, but she was smart enough to guess something. Will it release lightning? Fong Luo shrugged. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Everyone would know about the superpowers in a few days. Telling Lindsy Jean in advance would allow her to be mentally prepared. In a few days, Fan Luo also plans to let her awaken her special powers. Lindsy Jean was a little shocked. However, when I thought about the Walking Dead zombies before, it didn't seem so hard to accept. At the same time, I also realized that the world today is not simple. They won't die, will they? She asked worriedly. Won't. Fan Luo shook his head. Dian Mu still had some sense. She knew that Fan Luo didn't want to kill them now, so she held back and didn't kill them. But they still suffered. It took a while for Li Nana to come back to her senses. She looked at Dian Mu with horror, with her seat half a parking space away from Dian Mu. This cat can actually discharge electricity. Even my own urine was electrocuted and a few drops came out. Brother Fan Luo, it is. Li Nana looked at Fan Luo pitifully. My pet. Pet? Li Nana was shocked that Fan Luo was so powerful. It was enough for him to have armored vehicles and guns, but she didn't expect that he also had a cat that could emit electric shocks. Suddenly, I felt even more respect for Fan Luo. He dared not complain at all to the Mother of Lightning. In fact, the more severely Dian Mu tortured her, the happier she felt, because it meant that Fan Luo was extremely powerful, and she would be safer. When I become Fan Luo's woman, I will also be the hostess of this cat. Then won't I be able to do whatever I want with it? Thinking of this, Li Nana looked at Dian Mu in a flattering manner. Good luck to Sister Cat. Fan Luo looked at this scene and sneered in his heart. This woman is really mean. The better you treat her, the more she will look down on you. On the contrary, if you treat her badly and abuse her, the more she will admire you. I'm afraid he has some special hobby. Fan Luo drove all the way to the cold storage. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Brother Fan Luo, is this your home? When Li Nana saw that the home Fan Luo was talking about was just a warehouse, she frowned slightly. She thought Fan Luo's home was a luxurious villa with a private swimming pool, but she didn't expect it to be such a shabby place. I couldn't help feeling a little lost. The same was true for her two roommates. At first, seeing that Fan Luo had an armored vehicle and guns, I thought he was a big shot, but I didn't expect that he actually lived in a warehouse. They have these things that they want to leave. But now there are zombies everywhere outside, leaving will only mean death, so I can only endure it temporarily. I'll change it when I find a good place later. If Fan Luo knew what they were thinking, he would definitely sneer at them. Villa? The temperature is now 65. Even if you are in a villa and the air conditioner is turned on at full speed, the indoor temperature will definitely not be lower than 50. What's more, there is a power outage in the whole city. Ordinary air conditioners have long been scrapped. Coupled with the presence of zombies, ordinary walls, doors, and windows cannot stop the zombies at all. Were there not many rich people in their previous lives who hid in villas and ended up being skinned and drained of their tendons by zombies? Look at your own cold storage. Although it looks ordinary, it is equipped with advanced refrigeration equipment and dozens of high-power generators. All the furniture inside is brand name. And professional security companies strengthen defenses. Not to mention zombies. It's useless even if zombies come. What a short-sighted person. Lindsy Jean on the side didn't say anything. She came from a poor family and had lived in a thatched hut. To her, a warehouse was no different from a villa. Fan Luo ignored Li Nana and went over to open the door. Instantly, a gust of cold air with a temperature of less than 15 degrees Celsius blew in from the cold storage. Li Nana, who was still complaining in her heart, suddenly froze in place. The global temperature has been rising in recent days, and the temperature in Jiangcheng has reached 65. The reservoirs have almost dried up, and it is unknown how many people have died from the heat. She had been staying in the dormitory these days and had never worn any clothes except for her underwear, but she was still as hot as a dog. She had never imagined such a comfortable cool breeze. Li Nana couldn't help but shiver. Once they entered the cold storage, a dazzling array of furniture with all kinds of features appeared before the girls. It made them drop their jaws. What is this? A custom-made sofa from Hermes. Li Nana, like Su Qingqing, is also a gold digger. She likes to study luxury goods. When she saw Fan Luo's sofa, her mouth opened wide. She remembered that this sofa cost more than 800,000. There is also a coffee table made of mahogany, which costs at least hundreds of thousands. Chandeliers, carpets, all are high-end brands. There was also the red wine that I drank in a 5-star hotel last time, which was worth tens of thousands of dollars and lined up on an entire wall. Li Nana estimated that these things were worth at least tens of millions. This is so luxurious. Her legs began to tremble with excitement. This is not a cold storage, this is simply heaven. I didn't expect that the warehouse, which looks ordinary from the outside, is so luxurious inside. I'm such an idiot. I almost left just now. I almost regretted it for the rest of my life. Li Nana was now even more determined to become Fong Luo's woman and the hostess here. I'll grab Fong Luo from you later. The short girl with glasses also looked excited, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. She wanted to see everything. They had never seen so many high-end luxury goods. I felt lucky to know Li Nana, otherwise there would be no such comfortable place for them to live in. At the same time, she was also fantasizing that it would be great if Fong Luo could also like them. Brother Fong Luo, can I sit down? Li Nana looked at the sofa worth more than 800,000 yuan excitedly, wondering what it felt like to sit on a sofa worth more than 800,000 yuan. Cannot. Chapter 21, Taking Turns Bathing. Fong Luo slammed the door of the cold storage and then looked at Li Nana with an extremely cold tone. Brother Fong Luo? Li Nana's butt, which had just been sitting down, stopped in the air. She looked at Fong Luo in confusion. Why did Fong Luo become so fierce all of a sudden? Are you afraid that you will dirty the sofa? That's definitely the case. How can I sit on such an expensive sofa when I haven't taken a shower for several days? Brother Fong Luo, Li Nana ran to Fong Luo again, clamped Fong Luo's arm, and acted coquettishly. Can you take me to take a bath? I haven't taken a bath for a long time. My back is a little dirty and I can't rub it. Bath? Seeing Li Nana blatantly seducing him and wanting him to rub her back, Fong Luo sneered in his heart. This woman naively thought she was going to live a good life. Then let you feel the hope first. Okay, let me wash first. Fong Luo walked towards the bathroom. Brother Fong Luo, let's come in too. Water resources are so precious now, we can't waste it. Li Nana also wanted to go in, but Fong Luo slammed the door shut, making Li Nana see stars. Don't worry, it won't be wasted. Fong Luo filled the bathtub with water and then lay down comfortably in it. After being busy outside all night, he was covered in sweat and now he finally relaxed. Fong Luo took out the evolution crystal. I found a total of 4 tonight, used 1, and have 3 left. Fong Luo absorbed the energy of an evolution crystal again, and felt severe pain in his body again, with sweat oozing from his forehead. Absorbing energy consumes a lot of physical energy. If the human body is a bucket, the superpower is the water in the bucket, and strengthening one's strength is equivalent to pouring water into a bucket full of water. If you can't hold on, you will be crushed. After a few minutes, Fong Luo's hands and feet were already feeling sore. However, his abilities have been improved again, and he has now become a second-level ability user. Now, the distance of his space flashing is about 7 or 8 meters, and he has also gained a new ability. Space Barrier. Fong Luo can set up a barrier around his body, which can block all external attacks. In other words, if Fong Luo goes outside now, as long as he opens the space barrier, he will not feel the slightest bit of heat. And don't worry about the zombie virus. Very good. Fong Luo was ecstatic. He had gone outside to look for evolution crystals today, but he was so hot that he couldn't stand the heat. Now with the space barrier, he felt much more comfortable. More than half an hour later. After taking a shower, Fong Luo walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Li Nana immediately came over excitedly. Although Fong Luo had just hit her head with the door, she had no complaints at all, because Fong Luo was powerful, had money and supplies, and whatever he did was right. Brother Fong Luo. Li Nana felt uncomfortable after not taking a shower for several days and was about to go into the bathroom. Although he knew that the water for bathing was used by Fong Luo, he did not show any disgust. I'm going to take a shower now. Etc. However, Fong Luo called her again. Brother Fong Luo, you want to? Li Nana's heart moved, thinking that Fong Luo wanted to be with her. I knew it, I am so sexy and beautiful, how could any man resist my charm? However, Fong Luo's next words left her stunned. Help Dianmu wash first. Fong Luo pointed at Dianmu, who was sleeping on the sofa and was covered in dirt. Before, it was Fong Luo who gave Dianmu a bath. However, now that he has Li Nana, how could Fong Luo possibly do it on his own? Do you really think that I brought her here so that she can enjoy a good life? Are you dreaming? Fong Luo just needed a maid, and Li Nana was his enemy, so he just wanted to take revenge on her. Shall we wash it first? Li Nana looked a little unhappy. If she washed the cat first, wouldn't that mean that she not only had to use Fong Luo's bath water, but also the cat's bath water? Your status is not as good as a cat? Don't want to? Fong Luo glanced at her. I'm willing to. Li Nana forced herself to smile, but in her heart she was comforting herself that at least she was not the last one to wash. After you wash the cat, it's your turn. At that time, Lindsy Jean and the others will have to use their own bath water. Thinking of this, Li Nana felt much more balanced. Li Nana exhaled and prepared to pick up Dianmu, but Dianmu had just fallen asleep and was in a bad mood. When Li Nana hugged her, she subconsciously released an electric current. Li Nana was spewing black smoke again. After finally calming down, he took Dianmu to the bathroom and helped her take a bath. I have to say that Li Nana's technique is quite good. The mother of Dian looks very comfortable lying in the bathtub. Meow. Dianmu's expression suddenly froze. Oh no, I ate too much tonight and couldn't help myself. She glanced secretly at Li Nana and thought that this guy probably didn't see it. It would be terrible if he told his master. But it's okay, the water will drain out soon. It shouldn't be discovered. Dianmu pretended nothing had happened, stopped washing, and just walked away. Li Nana breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's my turn to take a shower. However, looking at the bath water that was as turbid as rice wine, she found it hard to accept. This cat is too dirty. After thinking for a while, she walked out of the bathroom and said weakly to Fong Luo, who was sitting on the sofa drinking red wine, Brother Fong Luo, the water is a bit dirty, can you return a bucket of water? Change the water? Fong Luo, didn't you just say to save water? Just use it as you can. On the side, Dianmu, who was about to play dead, heard Fong Luo's words and her cat eyes widened. No water change? I couldn't help myself in there just now. She looked at Li Nana again, not knowing what she would do. If it were her, she would just not wash. All right. Li Nana nodded, blaming herself in her heart for saying those things just now, and now she was reaping the consequences. However, when I thought that I was not the last one and that there would be people who would not be late and would use my own bath water, I felt balanced again. She is just like that. She feels comfortable as long as she is superior to others. Meow. Looking at Li Nana walking towards the bathroom, Dianmu was now even more confused. Are you really going to wash it? Awesome. In the bathroom, Li Nana was lying in the muddy bathtub. Water accidentally entered her mouth. She quickly spat. Why is there still residue in the water? Is this a fish? Li Nana came out of the shower. Fong Luo looked at her other two roommates and said, you guys go ahead. Yes. The short girl with glasses nodded quickly and ran to the bathroom. Li Nana was gloating, looking at Lindsy Jean beside her. It seemed that she would have to use everyone's bath water. Lindsy Jean also sighed slightly. There is some bitterness in my heart. However, she did not hate Fong Luo. After all, Fong Luo saved her life. Her grandmother taught her since she was young that one should be grateful and repay the kindness received. However, after the two men came out, Fong Luo stood up again and walked towards the bedroom. When Li Nana walked over out of curiosity, she found that the water in the bathtub had been replaced. And it was filled with roses. Chapter 22 Routine. Wow, it's a champagne rose. Seeing the bathtub full of rose petals, Li Nana's eyes sparkled and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. These roses are not ordinary red roses, their petals are a light champagne color. I have seen champagne roses of this color in a magazine before. Any one of them costs thousands of dollars. There must be at least 100 petals here, which costs at least $100,000. 100,000 yuan for a bath. It's too luxurious. There is such a bathtub of rose water that I would be willing to take off my clothes and lie in it even if I were on the street, not to mention here. However, Li Nana was a little confused again. Why did Fong Luo change the water and put rose petals in it? Why was it so delicately prepared? Who is it for? Is there anyone else here who hasn't showered yet? Oh, there is still one person who hasn't tea-washed. Lindsy Jean. Could it be that Fong Luo prepared this for Lindsy Jean? Impossible, how is this possible? Shouldn't Lindsy Jean be using the bath water that has been used by everyone else? How could a country bumpkin like her deserve such precious champagne and rose water? Brother Fong Luo, who are you preparing this for? Li Nana asked tentatively. Is it your business? Fong Luo snorted coldly, then walked to the living room, turned to Lin Zijin with a smile and said gently, Zijin, the water is ready, come and wash up. Boom! Fong Luo's words were like a thunderbolt. Not only Li Nana, but also the short girl and the girl with glasses were all dumbfounded and felt indignant. They had just taken a bath in the stinky water that turned yellow and green, but Fong Luo prepared rose water worth 100,000 yuan for Lin Zijin. The difference in treatment is too great. Even Lin Zijin was a little at a loss. I'm flattered. Thanks. Lin Zijin looked at Fong Luo with emotion. During these days of the end of the world, Lin Zijin was frightened every day and felt the evil in people's hearts. Fong Luo is the best person to himself. She secretly swore in her heart that no matter what, she would repay Fong Luo. What are you thanking me for? Go quickly. Are you waiting for me to rub your back? Fong Luo joked with a smile. No need. Lin Zijin quickly waved her hands and ran into the bathroom with a red face. How could she, a young girl, listen to all this? Fong Luo is good in every way. He is kind-hearted, tall, and handsome, but he is just 2. Looking at Lin Zijin's shy look, Fong Luo also lay on the sofa with a smile and took a sip of red wine worth more than 100,000 yuan. Brother Fong Luo. Looking at Lin Zijin entering the bathroom and enjoying the 100,000 yuan bath water, Li Nana was envious and jealous. How could a country bumpkin enjoy these? Are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders for you. Li Nana sat down next to Fong Luo in a delicate manner. Looking at Li Nana who was about to lie in his arms, Fong Luo's just gentle expression suddenly turned cold. A slap hit Li Nana's face. Stay away from me. Fong Luoga? Fong Luo slapped Li Nana in the face, and she was stunned. She didn't know what Fong Luo meant. Why are you hitting yourself for no reason? Are you curious about where your cousin went? Fong Luo looked at Li Nana jokingly. Where did you go? Li Nana realized that something was wrong and asked with a trembling voice. Fong Luo grinned, she is in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia? Li Nana exclaimed, the temperature in Southeast Asia is 70 degrees Celsius, and it is very chaotic. Where is my cousin? Why would my cousin go to Southeast Asia? Li Nana suddenly had a bad guess. Fong Luo sneered, your whole family teamed up to cheat me, so of course I will take revenge. I guess the grass on Su Qingqing's grave is 3 meters high now. What? Li Nana was already trembling with fear. Brother Fong Luo, I don't know what happened between you and your cousin. I don't know anything. It's none of my business. Li Nana quickly distanced herself from Su Qingqing, fearing that Fong Luo would kill her. None of your business? Fong Luo sneered. In my previous life, I risked my life to save you, but you deliberately tripped yourself and attracted zombies. Is that okay? Who was it that not only didn't thank me but also insulted me after I went through so much trouble to find food and brought it home? Fong Luo swore an oath. He must take revenge on these 18 beasts. Chapter 23 Desperate Li Nana. It's useless to tell me these things. Go talk to your cousin. Fong Luo slapped Li Nana in the face again. Li Nana rolled several times on the ground and her bath towel fell off. You can't kill me, killing is against the law. Li Nana said repeatedly, trying to threaten Fong Luo with the law. Fong Luo sneered, law? This is the end of the world, who still abides by the law? Li Nana's face turned pale all of a sudden. Fong Luo was right. The situation outside is so chaotic now, with murders and robberies happening every moment. The law is a joke in the end times. Even if Fong Luo shaved himself, no one would give him justice. But she really didn't want to die. Fong Luo grabbed Li Nana's neck, and Li Nana's face suddenly turned red, and her hands and feet kept struggling. She was completely panicked. Please don't kill me. I'll apologize to you on behalf of my sister. Li Nana struggled, and her desire to survive made her say, my sister shouldn't have kept you hanging. I made up for you. My sister and I look a lot like each other. You can take revenge in any way you want. You treat me like a dog, but just don't kill me. Please. Oh? Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. Li Nana and Su Qingqing did look somewhat alike. Thinking of the other party's arrogant look in the previous life, Fong Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of evil fire in his heart. But killing her like this would be too easy for her. But what your family did made me very angry. Fong Luo said. Li Nana understood Fong Luo's meaning immediately. He knelt down immediately. Etc. Fong Luo suddenly picked up the red wine beside him and said, "Don't you like drinking red wine?" Li Nana was stunned, but in order to save her life, she could only nod. Afterwards, Fong Luo lay comfortably on the sofa, looking at Li Nana kneeling on the ground in a mess, her hair disheveled and her voice a little hoarse, and a feeling of revenge came over him. Wasn't he arrogant in his previous life? You scold yourself every day, bring back food to thank yourself, and it's still not enough? Master, are you satisfied? Li Nana looked at Fong Luo in horror. Fong Luo just now was like a devil and didn't care whether she was in pain or not. However, she was already grateful to have saved her life. Not satisfied. Fong Luo sneered. She wanted him to forgive her with just this little punishment? That was too cheap for her. I also feel sorry for Fong Luo's previous life, whose life was harmed by the other family. The collar is worn. Fong Luo took out a collar and threw it to Li Nana. Since you want to be a dog, then I will give you a chance, but if you make me dissatisfied, he. Yes, yes. Li Nana was extremely terrified. She could tell from Fong Luo's eyes that Fong Luo would really kill someone. Is that how dogs talk? Woof woof. Fong Luo smiled. Then he looked at Li Nana's two roommates. What about you guys? It was not easy for the two women to be afraid, as they saw clearly the conversation and actions between Fong Luo and Li Nana just now. We have no grudge against you. You can't treat us like this. We want to leave here. The two women said timidly. Just now the two of them were envious of Li Nana, but now, they just want to stay away from this devil Fong Luo. The world is so big, how can you starve yourself to death? Moreover, the country is so powerful now, and a disaster like this will be over soon. Why should we suffer here? Oh. Fong Luo nodded and opened the door directly. No problem, let's go. When the two women saw this, they immediately walked out. However, before they could take a few steps, several zombies rushed over and tore them to pieces. Li Nana originally wanted to leave, but when she saw this, she was so frightened that she immediately dared not leave. He fell to the ground with weak legs. If you stay here, you will be tortured by Fong Luo. If you leave here, you will be eaten by zombies. Her eyes were filled with despair. At this time, Lindsy Jean, who had just finished taking a shower, just came out of the bathroom. Lindsy Jean became even more beautiful after taking a bath. The thick long black hair fell on the shoulders like a waterfall, and from time to time a few drops of warm water passed across the flawless collarbone. The fair skin seems as if it could be blown away. The most eye-catching thing is her pair of long legs, which are round, well-proportioned, straight and slender. Lindsy Jean looked at Li Nana kneeling on the ground and her two missing roommates, not knowing what had happened. They left. Fong Luo said with a smile. Oh. Lindsy Jean nodded, thinking that her roommate had left, but she didn't know that Fong Luo was talking about biologically leaving. Coo. Suddenly, Lindsy Jean's stomach growled and her face turned red with shame, feeling extremely embarrassed. You must be hungry. Fong Luo was a little hungry himself. Using superpowers or evolution crystals would consume a lot of energy, and he would need to eat a lot of food to replenish it. I'll get you something to eat, but I can't cook, so don't mind if it doesn't taste good. I can do it. Chapter 24, The Beautiful Cook. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking. Fong Luo originally wanted to cook by himself, but Lindsy Jean said she could cook, so Fong Luo asked her to show off her skills. Unexpectedly, Lindsy Jean cooked a table full of delicious food. Fong Luo's saliva was almost flowing. Even Dianmu, who was originally sleeping in, came over meowing. Before the end of the world, although Fong Luo had stockpiled tens of billions of supplies, including countless chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, as well as various precious ingredients, he was not very good at cooking. Whether it's abalone or lobster, Fong Luo just puts them in hot pot. I feel a little irritated if I eat it every day. Now, Lindsy Jean's arrival has perfectly solved Fong Luo's food problem. With this beautiful cook, I can prepare different flavors of food every day. What a treasure! On the side, Li Nana, who was originally in a daze, swallowed her saliva when she saw the delicious dishes. Steamed abalone, braised soft-shelled turtle, garlic fried lobster. Where did Fong Luo get so much food? She couldn't eat these even under normal circumstances, let alone in this apocalypse. She had been eating hard bread for several days and couldn't even defecate. She looked at Fong Luo eagerly. She tried to wait for Fong Luo to throw her a piece of meat, but Fong Luo ignored her and even threw it to Dianmu in front of her. Not even as good as a cat. Li Nana really wanted to cry. She didn't know how she had offended Fong Luo. Is it necessary to torture yourself like this? So vicious. Fong Luo and Lindsy Jean were eating delicious dishes face to face. Lindsy Jean was both happy and shy at the moment. She looked at Fong Luo secretly. She is over 1.80 meters tall, with neat short hair. She looks very sunny, with a hint of determination and a bit of rebelliousness between her eyebrows. Lindsy Jean quite likes Fong Luo's style. The most important thing is that Fong Luo is more of a gentleman. Although, when Fong Luo first saved her, he pinched her. But there was no other action afterwards. He did not make excessive demands on her just because he saved her, or take advantage of her situation to force her to do anything. I didn't covet her body. This is also the reason why she followed Fong Luo to the cold storage. If Fong Luo had made excessive demands at the beginning, or shown a little impatience, Lindsy Jean would have chosen to leave even if it meant death. Not to mention that he had developed a liking for the other party, Luo. However, if Li Nana, who was sitting on the ground drooling, knew Lindsy Jean's evaluation of Fong Luo, she would definitely be so angry that she would vomit blood. Gentlemen? Aren't you greedy for your body? Do you know that he just rubbed and kneaded himself and played more wildly than anyone else? Moreover, he insidiously harmed his cousin and deliberately ate delicious food in front of her, deliberately torturing her. Is this a gentleman? He takes you in just because he wants your body. When he strips you naked, you'll cry. How come you are so good at it? Who taught you? Fong Luo didn't even look at Li Nana. He chatted with Lindsy Jean while eating. Apart from knowing Lindsy Jean's strength, Fong Luo doesn't know much about other aspects of her. My grandma taught me. Lindsy Jean is an introvert and seldom communicates with boys. But now she has a good impression of Fong Luo and she did not hide anything from him. He told her everything, including how his parents died, how he grew up with his grandmother, and how he and his sister depended on each other after his grandmother passed away. While she was telling the story, she secretly glanced at Fong Luo's expression, fearing that Fong Luo would look down on her. Fortunately, Fong Luo didn't. Moreover, she learned that Fong Luo's parents also died unexpectedly, and she felt a sense of solidarity. He became closer to Fong Luo. Fong Luo also felt emotional in his heart. A hemp rope will break at the thinnest part, and misfortune will strike the unfortunate people. Lindsy Jean's fate is quite tragic. However, this also made her strong and hardworking. Fong Luo guessed that it was precisely because of this that Lindsy Jean's ability was so powerful. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. You have a sister? Well, she goes to Los Angeles No. 1 middle school. I don't know how she is doing now. Speaking of her sister, Lindsy Jean's expression was a little gloomy. She was worried about her sister's current situation. She was the only relative she had left. Don't worry, I'll come over to take a look in the evening. Fong Luo patted her shoulder comfortingly. The virus has just arrived, so Fong Luo has been looking for evolution crystals these days while others haven't noticed it, and he can also go and see his sister Lindsy Jean by the way. But there are so many zombies outside, it's very dangerous. Fong Luo saved her once, and Lindsy Jean was already very touched, and didn't want Fong Luo to take risks again. What are you afraid of? I'm a man and I have a gun. If there are zombies, I will just shoot them to death. Fong Luo smiled. Lindsy Jean then remembered that Fong Luo had previously killed a large number of zombies with a gun, and he felt a little relieved. At the same time, I am more grateful to Fong Luo. He has been so good to me, how can I ever repay him? The two chatted for a while and soon felt a little tired. Lindsy Jean has been in a state of fear these past few days and has not gotten any sleep at all. Fong Luo had been busy all night and had absorbed 2 evolution crystals, so his physical strength was almost depleted and he was now very tired. Let's go to bed. Fong Luo yawned and said to Lindsy Jean. Where shall I sleep? Hearing Fong Luo's words, Lindsy Jean couldn't help but blush. She had just looked at the cold storage. Although the cold storage was very large, covering an area of 300 square meters, there was only one room in the entire cold storage. Doesn't that mean that she would have to sleep with Fong Luo? Lindsy Jean was only 20 years old and was in college. She had never had much contact with boys since she was a child. How could she accept the idea of sleeping with a boy? Besides, Fong Luo hasn't confessed to me yet. Don't worry, my bed is big and can sleep 10 people. Fong Luo guessed what she was thinking and couldn't help but joked. Why, are you afraid that I will take advantage of you? No, it's not. Lindsy Jean waved his hands quickly. Oh? Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. So you want me to take advantage of you? Lindsy Jean's face flushed red. No matter what she said, it was wrong. She thought Fong Luo was trying to trick her. She couldn't help but glare at Fong Luo coquettishly. Looking at Lindsy Jean's shy face, Fong Luo couldn't help laughing. She looked so cute. He waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'm afraid you'll take advantage of me. Fong Luo admitted that he was lustful, but he also had his own principles. When it came to love between men and women, Fong Luo always followed the principle of mutual consent. Of course, there are exceptions. If the other party is your enemy, or your enemy's woman, that's a different matter. It doesn't matter whether you are willing or not. After hearing Fong Luo's words, Lindsy Jean finally breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little disappointed. Am I unattractive? No matter how innocent a woman is, as long as she is a woman, she will have concerns about her appearance, and Lindsy Jean is no exception. Fong Luo led Lindsy Jean towards the room. Before entering, Fong Luo glanced at the dazed Nana and said, Go wash the dishes. Also, remember to clean up the poop for Dianmu. Be obedient, or I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Nana was filled with grief and indignation after hearing this. Not only do I not get to eat, I also have to wash the dishes and clean up the cat's poop. Kill me with one sword. However, she didn't have the courage to die as the tragic deaths of her two roommates were still vivid in her mind. I had no choice but to obey the order pitifully. Chapter 25 Twin-Tailed Girl. In the evening, Fong Luo was awakened by a fragrance. He opened his eyes and found that it was Lindsy Jean who was holding a bowl of hot shrimp porridge, ready to wake him up. Brother Fong Luo, it's time to eat. Lindsy Jean looked at Fong Luo shyly. Although Fong Luo's bed was very big and 10 girls could sleep on it without feeling crowded, Fong Luo had a bad habit of rolling around when he slept. Just now when she was sleeping, Lindsy Jean felt difficulty breathing. When she opened her eyes, she found Fong Luo lying on top of her. I was shocked at that time. I thought Fong Luo was going to do something to her. At first, he wanted to resist, but when he thought about how much Fong Luo had helped him and how he had a good impression of him, he didn't resist in the end. However, just when she was getting nervous, she heard a snoring sound. Only then did I see clearly that Fong Luo was asleep. Lindsy Jean breathed a sigh of relief, but did not continue to push Fong Luo away, for fear of waking him up, so she let Fong Luo press on her to sleep until she got up to cook half an hour ago. There is still a clear red mark in the shape of a human face on her chest. It's a pity that Fong Luo didn't know all this. If he knew that he missed a great opportunity because of sleeping, he would definitely regret it. How can I sleep at this time? But there is still a long way to go and there will be opportunities in the future. Wow, it smells so good. I'm so lucky to have you here. Fong Luo happily took the shrimp porridge. He had been eating irregularly in the past few days. However, others had nothing to eat because he was too lazy to cook. Now that I have Lindsy Jean, a good wife and mother, I don't have to worry about these things at all. After dinner, we took a rest. Fong Luo prepared to go out to look for the evolution crystal, and by the way, look for Lindsy Jean's sister. Be careful. Lindsy Jean looked at Fong Luo worriedly. She really wanted to save her sister, but she also didn't want Fong Luo to be in danger. Don't worry. Fong Luo waved his hand. Open the cold storage. Perhaps because of the two women yesterday, some zombies thought that buffet was provided here permanently, so they gathered at the door. Seeing Fong Luo open the door, they rushed over with their fangs and claws bared, but these little karami were nothing in front of the guns. Do them all. Afterwards, Fong Luo drove away in the armored vehicle. Came to Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. There was a zombie outbreak last night. As the day went by, the roads became even more chaotic, with corpses with missing limbs everywhere. It was a horrifying sight. It is rare to see people on the streets now, most people have found a place to hide. However, he found 5 evolution crystals on the way, which was an unexpected gain. I wonder where Lin Yuyu is. Fong Luo looked around Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Lindsy Jean had told him the name and appearance of his sister. She was a cute girl, 160 centimeters tall, with twin ponytails. She wore a little pink skirt and white mid-length stockings before going to school. Fong Luo drove into the school. To be honest, after so many days, the probability that Lin Yuyu is still here is a little small. There was no food in the school, and if she were still alive, she would definitely have to go out to find food. After searching around, no human figures were found in the school, but a lot of twin-tailed zombies were found. In order to confirm whether it was Lin Yuyu, Fong Luo had to take a closer look at whether they were cute. In the end, he concluded that none of them were cute. Some of them even had broken limbs in their mouths. How could they be so cute? In order to prevent them from scaring people again, Fong Luo had no choice but to shoot the heads of these twin-tailed zombies one by one. I hope Lin Yuyu hasn't gotten into trouble yet. Fong Luo opened the map and searched if there were any supermarkets, shopping malls, or anything like that nearby. If Lin Yuyu were alive, she would definitely go looking for food. There is a medium-sized supermarket 800 meters away. Fong Luo determined a direction. Before the end of the world, Fong Luo robbed all the large supermarkets and warehouses in the city, but there were still some small and medium-sized supermarkets that he did not visit. Now, these small and medium-sized supermarkets should be the places with the most people. Fong Luo drove over immediately. As soon as he approached, Fong Luo heard a noisy sound coming from inside, as if someone was arguing about something. You little brat, how much can a little girl like you eat? There are so many of us, and you actually want to just take half of it. Aren't you too inhumane? Who said I ate alone? A girl with twin ponytails said indignantly, with her hands on her hips. I have an 80-year-old grandmother above me, a 20-year-old sister below me, and so many sisters who are crying out for food. It's reasonable for me to eat half of the food. Chapter 26 The Protagonist. In the supermarket, a young girl wearing a white t-shirt, a pink JK skirt and white stockings, with one hand on her waist and the other holding a machete, was protecting several bags of rice and mineral water behind her like a hen. Even when facing a dozen adults who were several times older than her, the girl in the pink skirt was not afraid at all. Beside her, there were a few high school students who were about the same age as her. Little girl, I'm almost starving, and you're hoarding so much food by yourself. Didn't your school teach you to respect the elderly and love the young? That's right, which school are you from? You have such low moral standards. Once the disaster is over, I will file a complaint against you and have you expelled from school. There is only one Jiangcheng number 1 middle school nearby. It must be number 1 middle school. There are such scums in number 1 middle school. On the opposite side, a dozen people were afraid to step forward and snatch the things because of the machete in the girl's hand. No one wants to be the first to stand out. Because someone was stabbed by her just now. She is so young, yet she is so cruel. She is just a little gangster. Yuyu, why don't we share some of it? We can't finish all of this. It would be bad if the school expelled us. Behind Lin Yuyu, an ordinary-looking girl was shocked. She is different from Lin Yuyu, the poor student. She is an excellent student and dares not make any mistakes, let alone be expelled. Wu Yu, don't listen to their nonsense. Lin Yuyu rolled her eyes. Although she was not very good at studying, she was not a fool. With those horrible zombies outside, this extremely hot weather, and that special power, the world has long been a mess. All these changes told her that it was almost impossible to return to normal society. The world will only become more and more chaotic, and more people will die. Dismissal? The school will no longer exist by then. Are you still afraid of these? In comparison, it is better to consider how to live now. Therefore, they must collect enough supplies so that they can survive in this harsh environment. Respect the old and love the young? Lin Yuyu put her hands on her hips and sneered, I am only 18 years old, and you are almost buried, why don't you come to Iyo? You can find the food you want by yourselves. I found these first, so they are mine. If you are not afraid of death, come up and try it. Lin Yuyu has been an orphan since childhood. She is a good girl in front of her sister, but she has developed a rebellious character outside. Often fight with others. Faced with this kind of scene, she was not afraid at all. Yuyu is right. Why should we give up the food we found? Yuyu, I support you. If they want to hurt you, they have to get through me first. Next to Lin Yuyu, a handsome young man holding a machete took the initiative to stand in front of Lin Yuyu. Thank you, Zhou He. Lin Yuyu looked at the young man with some admiration. She didn't expect that Zhou He, who usually looked like a good student, would dare to stand in front of her in such a dangerous time. That's what men are supposed to do. Zhao He seemed very excited when Lin Yuyu praised him. He had been pursuing Lin Yuyu, but Lin Yuyu said that she didn't want to have a relationship and had never agreed. Now that I have stepped forward this time, she will definitely accept me. The reason why he stood up was that he calculated that the people on the opposite side were old, had little fighting power, and had no weapons, so they would not hurt him in a fight. Sure enough, the old men and women on the opposite side only dared to curse at him when they saw this, and did not dare to really rush over and fight him. Zhao He's face was full of pride. In his mind, he had already imagined the scene of Lin Yuyu accepting him and then kissing her sweet lips. However, at this moment, a crazy laugh came over. A young man wearing glasses and wearing armor made of unknown material walked out of the crowd, with a few companions following behind him. Classmate Yuyu, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you are still so beautiful, especially your long legs. They are so white, long and slender. If you wear black stockings on one side and white stockings on the other, and then carry them on your shoulders, hee hee. The boy with glasses stared at Lin Yuyu with obscene eyes and spoke in a vulgar tone. Lu Yang? Lin Yuyu frowned and looked at the other person. She knew the other person. He was an inconspicuous classmate in the class. He was an average student and didn't like to talk to others. I didn't expect such an introverted person to say such disgusting things. Sure enough, the end of the world is most likely to bring out the evil in the human heart. Lin Yuyu couldn't help but feel angry. Fuck, Lu Yang, who gave you the courage to talk to Yuyu like that? Zhao He on the side was angry. Lin Yuyu was the woman he liked, and the other party actually said that he would carry her legs on his shoulders. What was he then? Yuyu, I'll go teach him a lesson for you. As he said that, Zhao He walked towards Lu Yang with a machete in hand. He had often bullied Lu Yang in the past, so he didn't take Lu Yang seriously at all. Why, you still want to chop me? Lu Yang looked at Zhao He with disdain. Do you think I am still the same person as before, who would let you guys bully me? Lu Yang came from an ordinary family, was an average student, was a bit ugly, and had a face full of acne, so he was always very inferior, had few friends, and was often bullied. Lin Yuyu is the most beautiful girl in the school. She is lively and generous, and is his dream goddess. However, he didn't dare to confess his feelings. Every day he would open porn websites, watch porn videos and read novels, and fantasize about the goddess being obedient to him. But he also knew that it was all an illusion. However, just yesterday, when he was looking for food, he found a glowing stone, and then he discovered that he had gained a special ability. He can attract all metal objects to himself like a magnet, and use magnetism to shape them into various shapes. Superpower? Lu Yang, who liked reading Dragon King novels, reacted immediately and jumped 3 feet high with excitement. This is something only the protagonist of a novel has. Could it be that I am the protagonist of the novel? Destiny's Child? The 3-year period has been up, and Crouching Dragon has risen again. Lu Yang was extremely excited and immediately used his special powers to make himself a suit of armor. Then he taught a lesson to the classmates who had bullied him before and asked them to be his younger brothers. Looking at his classmates surrendering at his feet, he became more and more elated. Lu Yang thought of his goddess, Lin Yuyu again. Usually, he didn't even dare to talk to Lin Yuyu. He only dared to imagine what Lin Yuyu looked like while watching videos. But now that he realized that he had become the protagonist, Lu Yang was suddenly full of confidence, and he couldn't wait to find Lin Yuyu, wanting to win Lin Yuyu over with a wicked smile and make her serve him like in the videos and novels. I heard that she has a sister. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's expression became even more obscene. Not only her sister, but all the women in the world must crawl at her feet. She is the master of this world. Ha ha ha. Chapter 27, Shift to 5th gear and step on the accelerator. Lu Yang was very proud and a little bit proud, imagining all kinds of long outyen plots. After awakening their special powers, many people will be like him, thinking that they are the protagonists of the world, that they can destroy everything in the world with a flick of their fingers, and seduce all the beauties in the world. That's human nature. Power strengthens a person's deepest desires. No one thinks about the legal issues. Fuck, you're laughing at your mother. Zhao He saw that the other party not only ignored him but also showed a lewd smile, so he slashed at him with a knife. However, Lu Yang was wearing iron armor and was not hurt at all. You don't know your own strength, and you dare to fight the protagonist? Lu Yang smiled evilly and waved his hand, using his magnetic ability to suck the machetes in Zhao He and Lin Yuyu's hands directly into his own hands. Then he controlled the machetes to cut off the heads of the old men and women around him, and blood immediately flowed into a river. This scene made Zhao He and Wu Yu on the opposite side stunned. Is this guy a human or a ghost? How can he fly with a machete? How did the knife fly into his hand? Was it a magic trick? He actually killed more than a dozen people in one breath. How cruel. Ugh. Boss is mighty, boss is awesome. Zhao He and Wu Yu looked at Liu Yang in disbelief. His behavior just now was really too weird. And the means are extremely cruel. Wu Yu couldn't help but vomit. Several of his younger brothers also began to flatter him. Liu Yang became even more elated. Classmate Yu Yu, see this? This is my strength. I am the son of destiny. As long as you follow me, you will be the protagonist's woman. Liu Yang looked at Lin Yu proudly, feeling that Lin Yu had been fascinated by his domineering aura. Lin Yu looked at Liu Yang, who looked like a middle school boy, and felt sick. After gaining superpowers, he started killing people indiscriminately. Could he think that he was the only one with superpowers? Idiot, wearing armor in such hot weather, are you trying to turn yourself into teppanyaki? And becoming your woman, I'm your grandmother. Lin Yu looked at him like an idiot. She was not afraid of Liu Yang because she had also awakened her special powers. Wind-related abilities. This is why, in such 65 weather, everyone else is almost naked, but she is still wearing a t-shirt. She can create airflow around her, and now her body temperature feels only 50. What did you say? Liu Yang didn't expect that even though he had shown such strength and helped her kill everyone, Lin Yu was still so disrespectful to him. I couldn't help but feel angry and embarrassed. You, go and capture her for me, or you will die. Liu Yang sneered and pointed at Zhao He. He knew that Zhao He liked Lin Yu, so he wanted to see her and personally send the woman he liked to his bed to satisfy his perverted desires. Yes, yes. Zhao He suddenly became timid and nodded and bowed quickly. Although Lin Yu was beautiful, he didn't want to die yet. Yu, I'm sorry. Brother Yang has taken a fancy to you. He is so powerful. You won't suffer any loss if you follow him. Zhao He walked towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at him with cold eyes. I didn't expect that I was wrong and thought this guy was pretty good just now. Humph, you want to catch me? No way. Lin Yu snorted coldly, grabbed her best friend Wu Yu, and prepared to run away. She has wind powers. Her speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. No one here can catch up with her. This is why she can still survive despite being chased by so many zombies. However, just as she was running away, Wu Yu beside her grabbed her tightly. Brother Zhao He, come quickly, she is about to run away. Wu Yu held Lin Yu tightly and hurriedly said to Zhao He. Although she and Lin Yu are best friends, they are only superficial friends. It is only because Lin Yu likes to fight that no one bullies her because she is her best friend. The most important thing is that she likes Zhao He, but Zhao He likes Lin Yu, and she has always been very resentful. Now that I have found the opportunity, I will definitely sell Lin Yu out. Wu Yu. Lin Yu's speed was restricted. She turned around and looked at Wu Yu in confusion. He was clearly saving her, so why did she betray him? Is this your best friend? Her eyes turned fierce and she slapped Wu Yu a few times, but the other party still did not let go and even held her tighter. At this time, Zhao He had also arrived and directly grabbed her hand. Now she was completely unable to move and became a lamb to be slaughtered. You! Lin Yu's eyes were filled with despair. The three of them had just formed a united front, but they had parted ways just because of Liu Yang's threat. She looked at these people with disgust. Especially Liu Yang on the opposite side, who was full of foul language and was simply disgusting. Although she is usually rebellious, she has never done anything out of line. She couldn't imagine what kind of disaster would happen to her if she fell into this man's hands. Lin Yu secretly swore in her heart that if Liu Yang wanted to do anything to her, she would bite her tongue and commit suicide, and would never let such a person get her. It's a pity that I don't know where my sister is now. She is so fragile. Ah, well done, I allow you to be my lackeys. Liu Yang laughed heartily, he liked watching this kind of scene of stabbing someone in the back. TSK, classmate Yu. Liu Yang slowly walked towards Lin Yu, admiring her beautiful legs with a lewd look in his eyes. In his mind, he had already arranged her in 18 different ways. You never expected that you would never even look at me, but now you're going to be under me. Before Liu Yang could finish his words, suddenly, a tall armored vehicle crashed into the door of the supermarket and knocked Liu Yang, who was speaking, out. Everyone was confused and hadn't reacted yet. How could an armored vehicle rush in? Sorry, something just attracted my car, causing me to shift into fifth gear and step on the accelerator. The door of the armored vehicle opened, and a tall boy got out of the car, looking at Lu Yang, who was knocked flying with a teasing tone. Fong Luo came in front of Lin Yuyu and looked at her carefully. A pair of bright big eyes, twin ponytails, wearing a little pink skirt and white stockings. Are you Lin Yuyu? Fong Luo asked, looking at Lin Yuyu, who was still a little unresponsive. Who are you? Lin Yuyu was bewildered, mainly because Fong Luo's appearance was too shocking. She was planning to commit suicide just a second ago, but then an armored vehicle rushed over. Moreover, the man in front of him was tall and handsome. It's like a fairy tale. Lindsy Jean asked me to come find you. Fong Luo looked at the other person with a smile. Lin Yuyu and Lindsy Jean looked somewhat similar, but their temperaments were different. Lindsy Jean is gentle and quiet. Lin Yuyu, on the other hand, looks more lively and cute. Brother-in-law? Somehow, this thought popped up in Lin Yuyu's mind. Perhaps it was because Fong Luo was tall and handsome, and had just come to save her like a miracle, so she subconsciously developed a good impression of Fong Luo. Fong Luo was stunned. This Lin Yuyu is quite good at making connections. She calls him brother-in-law? But I like it. Fuck, which jerk actually hit me with his car? Are you looking for death? Chapter 28, Godly Sisters. Lu Yang was originally imagining how he would enjoy Lin Yuyu, but who knew that an armored vehicle suddenly rushed out and hit him directly. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, and because of the magnetism, the impact only suffocated him for a moment, and his internal organs were not directly shattered. After fainting for a while, he stood up again. He stared fiercely at Fong Luo, the uninvited guest. It seemed that this kid was a rich second generation who actually had an armored vehicle in this doomsday world. I hate this kind of person the most. They are more handsome than me and richer, so all the goddesses are theirs. However, these are nothing in front of his superpowers, and he can only become the villain who gets slapped in the face by himself. Go to hell. Lu Yan used magnetism again, controlling the machete on the ground and chopped towards Fong Luo. Brother-in-law, be careful. Lin Nana was the first to see this scene. While Wu Yu and Zhao He were stunned, she broke free from her restraints and rushed towards Fong Luo quickly, helping Fong Luo to narrowly avoid the machete. Originally, it was very easy for Fong Luo to avoid the machete because he had the ability to flash through space and could jump to a distance of 7 or 8 meters anytime and anywhere. And he also has a space barrier. The space barrier can not only isolate the scorching temperature outside, but also block attacks. Don't even mention the machete. Unless you fire a cannon at him, he won't get hurt. It is a magical skill to prevent the old six. The reason why he didn't dodge was that he saw Lin Yuyu rushing towards him and he didn't want Lin Yuyu to miss and fall. Looking at the soft and beautiful girl in his arms, Fong Luo was slightly stunned and felt a little excited. Lin Yuyu's steps just now seemed a little strange. Is it a wind-related ability? The girl in front of me has actually awakened the wind-related ability. Although wind-related abilities are not the most powerful abilities, they are one of the most comfortable skills in the apocalypse. Because wind-related abilities can accelerate the flow of air around you and can greatly reduce your perceived temperature. Not like superpowers like fire and electricity. Although it has strong attack power, it is still as hot as a dog in the high temperature of 60 or 70 degrees Celsius. Moreover, wind-type abilities are good at speed, and in terms of saving lives, almost nothing can match it except for electricity-type and space-type abilities. As long as there is food, there is almost no death. It is a T1 level ability. What kind of pair of top-notch sisters are they? My sister has a strong fire ability. My sister has awakened her wind-related abilities. Moreover, they are both beautiful. The elder sister is gentle and virtuous, while the younger sister is lively and cute. What makes Fong Luo even more excited is that these two sisters are likely to serve him. This end of the world is so comfortable. Brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu looked at Fong Luo with her eyes wide open. She and Fong Luo had just met, but she had a good impression of Fong Luo. Because Lin Yuyu knows her sister well. Although her sister is pursued by many men, she rarely communicates with boys and will never mention her younger sister in front of other boys. Because they come from an ordinary family and the two sisters depend on each other, it is easy for them to be targeted by bad people. However, my sister actually told the boy in front of her about herself and asked him to save her. This shows that the boy's character has passed my sister's test, and maybe they have already done that. There is another reason. The way Fang Luo appeared just now, and what he said, put it in fifth gear and step on the accelerator, this kind of deliberately teasing words, is very much to her liking. Lin Yuyu was originally a playful and rebellious girl. Brother-in-law, can you please let go of your hand? I'm almost strangled to death. Lin Yuyu said resentfully, pointing at Fang Luo's hand that was tightly kneading her waist. It turned out that as soon as Lin Yuyu threw herself into Fang Luo's arms, Fang Luo subconsciously hugged her. Later, when he learned that she had wind-related abilities, he became excited and subconsciously hugged her tighter. Sorry. Fang Luo quickly let go of his hand and smiled awkwardly. What a sin. The other person might very well become my future sister-in-law. Damn it, you two dare to flirt with each other, die. On the opposite side, looking at Fang Luo and the other person hugging each other, Lu Yang was filled with envy and jealousy. Oh no, brother-in-law, let's run. Lin Yuyu was shocked and wanted to take Fang Luo away immediately. Although she also had superpowers, she was not very good at fighting. On the contrary, the opponent's magnetic ability, although very weak in the later stage, is very strong in the early stage. No need to rush. Fang Luo waved his hand, and while Lin Yuyu wasn't paying attention, he took out the AK from the space. The guy opposite has a crystal in his head. Although his ability is very weak, every little bit counts, so how can we waste it? Oh my god, brother-in-law, where did you take it out from? Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up, she reached out and touched it, and found that it was a real gun. Fang Luo was sweating slightly. It was obviously a normal action, why did it feel wrong after Lin Yuyu modified it? Gun? Lu Yang on the opposite side was also shocked. The deterrent effect of the gun was still very strong, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fang Luo didn't waste any time and shot directly at him. Lu Yang, who was on the opposite side, was so scared that he quickly used his magnetic ability to block it. However, the power of the gun was too great and he couldn't stop it at all. But its power was weakened a little, and he survived safely under the protection of the armor. Ha, I have armor and I'm the son of destiny. Guns are ineffective against me. Lu Yang looked proud. Fang Luo frowned slightly. This is the first time that guns have failed since the end of the world. As expected, the upper limit of guns is still not as good as superpowers, especially in the later stages. We still need to focus on improving our supernatural powers. Armor? Fang Luo sneered disdainfully. The iron armor seemed invulnerable to swords and guns, but in fact it was just a moving coffin lid. Ordinary superpowers such as water, fire, electricity, etc. can kill him clearly. Is armor waterproof? The flame can make him teppanyaki. Not to mention electricity, metals are conductive. Brother-in-law, what should I do? Lin Yuyu was a little nervous. The other party had already started controlling the bullets shot by Fang Luo and was preparing to shoot at them. Don't be afraid. Fang Luo smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Then a tabby cat jumped down from the armored vehicle impatiently. Lightning mother, come on. Dianmu rolled her eyes. Do I need to take action against such a little karami? Remember to add more food. Cat? Lu Yan looked at the tabby cat and laughed wildly. A cat wants to defeat me? It's more like tickling me. Even Lin Yuyu was a little confused. Fang Luo grinned and said, go ahead, Hijimi. Meow. Dianmu looked at Lu Yan very unhappily. This guy seemed to look down on her. Had he never had electrotherapy before? Immediately, Dianmu directly generated an electric current of maximum volts and shocked Lu Yang. Lu Yang was still laughing when he saw the sudden electric current. He had no time to dodge and was directly shocked. He was wearing armor and wrapped himself tightly. When the electric current hit the armor, the conductive effect of the metal caused every pore of his body to be shocked. The whole person was electrocuted until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. For a moment, the air was filled with a faint aroma of meat. He never understood until his death. Why does a cat discharge electricity? Aren't I the only one with superpowers and the protagonist? Chapter 29 Harvest. Except for Fang Luo, everyone present was not surprised. The rest, including Lin Yuyu, Zhao He, and Wu Yu, were all stunned. This cat can actually discharge electricity. Moreover, he killed him instantly with just one move. Lu Yang, who was so invincible just now, was really beyond belief. They couldn't help but look at Fang Luo with admiration. This cat seems to listen to Fang Luo very much. Doesn't that mean Fong Luo is even more powerful than this cat? Brother-in-law, do you have special powers too? Lin Yuyu is very smart and she immediately guessed that Fong Luo must also have superpowers, otherwise Fong Luo would not have been so calm after seeing Lu Yang's superpowers just now, and it would have been impossible for him to tame such a powerful cat. Fong Luo shrugged and agreed, but did not say what his special ability was. It's not that he doesn't believe Lin Yuyu, but his strength is still too weak. If the matter of his spatial ability were to leak out, someone would definitely associate it with the supermarket theft before the end of the world. With tens of billions of supplies, you will become a hot commodity in everyone's eyes, and then you will be robbed by countless people. Although he has a gun, he is not invulnerable. Lu Yang and Lin Yuyu have already awakened their special powers, which means there must be other people who have also awakened their special powers. Being besieged by countless people with special powers, Fong Luo has no habit of getting beaten. Therefore, we must be extra cautious. Fong Luo walked to Lu Yang's body again and picked up a machete from the ground. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Lin Yuyu walked over curiously. Fong Luo did not answer, but directly cut Lu Yang's head with a knife, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Lin Yuyu was so frightened that she screamed, and Zhao He and Wu Yu even wet their pants. Killing people is not enough for Fong Luo, he even wants to torture the corpses? Maybe he will chop his own head off later. However, when Lin Yuyu calmed down, she found that Fong Luo took out a glowing crystal from Lu Yang's head. Brother-in-law, what is this? Strengthen the crystal. Fong Luo smiled slightly. He deliberately did it in front of Lin Yuyu. Firstly, Lin Yuyu is still a little girl. Although she is rebellious, she is too kind-hearted and often does not dare to be ruthless. Fong Luo wants to train her in advance and let her experience more such scenes. Secondly, Lin Yuyu has already awakened her superpowers, but she doesn't yet understand how to improve her superpowers. Strengthen crystal? Lin Yuyu looked confused. That's right. Fong Luo nodded and said, you should also know that superpowers have appeared in the world, not just you and Lu Yang, many people are probably awakened now. Everyone's superpowers are different and their strengths are different. If you want to improve your superpower level, you need to constantly absorb energy. The source of energy is the strengthened crystal. Every superpower and zombie has a crystal in their head that can enhance their strength. It's also in my head? Lin Yuyu's face was full of shock. She had no idea about these things. She looked at Fong Luo with even more admiration. My brother-in-law knows so much and has taught me so much knowledge. That's right, so you have to be careful too. Others might kill you, cut open your head and take your crystal. Fong Luo warned. I understand. I must become stronger. Lin Yuyu was trembling with fear. She was horrified at the thought that her head might be cut open. I must not let anyone cut my head open. Looking at Lin Yuyu's appearance, Fong Luo couldn't help but admire her. He originally thought that it would take a long time for her to accept all this, but he didn't expect that in just a moment, she had realized that she needed to improve her strength. That's really clever. Brother-in-law, you won't cut off my head, will you? Lin Yuyu asked again, blinking her eyes. Seeing the other party asking him mischievously and deliberately, Fong Luo grinned and said, yes, I have already cut open your sister's head. What? Lin Yuyu's face turned pale, and her pair of long white legs went limp. Just teasing you. Looking at the other person's frightened look, Fong Luo couldn't help laughing. A little girl is just a little girl, no matter how smart she is, she has a weak side. Brother-in-law, you're annoying. Lin Yuyu angrily punched Fong Luo with her little pink fist, but she was still a little worried that her sister would be beaten, so she said, brother-in-law, where is my sister? I want to go see her. Okay, I'll go home later. Fong Luo nodded, but it was not dawn yet, so he could continue looking for the evolution crystal. Fong Luo did not intend to waste this time. Others have already awakened their special powers. In this way, the number of evolution crystals will be greatly reduced, and they will become increasingly difficult to find. Lin Yuyu nodded, looked at Zhao He and Wu Yu who were standing there in a daze, and asked, brother-in-law, what should we do with them? What do you want to do with it? Fong Luo wanted to see how she would handle it. Them? Lin Yuyu looked at the two of them deeply. She was a little angry in her heart because she regarded them as friends, but they just betrayed her. She wanted to kill them. However, humans are emotional creatures after all, and several of them were once friends. Let them fend for themselves. Lin Yuyu still didn't kill them directly. Fang Luo nodded slightly. This decision was not unexpected to him, and he expressed his agreement. Although he wanted Lin Yuyu to kill decisively, if Lin Yuyu really had no loyalty at all, Fang Luo would be a little worried that she might betray him in the future. And ruthlessly kill yourself. Fang Luo would not allow a heartless and ungrateful person to be around him. It's no wonder Fang Luo is so harsh. After all, he had suffered so much in his previous life that he didn't want to repeat the same mistakes. However, the reason why Fang Luo let the other party go so easily was because there was a group of zombies surrounding them outside, and the two of them would still die without having to kill them themselves. Fang Luo drove the armored vehicle out of the supermarket. The zombies outside chased his car and tried to gnaw at it, but after knocking out a few teeth, they gave up and turned around and rushed into the supermarket. Leave the supermarket. Fang Luo did not go back to the cold storage directly, but continued to look for the evolution crystal outside. Along the way, Lin Yuyu asked him about various knowledge, and Fang Luo was generous in giving advice. After hearing this, Lin Yuyu admired Fang Luo very much. Calling him brother-in-law all the time became more intimate. With Lin Yuyu's joining, the two of them are more efficient in finding evolution crystals than before. In one night, the two found more than 50 evolution crystals. However, among them there are some people like Liu Yang, who think they are the son of destiny and want to rob Fang Luo. As a result, he was killed by Fang Luo and Lin Yuyu. At 6 o'clock, it was almost dawn. Fang Luo and Lin Yuyu were a little tired, so they returned to the cold storage. Sister. Chapter 30 Pig Farming Plan. April 7th. Today is already the 7th day of the end of the world. At first, people didn't take it seriously, thinking that the end of the world brought them a holiday. They thought it was just the hot weather and it didn't have much of an impact. They were even a little happy. But starting from the third day, water and power outages began in various places, human communication facilities were paralyzed one after another, the world fell into panic, and officials from various countries worked hard to organize rescue. In just a few days, trillions of dollars in assets evaporated around the world. On the 5th day, the virus broke out and zombies appeared. Rescue teams and armies from various countries were infected. These soldiers with strong physique and fully armed became even stronger and more difficult to deal with after they turned into zombies. Even guns were ineffective against them. The army is overwhelmed. The last rescue measure was lost. The population has dropped from an initial 10 billion to less than 2 billion, and this number is still declining rapidly. On the 7th day, some people awaken special powers and no longer abide by the law. Social order completely collapses, and humanity bids farewell to civilized society forever. No one is naive enough to think that this catastrophe can be overcome easily. Lin Yuyu has been living in fear these days. Although she has a cheerful personality, she is only an 18-year-old girl after all. When she saw that her only relative was still alive, she couldn't help but throw herself into her sister's arms and sobbed. "Sister, I thought I would never see you again." Lin Yuyu hugged Lindsy Jean's slender waist and buried her pretty face, covered with tears, in his arms. Fang Luo looked on with envy. "Yuyu, I'm so glad you're okay." Lindsy Jean was also very excited. After her parents passed away, her only hope now was her younger sister. "It was my brother-in-law who saved me." Lin Yuyu wiped her tears and pointed at Fang Luo beside her. "Brother-in-law?" Lindsy Jean was stunned, then her face turned red. What was this girl talking about? Brother-in-law? She looked at Fang Luo with some concern, fearing that he would show displeasure on his face. Although Lindsy Jean is pretty, she still has a bit of inferiority complex because her family background is too poor. She usually wears t-shirts and shoes that cost only a dozen yuan. She has to earn her own living expenses and tuition fees, and also has to take care of Lin Yuyu, a burden. Fang Luo is tall and handsome. In this chaotic doomsday, there is such a luxurious cold storage, so many delicious foods, and guns that can ensure safety. Given his conditions, even a big star would probably throw himself into his arms. As a Cinderella, can I be worthy of him? The other person saved me, helped me teach a lesson to my roommate who bullied me, took me in, and now he has saved my sister. I estimate that I will never be able to repay Fang Luo's kindness in my lifetime. Thanks. Lindsy Jean expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. What's the relationship between us? What's there to thank me for? Fang Luo smiled slightly. Lindsy Jean blushed. What did Fang Luo mean by that? What was her relationship with him? Is he hinting at something? Take Yu to take a bath and make something to eat. She must be starving after being outside for these days. Fan Luo said to Lindsy Jean again. Yeah. Lindsy Jean nodded obediently. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Yu was very excited and called Fan Luo brother-in-law in a clear voice. Lindsy Jean's face turned red again. He quickly took Lin Yu to the bathroom. Fan Luo returned to the room and began to absorb the crystals to increase his strength. Today's harvest is very rich. A total of 56 evolution crystals and more than 200 zombie strengthening crystals were found. If all of these things were absorbed, I don't know to what level my superpowers can be elevated. Maybe I can gain new means of attack. However, I can't absorb so much in a short time. Absorbing evolution crystals is a very physically demanding task. The amount of energy consumed in absorbing one is basically equivalent to doing it 7 times a night. If you inhale too much at one time, it will have the opposite effect. Fan Luo took out an evolution crystal and began to absorb it. In the bathroom, the two sisters survived the disaster, and even when taking a bath, they still hugged each other and told each other about their experiences. What, you said he's not your brother-in-law? When Lin Yu heard her sister's words, she looked disappointed and said with some regret, Sister, you are too disappointing. Brother Fan Luo is so good. He speaks interestingly, is handsome, has good character, and most importantly, he is very capable. Where can you find a man like him? You don't dislike men, do you? Ah, no wonder you always take a bath with me. Chapter 31 Lin Yu's instigation. Where did you learn these things? How could you say that about your own sister? Lindsy Jean said angrily, with a look of envy in her eyes. My sister is 2 years younger than me, but her figure is almost catching up with mine. In another 2 years, she will probably surpass me. Sister, do you like your brother-in-law? Lin Yu giggled a few times and playfully stretched out her hands to slap the water. When asked this question by her sister, Lindsy Jean lowered her head shyly. Do you like Fan Luo? That must be what I like. The other person is so outstanding and has helped me so much. But Fan Luo doesn't seem to be interested in women. Lindsy Jean thought about how Li Nana had seduced Fan Luo in various ways before, but Fan Luo had never accepted her. Impossible. Lin Yu didn't believe it. When he saved me before, he even touched my waist. How could he not be lustful? Lin Yu thought about how she tried to save Fan Luo and ended up throwing herself into his arms and being held tightly by him. Lindsy Jean was stunned. Well, Lin Yu realized that she had said the wrong thing and immediately changed the subject. Sister, as the saying goes, if a woman chases a man, it will take a lot of effort. Didn't you say that someone seduced my brother-in-law? If you don't take the initiative, my brother-in-law will be seduced away. Just think about it, if she succeeds in getting promoted, how will she torture us? Will we still be able to enjoy air conditioning, drink red wine and eat steak then? By then, we will have to wander outside. Can you bear to see me, your sister, hungry and sweating? If you really can't do it, then I'll have to do it myself. I understand. Lindsy Jean quickly said that she still couldn't bear to let her sister suffer. But when she thought about how she would have to take the initiative to seduce Fan Luo, her face turned red with embarrassment. She had never been in a relationship before, and this was her first time she had to take the initiative. Thinking of this, Lindsy Jean angrily scolded her sister, and the two girls started to playfully fight in the bathroom. And at the same time, Fan Luo didn't know that Lin Yu was instigating Lindsy Jean to seduce him. If he knew, Fan Luo would definitely praise her and think that saving her was not in vain. He successfully absorbed another evolution crystal, and his strength was improved again. The distance of space flashing has increased to about 10 meters. Space barrier can now block 1 ton of pressure. And also gained a new skill. Space imprint. The function of the space mark is similar to a time bomb with monitoring. He can mark a place in advance, observe the scene of that place anytime and anywhere, and detonate the mark at any time to cause certain damage within the range. However, this function consumes a lot of energy. Fan Luo can now only plant 3 marks at most. But this function is very practical. He can place marks at important locations and obtain important information at any time. You know, all the communication equipment in the world has failed now, and all information can only be transmitted by mouth and legs. This skill is totally magical. Thinking of this, Fan Luo suddenly had an idea. Pig farming. Every psychic has a psychic crystal in his head, and the energy of the psychic crystal will increase with the psychic strength. The energy of the crystal in the head of a person with outstanding qualifications must be greater than that of pure evolution crystal. Since then, a special method to improve strength has been born. It means first finding a person with outstanding qualifications, letting him awaken his supernatural powers, waiting for him to become strong, then killing him and taking away the crystal in his head. In the previous life, there was a strong man who used supplies to attract some hungry psychics to join him, and then killed them and took the crystals in their heads. This method also allowed him to become a first-rate expert in a very short period of time. At that time, Fong Luo almost went. Fortunately, he was reminded by his brother and finally escaped from the wolf's claws. If I try to use this trick on Linana? Thinking of this, Fong Luo decided to give it a try. Because of the high temperature, Linana had thrown away her clothes long ago and was now only wearing a set of underwear. She had not eaten for several days and it was so cold in the cold storage that she had fainted in a corner of the cold storage. If I don't care about her anymore, she'll probably get hard. Get up! Fong Luo took out a bottle of water from the space and poured it directly on the other person's face. Linana woke up with a startled sound. Seeing the water dripping from his body, he immediately licked it with his tongue. She was really cold, hungry, and thirsty. After she regained consciousness, Linana noticed Fong Luo beside her and immediately started crying. Master, I'm sorry, please give me something to eat. Linana wanted to stand up, but she had no strength at all. She could only crawl to Fong Luo's legs, hugged Fong Luo's thighs and begged. She was really about to break down. Chapter 32 Linana's Death. Eat it. Fong Luo casually took out an evolution crystal. Linana didn't dare to resist. I didn't have the strength to resist. The conditions for awakening superpowers are still somewhat harsh and require a high level of willpower. If 10 people use the evolution crystal at the same time, it would be good if one can awaken. Fong Luo looked at Linana, not knowing whether she could wake up. After Linana used the crystal, her body began to feel severe pain and she couldn't help but moan in pain. She felt her body was filled up and was about to burst. The whole person was twitching and rolling on the ground, looking in a miserable state. She looked flustered. She thought Fong Luo had given her poison on purpose. You're not going to die, are you? Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. However, after waiting for a few minutes, Linana stopped twitching, and with a bang, her head exploded. He died already? Fong Luo curled his lips. He thought Linana could awaken, but he didn't expect her to be so disappointing. After looking at the corpse on the ground, Fong Luo cleaned it up and threw it outside to avoid scaring Lindsy Jean and the others. Waited for a while. Sister Lindsy Jean walked out of the bathroom, both of them changed into pajamas, looking like two flowers. Brother-in-law, where is that woman just now? Lin Yuyu asked puzzledly. Gone. Fong Luo said calmly. Are you leaving now? She actually dared to bully my sister, and I haven't even beaten her yet. Lin Yuyu waved her pink fist. After a busy day, Linana just exploded and died, and Fong Luo was a little dirty, so he went to the bathroom, changed the water in the tub, and took a bath. Lindsy Jean was very virtuous and went to the kitchen to cook. There are several freezers in the cold storage. Fong Luo put a lot of food ingredients in them, and Lindsy Jean can choose as much as he wants. When Fong Luo came out of the shower, he saw a table full of delicious food. However, when Fong Luo saw the dishes on the table, his expression looked a little strange. Sea cucumber porridge, steamed oysters, stir-fried lamb trotters. However, I didn't think too deeply about it. He had just used the evolution crystal, which consumed a huge amount of energy. He was already extremely hungry, so he started to show off his food. Lindsy Jean's craftsmanship is really good. After dinner. Go to bed. Fong Luo said to Lindsy Jean and Lin Yuyu. The bed is big enough that even 3 people won't be squeezed together. No, I haven't finished the game yet. However, Lin Yuyu shook her head, holding a game controller in her hand, and playing PS5 on TV with great concentration. Fong Luo was not surprised either. It is understandable that little girls love to play. However, Lindsy Jean knew that Lin Yuyu didn't just like to play, she clearly didn't want to be a light bulb. Seeing the 2 people enter the room, Lin Yuyu smiled, immediately threw away the handle, hid at the door and listened to the movement inside. In the room. Fong Luo slept in his own seat just like he did yesterday. As soon as he got into bed, he closed his eyes and emptied his mind. However, after eating so many nourishing foods, Fong Luo began to feel a little hot all over. I tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. It's a pity that Li Nana died. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt that there was someone beside him. He turned his head in confusion, only to find that Lindsy Jean had crawled from the corner of the bed to his side at some point. "Thank you for saving my sister," Lindsy Jean said gratefully, her voice soft and trembling. "What's the big deal? Protecting the flowers of our motherland is our responsibility. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lindsy Jean suddenly asked. Outside the door, Lin Yuyu squatted at the door and heard the heavy breathing coming from inside. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. "Unexpectedly, my sister learned it all by herself. But my brother-in-law is so awesome." Evening. Fong Luo stretched lazily, glanced at the girl on the bed with disheveled hair and rosy cheeks, smiled slightly, and kissed her gently on the face. "I didn't expect you to look so well behaved." "Hate it." Lindsy Jean shyly hit Fong Luo. "It was you who asked for it, right?" Fong Luo chuckled. After thinking for a while, he said, "Do you want to awaken your superpowers?" "Superpowers?" Lindsy Jean was a little confused. Then Fong Luo explained it to her. "Your sister also has superpowers. Is it really possible?" Lindsy Jean was somewhat expectant. "Of course." Fong Luo smiled and took out another evolution crystal. He was not worried that Lindsy Jean would explode and die like Li Nana, because Lindsy Jean had awakened supernatural powers in his previous life. "Thank you, husband." Lindsy Jean was very moved. After using the crystal, Lindsy Jean broke out in sweat on his forehead. Chapter 33, Lindsy Jean awakens his superpowers. A few minutes later, Lindsy Jean finally awakened the fire ability, which is a T1 level ability. T0 level are some mental abilities, such as charm, hypnosis. Don't underestimate these superpowers, as they may not seem to have much combat power. However, a powerful psychic can control countless other psychics. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you are controlled, you have to obey even if the opponent is powerless. The upper limit is huge. However, this ability is extremely rare, and not many people have awakened it. Those at the T1 level are basically elemental powers, such as water, fire, electricity, etc. These abilities have certain combat effectiveness in the early stages, and their growth ceiling is also very high. Anyone who awakens this kind of supernatural power will become a famous and powerful person. The T2 level includes some enhanced abilities, such as strength, speed, defense, etc. These abilities have certain initial combat capabilities, but their upper limits are slightly lower in the later stages, but they are not common. T3 level, which is some miscellaneous superpowers, such as magnetism. It is only somewhat useful in the early stages, but basically useless in the later stages. It is also the type that most people awaken. In addition, there is another superpower that is superior to these superpowers. That is the spatial power. Spatial ability, the initial combat effectiveness is very weak, even worse than T3 level ability. However, if the spatial ability growth attribute is maximized, each level increase will result in a huge improvement. As long as they grow up, each skill will be devastating. The possibilities are endless. Spatial abilities are extremely rare. At least, Fong Luo has never heard of anyone else having them. Even though he knew in advance that Lindsy Jean was very talented, Fong Luo was still amazed when he saw the flames he spewed out. As soon as she awakened her special power, she could condense a fireball with a diameter of 10 centimeters and a maximum temperature of 1000. This talent is really amazing. Fong Luo felt that it would be difficult for him to defeat Lindsy Jean. However, other tough fights are different. Lindsy Jean was begging for mercy just now. Lindsy Jean was still a 20-year-old girl with a weak body. Awakening her superpowers would consume a lot of energy, so she fell asleep and Fong Luo did not disturb her anymore. Fong Luo just opened the door. A young girl fell in front of Fong Luo. When he looked down, it turned out to be Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu had been standing at the door, and was listening with a shy look on her face, but who would have thought that Fong Luo had been there for 10 hours and she even fell asleep while listening? In his heart, he admired Fong Luo very much. My brother-in-law is so awesome. My decision was indeed right, and my sister will definitely be happy in the future. What are you doing here? Fong Luo looked at Lin Yuyu with some amusement and could tell what she was doing at a glance. This girl is really quirky. Good morning, brother-in-law. I was just about to call you for dinner. Lin Yu was caught, her face full of embarrassment, and she quickly found a reason to explain. Where's the meal? Fang Luo glanced at the empty dining table and jokingly said, Am I going to eat you? I'm afraid your few ounces of meat are not enough for me. The relationship between Fang Luo and Lin Zijin became closer, and Fang Luo also treated Lin Yu as his sister, so they were not as unfamiliar when chatting with each other as before. Bah, hooligan. Seeing that she was exposed, Lin Yu snorted unreasonably and lay down on the sofa. Her mind was full of wild thoughts. He actually wanted to eat her and he thought she was too young? You rascal, are you still eavesdropping? Fang Luo rolled his eyes, but he was not angry at all, he even felt happy. Humans are social animals, and even the most solitary person will feel lonely sometimes. Now with these two sisters in the cold storage, it seems more lively and not so deserted. If there is no one in the cold storage, even if Fang Luo has tens of billions of supplies, life will be extremely boring, and there will be no difference between living and dying. Lin Zijin couldn't get up to cook. Fang Luo had no choice but to do it himself. After dinner, Fang Luo prepared to go out again to look for the evolution crystal. Today is the third day since the virus arrived. The existence of superpowers has been exposed to the public, and many people are looking for evolution crystals. The number of evolution crystals is constantly decreasing, and it will be even more difficult to find them in 2 days. In the end times, besides daily necessities, the most important thing is the evolution crystal. Because it represents strength. If you have enough supernatural crystals, you can build up a powerful force. Suppose Fang Luo had 10,000 evolution crystals, even if he didn't use them himself, he would use them to train 10,000 loyal psychics. That is also invincible. In a sense, evolution crystals are more important than food. Chapter 34, Going Out. Brother-in-law, I'm going too. Seeing Fang Luo was about to go out, Lin Yu ran over immediately. She was a lively and rebellious person to begin with, and now that she had superpowers, she wanted to go out and fight zombies for fun. Okay. Fang Luo thought about it and felt that it was a good idea. There was strength in numbers and the probability of finding the evolution crystal would be higher. Lin Zijin was just piking with him and fell asleep, so Fang Luo didn't call her. Fang Luo drove the armored vehicle and took Lin Yu and Dianmu out. It's the 8th day since the end of the world. Those who are still alive now are those who have excellent physical fitness or those who were quick to stockpile supplies a few days before the end of the world. Heroes emerge in troubled times. There are still many smart people in the world. Fang Luo was not so conceited that he thought he was invincible just because he had stockpiled billions of supplies. There are not many people on the street. Lin Yu looked out the window with a sentimental expression. Originally this street was very lively, with small vendors setting up stalls every night, but now there are rarely people, most of them are zombies. Fang Luo did not answer. He had already experienced it in his previous life, so there was really nothing to be sad about. Brother-in-law, where are we going? Lin Yu asked. Fang Luo also thought about it carefully, and thought about whether there were any other people in their previous lives who awakened their superpowers later and were relatively famous. Luochang is a first-tier coastal city with a very large area. Fang Luo has only searched less than 10% of the area so far. A total of more than 70 evolution crystals were harvested. That's a lot. You have to know that in the previous life, there were only a few thousand superpowers in the entire Los Angeles city, and they were distributed in various places. As for whether there are any hidden crystals, Fang Luo doesn't know. Let's go to Kuning Street first. Fang Luo thought of a place and drove there immediately. Kuning Street? Hearing this position, Lin Yu frowned slightly, as if recalling some bad past events. Kuning Street was originally the location where some extracurricular tutoring classes were gathered. It was very crowded with people. In the previous life, more than a dozen T2 level psychics were born here. I just don't know if the evolution crystal is still there. We drove to Kuning Street. Originally, there were still students studying here at 10 o'clock in the evening, but now all the lights were off, it was pitch black, and there was no one in sight. The car can't drive in, let's walk in. Fang Luo parked the car in a safe place and got out. This was a pedestrian street with a narrow road and many obstacles in the middle of the road, so the only way was to walk. Lightning Mother, open your eyes. Fang Luo told Dianmu that whether or not the crystal could be found depended entirely on this tabby cat. Meow. The goddess of lightning stretched out her claws, as if she was asking for her salary, but it was still the same reality as always. Why are you in such a hurry? Am I an unscrupulous boss who withholds wages? Fang Luo flicked her head in annoyance. He looked at Lin Yuyu in confusion again. What's wrong with you? Why are you so depressed? Lin Yuyu was originally very lively and would chatter when she went out, but now she hardly talks. Fine. Lin Yuyu shook her head, thinking that those people should be dead. Seeing the other person smile again, Fang Luo nodded, then followed Dian Mu to look for the crystal. After a while, one was found. It seems that the people here haven't found the crystals yet. That's great. Fang Luo became excited. There are at least a dozen crystals here. Dian Mu, well done, keep going. Fang Luo threw a fish to Dian Mu. Keep searching. Are you sure you saw a bright light falling here before? It's true, Brother Zhang. We were in the classroom at the time and saw it clearly. Very good. As long as you find the crystal and serve me well in the evening, I will give you a full bottle of mineral water. Thank you, Brother Zhang, thank you, Brother Zhang. Outside, 7 or 8 people were walking towards Kunying Street. One of them was a shirtless man called Brother Zhang, holding a woman in each hand. One is a young woman in her 30s. The other one is only in his teens and looks like a student. Ha! Why is there an armored vehicle? Suddenly, Zhang Yang saw a tall armored vehicle parked in a secret location on the street. He immediately leaned over. I looked left and right and was amazed. If you drive such a big armored vehicle, you don't have to walk as hard as you want. Due to the continued high temperature weather, ordinary vehicles have basically been scrapped, and the only means of transportation now is bus number 11. He tried to open the door. However, the car doors were locked and the windows were bulletproof, so he couldn't open them at all. Brother Zhang, there's still some gasoline in the exhaust pipe. It must have just been driven in, said the young woman on the side. Oh? Brother Zhang's eyes lit up. As expected of a teacher, you know a lot. I'll reward you when I get back. Brother Zhang is so annoying. The young woman showed a shy expression and felt like vomiting in her heart. He had a big head and a thick neck, just like a pig. That guy must be in there. Maybe his purpose is the same as ours, and he is also here to find the evolution crystal. Let's stop him quickly. Brother Zhang immediately took his 4 younger brothers and started searching the streets. He also awakened his superpower, a T2 level defensive superpower, and discovered the secret of the evolution crystal. So, when he heard that the 2 women around him might have seen the evolution crystal, he immediately brought people over. Chapter 35, Lin Yuyu is bullied. Boss, in front. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yang rushed over immediately. As expected, he found a man and 2 women. The man was holding a few newly discovered evolution crystals. Greed suddenly appeared in his eyes. If I absorb all these crystals, how powerful I will become. Shifting his gaze, he noticed the 2 women next to the man opposite him. One was tall, with magnificent breasts, charming eyes, and her appearance was at least 8 points. The other one is petite and cute, with facial features as delicate as jade, and her body has been well developed at a young age. She can score at least 9 points. She is much better than the married young women around her and the student girls who are fucked by thousands of people. Damn, this kid is so lucky. Zhang Yang was extremely jealous and immediately wanted to snatch the other person's crystal and the woman together. Only a strong man like me is worthy of owning such a beautiful woman. Lin Yuyu? At this time, a female student next to Zhang Yang seemed to recognize the girl opposite. You bitch, you're not dead. Yu Lily looked at Lin Yuyu, who had smooth hair and a clean body without a single stain, and then compared herself to her own disheveled appearance, who was covered in dirt and hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face for nearly a week. She immediately felt jealous. Why should she, a lowly thing, live better than me? Do you know him? Zhang Yang asked curiously. She used to be in our cram school. She's an orphan and she relies on her sister to hook up with rich men and sell her body to make a living. You're talking nonsense. When Lin Yuyu heard the other party insulting her sister, her body couldn't help but start to tremble. She felt a little scared and a little angry. What's going on? Fang Luo also frowned. Lindsy Jean was his woman, so how could he tolerate others slandering her like that? Lin Yuyu spoke with great grievance. It turned out that although Lin Yuyu's family was poor, Lindsy Jean took great care of his younger sister. For the sake of her studies, he saved money and enrolled Lin Yuyu in a cram school. However, Lin Yuyu's family is easily ridiculed by others. Yu Lily, on the opposite side, usually doesn't study much. She often hangs out with gangsters and makes friends with them. Seeing that Lin Yuyu is beautiful and has an ordinary family background, he becomes jealous and bullies Lin Yuyu. He often tore up Lin Yuyu's books, and even more so, he often brought people to intercept Lin Yuyu, slap her, and force her to kneel. He also spread all kinds of rumors, saying that Lin Yuyu's sister sold herself to enroll her in the cram school, otherwise how could she afford it when her family was so poor? Lin Yuyu had no choice but to tell the cram school teacher. That is the married young woman next to Zhang Yang, Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng didn't care at all, and even said something stupid like, "Why does she only bully you and not others?" This also made Yu Lily even more aggressive. Lin Yuyu had no choice but to skip class. However, the other party still did not let her go and even brought people to the school to block Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu didn't want to implicate her sister, so in order to protect herself, she had to make friends with the bad students in the school. However, the students in the school were no match for the hooligans in society. Several times, Lin Yuyu was almost molested by the thugs brought by the other party, which left a shadow in her heart. Upon hearing what happened to Lin Yuyu, Fang Luo immediately became filled with anger. Originally, he thought that Lin Yuyu's fights with others were just because she neglected family discipline, which led to her rebellious personality. Unexpectedly, she was bullied at school and made friends with bad students just to protect herself. It is hard to imagine how a teenage girl would feel when she encounters this kind of bullying, without the protection of her parents and with her teachers choosing to ignore it. That must be extremely helpless. If Lin Yuyu was a little more fragile, she would probably have chosen to commit suicide. Damn school bullying. Fang Luo hated this kind of thing very much. How many flowers have had their lives ruined like this? What's more, the one being bullied was Lin Yuyu, who was now his sister. Fang Luo has always been a person who protects his own shortcomings. He didn't want this shadow to remain in Lin Yuyu's heart forever. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can bully you. Fang Luo reached out and patted the trembling Lin Yuyu on the back, calming her agitated emotions, his eyes full of pity. Feeling Fang Luo's warmth, Lin Yuyu suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of security. In the past few years, she had been spending every day in agony, and no one had ever stood in front of her, saying that no one could bully her. Today, Fang Luo appeared in front of her. My mood immediately calmed down a lot. At the same time, I was moved. Chapter 36, The Toad Wants to Eat the Swan. Opposite. Zhang Yang also noticed something. He knew Lily very well. He had been hanging out with them since junior high school and used their reputation to bully other students. The beautiful girl in front of him was probably also bullied by Yu Lily. He looked at Yu Lily, then at Lin Yuyu. Both their appearance and temperament were completely not in the same league. Not to mention, Lin Yuyu still looks like an innocent girl, and it is probably her first time. Wouldn't it be a great thing if I could make the girl opposite me feel good about me and then win her over? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang immediately smiled and said to Lin Yuyu, "My classmate, has this woman bullied you before?" Lin Yuyu glanced at Zhang Yang, not knowing what this shirtless fat man meant. I hate school bullying the most in my life. If I had known she was that kind of person, I would not have saved her. So, you come back with me, and you pay her back 10 times for everything she did to you. If she dares to resist, I'll take care of it for you. Zhang Yang said with a smile. Brother Zhang, you. On the side, Yu Lily opened her eyes and looked at the other person in disbelief. That's not what you said to me in bed before. What's more, I bully others and you are an accomplice. She finally figured out Zhang Yang's purpose. It's just because Lin Yuyu is pretty, so he wants to get her attention and sleep with her. Yu Lily couldn't help but feel even more resentful towards Lin Yuyu. Why did she have to work so hard to get just a little help from her, while Lin Yuyu didn't say anything and Zhang Yang just took the initiative to lick her? Why didn't I scratch her face in the first place? She only knew how to seduce men. Shut up. Zhang Yang glared at Yu Lily and said in a deep voice, "If you ruin my good deeds, I will beat you like last time." He understands Yu Lily. This woman is not only vain, but also afraid of death. Before, Yu Lily begged him to help him hold the scene, and she endured it even when he whipped her. Now that the end of the world has come, it is impossible for her to leave in order to save her life. Yu Lily was so scared that she dared not speak. She still has the scar from that incident on her body. But he was filled with resentment towards Lin Yuyu. He felt that she must be laughing at him and would probably take revenge on him soon. She usually pretends to be so pure, but now isn't she just like me, selling herself for fame and fortune? Bitch. What do you think, classmate Lin? It's so dangerous outside and there are zombies. I can still protect you. Zhang Yang turned around and looked at Lin Yuyu with a smile. Feeling the other person's eyes, Lin Yuyu just felt disgusted. She had already guessed the other person's purpose. You fat guy, you still want to sleep with me? Are you dreaming? No need, I have someone to protect me. Lin Yuyu refused without hesitation and subconsciously leaned towards Fang Luo. Maybe it was because of Fang Luo's behavior just now, she subconsciously felt that she would feel safe around Fang Luo. Just him, a pretty boy? Zhang Yang glanced at Fang Luo and smiled disdainfully. Student Lin, he can't do that. You have to know that those outside are zombies. Only people like me with superpowers can survive in the apocalypse. Do you know what superpowers are? As he spoke, Zhang Yang took out a machete and stabbed himself between his legs several times, but he did not suffer any harm. See? I'm invulnerable. Zhang Yang grinned, his face full of pride. Besides, supplies are so scarce now, I guess you haven't had a full meal for a long time. Come to my house, I have several boxes of mineral water, and you can eat rice every day, how about it? Ever since awakening his superpowers, Zhang Yang has been in high spirits. Before, he was just an ordinary gangster in the gang who only bullied students. Now, he has become a backbone figure in the gang, drinking mineral water, eating white rice, and managing several people. His life is so comfortable. He felt that with his conditions, Lin Yuyu would definitely not be able to refuse. Who would turn down a good meal? You know, just now Lu Fang and Yu Lily agreed to my request of a threesome in order to share a bottle of water. Idiot. Lin Yuyu rolled her eyes. She already possessed wind-related abilities, so why would she need your iron crotch skill? You are such a person, and you still want us to go to your house? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Lin Yuyu and Lindsy Jean have different personalities. Lin Yuyu is carefree and straightforward. She says whatever she wants and starts cursing directly. Fang Luo looked at it with great admiration. He also likes Lin Yuyu's personality. If he is unhappy with her, of course he will say it out. Why keep it in your heart and make yourself feel uncomfortable? What did you say, bitch? Zhang Yang became angry when he heard Lin Yuyu's merciless insults. Are you deaf? I say you are a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Very good. This was the first time Zhang Yang was insulted like this after awakening his superpowers. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. I didn't want to use force, but you forced me to do it. I'm giving you one more chance now. That man, hand over the crystal in your hand, kneel down and kowtow twice, and then get out. You must come back with me obediently tonight, otherwise. Chapter 37, The Sea Gang. Zhang Yang raised the machete in his hand and threatened Fang Luo with a ferocious look. On the side, Yu Lily, who was originally worried about being retaliated by Lin Yuyu, suddenly became excited. What an idiot! He had such a good opportunity to follow Brother Zhang, but he didn't fight for it and had to hide behind a pretty boy. Now, when Brother Zhang takes you all down, won't you all be bullied by me? Ha ha ha. Fang Luo glanced at him without any fear, and said calmly, okay, come and get it, I'll give it to you. You're smart. Zhang Yang laughed triumphantly. He was not afraid of Fang Luo's tricks at all because he possessed defensive abilities. He is indeed a pretty boy. Yu Lily felt more relieved and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lu Fang, who had been silent, also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she did not bully Lin Yuyu, she did not interfere with Lin Yuyu being bullied, and she was a little afraid of Lin Yuyu's revenge before. Where's the crystal? Give it to me. Zhang Yang came to Fang Luo, stretched out his hand and asked. Fang Luo, crystal? Didn't you say that you would give me the crystal when I come over? How dare you play tricks on me? Zhang Yang had a ferocious expression. I said I would give it to you, but I didn't say I would give you the crystal. Fang Luo looked amused. Zhang Yang frowned, what do you mean? However, when he followed Fang Luo's gaze downwards, he discovered a black gun barrel. Gun. Zhang Yang was shocked. Where did Fang Luo take out the gun from? It turns out that when he said give yourself a shot, he meant to give himself a shot. I suddenly wanted to escape. Although he is not afraid of machetes, it doesn't mean he is not afraid of bullets. But it was too late. I want to see which is harder, your gun or mine. Fong Luo grinned and pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a gunshot, followed by the sound of liquid falling to the ground. Red and yellow liquid were scattered all over the ground at Zhang Yang's feet. Obviously, he, a psychic who had just awakened his defensive ability, could not withstand the power of the bullets. Zhang Yang suddenly fell to the ground, curled up like a shrimp, and screamed in a very shrill voice. Behind him, 4 or 5 younger brothers also fell to chill between their legs. Before, they envied Zhang Yang's iron crotch skills, but now they have nothing to envy. Yu Lily and Lu Feng were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that Zhang Yang, who possessed superpowers, would defeat the other party, but they did not expect it to be so dramatic that he was shot in the face by the other party and his second half of life was ended. Thinking of what they had done to Lin Yuyu before, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. I don't know how Lin Yuyu will retaliate against me. Lin Yuyu was extremely excited. These people were the ones who had bullied her, but she was not such a saint as to feel sympathy for them. I even feel very happy. I don't know how many young girls have been harmed by this group of guys. My brother-in-law is so handsome, I just like the way he pretends to be cool. Now, Fong Luo walked up to Zhang Yang and said with a smile, "It's my turn to ask you for the crystal." "No, don't." Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with fear. Although Fong Luo was smiling, in his eyes, the smile was like that of a devil. Fong Luo ignored him. "Just pick up the opponent's machete." Zhang Yang is a psychic. Although his psychic power is at the T2 level, the crystal energy in his head is higher than the pure evolutionary crystal energy. "You can't kill me." Looking at the machete so close at hand, Zhang Yang shouted hurriedly. "Oh?" Fong Luo raised his eyebrows, "Tell me about it." "I'm from the C gang." "Da Hai gang?" Fong Luo's expression turned serious. He had heard of this Da Hai gang in his previous life. The Da Hai gang was formerly a loan sharking organization in Los Angeles. After the end of the world, many people in the Da Hai gang awakened their superpowers, making it a fairly large group of people with superpowers. This Da Hai gang is not a good group. Relying on their special powers, they robbed houses and collected protection fees. If they met other people with special powers, they would kill them and take the crystal in their heads as long as they did not surrender. In his previous life, Fong Luo once found a bottle of water, but it was snatched away by the other party in the name of protection money. Fortunately, Fong Luo did not show his special abilities at that time, otherwise he would have been beaten to death by them. What is even more interesting is, before the end of the world, Fong Luo borrowed a lot of high-interest loans, including from the Da Hai gang. "Boy, you are scared now, right?" Zhang Yang looked at Fong Luo proudly. "We have a total of 18 superpowers in the Da Hai gang, and our boss has a powerful firepower. Even if the army sees us, they have to take a detour. Can you, with just a gun, defeat the army? However, I can give you a chance now. As long as you kneel down and admit your mistake, I will not bother with you." Zhang Yang tried to intimidate Fong Luo, saying that as long as Fong Luo let him go, he would never keep his promise and let him go. He has lost his life, how could he let Fong Luo go? "Oh? Really? I'm so scared." Fong Luo sneered disdainfully. He chopped off the opponent's head with a single blow of his sword, and Zhang Yang died with his eyes open. Even before his death, he had no idea where Fong Luo got the confidence to go against the Da Hai gang. Fong Luo directly dug out his crystal. The brightness of this crystal is more than 1 times that of a normal evolution crystal, which means it has more than twice the energy. 1 is worth 2, not bad. Good. Fong Luo turned around and looked at Yu Lily and Lu Feng. At this moment, the 2 men were already terrified. Fong Luo's cruelty was beyond their imagination. They were sure that Fong Luo would kill them without blinking an eye. And there is no guilt. But they don't want to die. Yu Lily was the first to react. She fell to her knees with a plop, then rolled and crawled to Fong Luo's feet, looking at him with a flattering look. "Don't kill me, I can be your dog. I know a lot of knowledge. You can play with me however you want." She knew that her life and death was in Fong Luo's hands. Chapter 38 Kill. Yu Lily has been in society since junior high school. She has met countless men and has mastered the ability to read people's expressions. Seeing that the situation was not good, she immediately knelt down in front of Fong Luo and begged Fong Luo in a delicate voice. In the past, whenever she offended someone she couldn't afford to offend, as long as she did this, the other party would let her go. At most you'll just get hit a few times. However, Fang Luo was not moved at all. Although Fang Luo is not Lu Xiaohui and is also lustful, he is not attractive to all women. This Yu Lily is not even as good as Li Nana. Any small gangster can play with her. Fang Luo doesn't like the Roman road. Don't beg me. It's her who decides whether to let you go. Fang Luo turned his head and looked at Lin Yuyu. The other party bullied Lin Yuyu, causing her to have psychological trauma. Only Lin Yuyu could resolve this problem herself to erase her trauma. After hearing Fang Luo's words, Yu Lily looked at Lin Yuyu again. There was some reluctance in her eyes. It is so humiliating that I have to beg someone I once bullied. But she didn't want to die. So, she crawled to Lin Yuyu again, and begged Lin Yuyu with a flattering smile. Sister Yuyu, I was wrong before. Go ahead and hit me however you want. I will never resist. As she said this, Yu Lily took the initiative to slap herself. The sound was so loud and it seemed that she had used a cruel slap. Lin Yuyu looked at the other person coldly. In the past, she would bring people to surround me, force me to kneel down, and slap me. Unexpectedly, one day she would kneel in front of him. And all of this was done by Fang Luo. In her heart, she admired Fang Luo even more and had a better impression of him. It is really a great fortune for my sister and I to meet Fang Luo. It's a pity that such a man is destined not to hide in a cold storage. He will move towards a bigger world in the future, and at that time there will be all kinds of women. I just hope he won't forget his sister. I won't hit you, don't waste your energy. Lin Yuyu said coldly. Yu Lily was stunned. What did she mean? Don't hit yourself? Are you going to kill yourself? She was so scared that she almost cried, and she started to pull Lin Yuyu, wanting to grab Lin Yuyu's hand and hit herself to vent her anger. Sister Yuyu, I was really wrong, hit me, I will kowtow to you, please don't kill me, I don't want to die yet. Lin Yuyu broke free directly. I don't hit you because I don't want to be like you. Someone like me? Yes, I have suffered the pain of school bullying. You think bullying others will give you a sense of accomplishment, but I won't. I won't be like you, a person who enjoys bullying others. So, you won't kill me? Yu Lily asked tentatively, and a look of joy gradually appeared on her face. Obviously, Lin Yuyu's words did not make Yu Lily feel remorseful. She was only worried about whether she could survive. As long as I can survive. Afterwards, she would continue to bully others. Lin Yuyu shook her head. I won't hit you, but I will kill you. Lin Yuyu's eyes turned fierce, and she used her wind-related abilities. A wind blade directly cut the opponent's throat. Yu Lily fell to the ground. Lost my breath. This scene immediately frightened Lu Fang, who was standing by, terrified. Even Fang Luo was slightly stunned. He just thought that Lin Yuyu would be merciful and let the other person go. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuyu did not choose to bully the other person, but chose to kill him directly. However, if you think about it carefully, it will make sense. Lin Yuyu just didn't want to become the same person as the school bully, but she did not choose to forgive the other party for the pain he brought her. The goals are clear, the decisions are decisive, and the gratitude and resentment are clearly distinguished. Lin Yuyu looked at the frightened Lu Fang again. No, don't kill me, I didn't bully you. Lu Fang looked at Lin Yuyu in horror, unable to understand why she was so honest before, but now she kills people without blinking an eye. Is this what all honest people do when they are pushed into a corner? She's simply a witch. You didn't bully me, but you helped the evil. Lin Yuyu had a cold expression. When she was bullied by Yu Lily, she sought help from Lu Fang more than once, but the other party ignored her and even said the famous saying that why the other party only bullied her and not others, she should look for the reason in herself. I was forced to do this. I'm just a teacher. I have called her parents before, but she didn't change. Her parents even complained that I made a false accusation. I can only turn a blind eye, otherwise I will lose my job. I have a family to support, and I can't be without a job. Lu Fang pleaded with Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu stopped. What the other party said is indeed a very realistic problem. In this day and age, teachers like her in off-campus institutions, or even teachers in schools, have no status. Once they receive a complaint, they are basically waiting to be fired, and at worst their future will be thwarted. This is also the reason why so many teachers are irresponsible and it is so difficult to find a job. The other party turned a blind eye, which can only be said to be a lack of teacher ethics, but it cannot be said that she is a bad person. She just chose family over students. Although Lin Yu is decisive in killing, she is not unreasonable. The culprit is already dead, so there is no need to kill another person who is implicated. You go now. Lin Yu waved her hand and let Lu Fang leave. The world is so chaotic now, how long can she, a woman, live? Thank you, thank you. Lu Fang was overjoyed and prepared to flee immediately, but after hesitating for a moment, she turned to Fang Luo and said, "There are 8 of us who came with us. One of us went to the toilet on the way and arrived later than us. He hasn't come yet, so he probably found out that you killed someone from the Dahai gang and has probably gone to report it. You guys should run away quickly." Chapter 39, Encircled. Someone tipped off? Fang Luo's heart tightened. He didn't expect that after he dealt with all the problems, there was still one omission. Although Fang Luo is not afraid of the Dahai gang, Lin Yu is still here. According to Zhang Yang, they have 18 people with special powers. It is still somewhat dangerous to be besieged by so many people with special powers. Want to run? It's too late. Just as Fang Luo was about to leave, a dull voice came from the street. Fang Luo looked over and saw at least 30 people, holding different weapons in their hands, walking towards this side with fierce momentum. What surprised Fang Luo was that all these people had awakened their special powers, and several of them had awakened to T2. It seems that the Dahai gang has recruited other people with special abilities during this period of time. This is trouble. There are more than 30 people with special abilities. Even if he has spatial abilities and guns, he cannot kill them all. At most you can only save your life. The combat effectiveness of space abilities was too weak in the early stages. You dare to leak the information, bitch, go to hell. A muscular man walked up to Lu Fang and waved his hand at her, releasing a flame. Fire-related ability, T1 level. Lu Fang's entire body was wrapped in flames. He wailed in agony and rolled on the ground continuously, but the flames showed no signs of being extinguished. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Fang was unrecognizable and turned into a charred corpse. The means are extremely cruel. But there was no mercy on the man's face, and there was even a smile on his lips. He seemed to enjoy the sound of the other party wailing under the flames. Abnormal. Lin Yu cursed inwardly and hid behind Fang Luo in fear. Boy, you look familiar. After dealing with Lu Fang, Fu Dahai shifted his gaze to Fang Luo. He felt that he had seen Fang Luo before. Boss, I remember him. He borrowed money from us before, 200,000 yuan. A younger brother behind Fu Dahai said. Oh? Fu Dahai raised his eyebrows and said jokingly and cruelly, "Boy, you are really unlucky. You might not have to pay back your money because of the end of the world, but you met me again and killed my Dahai gang members. According to the rules, I should kill you to commemorate my brother." Fu Dahai changed the subject, "But I can give you another chance." What chance? Join our C gang. So simple? Of course not. Fu Dahai grinned and said, "First, hand over all the supernatural crystals you obtained to repay the 200,000 you owe us. Secondly, this woman was given to me and to our brothers to play with as a tribute to our deceased brothers. But don't worry, I'm just playing around with it and will return it to you when I'm done." Fu Dahai stared at Lin Yu. It has to be said that in this drought-stricken apocalypse, the already beautiful Lin Yu has become even more charming. Because nowadays 99% of people are covered in dust and dirt, and even the most beautiful faces will lose their charm. And she was clean and had fair and smooth skin, which was enough to attract people. Therefore, even though Fu Dahai is the boss of a gang and has many beautiful women around him, he cannot resist Lin Yu's charm. Lin Yu's face turned pale. She had never been in a relationship before, so how could she accompany these people? She would rather die. Fang Luo's face also turned cold after hearing this. It is absolutely impossible to hand over all the evolution crystals and send Lin Yu to the other party. Let us not talk about the importance of evolution crystal for now. But Lin Yu is his sister-in-law, so she is one of his own. If he did this, Lin Zijin would hate himself for the rest of his life. Moreover, he couldn't exchange his woman's life for a chance to live in disgrace. He was not that kind of person. What if I don't? Fang Luo said coldly. No? Then you can only die. Fu Dahai sneered, looking comfortable. Although Fang Luo still had a gun in his hand, he didn't take Fang Luo seriously at all. It's not like he hasn't encountered people with guns in the past 2 days. He's even fought with lone soldiers and policemen. What's the result? Aren't you still alive and well? He has met too many people like Fong Luo. They were all tough in the beginning, but after being beaten up, they all joined in obediently. After tasting the sweetness, they finally had no idea of rebelling. That's human nature. However, he underestimated Fong Luo and also misjudged Fong Luo. When it comes to family affection, Fong Luo cannot compromise. Okay, I promise you, come and get it. Fong Luo said while pretending to struggle. He saw that the other party had several people under his command who had awakened defensive and magnetic abilities, and they were all standing near Fu Dahai with the purpose of protecting him. In a positive situation, it is difficult to kill Fu Dahai with a gun. As soon as he raised his hand, Fu Dahai would probably be protected and would then attack him. Humph, you want to play a trick on me? Do you think I'm the idiot Zhang Yang? Seeing Fong Luo still using the old trick, Fu Dahai sneered disdainfully, stand where you are and throw the crystal to the ground. This. Fong Luo looked as if his plan had been seen through. He sighed helplessly and threw an evolution crystal over with some reluctance. Chapter 40, Trap. You're smart. Looking at the crystal thrown by Fong Luo, Fu Dahai smiled with satisfaction, but he did not pick it up directly. Instead, he ordered his men to pick it up. Go, pick it up. Yes. A little brother with defensive abilities stepped forward. Seeing this action, even Fong Luo couldn't help but secretly praise his cautious mind. He was worthy of being the boss. He didn't fall for it even in such a situation. He was much smarter than Zhang Yang just now. However, if the other party thinks that he can avoid his attack in this way, then he is overthinking. I picked up the crystal and after making sure it was safe, I handed it to Fu Dahai. It is indeed a supernatural crystal. Fu Dahai took the crystal, looked at it carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, he laughed and put it in his trouser pocket. When Fong Luo saw the scene, he sneered in his heart. You put this there yourself. Boy, if you send this woman over here, all our grievances will be written off. In addition, you can join our Dahai gang and receive a bottle of mineral water and a bowl of rice every day. You can enjoy the women in the gang as you like. Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss if you follow us. Fu Dahai's face was filled with smugness, and he was looking Lin Yuyu up and down unscrupulously, as if she was already in his pocket. No problem. Fong Luo smiled, approached Lin Yuyu, then grabbed her slender hand, as if he wanted to drag her to Fu Dahai. Lin Yuyu looked at Fong Luo, but there was no ripple in her heart. She would never believe that Fong Luo would give her to someone else. Sure enough, Fong Luo pulled Lin Yuyu up and started running away. Fuck him. He wants to run away. Chase him. Seeing this, Fu Dahai immediately chased after Fong Luo. However, just as he took a step, there was an explosion and Fu Dahai let out a heart-wrenching roar. Lin Yuyu turned around in confusion. However, Fu Dahai, who was alive and kicking just now fell to the ground in a miserable state, his lower limbs were covered in blood. It was estimated that he would never be able to function as a human being again in this life. She couldn't help but look at Fong Luo with admiration. She knew that it must have been Fong Luo who did it. As for how to do it, she didn't know. My brother-in-law is such an amazing man. This was indeed done by Fong Luo, and the method was very simple. Space imprint. Space imprints can be used to mark anywhere, acting as a monitoring device to observe surrounding dynamics in real time, and can also act as bombs. With just a thought, the imprint can be detonated to cause huge damage. Just now, the crystal that Fong Luo threw to Fu Dahai was marked with a space mark by him. Originally, Fong Luo was going to detonate it in Fu Dahai's hand, but he didn't expect that the other party would put it directly into his trouser pocket. Ah, this Lao Lu actually plotted against me. Fu Dahai fell to the ground in a bloody mess, his expression becoming particularly ferocious with a mixture of pain and anger. He glared at Fong Luo's fleeing figure and swore that he would never let him go. Don't worry about me, catch him for me, I'm going to skin him alive. Fu Dahai pushed away the younger brother who was looking after him and said. Yes. More than 20 younger brothers immediately chased towards the place where Fong Luo escaped. They are chasing us, what should we do? Lin Yuyu saw the psychic chasing after her and looked worried, as there was a person with speed psychic among them. Hide first, and then find an opportunity to defeat them one by one. If it was a head-on fight, Fong Luo would not be able to deal with so many psychics at the same time. Although he had guns, they were not invincible. Some of the psychics on the opposite side were not afraid of guns, and they also had guns in their hands. If he was surrounded from all sides, he could find a chance to escape, but that couldn't be the case for Lin Yuyu. But Fang Luoka is not afraid of guerrilla warfare. He possesses spatial abilities and can pass through walls at any time to launch sneak attacks on enemies, making them hard to defend against. Lightning Mother, go and lead 2 people over here. Fang Luo took Lin Yuyu and hid directly in an alley, then gave instructions to Dianmu. Meow. When it came to serious matters, Dianmu was still very serious. This time she didn't throw a tantrum and went there obediently. Fang Luo doesn't have to worry about Dianmu. Cats are fast by nature, and Dianmu has awakened her electrical abilities, so no one can catch her. Brother-in-law, why did you bring them here? Looking at the leaving Dianmu, Lin Yuyu was a little confused. Shouldn't she be trying to find a way to escape now? Of course, kill them. Don't they want the evolution crystal? Each of them has an evolution crystal in their head. Fang Luo sneered. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Lin Yuyu saw Fang Luo suddenly squat down and press his palms on the ground. Fang Luo smiled mysteriously, you will know in a moment. Let's wait for the Dianmu to come next door. Fang Luo took Lin Yuyu and went around to the house next to the alley, with a wall separating them. After a while, Dianmu successfully attracted 3 people with special powers. Fuck, where is that cat? Damn it, she just peed on my head, I'm going to skin her alive. When the 3 psychics saw the Mother of Lightning stop, they pounced towards her ferociously. However, when they were halfway there was a sudden explosion beneath their feet. Without exception, the lower limbs of all 3 people were broken and they fell to the ground covered in blood. Fang Luo grinned and took Lin Yuyu out. Lin Yuyu was stunned when she saw this scene. She didn't understand even more. There are no windows and no sight here. How could Fang Luo know that the enemy came here and detonated the explosion? Could it be that my brother-in-law's special ability is clairvoyance? Chapter 41 Injured. Ah! Thinking that Fang Luo might have the ability of clairvoyance, Lin Yuyu screamed and quickly hugged her arms across her chest. What are you doing? Fang Luo was a little confused. Why was he hugging his chest for no reason? Brother-in-law, do you have the ability to see through things? Lin Yuyu asked tentatively. Perspective? Fang Luo was stunned for a moment, then he realized what Lin Yuyu meant. She must be wondering why he could see the person coming from the other side through the wall. In fact, my spatial mark is similar to perspective. If I put the mark into the other person's body, I can observe the situation inside the other person's body. That's about right. Fang Luo nodded. Ah, brother-in-law, don't look at me. Okay, let's stop talking. The explosion just now will probably attract other people. Let's go. Fang Luo changed the subject and first dug out the crystals in the heads of the 3 psychics, and then took Lin Yuyu and Dianmu to the next alley. Then, Fang Luo used the same method again, asking Dianmu to lure people over, setting up traps himself, and killed nearly 10 psychics from the Dahai gang in succession. Damn it, this Lao Lu is too insidious. He sets traps every time and waits for our people to fall into his trap. The key is that we can't see his traps. The members of the Dahai gang looked at the bodies of their companions, each of whom had his head cut open, and they all shuddered in their hearts. This guy was insidious and cruel. What should we do? Continue chasing? Chase for nothing. Do you think you can chase Lao Lu? If you chase him, you will die. Then you won't avenge the boss? It's the boss who can't take care of himself after the bombing, not you. You only make a few $100 a month, why do you want to risk your life? The people of the Dahai gang suffered heavy losses, and no one wanted to sacrifice their lives anymore, so they had basically given up the idea of hunting down Fang Luo. Fang Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Setting up a space mark consumes a lot of energy. Fang Luo has cast 5 marks in a row and is now exhausted. If the other party continues to chase me, it will be difficult to kill them. Today's harvest was also good, with more than 30 supernatural crystals. In addition to the psychics he had killed, Fang Luo found more than a dozen more while he was walking through the alley just now. The crystals in this area have basically been looted. Today's goal has been achieved. They've left, let's go back and find the car. Fang Luo said to Lin Yuyu. The 2 men slowly moved towards the armored vehicle again, but Fang Luo was still a little worried that they would stay near the armored vehicle and wait for him to pass by. However, just as he reached the vicinity of the armored vehicle, Fang Luo heard the sound of fighting again. Fang Luo leaned over to take a look. He discovered that the Dahai gang, which had just been chasing him, had actually started fighting with another group of people. Among them, the most eye-catching are a man and a woman, who seem to be a couple. Both of them have T1 level superpowers, one is Earth-related and the other is Wood-related. It seems that this group of people are competing with the Dahai gang for their armored vehicles. Dog bites dog? Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh. He was originally worried that they would ambush him, but now, he could just take advantage of the chaos to drive away the armored vehicle. Yu, sneak towards the street first, I'll drive the armored vehicle. Fang Luo ordered. With his current strength, he is not able to use space flash to lead others, so he can only use wall passing to approach the armored vehicle by himself. Lin Yu possesses wind-related abilities, so she can still do this. Two-person action. Fang Luo used space flashing to constantly shuttle between the houses. In less than a moment, Fang Luo successfully got into the armored vehicle. He immediately drove the car towards Lin Yu's location. The roar of the car immediately attracted the attention of others. The man with Earth-type supernatural powers directly used his Earth-type supernatural powers to control the stones, trying to stop Fang Luo, but he could only control some small stones and could not stop Fang Luo's armored vehicle at all. Hateful. The man cursed inwardly, and then he noticed Lin Yu who was waiting for Fang Luo. His eyes turned fierce, and then he controlled the stone and smashed it towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu quickly dodged. But there were too many stones, and one of them hit her fair leg hard. Ah! Lin Yu cried out in pain, but she still gritted her teeth, insisted on running towards Fang Luo, and successfully got on the armored vehicle. Wu Yu, she's just a child, how could you have the heart to do that to her? The woman next to the man also noticed this scene and couldn't help but scold her husband. In this world today, there is no distinction between adults and children, and they are obviously in league with these hooligans. You have been a doctor for too long, you are used to saving lives, and you are too soft-hearted. This will cause you great harm. Wu Yu shrugged and didn't care. Is there anything wrong with saving people? She didn't hurt us. Lu Su snorted and ignored her husband. On the way, Fang Luo drove the armored vehicle towards the cold storage. The world was becoming more and more chaotic. It had only been less than 10 days and people with special abilities had begun to attack each other. Moreover, there will be more and more such things happening. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, Fang Luo noticed that Lin Yu next to him looked pale. Then after a closer look, I found that one of her thighs was slightly twisted and bleeding, and it was obvious that she was broken. What's going on? Fang Luo frowned. I was accidentally hit by a stone by that guy just now. Lin Yu weakly recounted what had just happened. What? Fang Luo was immediately enraged and wanted to drive back and cut the man into pieces. However, Lin Yu is injured now and cannot afford to delay. Hateful. Don't let me meet them again. Fang Luo had already memorized the appearance of the man and woman. If given the chance, Fang Luo will definitely take revenge. I'll apply the medicine on you first. Fang Luo had stockpiled some medicines in his space. He immediately took out some medicines to stop Lin Yu's bleeding. Thank you, brother-in-law. Chapter 42 Worry. Lin Yu's leg injury was very serious. Not only were his muscles scratched, but his bones were also fractured. It could not be cured by medicine alone. Now the outside was full of zombie viruses, and the wound was exposed to the outside and could easily be infected with the virus. Fang Luo could only bandage him first. As for broken bones, you can only seek treatment from a professional doctor. But at this time, where can I find a professional doctor? Thank you, brother-in-law, you saved me again. Lin Yu looked at Fang Luo who was bandaging her carefully, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Fang Luo is the best man to her since she was a child, including her father. First, he went to the school to find me regardless of the danger. Then, when I was in danger in the supermarket, he appeared as a hero and saved me. He just helped me to get revenge, and now he is treating me. It's like being his own guardian angel. Then how are you going to thank me? While bandaging the wound, Fang Luo looked up at Lin Yu, who looked weak and might faint at any time. He had seen a popular science video online that said when a patient is seriously injured and in danger, he must not be allowed to sleep, as this can easily lead to brain death. To solve this problem, doctors usually talk to patients while treating them to improve their attention and relieve their pain. So Fong Luo also deliberately looked for Lin Yuyu to talk. How to repay Fong Luo? Lin Yuyu thought to herself. All in all, Fong Luo saved me twice. The first time, in order to repay Fong Luo, I brought him and my sister together. What about this time? Everything he eats, drinks, and uses now belongs to Fong Luo, including his only sister. It seems that I really have nothing to repay Fong Luo. Wait, I do have one last thing. Is that possible? Lin Yuyu suddenly thought of a certain scene and immediately shook her head. How could this be possible? It was too ridiculous. After bandaging Lin Yuyu and giving her some antibiotics and glucose water to replenish her energy, Fong Luo immediately drove back to the cold storage. Fong Luo opened the door holding Lin Yuyu. Lindsy Jean had already woken up, and his face turned pale when he saw this. Husband, what's wrong with you? Lindsy Jean had just had sex with Fong Luo and was feeling very sweet. But she didn't expect to see this scene when she opened the door and was immediately startled. Don't worry, don't you know what your husband is capable of? Fong Luo comforted. Sister, shouldn't you care about me first? I'm the one who's hurt. Lin Yuyu was in Fong Luo's arms, watching her sister actually caring about Fong Luo first instead of herself. I thought to myself, my sister who is married is just like water that has been poured out. What happened to Yuyu? Lindsy Jean's face turned red and she looked at her sister worriedly. Fong Luo's expression darkened and he told the whole story. Her life is not in danger, but her leg injury will be a bit troublesome. Simple medicine cannot cure it. She needs a professional doctor. If she can't find a doctor, she may become a cripple. Fong Luo sighed. In his previous life, Lindsy Jean was a cripple, and in this life he might have become Lin Yuyu. I thought of the man and woman, the two culprits. I will never let them go. Cripple? Lindsy Jean's heart trembled. His sister was so beautiful. If she became a cripple, her whole life would be ruined. Don't worry, I'll go find a doctor for Yuyu now. Fong Luo hugged Lindsy Jean. No. Lindsy Jean hurriedly stopped him and hugged Fong Luo tightly. I don't want you to be in danger again. If Yuyu's leg can't be cured, then it can't be cured. At worst, I can take care of her for the rest of her life. If anything happens to you, Don't worry, it'll be fine. Seeing Lindsy Jean caring about him so much, Fong Luo was also somewhat touched and smiled. Such a beautiful sister-in-law, I can't bear to see her become a cripple. After repeatedly assuring Lindsy Jean of her safety, Fong Luo walked out of the cold storage and went to find a doctor. Chapter 43, Swift Lip Service. Luoshui Jinchang Villa District. Lu Su pushed open the door of the villa angrily, slammed the door and left angrily. Lu Su is 28 years old this year. She has been a favored girl since childhood. When she was in school, she was the only campus belle and had countless suitors. After graduating with a doctorate, she became the chief of surgery at a Los Angeles hospital when she was less than 30 years old, and also married a rich second generation from a third-rate family in Los Angeles, making countless women envy her. But all that has changed. The continued high temperature caused the hospital to be crowded with patients, and she was busy every day. She was once respected, but now she was accused of being unprofessional because she could not treat so many patients. Later, zombies suddenly appeared in the hospital and she managed to save her life with great difficulty. But the hospital closed down and she lost her job. Some time ago, she and her husband awakened their superpowers at the same time, and her husband also changed. The husband, who was originally gentle and refined, began to become violent, making friends with all kinds of hooligans and often fighting with others. He had killed dozens of people in the past 2 days, and just now he killed a teenage girl. This made Lu Su, who usually rescued the dying and the wounded, a little unacceptable. But that's not the worst. The worst thing is that the husband who used to be loyal and love has now become lustful, and just now he even brought a woman from outside home openly. He also said that in today's world, strong men should have more women so that they can pass on their high-quality genes. In a fit of anger, she slammed the door and left. She wants the other party to regret it. Several hours passed. At noon, the sun was particularly glaring and the weather was particularly hot. Fong Luo drove all the way, looking for a doctor everywhere, and finally arrived near the Luoshui Jinchang Villa District. He thought he would return empty-handed, but he actually saw several people with their arms wrapped in gauze. Fong Luo's heart moved. In this doomsday, they are still wrapped in bandages, and judging by the way they wrap the bandages, it is obvious that only professional medical staff can do this. Fong Luo drove over immediately. A few people were looking for supplies when they suddenly saw a tall armored vehicle running towards them, and they became a little nervous. It's been very chaotic recently. Not only are there zombies, but there are also many survivors from other places who come here to rob. Their injuries were caused by being beaten, and their house has been occupied by someone. If they hadn't given all their savings to the other party, they would probably have been beaten to death now. Fong Luo got out of the car and looked at everyone. What do you want to do? We are out of supplies. The slightly older middle-aged man protected his wife and his 7 or 8-year-old daughter behind him. The middle-aged man was a little fat, but he had an extraordinary temperament. It was obvious that he was a rich man before the end of the world, but now he looked a little embarrassed. I mean no harm. Fong Luo smiled warmly. I just want to ask, who bandaged the bandage on your hand? It was Sister Lu who bandaged us. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to answer, the little girl about 7 or 8 years old behind him opened her big eyes and spoke actively. Little dear. The middle-aged man immediately covered his daughter's mouth. He still didn't know what Fong Luo's purpose was. He didn't look like he was injured. It would be bad if he wanted to cause trouble for Dr. Lu. Recently, Dr. Lu's husband has offended many people, and people often come here to kill him, with fights occurring almost every day. I guess those people couldn't deal with Wu Yu and wanted to attack Dr. Lu. Although Wu Yu was not a good person, he had received favors from Dr. Lu, so how could he put Dr. Lu in danger? Sister Lu? Can you tell me where Dr. Lu is? Fong Luo immediately asked the middle-aged man. I have no ill intentions, it's just that a friend of mine is injured and needs a doctor to treat her. She is also a little girl. If she can't be cured, she may become a cripple in the future. The middle-aged man frowned, feeling a little hesitant, but Fong Luo's expression didn't seem fake. But what if it's fake? People are evil. The other party was driving an armored vehicle, but he didn't look like a soldier. It was very likely that it was stolen from the army. I don't know any Dr. Lu. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. The man shook his head, and then he pulled his daughter and wife and was about to leave. Fong Luo was anxious. The other party obviously knew it, but refused to tell me. Stop them immediately. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man panicked and his voice began to tremble. Don't get me wrong, I really mean no harm. Fong Luo did not do anything, but took out a steak and mineral water. Your daughter must have not eaten for a long time. As a father, you probably don't want to see your daughter starve. Just tell me the location of Dr. Lu, and this steak will be yours. Looking at the delicious steak and the sweet, thirst-quenching mineral water, the middle-aged man's Adam's apple moved slightly. Since the end of the world, their family has been living in misery, and the water they drink is basically sewage. Sometimes he even has to drink his daughter's urine. Such clean mineral water is more precious than 1 million. He looked at his daughter again. The other person was staring at the steak with his eyes wide open, without blinking, his saliva almost dripping. He felt heartbroken again when he saw this. You really mean no harm? The man asked, his tone already somewhat loose. Fong Luo nodded seriously, no. Well, I'll tell you. Just like that, under the temptation of a steak and mineral water, the middle-aged man's original determination not to betray Dr. Lu was broken. Thanks. After getting the position, Fong Luo expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother. My name is Elk. What's your name? The little girl asked Fong Luo curiously while holding the steak and drooling. In all these days, Fong Luo was the first person to give them food. Unlike others, they would rob her things, occupy her home, and even beat her father as soon as they went to her house. Elk? Hearing this name, Fong Luo couldn't help but feel a little curious. My brother's name is Fong Luo. Chapter 44, Revenge. After leaving home, Lu Su saw injured people on the road, so he picked up the bandages he was carrying and used his special powers to start rescuing them. She has studied medicine since she was young. The master told him that a doctor's job is to cure illnesses and save lives. So, even though it is the end of the world and Lu Su has lost his job as a doctor, he still adheres to this principle. Call. Lu Su exhaled, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said to the man in front of her tiredly. Your injury is still a little bit unhealed, but it's nothing serious. If you have any questions, you can come to me tomorrow. Today she saved more than a dozen people in a row, and her special powers were not enough. Opposite, the man with an injured arm looked at Lu Su with evil eyes, and then actually grabbed her arm. What are you doing? Lu Su panicked and tried to break free from the other person's hand. But she had no strength and no special powers now, so she couldn't break free. Doctor, my hand is fine, but my leg is a little swollen. What do you think I should do? The man chuckled. Your legs are not swollen? Lu Su looked at the other person's intact legs. I'm not talking about this leg, but... The man laughed, with a lewd expression. Doctor, as the saying goes, send the Buddha to the west, why don't you just treat my leg as well? Hearing this, Lu Su, who didn't know that the other party wanted to violate her, immediately became furious. Asshole, I just treated you and you were so ungrateful and shameless. She never expected it. I saved the other person, but not only did he not thank me, he even wanted to violate me. She was still too naive. Even in peacetime, there are cases where patients and doctors turn against each other and stab doctors to death, let alone in this chaotic end times. Hee, I am shameless, but I feel a little uncomfortable now, and I need to borrow the doctor's body for treatment. The man smiled evilly and pounced towards Lu Su. No! Lu Su exclaimed. I feel a little desperate. But after a while, the smelly body she imagined did not fall on her. She opened her eyes in confusion, only to see the man who had just wanted to violate her lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. In front of him stood a tall and handsome young man, looking down at him. Thank you. Lu Su breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved that she had survived the disaster. However, she noticed that the angle of the other person's gaze was wrong. She lowered her head and discovered that the collar of her clothes was a little loose, and the other person's high angle allowed her to see her snow-white skin clearly. Her face suddenly turned red with shame. He immediately put his clothes in order and stood up. It was so embarrassing to be seen naked by a man so much younger than me. You're welcome, as long as you repay me. In fact, Fong Luo saw Lu Su early in the morning and recognized her immediately. He found out that she was the woman with wood-type superpowers who was with the man who injured Lin Yu last night. Unexpectedly, the doctor I found was my enemy. The world is really small. Last night I was still thinking that once I find these two people, I must help Lin Yu get revenge. I didn't expect to meet you today. Fong Luo looked at Lu Su again. She was wearing a white dress. Her facial features were very dignified, and she had a pair of long, white and slender legs. She was 28 years old, which was the most mature and charming age for a woman. That guy yesterday actually injured his sister-in-law's leg. It's not too much to ask for some interest from his wife, right? Repay? Lu Su's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Fong Luo would make the same excessive demands as the man just now, so she immediately said, No problem, my home is nearby, I'll ask my husband to give you the supplies. I don't need supplies. There are tens of billions of supplies in Fong Luo's space. What do you want there? Lu Su swallowed his saliva, feeling a little frightened. He didn't expect that after escaping from the wolf's mouth, he would enter the tiger's den again. Remember the girl your husband beat last night? Girl? Lu Su suddenly remembered that she didn't expect the other party to come to seek revenge so soon. I'm sorry about what happened last night. I will cure your girlfriend. Lu Su said quickly. Healed? Fong Luo snorted, that's what you should do, but what about the pain she suffered? Lu Su was speechless. So what are you going to do? Your husband hurt her, so shouldn't I hurt you too? That's fair. Fong Luo sneered and leaned towards the other person. Don't want. Lu Su exclaimed. Be able to love yourself. Is the pain you are talking about the same as the pain that girl felt? I will only take care of your girlfriend. Please, let me go. I'm already married. Lu Su was almost crying. She hated her husband so much. Why did he beat up that girl yesterday and let his wife suffer today? Married? Fong Luo laughed, isn't this a plus? Fong Luo stopped. Although he wanted to teach Lu Su a lesson, he couldn't do it on the street. He didn't have any special hobbies, so he would take him home later. Where is your husband? Fong Luo asked. What do you want to do? Of course I'll kill him. I'm a narrow-minded person and I believe in revenge. Fong Luo snorted. Lu Su thought. Do you think you must take revenge? You are a revengeful person. Chapter 45, accepted with a smile. It's useless. My house is well guarded, and my husband is a supernatural being. You will only die if you go there. Lu Su advised. I would never die. Fan Luo sneered, "Hurry up and tell me, or I'll kill you right now." Lu Su was a little scared, but she didn't want Fan Luo to do that to her on the street, so she told him her home address. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Lu Su saw Fan Luo take out a rope from somewhere. "What?" "It's obvious." Fan Luo rolled his eyes at her, then tied up Lu Su and threw her into his car. Then, he started to move towards Lu Su's house. After a few hours, his abilities had mostly recovered and he could now perform space flash. With a distance of about 10 meters at a time and ignoring the walls, no one could discover Fan Luo at all. Just a moment. Fan Luo had sneaked into Lu Su's villa without anyone noticing. Lu Su's villa is very large, at least 1,000 square meters. There are several generators maintaining partial power operation. There are also many people with special abilities guarding outside the yard, but no one noticed that Fan Luo had sneaked into the villa. Fan Luo did not alert the enemy. He observed carefully and found that there were at least 50 people in this villa, including the villa next door, half of whom were people with special abilities, and some of them had guns in their hands. If Fan Luo was besieged by these people, even if he could escape, he would most likely be injured. Getting injured in the apocalypse is very dangerous, and you might turn into a zombie if you're not careful. Therefore, Fan Luo tried his best to ensure his own safety. Fan Luo carefully moved around every corner of the villa, looking for Wu Yu's location. This guy has a lot of supplies. Fan Luo used space flash to appear in a room, and found that it was filled with all kinds of supplies, including at least several hundred bags of rice and thousands of bottles of mineral water. I guess that guy stole them all. That guy tried to steal his armored vehicle yesterday. The door of the room was locked. Except for Wu Yu himself, no one could come in, so no one noticed Fan Luo. Humph, just consider it as the medical expenses you paid for my sister-in-law. Fan Luo sneered and directly used his spatial ability to take away the supplies in the room one by one. Just when Fan Luo collected the information in a hidden corner, he suddenly found a metal box. The box was tightly locked with several locks, but Fan Luo could still feel the faint light emanating from it. "What's this?" Fan Luo looked at it curiously. The box was locked. If he opened it forcibly, it would probably attract the attention of people outside. After thinking about it, he decided to put a space mark on it, and then use the monitoring function of the mark to check what was inside. When he saw what was inside, Fan Luo was slightly surprised. They are all evolution crystals. I estimate there are more than a dozen. You know, Fan Luo knew the function of the crystal in advance and started looking for it on the first day. So far, he has only found about 100 of them, while this guy actually found more than a dozen. But think about it, the other side has dozens of people looking for it together, while Fan Luo only has one person and a cat. Fan Luo also thought about recruiting some younger brothers, but Fan Luo was more cautious. His current strength was not particularly strong, so he had higher requirements for his younger brothers. He did not want to be backstabbed by his close ones like in his previous life. So no action has been taken. At present, Fan Luo's only men are the Lindsy Jean sisters. Thank you. Fan Luo didn't intend to leave them to this guy, so he took them all away. After clearing out all the other party's supplies, Fan Luo headed to the next place to look for Wu Yu. When he reached the top floor of the villa, Fan Luo vaguely heard a gasping sound. He followed the sound and went over. Afterwards, several men and women were seen in a room. "Brother Wu Yu, your wife is out. Aren't you worried that she will run away?" The woman asked coquettishly. "What are you afraid of?" Wu Yu sneered. "Before, her family was powerful, and I was afraid that she would divorce me, so I could only play with her secretly. Now the end of the world has come, billions of supplies in her supermarket have been stolen, and her family has fallen into poverty. Without me, she will probably starve to death in a few days. I am still worried that she will run away? You will see, she will come back on her own soon. Women are all cheap bones. Brother Wu Yu is really amazing. He has trained the arrogant Dr. Lu into obedience." The other two women beside Wu Yu praised him flatteringly. "That's right." Wu Yu smiled proudly and said to the two women, "I'll give each of you a bottle of mineral water when we're done." "One bottle?" The women's eyes lit up. Chapter 46, Women Work Outside and Men Work Inside? So good at playing? Seeing the scene in the room, Fan Luo couldn't help but complain. This guy's wife was treating people outside, but he was so happy here. What a beast. Snort. Fan Luo snorted inwardly, and when he thought of how the other party had injured his sister-in-law's leg yesterday, his eyes were immediately filled with murderous intent. Take out a gun from the space. Fan Luo hid in the dark and aimed at the opponent's head. When he was distracted, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet was fired, and screams from a man and a woman were heard simultaneously in the house. Fan Luo frowned. When the bullet was fired just now, Wu Yu happened to switch positions with the woman under him, and the bullet hit the woman. However, the bullet also penetrated the woman's body and hit Wu Yu. Wu Yu screamed and fell down, but Fan Luo was not sure whether he was dead or not. Gunshots, gunshots! It came from the third floor. Something happened to the boss. The gunshots alarmed the psychics in the yard, and immediately a group of people ran upstairs. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fan Luo immediately used Space Flash to appear downstairs of the villa, just brushing past the psychic who was entering the house. I secretly felt it was a pity. After all, he is not a professional gunman, and he only started to come into contact with guns in the last days, otherwise he should be able to predict the opponent's actions. Soon, Fan Luo returned to Lu Su. Lu Su looked excited. She also heard the gunshots coming from the villa, and saw Fan Luo returning safely. She suddenly felt uneasy. Unfortunately, her mouth was blocked by Fan Luo's underwear, so she could only babble but couldn't speak. Fan Luo took it away. What did you do? What did you do to my husband? Lu Su immediately asked loudly. What's wrong? Fan Luo snorted, didn't you hear the gunshot? Of course he was killed. What? Lu Su suddenly felt dizzy and tears started to flow down her face. Although she had just had a conflict with her husband, he was still her husband after all. When she heard the bad news, she felt like the sky was falling. Why? I promised to help you cure your girlfriend, why did you kill him? Why are you so cruel? Lu Su wanted to tear Fan Luo apart, but she was tied up by Fan Luo and couldn't move at all. Hearing her words, Fan Luo sneered, it is your duty to cure you, but your husband made me. You suffer, and he must die. If I stab you and then cure you, will your husband let it go? Lu Su was speechless. If it was before the end of the world, she would definitely nod, but now. In the past few days, Wu Yu has been fighting with other gangs every day, snatching supplies, and has killed more than dozens of people. The reason why he worked so hard to treat people was just to accumulate some merit for Wu Yu. However, the speed at which he accumulated merits could not keep up with the speed at which Wu Yu committed sins. However, no matter what, the other party was her husband. Fan Luo killed her husband, and Lu Su's eyes were still full of hatred. Fan Luo glanced at Lu Su again with a half smile. Do you know what he was doing when I killed him? Lu Su was at a loss? Fan Luo grinned and said jokingly, it's really interesting. You are sweating profusely outside treating patients, while your husband is sweating profusely at home giving injections to 3 women. How can you say that you are a couple? It's really a doctor's heart, with the woman taking care of the outside and the man taking care of the inside? Lu Su's face turned pale. In fact, she had known about this for a long time, and it was for this reason that she ran away from home, wanting her husband to repent. He was just affected by the end of the world, which caused his temperament to change. He was not like this before. Lu Su still defended her husband. In fact, compared to her husband, there is nothing wrong with Lu Su's character, she just has a scumbag husband. It's a pity that Fan Luo and she had a grudge against each other. Otherwise, it would be a good choice to bring Lu Su over to be a subordinate. Lu Su has wood-related abilities and is also a doctor. In the end times, besides food, the most worrying thing is getting injured. Because once you are injured, you may be infected with the virus and become a zombie, and there is no cure for this virus. If there is a doctor, the wound can be treated quickly and this kind of thing can be avoided. Fan Luo thought about it and felt that he could let Lu Su recognize the true face of her husband. Do you want to know what your husband said when he did that to those women? Fan Luo said again. What? Lu Su frowned slightly, somewhat worried that Fan Luo would say something shocking. Your husband said that your family was powerful before, and he was afraid that you would divorce him, so he only dared to play secretly. Now the end of the world has come, and you can't survive without him for more than 3 days. He is not worried at all that you will really run away from home. Impossible, you are lying, my husband would never say that. I didn't expect that you killed my husband and slandered him in front of his wife. You are a shameless villain. After hearing this, Lu Su's face was immediately filled with anger. She and her husband were so loving and respectful to each other, so how could he be the kind of person Fong Luo described? She believed that Fong Luo was throwing mud at her. Someone had told her this before, but she never believed it and thought it was a deliberate attempt to sow discord in order to get her. I am a shameless villain? Fong Luo was amused. He told her the truth and wanted her to see Wu Yu's true face, but in the end he became a villain. Fong Luo was too lazy to pay attention to this love-brained idiot. He took the panties again and stuffed them into her mouth. Feeling unsatisfied, he took off his socks and stuffed them into Lu Su's mouth. Chapter 47 Wu Yu. Luoshui Golden City. Fuck, which bastard attacked me? Where is he? Why haven't you caught him yet? There was a large amount of blood on Wu Yu's chest and his face was twitching in pain. Fortunately, the woman just now slowed down the power of the bullet for him, and with his own Earth-related ability, his defense is higher than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would probably have died after being shot. Boss, we've checked the entire villa area and found no suspicious persons. A subordinate reported. No one? How is this possible? Could it be that it's Lao Lu, who is using a sniper rifle to snipe me from 800 meters away? Wu Yu was even more furious. Boss, could it be someone from some gang we've offended recently? Wu Yu's heart sank. It is indeed possible. He couldn't defeat me head-on, so he actually attacked me from behind. Wu Yu's family was originally a third-rate family with underground thugs under their control. After the end of the world, Wu Yu was the first to rapidly expand with the help of these thugs, robbed a large amount of supplies, and became a second-rate gang in Los Angeles in one fell swoop. However, robbing supplies will definitely offend other people. But, which gang was trying to assassinate him? There are many gangs of all sizes in Zhangcheng. Originally there were three major families in Luocheng, Li, Lu, and Chen, and his wife was the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Ordinary people thought that Lu Su was trying to marry into a rich second-generation family. In fact, only a few people knew that it was they who used tricks to win Lu Su's favor. I am trying to get ahead of the other person. Unfortunately, before the end of the world, her family business was stolen, and then they were hit by the end of the world, and no one knew where the family members had gone. Now the strongest and largest forces in Luocheng are the Li family and the Chen family. They have many industries under their family names. After the end of the world, they used their own supplies to gather a large number of thugs. I dare not offend him. The rest are made up of second- and third-rate families, such as the Sanjian Gang and the Evil Tiger Gang. In addition, he had a fight with a small gang last night and stole a large amount of supplies from them. Unfortunately, two of the other party drove away in an armored vehicle, and he only injured one of the women. Could it be that they joined another big gang and took revenge on me? Damn, don't let me find out who it is. Wu Yu cursed inwardly, and then said to his subordinates, "Where is your sister-in-law?" She hasn't been found yet. I am dying of pain. After being injured, he immediately sent someone to find Lu Su, hoping that she would come and treat his injuries, but almost half an hour had passed and she still hadn't been found. Could he really be gone? Boss, we found a few people holding stakes. After interrogating them, we learned that some people holding stakes asked them about my sister-in-law's location not long ago. It is very likely that my sister-in-law has been kidnapped. What? Wu Yu stood up in an instant. Your wife was kidnapped? Lu Su is different from other women. Not to mention her beauty, the most important thing is that she is his wife. If she is abducted by someone, what will others do to such a beautiful woman? No need to think about it. Wu Yu suddenly felt like there was something green on his head. Fuck, bring those guys up to me. Wu Yu suddenly flew into a rage and slapped the table in front of him so hard that it broke into pieces. He had always been the one to cheat on others, but how could others cheat on him? Soon, a middle-aged man, a young woman and a little girl were pressed over. Damn it, Mi Hong, it turns out to be you. Wu Yu recognized the middle-aged man and immediately asked in a harsh voice, "Who is the person who was asking about my wife? What does he look like? Tell me now." Dad, don't say that. The little girl, Milu, quickly stepped forward and covered her father's mouth, speaking in a childish voice. Grass. Wu Yu was furious and stepped forward and kicked the elk away. You actually kicked my daughter, she is only 7 years old, you beast, I won't tell you, just wait for Dr. Lu to be defiled. Mi Hung became furious when he saw his daughter being kicked away. Originally, he was going to tell the truth for Dr. Lu's sake. But now, forget it. Oh, you're pretty tough. When Wu Yu heard the other party say that his wife was going to be defiled, he was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He smiled viciously and said to the young woman beside him, "My wife was defiled? Ha, let me see whose wife was defiled first." The woman was so frightened that she screamed and called for help from her husband. "Stop it, I'll tell you, I'll tell you. His name is Fan Luo, he's very handsome, and he drives an armored vehicle." Seeing that his wife was about to be defiled, Mi Hung quickly told him about Fan Luo. After all, he and Fan Luo were not familiar with each other, and the other party had only made a deal with him. It was impossible for him to watch his wife being defiled for Fan Luo. Humph, it turns out to be those two guys from yesterday. Fan Luo? Send someone out to find out where that armored vehicle appeared? When he heard the armored vehicle, Wu Yu knew that the two people who had escaped yesterday had kidnapped his wife. He was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. He even suspected that the sixth man who shot him was also named Fan Luo. Hiss. Wu Yu had just been shot in the chest, and the pain from the tearing made him gasp for air, and he hated Fan Luo even more. "You'd better not do anything to my wife, otherwise when I catch you, I will play with your woman to death." Wu Yu cursed inwardly. He remembered that there was a woman next to the other party yesterday. Then, he looked at Mi Hung again and said to his subordinates beside him, "Take him out and kill him. Not only did he cause my wife to be abducted, but he also cursed me to be cuckolded. He is looking for death. As for this woman, I will keep her for my enjoyment." "Boss, where is this girl?" Wu Yu glanced at the elk that was knocked unconscious by his kick and said, "Throw it away. I'm only interested in mature and charming MILFs." Chapter 48, Where are all the supplies I have? Soon, Mi Lu and Mi Hung, father and daughter, were thrown out. The remaining young woman cried and struggled, but in this disorderly doomsday, no one would pity her. Wu Yu looked at his wound again. In this situation, he is not in the mood to do that kind of thing anymore. He should heal his wound first. Unfortunately, his wife was kidnapped, so he could only go to the storage room and find a traditional medical kit to bandage the wound first. However, when he arrived at the storage room, he was dumbfounded. The huge storage room was now empty. The rice, mineral water, and other supplies that had been stored had all disappeared. He wiped his eyes in disbelief. No, it must be the way I opened the door that was wrong. Wu Yu exited the storage room again and opened it again, but it was still empty. God damn it, where are my supplies? I have so many supplies. Wu Yu screamed heartbreakingly. He was not so angry even when his wife was kidnapped just now. According to the current prices, these supplies are worth at least tens of billions. Moreover, this is a guarantee for maintaining life. Without these supplies, how can you survive? Will those younger brothers still listen to me? Who the hell stole my supplies? My wife was arrested, someone plotted against us, and our supplies were stolen. After hearing a series of bad news, Wu Yu gasped in anger and vomited blood. At the same time, Fan Luo had returned to the cold storage with a full load. Not only had he found the doctor, he had also taken revenge and obtained more than a dozen evolution crystals. Honey, are you okay? Lindsy Jean came over immediately and hurriedly checked Fan Luo's body, fearing that something had happened to Fan Luo. Don't worry, you don't know what I'm capable of yet, it's okay. Fan Luo pointed to the back seat of the car again. Look, I brought the doctor back. Very good. Lindsy Jean was delighted, but when she saw that Lu Su's mouth was stuffed with underwear and socks, and her hands and feet were tied into strange shapes, she suddenly became confused. Husband, why are you tying her up? Humph, Fan Luo snorted coldly, the one who injured Yu Yu yesterday was her husband. What? Lindsy Jean immediately looked at Lu Su unfriendly. Lu Su still has a clear distinction between good and evil. When she learned that the person who was injured yesterday was Lindsy Jean's sister, there was a hint of guilt in her eyes when she looked at Lindsy Jean, and she was not dissatisfied with the other party's eyes. But the look he gave Fan Luo was completely like that of a scumbag. This guy actually has 2 wives, sisters, and he even wants to do that to me. Fan Luo also saw her look. But I don't take it seriously at all. He tore the underwear out of the other person's mouth and washed it and put it back on. There's someone in the room, so you'd better not play any tricks, otherwise I'll kill you. Fan Luo threatened unceremoniously. Ha, do you think I'm as despicable as you? Lu Su snorted coldly and turned her head away, but did not reject Fan Luo. Although she hated Fan Luo very much, the girl inside was beaten by her husband, and she felt that as a doctor, she had an obligation to heal her. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be lying, Fong Luo nodded secretly. He also had to admit that Lu Su was a very kind and principled person. As expected of a doctor. Come to the room. Lin Yuyu had fallen asleep on the bed exhausted, and the originally snow-white bandage on her leg was now completely soaked with blood. So serious? Lu Su couldn't help but frown, her expression a little solemn, and she felt guilty for her husband's behavior. The girl on the bed is very beautiful, probably around 18 years old, just the age of a flower. She will probably be no worse than me when she grows up. If she becomes a cripple, it would be a waste of a talent. Doctor, can it be cured? Lindsy Jean asked worriedly. It's a bit difficult, Lu Su thought for a while and said, she has a comminuted fracture. Even if I perform the surgery on her with the help of sophisticated instruments, I can only ensure that she can walk normally, but not fully recover. But there is no instrumentation available now. Ah, what should I do then? Lindsy Jean was anxious. Thinking that his sister might become a disabled person forever in the future, he felt very sad. She looked at Fong Luo again, and she didn't know whether Fong Luo would still want her and her sister since she had a lame sister. Fong Luo patted her shoulder to comfort her, then looked at Lu Su and asked in a deep voice, I remember you have wood-related abilities, so you should be able to use them to heal, right? Wood-type abilities can indeed heal, Lu Su said, not looking happy when facing Fong Luo, but I have no energy left now, and even if I am at my peak, I cannot heal such a serious injury. Ha, I can't be cured. Do you want to kill me now? You can kill me or chop me up as you like. Lu Su stretched out her neck, looking as if she was willing to let Fong Luo deal with her, but she was not someone who was afraid of death. Chapter 49, Don't Wear It. You threaten me? Fong Luo's expression turned cold, but he really couldn't kill Lu Su just like that, unless Lin Yuyu really didn't want her legs anymore. According to Lu Su, ordinary medical methods cannot cure Lin Yuyu's leg injury at all. Even if it is cured, there may be hidden injuries and it cannot be truly healed. Only the healing power of the wood element can completely cure it. If we kill her, it will be difficult to find another wood-type mutant. T1 level superpowers are not easy to come by. You are threatening me. Lu Sujiao snorted, and glanced at the sleeping Lin Yuyu again. She still felt a little reluctant, so she softened her tone and said, if she doesn't get treatment within 5 days, she won't be able to be cured even with the wood ability. Although I can't cure her now, my special ability can extend her healing time. Are you still willing to help her with her treatment? Fong Luo was a little surprised. He thought the other party would use this to threaten him, seek revenge on him, or demand benefits from him. He could see that the other party was not willing to treat Lin Yuyu because of his threat, but was truly willing to help Lin Yuyu. You killed my husband. I hate you so much that I want to kill you. Lu Su glared at Fong Luo resentfully, but every wrong has its perpetrator. Although this girl is your girlfriend, she is innocent. I have no grudge against her. As a doctor, I will do my best to save her. Hearing her words, Fong Luo felt a little complicated. I didn't expect the other party to be so open-minded. His expression softened a little and he stopped speaking harshly to Lu Su. People's emotions can be contagious. Living in a noisy environment for a long time, even a gentle person will gradually become irritable. On the contrary, if a person with anger disorder lives with a person who is not aggressive, he will gradually become a non-aggressive person too. Okay, you recover your energy first, and then I'll help her with the treatment. Fong Luo patted Lindsy Jean on the shoulder, go make some food, make more. The best way to restore superpowers is to eat to replenish the body's energy, because the source of superpowers is to absorb the body's potential. The better the food you eat, the faster the energy will be restored. Lindsy Jean nodded obediently. After they walked out of the bedroom, Lu Su carefully looked at the cold storage and found that it had all kinds of facilities, including water and electricity, a TV, a game console. There was even a cattery, and there was half a piece of tuna left in the cat food bowl. Originally, her husband had assets worth hundreds of millions before the end of the world, but after the end of the world, he could only eat bran and pickled vegetables, and he didn't even dare to drink too much mineral water. And this guy actually has an entire wall of wine cabinets at home, all of which are high-end brands, and he also feeds tuna to his cat. My God, is this still the end of the world? More importantly, the temperature inside the cold storage is cool, which is completely different from the hot weather outside. No wonder, I was sweating profusely in the car before, but after entering the cold storage, I no longer felt the heat. How did this man build such a comfortable cold storage in the apocalypse? Could it be that they knew the end of the world was coming in advance, so they built this cold storage before that? Lu Su looked at Fong Luo with some curiosity. He is handsome and powerful, but he is too lustful and violent. Moreover, he killed her husband, and she could never reconcile with him. Lu Su looked at the cold storage silently without speaking to Fong Luo. Fong Luo ignored her and went to the bathroom to take a comfortable hot bath. He had not slept a wink from last night until now, and had consumed a large amount of his supernatural powers, so he was already very tired. Not long after, Lindsy Jean prepared a large table of food. It's time to eat. After hearing this, Fong Luo also put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. Fong Luo was only wearing a bathrobe with his upper body completely exposed to the air. As for Lindsy Jean and Linana, it was fine as they had already seen their more private parts. Only Lu Su blushed as soon as she saw it. Why did you come out without clothes on, you hooligan? Lu Su quickly turned her head and scolded him. However, he was slightly impressed in his heart. He didn't expect that Fong Luo looked quite thin, but actually had six-pack abs and pectoral muscles. This is my house. I can wear whatever I want. It doesn't matter if I don't wear anything. Are you going to bite me? Fong Luo didn't bother to pay attention to her and sat down directly at the dining table. Lu Su snorted angrily. Then he straightened his neck. If you don't want to wear it, then don't wear it. I'm not the one who was exposed, so why should I be shy? So, she turned her head away unconvinced, not caring whether Fong Luo was wearing it or not. Behaving in the same way as Lindsy Jean and others. Lu Su also came to the dining table and looked at the large table full of precious delicacies. She couldn't help but open her mouth wide. There were lobsters, king crabs, abalone, sea cucumbers, and caviar. It's not like she hasn't eaten these things before. Her father used to run the largest supermarket chain in the city, with assets worth tens of billions, and her husband also had assets worth hundreds of millions. But now it is the end of the world. The rivers have dried up, the plants have died, and the prices have risen thousands of times. How many people are willing to sell their bodies for a bowl of white rice? And Fong Luo's table of food is estimated to make 10,000 girls sell their bodies to him. No wonder Fong Luo is surrounded by so many beauties, even a pair of beautiful sisters. Replenish your energy quickly so that we can treat you later. Fong Luo said to Lu Su, and he also started to eat voraciously. Lu Su swallowed. Although he was a little unhappy with Fong Luo's attitude, he still started eating. She hadn't eaten such delicious food since the end of the world, and she was so hungry that her stomach was about to cramp due to excessive use of her supernatural powers today. However, she did not change her attitude towards Fong Luo because of this bite of food. She still wanted to kill Fong Luo. The more you eat, the faster you replenish your energy. Lindsy Jean's table was full of food, and the dishes were very precious. Lu Su's energy was replenished rapidly, which was many times faster than the recovery speed when she only ate white rice at home. Normally, if she wants to replenish her energy, she needs to eat 10 bowls of white rice in batches, which takes about 2 days. And now a meal is almost enough. She was amazed in her heart that with Fong Luo's living conditions, his sustained combat effectiveness was more than 5 times higher than that of other psychics. I am not good at fighting, so it will be difficult to find an opportunity for revenge. Although, she could take advantage of Fong Luo's inattention and use Lindsy Jean or Ling Yuyu to threaten Fong Luo. However, given her character, she would not do such a dirty thing. Chapter 50 Persuasion. Lu Su felt that her chance of revenge on Fong Luo was very slim, but she did not give up the idea of revenge on Fong Luo. The hatred for killing one's husband is irreconcilable. Even if it meant risking her own life, she would drag Fong Luo down with her. If she broke her oath, then. After dinner, Lu Su's strength had almost recovered. Fong Luo didn't wait for her to rest and asked her to help treat Lin Yuyu first. I know, you don't need to tell me. Lu Su snorted. Although she was still a little tired, she didn't want the girl inside to continue suffering, so she took the initiative to walk into the room and began to use her wood-based abilities to help Lin Yuyu heal her injuries. Lin Yuyu's injuries were very serious. With the other party's current ability, he could not heal Lin Yuyu, but he could relieve some of Lin Yuyu's pain. The treatment lasted for an hour. It was also the first time that Fong Luo took a serious look at Lu Su. At the age of 28, perhaps because she was well read or because she had been in the hospital for a long time, Lu Su gave people a dignified yet friendly temperament. The temperature in the cold storage is very low. However, Lu Su's forehead was still covered with sweat because he had consumed too much of his supernatural powers. Warm sweat flowed from her oval face, along with her black hair, all the way to her neck. It looks like she's really trying her best. Fang Luo's expression also relaxed a little. Even facing the relatives of his enemy, Lu Su was still so dedicated to treating them. He had to admire Lu Su's noble character. It is probably because of this that Lu Su chose to study medicine and became the chief surgeon of a Class A hospital at the age of 28, and was loved by so many people. It's a pity that such a dignified and kind woman would marry such a man. Go take a shower. I've already run the water for you. Fang Luo said to Lu Su, his voice no longer as cold as before. Lu Su also discovered this. However, she didn't say much, and she would not give up the idea of revenge against Fang Luo. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu was lying on the bed with a bright smile on her face and looking at Fang Luo with gratitude. She also heard from her sister about Lu Su's origins. Unexpectedly, my brother-in-law captured his enemy's wife for his own sake. My brother-in-law is so good to me. Don't be polite. Your sister already repaid me yesterday. We are a family now. Fang Luo smiled. Hate it, stop talking about it. Lindsy Jean's pretty face turned red after hearing this. Thinking of what Fang Luo did to her yesterday, she shyly pinched Fang Luo's waist. She was so embarrassed that this guy actually said such things in public in front of her sister. However, she was very touched that Fang Luo was so good to her. Fang Luo cried out that he was wronged, thinking to himself, "You are still afraid that your sister will know, don't you know that she was eavesdropping in the corner yesterday?" Lin Yuyu watched Fang Luo flirting with her sister, and for some reason she didn't feel very happy. Instead, she felt some inexplicable emotions and subconsciously didn't want to watch the scene. So, Lin Yuyu changed the subject and said, "Brother-in-law, I think that Lu Surin is pretty good. Why does she look like she wants to kill you when she looks at you? Did you do anything to her?" Hearing this, Lin Zijin stopped playing and looked at Fang Luo curiously. "I didn't do anything, it's because..." Fang Luo told Wu Yu how he found him playing mahjong in the villa and took the opportunity to attack him. "I killed her husband, so she will definitely kill me?" Fang Luo shrugged. "Ah, what should I do then?" Lin Zijin said anxiously, "She has supernatural powers and will definitely take revenge on you. But, she is so kind. Why not just tell her that her husband is a scumbag?" Lin Yuyu said. Fang Luo shook his head, "It's useless. I told her about it, but she thought I was throwing dirty water on her and called me a shameless villain. Why is she like this?" Lin Zijin was a little angry, feeling that Lu Su's kindness was taken for granted. "Normal." Fang Luo said indifferently, "If someone said something bad about me in front of you, what would you do?" "Of course I don't believe it." Lin Zijin said firmly. "That's it." Fang Luo smiled and lovingly hugged Lin Zijin's slender waist. Her waist was so thin that Fang Luo could almost hold it with just one palm. This woman really doesn't know what's good for her. Lin Yuyu curled her lips and said to Luo tentatively, "It's not right to kill him, and it's not right not to kill him. How about this, brother-in-law? I think this woman is very beautiful, has a great figure, and knows medical skills. She is a top-notch young woman. Didn't someone say that to enter a woman's heart, you must first enter her? Brother-in-law, go and convince her, then she won't kill you." The corner of Fang Luo's mouth twitched slightly. "Are you sure this is what an 18-year-old girl said? It's simply a lewd word. And convince the other party. Yuyu, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Zijin gave her sister a reproachful look and said, "Are you going to cheat on your sister in public? Why didn't you know before that your sister was so clever? Sister, are you jealous?" Lin Yuyu looked at her sister jokingly. No way." Lin Zijin's face turned red. Although she said no, she definitely didn't want Fang Luo to get involved with other women. "Sister, my brother-in-law is so capable and handsome. There will definitely be many women who like and pursue him in the future. You will be jealous then." After hearing what her sister said, Lin Zijin felt a little melancholy. She also had the same feeling. Fang Luo was really too outstanding. "Do you want to be jealous one by one?" "Okay, what nonsense are you talking about?" Fang Luo flicked Lin Yuyu's forehead, "I'm not attracted to everyone. Your sister is so beautiful, she has already raised my standards. Those with lower looks than her are not worthy of my attention. How many people do you think are prettier than your sister?" However, after hearing Lin Yuyu's words, Fong Luo also recalled Lu Su's appearance in his mind. It must be said that Lu Su's appearance is not worse than Lin Zijian's. On the contrary, Lu Su has a mature and charming temperament of a young woman. To some extent, she is more attractive than a young girl like Lin Zijian. Hearing Fong Luo's praise, Lin Zijian felt very sweet in her heart. That's true, Lin Yuyu nodded, then turned around and asked, brother-in-law, who is prettier, me or my sister? Well. Fong Luo choked. This was obviously a fatal question. To be honest, the two sisters looked very similar. If the lights were turned off, it might be difficult to tell who is who. I could only perfunctorily say, they are all beautiful. Plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum each have their own merits. We chatted for a while longer. Lu Su had finished her shower and came out of the bathroom. Fong Luo asked Lin Zijian to take a shower. Lin Yuyu had just received treatment and was very tired, so she continued to fall into a deep sleep. He sat on the bed, preparing to improve his strength. I have been searching for evolution crystals these days, and my strength has been improving slowly, not much higher than Wu Yu's. However, Fong Luo has now collected more than 120 evolution crystals, which is enough to greatly improve his strength, and he no longer needs to go out. Now many people know about the existence of superpowers, and the evolution crystals have almost all been found. It is very difficult to find crystals outside, which is a waste of time. Therefore, Fong Luo plans to concentrate on improving his strength in the future. After the zombies outside evolve, go out and improve your strength by killing zombies. As time goes by, the strength of zombies will grow at a terrifying rate, and some zombies will even evolve into superpowers. At that time, the energy of the zombie strengthening crystals will be no less than that of the current evolution crystals. Even more. Therefore, there is no need for Fong Luo to waste too much time looking for evolution crystals. Chapter 51, Promotion. Fong Luo took out the crystal and used it. His current ability level is around level 2. The moving distance of the space flash is 10 meters. The defense power of the space barrier is about 800 kilograms. He can cast 3 space marks at the same time. Moreover, as his strength increases, Fong Luo can use more crystals at one time than before. When he first awakened his special powers, Fong Luo would almost faint after using 1 crystal, but now Fong Luo would feel weak only after using 3 crystals in a row. Half an hour passed. Fong Luo successfully absorbed 3 evolution crystals and did not gain any new abilities, but his strength was improved. The distance of space flashing increased from 10 meters to 12 meters. The defensive power of the space barrier has increased from 800 kilograms to 1 ton. The number of space imprints increased from 3 to 4. After improving his strength, he felt a little sleepy, and since he hadn't slept since yesterday, he fell asleep directly. Lin Zijian came out after taking a shower. Fong Luo walked into the room wearing. At first glance, he saw Fong Luo sleeping soundly. She immediately moved quickly to the bedside and gently covered Fong Luo with a quilt, her eyes filled with emotion and some heartache. Fong Luo has done so much for her. She felt that she would never be able to repay Fong Luo in her entire life, and she fell completely in love with Fong Luo. She lay beside Fong Luo, staring at his handsome face in a daze. She thought of what her sister had just said. My sister is right. There will definitely be more women around Fong Luo in the future, and they will be better and better, like the young woman outside. Including my own sister. On the other hand, although I have awakened my special powers, I can't help Fong Luo with anything except cooking for him. And the appearance that he was proud of was almost useless in this doomsday. Although Fong Luo doesn't despise himself. Lin Zijian kissed Fong Luo gently. Feeling Lin Zijian's lips, Fong Luo woke up suddenly. Zijian, you have turned bad and even dared to attack me. Fong Luo smiled wickedly. I don't have any. Lin Zijian's pretty face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Hubby, Lin Zijian hesitated for a moment and said, I also want to become stronger and help you. Fong Luo was stunned, wondering why Lin Zijian suddenly had such an idea. But after thinking about it carefully, it should be affected by Lin Yuyu's injury. Speaking of which, Lin Zijian's fire ability is the most powerful one in his cold storage in the early stage, except for Dianmu. Okay. Fong Luo was not stingy with his woman, so he took out a crystal and handed it to Lin Zijian. Seeing Fong Luo take out the precious supernatural crystal so readily, Fong Lin Zijian was moved again. Used up quickly. Lin Zijian felt that his strength had improved a little. Honey, I've become stronger. Really? How about a sparring match? Fong Luo chuckled. Lindsy Jean panicked. Don't be like this, Yu is still here. She's asleep. Lindsy Jean also glanced at Lin Yu and found that Lin Yu's breathing was steady and she was sleeping soundly, so he breathed a sigh of relief. However, she still glared at Fong Luo coquettishly. Keep your voice down. You should keep your voice down. Lin Yu was injured. Although she fell asleep for a while after treatment, she woke up because of the discomfort. Chapter 52 Green Grass. He slept until 12 noon the next day. This was the most comfortable sleep Fong Luo had had in the past few days. Fong Luo and the other person walked out of the bedroom. Lindsy Jean went to the kitchen to prepare cooking. Life is very leisurely. After looking around again, Fong Luo found that Lu Su was sitting on the sofa with a resentful look on his face, with dark circles under his eyes, and it seemed that he had not slept all night. You didn't sleep last night? Fong Luo took out a bottle of ice cola, opened it with a pop, and sat on the sofa. Lu Su glared at Fong Luo and thought, you asked me, how could I sleep when you guys piked for several hours yesterday? I even felt something. You weren't eavesdropping last night, were you? Fong Luo looked at her with a smile. Pooh. Lu Su was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. You farted. I didn't. It's you who made too much noise, you shameless guy. Just listen to it, I don't mind. Hey, why are you wearing dirty clothes again? Didn't I give you new clothes yesterday? Fong Luo looked at Lu Su strangely again. Could it be that you are such a grown-up and still wet the bed? You're the one who wet the bed. This is what my husband bought for me. I like to wear it. Is that okay? Lu Su's face froze. Thinking back to what happened last night, she secretly hated herself. How could she wet the bed? It was clearly. It's all Fong Luo's fault. The sound is so loud. However, there was no way she could let Fong Luo know about this, so she just found a reason to retort against Fong Luo. You are so good to your husband. I am a little envious of him. Fong Luo sighed in his heart. Lu Su is a top-notch woman in terms of character and appearance. The most important thing is that her identity is also very attractive a wife. I guess there is no man who doesn't like it. Or. Fong Luo changed the subject and sat down next to Lu Su, reaching out and gently touching her delicate chin. How about you come with me? Lu Su blushed. I immediately wanted to slap Fong Luo. Who does he think he is? However, she just raised her hand a little and hesitated again. Fong Luo is very powerful, and it is almost impossible for me to seek revenge on him head-on. She couldn't do such a thing as kidnapping Lin Yu and Lindsy Jean. She thought about it all night but couldn't come up with a solution. However, Fong Luo's words now made her think of a way to take revenge. This Fong Luo was a womanizer, and I was so beautiful, and I was the type of young woman that all men liked. Fong Luo was showing his intentions to me now. If I took this opportunity to get close to him and reduce his vigilance, wouldn't it be easy to kill him? But doing so would make me feel a little sorry for my husband. But, isn't this also revenge for my husband? Thinking of this, Lu Su suddenly smiled, blinked at Fong Luo, and said shyly, okay. Ah. Fong Luo was stunned. He had been prepared to be cursed by Lu Su, but he did not expect such a result. This was not something Lu Su would say. In fact, according to Lu Su's original character, it is absolutely impossible to do this. The reason why she had this idea was ultimately because of Fong Luo. From yesterday to now, Fong Luo has brought her to see this kind of thing no less than twice. Especially last night, it lasted for several hours, and Lu Su blushed just by listening to it. In addition, he hadn't slept all night and his head was buzzing. All these things added up together, and he subconsciously felt that this matter was nothing big. In a fit of excitement, he came up with this method of using beauty to seduce others. Are you serious? Fong Luo looked at Lu Su strangely. Lu Su nodded shyly, yeah. Well, come and kiss me. Fong Luo raised his eyebrows and pointed to his lips. At the same time, he secretly opened the protective space barrier. He didn't believe that Lu Su's hatred for him would disappear completely in just one night. I killed her husband. Although someone once said that to enter a woman's heart, one must first enter her vagina, but Lu Su was just eavesdropping last night and hadn't entered yet. Fong Luokai is not so narcissistic as to think he can conquer women with just his voice. He wanted to see what tricks Lu Su was going to play. Lu Su hesitated for a moment, somewhat reluctantly, but when she thought about revenge for her husband, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. So, she slowly walked towards Fong Luo, stood on tiptoe, and leaned towards Fong Luo with her rosy and soft red lips. And at the same time, on a street in Los Angeles, dozens of people with special abilities were marching towards a certain place in a mighty manner. Are you sure that the armored vehicle appeared nearby? Wu Yu asked a subordinate beside him. Yes, boss. The man was in a cold storage. I used to live nearby and saw it with my own eyes. Cold storage? Wu Yu grinned and sneered. Finally found you, damn guy, dared to kidnap my wife, you were looking for death. Hiss, damn, I haven't washed my hair for a long time. My head is a little itchy. Wu Yu cursed and scratched his head. After the end of the world, water resources have become the most precious commodity. Not to mention washing hair, there is not even enough water to drink. Now most people don't brush their teeth or wash their faces, so their bodies are all smelly. Boss, there's a weed on your head. Grass? Wu Yu took it and looked at it. It really is grass. No wonder it's so itchy. I never thought that in this hot weather, the trees are dead, but the grass is still green. The world is really full of wonders. Boss, we're here. It's the cold storage. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Yu and his companions finally arrived at the door of the cold storage. Still locked the door? Look, I'm going to break it open. Wu Yu sneered and used his earth-related abilities to control a huge rock weighing hundreds of pounds and smashed it towards the door of the cold storage. In the cold storage, Fong Luozhang and Lu Su hugged each other. Lu Su originally wanted to take advantage of the time when Fong Luo was kissing her and the other party let down his guard to launch a sneak attack and assassinate him, and the wood-based supernatural powers in her body were already prepared. But somehow, when Fong Luo kissed her, she suddenly lost her strength, her whole body became confused, and her mind went blank. I wanted to break free but I didn't have the strength. What shady tricks did Fong Luo play? What should I do? What should I do? Just when Lu Su thought that she had sacrificed her innocence in vain, there was a loud noise from the door, followed by a familiar man's voice. Fong Luo, get out here. Chapter 53. Ask your wife. Boom. A large rock hit the door of the cold storage with a loud bang. Fong Luo was originally enjoying Lu Su's soft red lips. He initially thought that the other party was trying to play a dirty trick, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't make any follow-up moves. Adhering to the principle of if you can get an advantage but don't take it, you're a bastard, Fong Luo chose to take advantage. However, I didn't expect someone to knock on the door. He let go of Lu Su and frowned as he listened to the shouting and cursing outside. Who is outside? He actually knew my name and even smashed my door. The voice sounds familiar. Hubby, what's wrong? The sound startled Lindsy Jean in the kitchen, and she hurried over without even having time to take off her apron. It's okay, go check on Yu first. Fong Luo shook his head. He heard some noise coming from Fong Luo. It should be Lin Yu who heard the noise and tried to struggle to get up. Fong Luo, give my wife back to me. The man's voice was heard again from outside. Now, Fong Luo finally remembered. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. It turned out to be Lu Su's husband, Wu Yu. Unexpectedly, this guy was shot by himself but not dead yet. But how did this guy find this place? Husband. When she first heard the noise outside, Lu Su was still a little bit in disbelief. Wasn't her husband killed by Fong Luo? When she realized that her husband was not dead, she immediately became excited and wanted to run out. However, before she could take 2 steps, Fong Luo grabbed her. What a joke. Let her go out and wait for the people outside to rush in? Don't leave. What are you doing? Lu Su glared at Fong Luo. Didn't you say my husband was dead, liar? Thinking about how she had taken the initiative to kiss the other party in order to avenge her husband, and then forgot about revenge in the end, Lu Su felt ashamed. She felt that Fong Luo was deliberately deceiving her, just waiting for her to seduce him and then take advantage of her. This guy was so despicable. With all the anger accumulated, Lu Su directly condensed a vine and whipped it towards Fong Luo. This whip contained great anger from the opponent and was extremely fast. Fortunately, Fong Luo had guessed that Lu Su had ill intentions and opened the space barrier in advance, so Lu Su's vines did not cause any harm to him. I knew you had bad intentions. Fong Luo slapped the other person hard on the buttocks, then took out a rope and tied Lu Su up. Bastard! Lu Su glared at Fong Luo angrily. Fong Luo ignored her. Instead, he continued to stare at the door. Fortunately, Fong Luo's gate was reinforced, and the superpowers of these people outside were not particularly strong, so they could not destroy Fong Luo's gate at all. Damn it, what is this door made of? It won't open even if I hit it so hard? Outside the door, Wu Yu was sweating profusely. The big rock next to it had been broken into pieces, but the door didn't move at all. You know, his current strength is enough to control a 100-kilogram stone, and the force of smashing it on the door is at least 500 kilograms. Don't bother, you can't open it. Fong Luo said coldly to the person outside the door. Are you Fong Luo? Hearing the voice, Wu Yu stopped and took the opportunity to rest. How do you know my name? Fong Luo asked solemnly. He remembered that he did not reveal his name, so why did the other party know it, and did anyone else know it? Suddenly, he thought of something. When he was asking about Lu Su's whereabouts, he asked a middle-aged man. Before leaving, he told the little girl his name. The other party's name was special, and he still remembers it now. It was called Milu. Did the Elk family tell you? You're quite smart. Yes, they told me. You're quite generous. You actually gave them steak. After killing Mi Hong, Wu Yu also snatched the steak and had a delicious meal. This was the best meal he had had since the end of the world. I just don't know if Fong Luo still has any supplies. The main reason why he was so eager to find Fong Luo, in addition to saving his wife, was to steal Fong Luo's supplies. Once I open his cold storage and kill Fong Luo, everything here will belong to me. What did you do to them? Fong Luo asked coldly. Although the other party did not keep the secret for him, he had helped him after all. Fong Luo still wanted to know what the outcome was for them. Oh, you care about them? Wu Yu grinned. I might as well tell you that I killed the man, and I kicked the little girl and threw her away. I guess she's dead. As for the young woman, she was desperate at first, but when she learned that her daughter and husband were dead, she took the initiative to cater to me and wanted to take the opportunity to kill me, but I saw through her. But I have to say, she's really smooth. Wu Yu talked about it as if it was something worth showing off. Fong Luo listened with a gloomy expression. I didn't expect this guy to be so cruel that he could even kill a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. Is this your good husband? Fong Luo glanced at the pale-faced Lu Su, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. Lu Su was speechless. She also didn't understand why her husband became so cruel and made her feel so strange. Was he really pretending before? Listening to Wu Yu's disgusting expression outside, Fong Luo sneered and decided to discuss the other party. That young woman is really moist? Of course. Wu Yu thought Fong Luo was angry. But who knew that Fong Luo sneered and said, actually, your wife is also very moist. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Yu, who was still savoring the moment outside, suddenly froze in expression, and he only felt a faint green light emanating from above his head. He caught a glimpse of his younger brothers behind him, who were all making faces and trying to hold back their laughter. Suddenly, Wu Yu was so angry that his lungs exploded. How outrageous! Asshole, what did you say? Wu Yu roared, controlling a stone and smashing it on the cold storage door again. Didn't you hear clearly? Fong Luo continued, your wife's lips are very soft. She even took the initiative to kiss me just now. You're talking nonsense, impossible. After hearing this, Wu Yu was not so angry anymore. He knew his wife, a lady from a wealthy family who valued her innocence very much and would never do such a thing. Don't believe it? Fong Luo laughed. If you don't believe me, ask your wife if she kissed me just now. Chapter 54, Green Turtle. Come on, tell your husband, did you kiss me? Hearing such embarrassing words, Lu Su's face turned red and white. She felt that Fong Luo was a devil, bad to the core, and had the character of Jianan. She really wanted to explain to her husband, but she didn't know how, because she had really kissed Fong Luo just now, and that was an indisputable fact. There was another reason she didn't want to explain. What Wu Yu did to the Milu family really made her angry. As a compassionate doctor, she simply could not accept it and felt very disappointed with Wu Yu. So some of them don't want to explain. Lu Su hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, I kissed. Hearing this, Wu Yu outside was going crazy. The 3 things a man cannot tolerate the most in his life are the hatred of having his father killed, the hatred of having his wife stolen, and the humiliation of being raped. In comparison, the hatred of having his wife taken away is a man's last dignity. What made Wu Yu even more angry was, in the 1 month since their marriage, Lu Su was rarely at home. Even on the wedding night, she went to the hospital to perform surgery and almost never had any intimacy with him. But unexpectedly, after just one day, she had already taken the initiative to get together with another man. Wu Yu just felt a green color on his head. You bitch, you usually pretend to be dignified, but I didn't expect that you would betray me in just one day. Wu Yu roared, and his voice could probably be heard hundreds of meters away. You actually scolded me. Listening to Wu Yu's insults, Lu Su was somewhat incredulous. In the past, Wu Yu was very gentle to her and treated her like a princess. He didn't dare to speak loudly to her, let alone scold her so loudly. Isn't the reason why she is close to Fan Luo to help Wu Yu get revenge? Besides, didn't Wu Yu bring a woman from outside home without considering her feelings before? Why does he scold himself? After all, Lu Su is the daughter of a wealthy family. Although she is usually gentle and virtuous, she still has the pride of a wealthy girl in her bones and will not tolerate being insulted like this. Suddenly, anger arose in my heart. He was even angrier than when he faced Fan Luo. What's wrong with scolding you? Wu Yu outside did not take it seriously. Do you still think you are the eldest daughter of the Lu family? Billions of goods were stolen from your supermarket, and your father is now dead and nowhere to be found. Dare to betray me, what's wrong with scolding you? I will beat you again. The main reason why Wu Yu married Lu Su, besides her beauty, was her family background. The Lu family was one of the 3 largest families in Los Angeles, with assets worth tens of billions. Otherwise, no one would want to marry a Buddha statue to worship at home. However, after getting married, he did not receive any help from the Lu family. Instead, he paid tens of millions in betrothal gifts and had to pretend to be a gentleman in front of Lu Su all the time, cooking for her to please her, for fear of making her unhappy and being retaliated by the Lu family. Just like a son-in-law. He has always been unhappy. Now that the Lu family has fallen, he no longer has to fear the Lu family, and he has also awakened a powerful supernatural power, with dozens of younger brothers under him. So he no longer pretends and brings other women home in front of Lu Su. I thought Lu Su wouldn't dare to say anything, but I didn't expect that she would cheat on me. This is naked revenge. Not to mention scolding Lu Su now. If Lu Su was in front of him, he would beat Lu Su. You bastard. When Lu Su listened to Wu Yu's words, her face turned pale. She didn't expect that what Fan Luo said before was true. Everything Wu Yu did in front of her was just an act. That heroic act of saving the beauty and his humble and gentlemanly appearance to himself were all fake. The purpose is just to take into account one's own family background. She was extremely disappointed with Wu Yu. Fan Luo was watching the show from the side, feeling very strange. What did Wu Yu just say? Billions of supplies were stolen from Lu Sujia supermarket? His heart was shocked. Could it be that I did this myself? Before the end of the world, he had robbed several supermarkets in this city. This is really possible. For a moment, there was something wrong with the way Fan Luo looked at Lu Su. Not only did she steal supplies from her house, beat her husband, and kiss her, but now she is causing her to divorce. Even though Fan Luo had a heart of stone, he couldn't help feeling a little ashamed now. I really am. However, Fan Luo did not intend to be foolish and tell her about how he stole supplies from her house and then admit his mistake to her. He is not a stubborn gentleman, and he has never labeled himself as a good person. For the sake of the supplies, I will help you take revenge on your scumbag husband. Fan Luo thought silently in his heart. Lu Su was silent at this moment. She didn't want to have any contact with Wu Yu now, and she no longer had the idea of revenge on Fan Luo. She has only one idea now. Cure Lin Yu. If Fan Luo is willing to let her go, she will go find her family. If Fan Luo is unwilling, she will commit suicide. Outside. Wu Yu was now so angry that smoke was rising from his head. He wished he could rush in and kill Fan Luo, the man who cheated on him. It's a pity that with his strength he couldn't break down Fan Luo's door. On the contrary, he himself had consumed a lot of his supernatural powers in the hot weather and was now as tired as a pug. You damned bastard, open the door if you can, don't be such a coward. Wu Yu was so angry that he started cursing again. Fan Luo just wanted to laugh when he heard the other party's anxious look. There are dozens of people outside. Why should I go out and fight them? Isn't it uncomfortable in the cold storage? Fan Luo sneered, it's as if someone is a cuckold. TSK, Madam Ling is so soft-hearted. Oh, she didn't sleep well yesterday and has dark circles under her eyes. I feel so sorry for her. On the side, Lu Su was both angry and amused when listening. This Fong Luo, I clearly didn't do anything with him, but he told me that it felt like I had been with him the whole night. The key point is that he did have dark circles under his eyes, and he didn't lie. However, she was now extremely disappointed with Wu Yu and did not want to explain anything further. Wu Yu didn't know the truth and thought that the dark circles under his eyes were caused by the two of them fighting all night. He was so angry that he vomited blood. But in order not to be embarrassed, he pretended not to care and said with anger, "It's just a woman. With my ability, what kind of woman can I find?" "Oh? Your ability?" Fong Luo raised his eyebrows, ready to irritate the other party again. "That's true, you have Earth-related abilities, your defense is maxed out, and you're a green-haired turtle, so when you put the two together, you're just a country bumpkin." Lu Su looked at Fong Luo's shameless look and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Obviously, she felt relieved that Fong Luo helped her to make Wu Yu angry. This was also the first time since entering the cold storage that she felt Fong Luo was not that annoying. Wu Yu was about to collapse. "Can't you say something else?" "Anything else?" "Anything else is fine." Fong Luo grinned. "I wonder how much supplies you have stockpiled during this long apocalypse." "Why do you mind me?" Wu Yu was stunned, not knowing why Fong Luo changed the subject so quickly. He wanted to say it was none of his business, but when he thought about it carefully, he immediately remembered that his supplies had been stolen. He immediately widened his eyes and asked, "Did you steal my supplies?" "Let me do the math. 251 bags of rice, 1,282 bottles of mineral water, plus 18 evolution crystals." Fong Luo did not answer directly, but instead loudly counted on his fingers and said a series of numbers. However, when Wu Yu heard it, he had no idea what Fong Luo was counting. These are clearly the supplies he lost. "You bastard!" Wu Yu was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot and his lungs were about to explode. First his wife was kidnapped, then he was attacked, then his supplies were stolen, and now his wife has been slept with. Every one of them here is enough for him to kill Fong Luo once. But the most hateful thing was that he couldn't open the door of the cold storage at all, so he had no way to take revenge on Fong Luo, and he couldn't scold Fong Luo anymore. The whole person was so depressed that he was on the verge of exploding. Chapter 55, Barbecue. Wu Yu was furious and ordered his men to start banging on the door frantically. Before the end of the world, he was a second-generation rich man with a net worth of hundreds of millions. After the end of the world, he was a second-rate gang boss with earthly supernatural powers. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. This is simply outrageous. Fong Luo was not in a hurry, because with the strength of the people on the opposite side, they could not break down the door of the cold storage. A bit noisy at best. But that doesn't matter. Fong Luo walked to the TV and turned it on, then turned on the speaker and started playing music. Fong Luo's speaker is imported, produced by the Dutch brand Karma, worth more than 2 million yuan, and has the best sound quality. A song called Dig, Dig, Dig was playing, and the sound of Wu Yu and others banging on the door could not be heard at all. Outside, Wu Yu was banging on the door when he suddenly heard a song. Digging and digging in the little garden. He was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. What did Fong Luo mean? Did he think he was planting flowers by knocking on the door? Grass. Outside, Wu Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Thinking that he was working hard to bang the door while Fong Luo was in the cold storage holding his wife and listening to music, he wanted to tear Fong Luo to pieces. "Boss, this door can't be broken down at all. Why don't we just give up?" A younger brother advised. "No, I have to kill this damn bastard." Wu Yu's hatred for Fong Luo has now reached max, so there is no way he could give up. "Boss, I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet." A smarter brother said, "Boss, why should we go in? They won't come out, we just need to guard the door and wait until they come out without supplies. They can't stay in there forever. Anyway, my sister-in-law has already been slept with, so it's no big deal to let her sleep for 2 more days." "What did you say?" Wu Yu was furious and grabbed the other person's neck. "What do you mean it's okay to sleep for a few more days? So you're not the one being cuckolded, right?" Moreover, the other party stole all his supplies, and by the time he had used up all his supplies, his wife was furious. However, he really couldn't think of a good solution. Damn, this is the only way. Wu Yu cursed inwardly, hoping that Fong Luo's supplies would run out quickly. So Wu Yu saved his energy and stopped banging on the door. Instead, he squatted down at the door of the cold storage and waited for Fong Luo to come out. Damn it, I'm starving. Bring out the food. After smashing the door for a long time and consuming too much of his supernatural power, Wu Yu was now dizzy with hunger and quickly ordered his men to bring out a piece of whole wheat bread. The other brothers took out the rice, put it on the ground and started frying it. Now there is no water, so there is no chance to steam rice. All the food is stir-fried on the ground or on the iron plate. Whole wheat bread is already a luxury food. In the cold storage. Fang Luo didn't know that Wu Yu was going to wait outside until his supplies ran out. If he knew, Fang Luo would definitely laugh out loud. I have tens of billions of supplies. By the time I use up all my supplies, your wife will have given birth to a second child. No, your wife will have many children and grandchildren. Hearing the noise outside stop, Fang Luo turned down the volume and changed to a more melodious song. Good days. Lu Su rolled her eyes as she watched from the side. They actually played this kind of song. Did they think Wu Yu and the others were annoying enough and wanted to continue to provoke them? However, she did not feel sorry for him. Instead, she thought Fang Luo did a pretty good job. She has no feelings for Wu Yu now, and she will not hate Fang Luo for him. On the contrary, when he thought about how he had misunderstood Fang Luo and called him a shameless villain, he felt a little guilty. Putting aside her previous prejudices, Lu Su looked at Fang Luo in a new light and found that Fang Luo was actually a good person. Although he was lustful, he never forced himself, and the only kiss was initiated by him. Although he tied me up, it was me who framed him and attacked him first. Before that, he even prepared a change of clothes for me and was quite nice to me. And Fang Luo is also very caring towards his woman. Lin Yuyu was injured, and Fang Luo went to find a doctor for her regardless of the danger. In order to avenge Lin Yuyu, he broke into the villa alone and injured Wu Yu. Although equally lustful, Fang Luo is obviously much more gentlemanly than Wu Yu. Fang Luo didn't know that because of Wu Yu, Lu Su, who had previously vowed to kill Fang Luo, now gave him the title of gentleman. He was a little hungry and had originally planned to eat, but was delayed for a while because of Wu Yu. He couldn't help but greet all the female members of his family in his heart. But it doesn't matter. Fang Luo returned to the room and prepared to call Lindsy Jean. Lindsy Jean was holding her sister. Both of them looked a little worried, but when they saw Fang Luo, their hearts immediately calmed down. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Lin Yuyu said to Fang Luo guiltily. It's okay. Fang Luo said, you must be hungry, let's get ready to eat. Okay, I'll go cook now. Lindsy Jean nodded immediately. Don't cook today. Fang Luo said that he was a little tired of eating every day. Then what to eat? Lindsy Jean was a little confused. Fang Luo thought about it, looked at Lindsy Jean, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he had an idea. Let's have barbecue. Fang Luo said. Lindsy Jean had just awakened her fire ability. Although she was very talented, she had no experience in controlling fire and almost burned herself yesterday. Barbecue requires a lot of control over the heat, and it is a good way for Lindsy Jean to practice, so that he will be more experienced in facing zombies in the future. And no need to cook. The best of both worlds. Barbecue? Lindsy Jean was not very good at making barbecue, but she didn't want to refuse Fang Luo's request, so she nodded and agreed. Brother-in-law, I want to bake too. After yesterday's treatment, Lin Yuyu's injuries improved a little. Although she couldn't get out of bed, Fang Luo could prepare a wheelchair for her. As for barbecue utensils, Fang Luo has a complete range. Barbecue grill, ingredients, everything is available. Soon, Fang Luo set up a barbecue grill in the empty space of the cold storage. Then, I thought about what kind of food I could bake. I'm tired of eating lobster these past 2 days, and eating too much can easily cause gout, so I need to eat some staple food. Let us roast a whole lamb first. Fang Luo took out a Xinjiang sheep from the space. The meat was fat and delicious, perfect for barbecue. After doing all this, Lindsy Jean moved a chair and sat aside, and began to use his fire ability to give the sheep fire therapy. When Lindsy Jean first started using flames, he didn't control the flame temperature and size well enough, and he almost burned it at first. Fortunately, under Fang Luo's guidance, he began to become a steady barbecue master. It wouldn't take long to prepare the whole roasted lamb. During the free time, Fang Luo felt a bit bored, so he set up a table, put a fruit plate on it, and ate some fruit to whet his appetite. A cold storage, 3 people and a cat, living happily together. Chapter 56 Entertainment. Outside the cold storage. Wu Yu's feet began to go numb from squatting. He couldn't sit down because the air temperature was 70 and the temperature of the concrete floor had already exceeded 100. If he sat on the ground, his hemorrhoids would be roasted. Can only squat or stand. Damn you, don't come out, or I'll kill you. Wu Yu took a bite of the whole wheat bread in his hand with hatred. It was dry, especially in such a hot weather. The little moisture left in the bread was evaporated. It tasted like a rag and was simply difficult to swallow. However, compared with the subordinates next to him who could only eat fried rice, it was much better. Suddenly, Wu Yu felt a strange smell at the tip of his nose. He sniffed and his Adam's apple began to move involuntarily. It smells so good. This is the smell of roasted lamb. Is anyone roasting lamb? How is that possible? We are probably hallucinating because of hunger. There are no normal cattle and sheep out there now. They are either dead or turned into zombie sheep. They are impossible to eat. No, it's true. The smell is coming from the cold storage. Fuck, it seems to really smell like roasted lamb. Someone is grilling inside. There was a commotion at the door of the cold storage. The psychics who were originally eating fried rice all gathered at the gap in the cold storage door, constantly twitching their noses, greedily absorbing the smell coming from the cold storage. It smells so good. Since the end of the world, animals have either died of heat or been infected by viruses and turned into zombies. Even the meat in some cold storages has spoiled and become inedible due to power outages and hot weather. Not to mention mutton, I haven't even had mosquito meat in these days. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were filled with longing. If they could eat a piece of meat now, they would be willing to be dogs. Wu Yu also drooled, his eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? How could Fong Luo have mutton? I remember that there was no mutton among my lost supplies. Where did this guy get the mutton? Smelling the fragrance at the tip of his nose, Wu Yu felt extremely unbalanced. Why should I, a rich second generation, squat outside eating dry whole wheat bread, while Fong Luo, a loser, is eating roasted lamb in the cold storage? And he ate while holding his wife. Grass. Wu Yu's heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. This guy not only has armored vehicles and mutton, but he can also steal his supplies silently. He must have some unknown secrets. I have to uncover this secret myself. However, he couldn't open the door of the cold storage now, and he had no way to do anything until Fong Luo came out. He could only watch him enjoying himself while hugging his wife. I don't believe there are no flaws. Wu Yu sneered in his heart. Fong Luo's cold storage was not invincible. When he became stronger, he would go in. Hiss, it smells so good. Wu Yu couldn't help drooling again. Then he followed his younger brother and ate his meal while smelling the aroma coming from the door. However, he vaguely heard the voice inside again. In the cold storage. King Bomb. Fong Luo had a royal bomb with 4 twos, and he ran away with all the cards, grinning as he looked at the women in front of him. I win again, drink. Roasting the whole lamb is a bit slow. When she was bored, Lin Yu suggested playing some games. It just so happened that Fong Luo had collected various game props such as cards and dice in his space. Lindsy is grilling meat. So Fong Luo, Lin Yu, and Lu Su started playing a game of landlord. If you lose, you either take a big risk or drink. However, the women were no match for Fong Luo. Because it was too easy for him to win. Spatial abilities are not something to be underestimated. Brother-in-law, are you cheating? Why do you have 2 kings in every game? Lin Yu looked at her bad hand of cards, her face puffed up with anger. Stop talking nonsense. You can't drink. Take a risk. Fong Luo chuckled and said, how can this be called cheating? Do you understand what special abilities are? Snort. Lin Yu pouted and looked at her sister coquettishly. Sister, you owe your brother-in-law 9 kisses now. Lindsy, who was grilling nearby, was speechless. Every time Lin Yu loses, she has to be punished with 9 kisses. She doesn't know if she can bear it by then. No more drinking, no more drinking. I'm taking a risk. Lu Su couldn't hold his liquor well. He had lost 8 games in a row and was already drunk. When he heard that he wanted to drink more, he waved his hands in fear. Big adventure? Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, since it's a big adventure, then everyone is the same, you should also kiss your brother-in-law. Ah? Lu Su suddenly became anxious. How could this be possible? Although she did not hate Fang Luo now, it was not to the point of kissing him casually. However, looking at the full glass of red wine, she really couldn't drink it. I feel very conflicted. Fang Luo listened to Lin Yuyu's words and felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This Lin Yuyu was really Sister Yan Yulu. However, the old saying is indeed true, sisters-in-law are always the warm and caring little cotton-padded jackets of their brothers-in-law. At this time, don't forget to take advantage of yourself. It's really worth loving her. Lindsy Jean glared at his sister in reproach, thinking that his sister was too naughty. However, she didn't say much. She had figured it out yesterday. Instead of being jealous, she should improve herself and let Fang Luo depend on her. Why, you can't afford to play, can you? Lin Yuyu said provocatively, if you can't afford to play, forget it, I won't make it difficult for you. I can't afford it? Lu Su was so proud. She was the daughter of a wealthy family and had been an excellent student since childhood. She was the envy of others. When she heard the other party mocking her and saying that she couldn't afford to play, she immediately refused to do so. After a while. The barbecue is ready, come and eat. Lindsy Jean changed the subject with a smile. Only then did Lin Yuyu stop making trouble. Several people were already hungry, so they began to divide the mutton. Dianmu also ran over with a meow. The entire cold storage was bustling with activity. It was just a pity for Wu Yu outside. All the psychics who were hiding at the door and smelling the fragrance heard the noise in the cold storage and cast sympathetic glances at Wu Yu. Wu Yu got angry and started banging on the door again? Chapter 57, Strength Improvement. There was laughter and joy in the cold storage. Wu Yu and his group stood outside the cold storage and banged on the door. They are still banging on the door. Lin Yuyu curled her lips, looking a little unhappy. I guess he smelled the barbecue and got hungry. Fang Luo smiled slightly. Come, give me the bones you have eaten. They won't cry if there are bones. Fang Luo picked up the bones he had eaten, threw them out of the window, and then closed it again. The sound of banging on the door really stopped. The psychics guarding outside immediately surrounded the bones and picked them up excitedly. And shredded pork. Seeing the shredded meat that made the dogs shake their heads, they were very excited. It was meat after all, and they could eat it with a bowl of fried rice after a few licks. What are you doing? Wu Yu looked at his men angrily. Do you think you are dogs? You are trying to steal bones? Stop fighting, give me the bone. 7 days passed, and Wu Yu and others waited outside the door every day. Occasionally, when they banged on the door, Fang Luo would throw a few empty bones at them, and then they would stop shouting. As for them not leaving, Fang Luo was too lazy to pay attention to them. In the end of the world, you should enjoy yourself, listen to music, play games, play landlord, drink a bottle of happy water, and flirt with the girls. In a few days, Fang Luo didn't go out for a moment. Because he has now collected enough evolution crystals and no longer needs to go out and waste time. Now, what he had to do was to hurry up and improve his strength, because it wouldn't be long before the zombies outside would evolve, and some would even gain superpowers. They would no longer be killed by guns, and would need superpowers to fight against them. By then, the energy crystals obtained by killing mutant zombies will have more energy than the current evolution crystals. Now, Fang Luo can absorb 5 evolution crystals every day, and his strength increases rapidly. 7 days. Fang Luo absorbed 35 crystals, and still had about 80 crystals accumulated. The distance of space flashing reached 20 meters. The defensive power of the space barrier reaches 3 tons. The number of space imprints reached 8, and the explosion range reached 10 meters. In addition, Fang Luo also acquired a new skill, which is an attack-type skill. Space Blade. Fang Luo can condense an invisible blade anytime and anywhere, and attack enemies within a radius of 50 meters at will. Its power is greater than that of an ordinary rifle, and it can leave clear marks on stainless steel blocks. In addition to these supernatural powers, Fang Luo's physical fitness has also been greatly enhanced. He can now easily lift 500 kilograms, his maximum running speed can reach 20 meters per second, and his endurance can last for 7-8 hours. Lindsy Jean couldn't bear it even if he gritted his teeth. With his current strength, even if he goes out and faces dozens of Wu Yu's men alone, he can easily win. During these days, others, including Dianmu, have not been idle and have been improving themselves. For some unknown reason, the way Dianmu improves her strength is different from that of humans. Humans need to absorb crystals, but she doesn't need that at all. She just helped the cold storage generate electricity every day, used up her own electricity, then ate a lot of dried fish and slept to rest. The next day her strength was greatly improved. Now, Dianmu's speed exceeded 50 meters per second. She ran like a black shadow, and Fan Luo couldn't catch her even with his spatial flashes. Moreover, her electric shock was very powerful. Fan Luo measured it with a voltmeter and found that a 2000 V voltmeter was directly exploded by her. It's unimaginable if this happens to a person who is electrocuted. Fan Luo remembered that Dianmu was not so powerful in her previous life. This may be because, in her previous life, Dianmu often did not have enough to eat, but now in the room, she has no worries about food and drink and only needs to focus on increasing electricity. This is also her opportunity. In addition, Lu Su treats Lin Yuyu every day, and his control over his supernatural powers is gradually improving. At the same time, Fan Luo gave her some ordinary zombie strengthening crystals to improve her strength and help Lin Yuyu recover as soon as possible. She is not good at attacking, and her only means of attack is a vine. However, her physical fitness has surpassed that of normal men. Lindsy Jean is now a level 2 psychic, but has no practical experience, so Fan Luo asks her to barbecue every day to practice her fire-related abilities. She had a high level of comprehension, and within 7 days she was able to control fire with ease. It is estimated that this is the only person in the apocalypse who has mastered the fire-related supernatural power through barbecue. The maximum temperature of her flame can now reach 1800, which can easily melt iron. He is the most powerful person in the cold storage besides Fan Luo. Therefore, she was very grateful to Fan Luo and would repay him every day while Lin Yuyu was asleep. As for whether Lin Yuyu really fell asleep, no one knew. Because Lin Zijin was practicing his supernatural powers, Fan Luo also ate barbecue every day, either whole lamb or suckling pig. One day, several people consumed too much energy and divided up an entire cow. It was also thanks to Fan Luo's sufficient supplies. Otherwise, it's not enough to eat. This is also the reason why Fan Luo and others' strength improved so quickly. Other people with special abilities do not dare to use their special abilities casually, because once their special abilities are used up, there is no food that can help them replenish their energy. But Fan Luo and his friends used up all their energy every day, and then ate barbecue for free, and they were full of energy again in less than a day. The amount of practice in 1 day is more than that of others in 10 days. How can I not be happy? It's a good deal for people like Wu Yu, as they can eat free bones every day. Fan Luo thought about it and felt that with his current strength, he was fully capable of dealing with Wu Yu and his group. It's time to send them on their way. Fan Luo prepared to clean up the garbage at the door. Outside, Wu Yu looked haggard. These people both enjoy happiness and suffer. The good thing is that we have bones to lick every day. Although there is no meat, it is much more delicious than eating fried rice directly. What made them suffer was that it was very hot outside and they had no place to sit, so they could only sleep while squatting. The key point is that there are a lot of zombies outside now, and from time to time some zombies are attracted by the aroma of barbecue. He was already exhausted both physically and mentally, and now he had to waste his energy helping Fan Luo fight the zombies. Several brothers have died in the past few days, and the remaining ones are complaining and want to quit the gang. Wu Yu felt a little numb. Fan Luo was holding his wife in the cold storage, eating barbecue, listening to music, and playing landlord, while he was guarding the door here. He heard all kinds of strange noises every night and had to help Fan Luo eliminate the zombies that were attracted by the barbecue. Why on earth is this? What am I doing here guarding the door? Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. Forget it, let's go first. Improve your strength before coming back. Wu Yu didn't want to stay here any longer and prepared to leave. However, just as he was leaving, a group of zombies gathered nearby. Grass. Wu Yu was so angry that he cursed. I have to help Fan Luo fight zombies again. But fortunately, they were just zombies. He had killed many zombies these days. The zombies' combat effectiveness was not high, so he was not afraid. However, when the zombies came and attacked his subordinates, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 58: Strengthening Zombies. Phew! A stream of blood splashed onto Wu Yu's face, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. A zombie, whom he could usually kill easily, smashed the head of a defensive psychic with a slap. The broken part of the subordinate's skull rolled to his feet, covered with red and white mucus. How is this possible? You know, this subordinate of his is not afraid of even a machete. How could this zombie be so powerful? The psychics who were fighting the zombies were all in disbelief at this moment. Ever since they awakened their special powers, they have fought against zombies many times. Although there have been casualties, those zombies are only slightly faster, stronger, and more defensive than ordinary people. As long as they find the right time, they can still chop off the zombies' heads with a machete. But for these zombies today, the machete had no effect at all when cut on their necks, and the blade was even bent. Some of the men who refused to believe in the evil raised the pistols they had picked up from the hands of the fallen police officers. Bang! A shot hit the zombie's head. Unharmed. Phew! The psychic's actions angered the zombies, and they pounced on him and bit his neck. Die with eyes open. Aren't you afraid of guns? Everyone panicked. Wu Yu was also a little panicked, but he was a boss after all, so he calmed down and quickly used his special powers to start attacking the zombies. Puff! A zombie had his arm knocked off by his stone. Use your superpowers, everyone, use your superpowers. Wu Yu realized that he could use his superpowers to injure the zombies, and quickly gave orders to his subordinates. Normally, even when facing zombies, they rarely use their superpowers because energy is too precious and they don't have enough food to restore energy. But now the situation is critical and we have to use it. After hearing the command, everyone began to fight using their special powers. However, most people have low-level superpowers, many of them have no means of attack, and they usually don't have enough food, so they have almost no energy left. Facing dozens of powerful zombies, they have no power to fight at all. The entrance to the cold storage suddenly became a meat grinder, with broken limbs flying everywhere. The screams continued. In the cold storage. Fang Luo, who was originally planning to go out to deal with Wu Yu, also saw this scene from the window, and his expression suddenly became solemn. The enhanced zombies actually showed up ahead of time. Psychics can upgrade, and zombies will also slowly evolve. Just like the cold virus, people who often take cold medicine will find that the therapeutic effect of the medicine will be reduced in the future. Because the cold virus has evolved and become resistant to cold medicines. The same goes for the zombie virus. And more advanced. It has been more than 10 days since the zombie outbreak began. During this period, some people are bitten to death by zombies every day, and some zombies are killed by humans. In order to survive, the zombie virus will slowly evolve itself and increase its resistance to weapons that used to kill it. During this period, the only way humans killed viruses was with cold weapons like knives, or modern weapons like guns. A lot of zombies died. The next time these viruses infect the host, they will reduce the damage these weapons cause to themselves. This is also why Fang Luo said before that the damage caused by guns to zombies will become lower and lower in the later stages. It's not that the guns are not powerful enough, but precisely because the power is too strong, most zombies are killed by guns, so later zombies become more and more immune to guns. In the end, guns do not do as much damage to zombies as fists. It was just like a certain MOBA game Fang Luo had played, where whoever dealt the highest damage would be shackled with chains of hatred. Zombies are afraid of guns, so they put chains of hatred on them. This is also one of the reasons why the army has never been able to eliminate the zombies. Weapons now deal less damage to zombies. Moreover, there is more than one way for zombies to evolve. The other type of zombie is also the most terrifying. A zombie transformed from a superpower. Zombies with superpowers. This type of zombie not only retains the superpowers of the psychic, but also retains the way for the psychic to upgrade. They will attack those with special abilities first. Moreover, the more powerful the psychic is, the more likely he is to be attacked by psychic zombies. Because they can improve their own strength through the crystals in the psychics' heads, and the more powerful the psychics are, the more energy they can give. In their eyes, ordinary people are white rice, while people with special powers are delicacies from mountains and seas. A meal like Fang Luo's is no less than a full Manchu Han banquet. This zombie's way of replenishing energy is also simple and crude. As long as it eats the brain of a mutant, it will immediately restore its energy. It's almost a perpetual motion machine. If a powerful person with superpowers were unfortunately infected and turned into a zombie, it would definitely be a huge disaster for humanity. If Fang Luo turns into a zombie one day, then a horrible monster will appear in the world that can use space jumps, barriers, marks, blades, infinitely and kill anyone instantly at any time and anywhere. By then, no one in this world will be able to kill him. Thinking of this, Fang Luo had a strange expression on his face. If I turn into a zombie, wouldn't it be much easier to unify the world? But after thinking about it, Fang Luo felt that it was better not to do so. When you become a zombie, you lose consciousness, so when you see a beautiful woman, you don't just eat her, you really eat her. It's so disgusting. If men don't look at beautiful women, there would be no point in unifying the world. Fong Luo doesn't want this. The roar outside also alarmed several women in the cold storage. Honey, what happened? Lindsy Jean asked worriedly. Fong Luo, it's zombies. They are fighting zombies. So that's how it is. Lindsy Jean and the others breathed a sigh of relief. During this period of time, Wu Yu and the others often helped Fong Luo deal with the zombies outside the cold storage and solved a lot of troubles for Fong Luo. They were no longer surprised. This time is different. Fong Luo shook his head. This time it's a strengthened zombie. Enhanced zombies? The women were puzzled. Fong Luo opened the reconnaissance window to let them see the scene outside. Outside, Wu Yu was still fighting the zombies, but the battle was almost over, and dozens of his subordinates were already dead. The ground was littered with broken limbs and arms, and the blood had dried up into a pitch-black color under the baking heat of the ground. Wu Yu himself was also covered in blood. His body was covered with wounds caused by zombies. He wanted to break out of the encirclement, but unfortunately there were dozens of zombies around him. He only had an Earth-related ability and could not perform Space Flash, so he could not break out at all. He used his last bit of strength to attack a zombie, then fell to the ground powerlessly. How come these zombies are so powerful? Lu Su's face turned pale. She was a doctor, and even though she had seen all kinds of corpses, she couldn't help feeling a little nauseous at this moment. This is a strengthened zombie. Fong Luo told several women about the strengthened zombies and told them to be careful when facing zombies in the future. Several women nodded heavily. No one wants to become one of those monsters out there, or have their heads eaten by them. Boom boom boom. Wu Yu and others all died. The zombies smelled the scent of Fong Luo and others in the cold storage and began to bang on the door. The power of these zombies is much greater than that of Wu Yu and others before. The door made a deafening sound, and Fong Luo even felt the ground shaking. His expression was solemn. These zombies are tireless. If you let them keep hitting endlessly, even if the cold storage is extremely hard, it will eventually be shattered. What should we do? Lindsy Jean asked worriedly. They must be solved. Fong Luo said solemnly. However, with his strength alone, it is very difficult to eliminate so many zombies. He looked at the women. The strength of Lindsy Jean and others has improved a lot, at least not worse than Wu Yu. Chapter 59, Killing Zombies. Fong Luo plans to ask Lindsy Jean and other girls to help him eliminate the zombies outside. He said at the beginning that he would not take in people who only eat for free. When he first found Lindsy Jean, he was attracted by his fire-related abilities, and the same was true when he helped Lindsy Jean improve his strength. Some people would think that Fong Luo is heartless and a scumbag for taking advantage of his woman. But this is how the world is. No one will spend a lot of energy on someone who is useless to them, not to mention that this is the end of the world. Of course, Fong Luo would not abandon Lindsy Jean just because she was useless. He was not a real scumbag. Since he had possessed her, he would be responsible to the end. However, he could no longer spend a lot of energy and materials to train the other party. Supplies are limited. It can only be given to outstanding people first. Honey, let me help you. Before Fong Luo could speak, Lindsy Jean offered to help Fong Luo. Lindsy Jean has been very independent since she was a child and has been able to adapt to the environment quickly. After so long in the apocalypse, she is no longer the girl who was afraid of zombies. Moreover, she had already made her goal clear before. She wanted to stay with Fong Luo. The way to make Fong Luo pay attention to himself is to help Fong Luo and make Fong Luo rely on himself. So, during this period of time, she has been working hard to practice controlling her supernatural powers. Now that she had the chance to help Fong Luo, she naturally wouldn't miss it. Fong Luo nodded, feeling very satisfied with Lindsy Jean. He felt that he had not made a mistake in choosing the right person. Fong Luo actually thinks highly of Lu Su. She has good character, is beautiful, and has T1 level supernatural powers. Although there were some misunderstandings before, they have now been resolved. If she can be used by him, Fong Luo will train her. However, the opponent is just an auxiliary psychic and is not good at fighting. You guys wait a few minutes before going out. Fong Luo said, looking at the zombies outside the door. The zombies are blocking the door. Once the door is opened, they will swarm into the cold storage. It will be inconvenient to move around inside the cold storage. Even if you kill the zombies, the cold storage will be in a mess. Fong Luo didn't want the cold storage he had worked so hard to build to be destroyed. Therefore, he had to use his spatial ability to jump out of the cold storage and lure the zombies away. They made an appointment with Lindsy Jean that they would open the door and go out in 3 minutes. Fong Luo, from another place, took advantage of Lindsy Jean and the other girls not paying attention, used Space Flash to jump out of the cold storage, and then went around to the front door of the cold storage. Lindsy Jean didn't know how Fong Luo got out, because they didn't know anything about spatial abilities, and they thought Fong Luo took the back door. After all, Fong Luo likes to use the back door. Ouch! Upon noticing Fong Luo's appearance, the zombies immediately rushed towards him with the ferocity of wolves and tigers, wishing to strip Fong Luo naked. Fong Luo's expression froze. He quickly used Space Flash to escape, leading the zombies to a place dozens of meters away from the cold storage. When Lindsy Jean saw the zombies leave, he immediately opened the door and walked out. Fong Luo was fighting with zombies. These zombies were very powerful. The force of a single zombie's punch was estimated to be over 800 kilograms. Some of the stronger ones have boxing power exceeding 1,000 kilograms. One punch could blow a person's head off. Fortunately, Fong Luo's space barrier can withstand 3,000 kilograms of force. As long as Fong Luo still has energy, the zombies cannot hurt him. A zombie with sunken eye sockets and no eyeballs pounced towards him. Fong Luo directly condensed a spatial blade and slashed at his neck. Its head immediately fell to the ground and rolled twice. However, soon dozens of zombies pounced over, and they were not afraid of death at all. It will just be endless attacks. Husband. Lindsy Jean had already arrived and immediately cast a fireball, knocking down the group of zombies. The fire ability is one of the most powerful abilities in the early stage. The damage is explosive, and the burned zombies begin to wail. Let's deal with them together. Fong Luo smiled slightly, feeling very pleased with Lindsy Jean's goodness and obedience. The Mother of Lightning also rushed over and emitted an electric current of tens of thousands of volts, directly paralyzing 4 or 5 zombies. Dianmu's damage is really high. Fong Luo, Lindsy Jean, Dianmu, 2 people and a cat, started to slaughter the group of zombies. In just a few minutes, all the zombies were wiped out. Fong Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was solved relatively easily, it also consumed a lot of supernatural powers. If it weren't for Dianmu and Lindsy Jean, it wouldn't have been so easy to solve. Fong Luo looked at the corpses scattered around him. There are at least hundreds of bodies here, which looks quite scary. However, Fong Luo was somewhat excited. Because each of these corpses has a crystal. Fong Luo ignored the disgust and began to cut open the heads of the corpses, passing the crystals through their heads. It's easy to deal with people with special abilities like Wu Yu, they just need a machete to cut it. However, zombies are a little difficult to deal with. Their bodies are resistant to machetes and guns, and the only way to cut them open is to use superpowers. Fong Luo had consumed a lot of energy, so he first found the psychic's head and cut it open. Half an hour passed. Fong Luo has obtained more than 30 crystals. Finally, he came in front of Wu Yu. This guy. A hint of cruelty flashed in Fong Luo's eyes. Not only was Lin Yu's leg injured by him, but he also killed a 7 or 8-year-old girl named Milu. It's a heinous crime. It's a pity that I couldn't kill him with my own hands. Fong Luo raised the knife and stabbed him in the head. Suddenly, Lu Su screamed. Chapter 60 Crisis. Hearing Lu Su's cry, Fong Luo frowned subconsciously. Is Lu Su reluctant to cut open Wu Yu's head herself? It seems that she still has feelings for Wu Yu. Fong Luo felt secretly unhappy. He won't let Wu Yu go just because of this. But just as he was thinking about it, the next moment, a warm and soft body fell into Fong Luo's arms, shocking him so much that he took a few steps back. Immediately afterwards, Wu Yu, who was originally lying on the ground, jumped up and pounced towards Fong Luo and the other man with a ferocious face. Fong Luo's pupils contracted, and he immediately understood why Lu Su screamed. Wu Yu turned into a zombie. Before, Wu Yu fought with zombies and was bitten by zombies, leaving many scars on his body. However, he is an Earth-type mutant after all, and his physical defense is much higher than that of ordinary people. It is not so easy for him to be shot in the head or dismembered. The body of Wu Yu who died was also intact. While Fong Luo was fighting other zombies, the zombie virus in Wu Yu began to corrode his body, and Wu Yu turned into a zombie. Lu Su had been standing at the door of the cold storage, and she had discovered Wu Yu's body early on. She thought of what Fang Luo had said before, that people with special abilities could also turn into zombies, but she was not sure whether Wu Yu would turn into a zombie, so she kept observing him. Just now, when Fang Luo was about to cut open Wu Yu's head, she found that Wu Yu's fingers suddenly moved, and she immediately guessed that Wu Yu might become a zombie. In a panic, she subconsciously pounced on Fang Luo, trying to push him away. Fang Luo was also very grateful at this moment. Fortunately, Lu Su pushed me away, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Wu Yu is an Earth-type mutant. His body is much harder than other mutants. It is impossible to chop Wu Yu's head open with the knife in his hand alone. If he fails to kill the other party, he will come into close contact with the zombie Wu Yu, and what awaits him is the zombie Wu Yu's bite. In order to save energy, he had just closed the space barrier. At such a close distance, it was impossible to dodge without being prepared. Once bitten, you will turn into a zombie. Fang Luo shuddered at the thought of himself turning into a zombie. Ouch! Seeing Wu Yu rushing towards him, Fang Luo's heart was alarmed and he immediately wanted to use Space Flash to dodge. However, after fighting with dozens of zombies just now, he had consumed less than 10% of his energy. The flickering space consumes a lot of energy. With his current energy, it is not enough to move. What's more, he is holding someone in his arms. Is he going to be bitten by that guy? Damn, I don't want a man to bite me, her wife is better. Soon, Fang Luo calmed down again. Although he cannot move, he can open a space barrier by himself. The space barrier does not require much energy and can withstand 3,000 kilograms of damage. Fang Luo immediately activated his spatial ability, turned around to protect Lu Su who was protecting himself, and took the claw of the zombie Wu Yu. Bang! Wu Yu's power is enormous. After becoming a zombie, his strength reached 1,500 kilograms. Although Fang Luo's barrier could withstand a force of 3,000 kilograms, Fang Luo himself could not. Under the 1,500 kilogram blow, Fang Luo, who weighed more than 150 kilograms, was immediately knocked more than 5 meters away together with Lu Su, and the two of them fell to the ground tightly together. Ah! Lu Su cried out and seemed to have bumped into something. Fang Luo also looked very ugly. The zombie Wu Yu's attack just now had drained away his last bit of energy, and he fell out with a solid impact with the ground. Lu Su was pressing on him, and it felt like his ribs were broken. Fang Luo gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He took out some food and put it into his mouth while he had time, trying to replenish his energy. However, energy replenishment is not like taking a blue pill, it won't be effective so quickly. Seeing the zombie Wu Yu rushing towards him again, Fang Luo broke out in a cold sweat. I guess that's all I have to say today. Husband. Lindsy Jean woke up in shock and immediately shot a ray of fire at Wu Yu, but she had very little energy left, and Wu Yu's earth-based abilities had a certain restraint on fire-based abilities, so Wu Yu did not suffer any damage. Meow. Fortunately, Dianmu appeared in time and used all her energy to shoot an electric current at Wu Yu, causing Wu Yu to lose his ability to move for a short time. Seeing this, Fang Luo immediately pulled Lu Su and rushed into the cold storage. Now the only safe thing is to hide in a cold storage. Bang! Several people rushed into the cold storage and Fang Luo immediately closed the door. The zombie Wu Yu, who had regained his mobility, began to bang on the door violently. In his eyes, Fang Luo was a delicious meal. Fang Luo's expression was very solemn. After becoming a zombie, Wu Yu is several times stronger than before in terms of strength, speed, and superpowers. He is not afraid of pain and his fighting power has soared. This was the most difficult zombie Fang Luo had ever encountered since the end of the world. If he was in a state of complete victory, Fang Luo would not be afraid of him and would be able to kill him. However, Fang Luo's energy has been completely exhausted and he has no chance of winning now. Not to mention Lindsy Jean and Dianmu. The special abilities of both of them were restrained by Wu Yu, and they were unable to exert their full strength. There is also a restraint relationship between superpowers. For example, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes wood. And the only power that is not restrained by any other superpower is probably the space power. Because space has no properties. However, space powers also have their own drawbacks. When using the power, the energy consumption is twice that of other powers, or even more. However, the speed of replenishing superpowers is slower than others, and more energy is required. Fang Luo's energy was completely depleted. In order to get back to his peak state, in addition to eating dozens of kilograms of food, it would take at least 10 hours to recover. Fortunately, Fong Luo had plenty of supplies and didn't have to worry about food. If other people don't have supplies, even if they awaken their spatial abilities, they simply cannot afford to support them. Just like Fong Luo's previous life, without supplies, he couldn't defeat a few ordinary people and could only wait to die. This is a double-edged sword. Boom boom boom. At the gate, a louder banging sound was heard, and a buzzing vibration sound came from inside the cold storage. The zombie Wu Yu was using his supernatural powers to bang on the gate. Not good. Fong Luo thought to himself that this was not a good thing. Although the cold storage door is extremely solid, if he keeps hitting it for several hours, it will collapse sooner or later. What should we do then? Lindsy Jean asked worriedly, is there any way to stop it? If I were in my prime, I could kill him, Fong Luo said in a heavy tone, but my energy has been used up. It will take at least 10 hours to fully recover. I simply can't wait. Fong Luo felt a sharp pain in his chest and couldn't help but groan in pain. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Lindsy Jean immediately checked it nervously. Fong Luo waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. It's just a fractured rib, it's nothing serious. Broken bone. Lindsy Jean's eyes were filled with pity. I'll help you heal, Lu Su said immediately. She had not participated in the battle just now and her supernatural powers were still at their peak. It would be no problem for her to help Fong Luo heal his minor bone fracture. Fong Luo nodded and told Lindsy Jean to prepare some food for him quickly. Then go back to the room. He also needs to take this opportunity to go back and rest and replenish his energy as soon as possible. He can't just sit there and wait to die. Chapter 61, The Source of Life. In the room, Lin Yuyu was already extremely anxious. Her legs had not healed yet and she was unable to move at all. Brother Fong Luo, are you injured? It's okay, just a minor injury. Fong Luo comforted her, told her not to worry, and then lay down on the bed to rest. To be honest, it still hurts a bit. Lu Su was a doctor and is very sensitive to micro-expressions. When she saw Fong Luo's eyes twitching slightly when he lay down, she knew that Fong Luo was showing off. She couldn't help feeling a little guilty. She knew better than anyone how Fong Luo's injuries were caused. After spending these days together, Lu Su has almost understood Fong Luo's character. I know that Fong Luo is a person who appears to be cold on the outside, but is actually pure, kind, and has his own principles. You can tell from the way he just protected himself. In the situation just now, if it was Wu Yu, he would have run away long ago, or even used her as a shield and would not protect her at all. Lu Su could vaguely feel that the reason Fong Luo had such a personality was that he had been betrayed before, and the betrayal was very tragic, so he was always on guard against others. As a result, even when facing Lindsy Jean, Fong Luo did not seem to have completely revealed all his cards to the other party. What kind of betrayal is this? Lu Su became a little curious about Fong Luo. Before understanding the situation, he really didn't want Fong Luo to die like this. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to kiss me again? Fong Luo noticed that Lu Su had been staring at him and couldn't help but tease her. So do you want me to kiss you? Lu Su's unexpected question made Fong Luo a little stunned. But the other party didn't mind, so Fong Luo answered honestly, what's the point of thinking about it? Your zombie husband is banging on the door outside. I don't know when he will break in. I'd better recover my strength first, otherwise he will eat my brain by then. I don't have time to kiss you. Save it for next time. He is not my husband. Lu Su snorted. She was completely disappointed with Wu Yu and felt very ashamed of having this experience. If I had listened to my father or master at the beginning, if I had not insisted on my own way and thought that Wu Yu was a gentleman, I would not have had this experience and would not be lost from my father and master now. I don't know how the two elders are doing now, and whether they are safe. Once this is over, I will go find them myself. Fong Luo shrugged and began to close his eyes to rest. You? Lu Su looked at Fong Luo, hesitated for a moment and said, actually, I have a way to help you recover your strength quickly. Do you have a solution? Hearing this, Fong Luo immediately opened his eyes. Lu Su nodded, my special ability will do. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Help me recover my strength. Fong Luo sat up quickly, but he stood up too quickly and his chest started to hurt again. But he didn't care. A powerful zombie with special powers is outside, and he must recover his strength quickly. Lu Su was a little hesitant. When she thought of that weird and alternative way, she felt embarrassed. She didn't want to use that method. However, she looked at Fong Luo's anxious eyes again and felt a little soft-hearted. Forget it, let me just treat it as a last way of repaying him and apologizing to him before I leave. Lu Su thought to himself. Let Yu go out first. Lu Su said. She didn't want her way of treating illnesses to be seen by others. Why? Fong Luo was a little confused. Did he have to take off his clothes? However, I am not afraid of being seen by others. But after thinking about it, he agreed to Lu Su's request and let Lindsy Jean take Lin Yu out. Lindsy Jean was also a little confused. However, when she noticed Lu Su's red and white face, some guesses arose in her mind. Fong Luo and Lu Su were the only ones left in the room. Do you have any method? Fong Luo asked anxiously. Lu Su did not answer directly, but asked, do you know the source of life? The source of life? Fong Luo was confused. You mean water? Almost. Lu Su nodded somewhat unnaturally, and continued, the life of a tree is very long, it can live for hundreds or thousands of years. Moreover, even if they are cut off, they can grow branches again. This is because, when they are normally growing, they will retain a portion of their essence. When they are on the verge of death, they will use this essence to speed up their absorption of nutrients. This essence is the source of life. You want me to chop down trees? Fong Luo thought it was a good idea and felt a little disappointed, but, the weather is so hot now, the trees would have died a long time ago. No. Lu Su shook his head and said in confusion, in fact, human abilities also have essence, but they don't have that magical effect. But after awakening the wood ability, the source of life has an effect. How do you know this? Do medical schools teach this? Fong Luo felt incredible. What essence did he have that could be the same as a tree? Lu Su, my master taught me this. He is a descendant of ancient Chinese medicine. Then this source of life won't require me to cut off an arm or something, right? If so, forget it. From what Lu Su said, the source of life should be very rare, and Fong Luo didn't want to help himself in a cruel way. Need not. Lu Su shook her head. What is that? Close your eyes first. Lu Su's face turned red and his breathing became rapid. Do you want to close your eyes? Fong Luo was even more confused, but he still agreed and closed his eyes. Lu Su felt that it was not safe enough, so she took out a piece of cloth from somewhere and covered Fong Luo's eyes. Now I feel relieved. But Fong Luo was even more weird. He had to blindfold himself to cure the disease? Are you ready? Fong Luo asked. He heard Lu Su's barely perceptible response, and then suddenly there was a rustling sound, which made Fong Luo even more confused. While I was thinking about all sorts of things in my mind, I heard Lu Su's coquettish voice. Open your mouth. Fong Luo opened his mouth subconsciously. The source of life. Chapter 62, Dealing with the Zombies. On the dining table. Fong Luo devoured dozens of kilograms of food, burped happily, and the energy in his body was recovering rapidly, and all this was thanks to Lu Su's source of life. He looked at Lu Su, who was already dressed neatly opposite him. She was wearing a white silk chiffon dress, and her delicate arms were fiddling with her cascading hair. Her beautiful cheeks were rosy, giving her a pure and lustful beauty. Unfortunately, I was just blindfolded. However, Fong Luo was not so shameless and did not take this opportunity to do anything wrong. The doctor was treating him, so Fong Luo just focused on sucking the source of life, very focused and without any distractions. I didn't expect it to have the function of helping digestion. Fong Luo had a strange expression on his face. After taking the source of life, Fong Luo's digestive function improved. Before that, it would have been impossible for him to eat dozens of kilograms of food at a time. No wonder he can recover his strength so quickly. In just 3 hours, Fong Luo's strength had already recovered to its peak, and the wound on his ribs had also healed. If I eat this every day, I will be very successful, right? As if she had guessed Fong Luo's thoughts, Lu Su on the opposite side couldn't help but glared at Fong Luo with a coquettish look. Still want to eat it every day? Do you really think you are some kind of casual woman? The reason why he did this was because this incident was caused by him, and he didn't want Fong Luo to die on the street. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for her to condense the source of life, and what she had just given Fong Luo was all she had. It would take her at least half a month, or even longer, to condense again. Why don't you go and kill the zombies? Lu Su rolled her eyes and glared at Fong Luo. Hey hey. Fong Luo chuckled, that zombie is your husband, are you so anxious for me to kill him? I'll be angry if you do this again. Lu Su's face turned serious. Although she was a little out of line during this period of time due to the influence of Fong Luo and did things that were inconsistent with her previous personality, this does not mean that she is a fickle woman. Wu Yu is her husband. But that was because I was deceived by the other party. Moreover, he and Wu Yu were only husband and wife in name only. At that time, because her father did not agree with her marrying Wu Yu, the two made an agreement during their argument. As long as Wu Yu didn't make any mistakes and had good character within half a year, his father would agree to this matter. But during this period of time, I can't do anything out of the ordinary. I agreed to it myself. So, she went to the hospital on her wedding night and did not spend the night with her husband. Every time he brought it up, she would make excuses for not being at home. I originally felt a little guilty towards the other party and thought about making it up to him in the future. But who knew that problems would arise after just 1 month? Now, Fong Luo has picked half of the peach, and all the compensation has been given to Fong Luo. However, fortunately Fong Luo appeared and allowed him to see through it all, otherwise his life would have been ruined. Well, I won't say anymore. Fong Luo nodded seriously. He could see that Lu Su had completely lost her favor for Wu Yu, and he felt inexplicably happy in his heart. He was stunned. I don't think I really have some weird habit of stealing other people's wives and then feeling a sense of accomplishment. He shook his head quickly. It's so sinful. I'm going to take care of him now. Fong Luo stood up and prepared to go out to get rid of the zombie Wu Yu. This is the first zombie with special abilities that Fong Luo has encountered. Both the combat experience and the crystal in the opponent's head are extremely valuable to Fong Luo. Hubby, please be careful. Lindsy Jean reminded quickly. She already knew the strength of this zombie. Its strength was as high as 1,500 kilograms, and its defense was at least 300 kilograms. Moreover, the opponent possesses earth-related abilities, and after activating the abilities, his defense is at least 1,000 kilograms. He can also control a 500-kilogram boulder, and the force of smashing it out is at least 2,000 kilograms. If you were hit by him accidentally, you would probably be turned into meat paste. Don't worry. Fong Luo grinned. After this replenishment, not only did he recover his energy, but his strength was also improved. It was no problem for him to deal with the zombie Wu Yu. Although the zombie Wu Yu has very strong strength and defense and is almost invulnerable to swords and guns, he has a huge weakness, which is his bulkiness. Fong Luo's spatial ability is an extremely flexible ability, and the opponent cannot hurt him at all. Just wait until the opponent's energy is exhausted, and then kill him with one strike. Boom boom boom. At the gate, the zombie Wu Yu is still knocking on the door hard. There are 4 psychics and a psychic cat in the cold storage, which is too tempting for the psychic zombies. Unless there is a psychic more powerful than Fong Luo nearby, the zombie Wu Yu will never leave here. Fong Luo directly opened the door of the cold storage. Outside, the zombie Wu Yu, who was originally banging on the door, lost his balance and fell flat on his face, crawling in front of Fong Luo. Fong Luo looked at him with pity. This guy is quite pitiful. His wife has lived with him for so long, and he has been standing at the door of the cold storage all the time, killing zombies for him every day and acting as a loyal bodyguard. In the end, he himself became a zombie. He almost killed himself. Unfortunately, his wife saved his life and helped him regain his strength. However, this guy was also very hateful. He killed a moose that was only 7 or 8 years old. It was simply inhumane. I won't let him go. Ouch. Wu Yu, who had turned into a zombie, had lost all his rationality. He just thought that Fong Luo was a delicious meal. He got up from the ground and pounced towards Fong Luo. I will use the energy given by Lu Su to deal with you myself. Fong Luo sneered. A flash of space appeared behind the other person, and then the space blade stabbed towards the back of his head. Phew! The spatial blade stabbed the back of the zombie Wu Yu's head. Unfortunately, the zombie Wu Yu possesses earth-related abilities. When the abilities are activated, his body is covered with hard stones and his head is filled with cement, making it difficult for Fong Luo's attacks to break through his defense. Ouch! Zombie Wu Yu was angry, turned around and pounced on Fong Luo again. Ha, come and chase me, green-haired turtle. Fang Luo grinned, hooked his finger at the zombie Wu Yu, and then ran out of the cold storage. You can't fight at home. Any piece of furniture inside is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and is a famous brand. It would be a shame if it were damaged. Zombies with special abilities are usually interested in the strongest people around them, because the crystals in their heads have more energy. So even if Fang Luo ran away, the zombie Wu Yu did not choose to attack Lindsy Jean and the other girls, but chose to chase Fang Luo, who was stronger. Chapter 63, Rich Harvest. Soon, a man and a zombie started playing hide and seek outside the cold storage. But unfortunately, Fang Luo could move more than 20 meters with just a single displacement, and Wu Yu, the bulky Earth-type zombie with special abilities, could not catch up with Fang Luo at all. Being treated like a dog. Ouch. Finally, after several twists and turns, the zombie Wu Yu, who had been unable to catch up with Fang Luo, roared, and his fighting instinct drove him to use all his strength to control countless stones and smash them at Fang Luo. Dozens of densely packed stones were thrown at Fang Luo, the lightest of which probably weighed over 100 kilograms. If this hits, the armored vehicle will be crushed. Lindsy Jean and the other girls in the cold storage were terrified when they saw this. If they hadn't already used up all their energy, they would have rushed over to block Fang Luo and quickly shouted, "Be careful!" However, their reminders were unnecessary. Just when the stone was about to hit Fang Luo, the next second, Fang Luo appeared behind the zombie Wu Yu. He found the right moment and stabbed the back of his head with a space blade again. Phew! After such a long battle, Fang Luo had been dodging without attacking, and his energy consumption was not much. The zombie Wu Yu not only chased Fang Luo, but also used his supernatural powers to attack him randomly. His supernatural powers were completely exhausted after he had just controlled the stones, and his defense power was greatly reduced, which was the time when his combat power was the weakest. With this strike of Fang Luo's sword, the zombie Wu Yu's brain burst out. So fast! In the cold storage, the women who were watching Fang Luo's fight were all stunned. They didn't see clearly how Fang Luo dodged the huge rocks, moved behind the zombie Wu Yu, and stabbed him to death with one knife. It's really incredible. They swore that Fang Luo was definitely the fastest man in the world they had ever seen. My brother-in-law has the ability of speed? Wrong. Lin Yu shook her head again. Although my brother-in-law has been dodging attacks just now, his speed is very fast, which is very similar to the speed ability. But the method he used to attack the zombies just now was obviously not his speed ability. My brother-in-law was clearly holding a knife just now, but now he doesn't. It seems a bit like his wind-related ability. His blade might be a wind blade. But my brother-in-law's wind ability seems to be much faster than mine. My brother-in-law is so amazing. Lin Yu thought that she and her brother-in-law even have the same abilities. They are really a perfect match. Wind-related abilities? Lindsy Jean felt proud. She has learned a lot from Fang Luo these days, and she also knows which superpowers are powerful and which are not. It's amazing that my man not only has powerful wind abilities, but can also use them so well. Lu Su secretly cursed in his heart. What wind-related ability? What Fang Luo awakened should be the Chao Zhe ability. But he couldn't help but admire Fang Luo in his heart. He was really amazing. He cut Wu Yu's head open with one knife. On the side, Fang Luo naturally heard the conversation between the women and smiled secretly in his heart. I don't have any wind-related abilities. But it is the precious spatial ability. Although the fighting style he displayed was very similar to the wind-based ability, the combat effectiveness was far less. However, it's not their fault that they can't tell the difference. Space abilities are too rare. Since the end of the world, they have come into contact with at least hundreds of people with special abilities, but not one of them has awakened spatial abilities. I guess the same goes for others. In fact, as long as he doesn't say it out loud, probably no one would know that there is such a supernatural power as space power. He only thinks of himself as having special abilities like wind and speed. This also reduced a lot of trouble for Fang Luo. He is not strong enough now. If his spatial ability is exposed, others will think of the theft of supplies before the end of the world, and then everyone will besiege him. Moreover, he stole supplies from Lu Su's house. If she knew about it, wouldn't she bite Fang Luo? Kill the zombie Wu Yu with one sword. The cold storage finally returned to peace. Fang Luo dug out the crystal from the zombie Wu Yu's head, and suddenly light emanated from the surroundings. The light of this crystal is brighter than all the evolution crystals that Fang Luo has found. Fang Luo estimated that this crystal was worth at least 10 evolution crystals. Sure enough, more energy can be obtained by killing zombies. There are dozens of zombie corpses outside, including the crystals dug out from the heads of dozens of psychics before. At least nearly 100 crystals were harvested today. But the energy is more than 100. At least 300 pieces. Get rich! Fan Luo estimated that if he absorbed all the energy, his strength would be at least twice as strong as it is now. It would be nice if we could encounter a few more zombies with special powers. Come and help, beauties. Fan Luo then called on Lindsy, Jean and Lu Su to help cut open the heads of the other zombies. Yes. Husband. Lindsy Jean was very happy. Seeing how capable her man was, she felt an indescribable sense of pride in her heart. Lu Su sighed. After taking a look at the corpse of zombie Wu Yu, this period of wrong time finally ended. This also means that she will have to go find her father and master soon. Somehow, she was reluctant to leave. Is it because the cold storage is too comfortable? That's right, not only is it cool, but there is also food and drink. It can be said that it is the most comfortable place in the world. I want to help too. Lin Yuyu was sitting in a wheelchair, struggling to help. Fan Luo rolled his eyes at her and said, "You're already lame, just stay still." Humph. Lin Yuyu was very angry and turned to look at Lu Su. "Second sister, you have to cure me as soon as possible." Second sister? Hearing such a strange name, Lu Su was stunned. "Why do you call me second sister?" "My sister is my brother-in-law's first woman, the eldest. You are my brother-in-law's second, so you are the second," Lin Yuyu said playfully. Lu Su's face flushed, and she quickly explained, "He and I are not in that kind of relationship." "No need to explain, I understand." Lin Yuyu winked. Lu Su was so anxious that she almost cried. However, I felt relieved. Lin Yuyu's leg has not been healed yet, so I can't leave so soon. I have to heal her leg first. Several people collected crystals together. In less than an hour, all the crystals were taken out. The women did not keep any for themselves and gave them all to Fan Luo. Fan Luo counted them, 85. Excluding the one belonging to the zombie Wu Yu, the energy of each of these crystals is equivalent to 3-4 evolution crystals, which is equivalent to 300 evolution crystals here. This is more evolution crystals than what Fan Luo has found since the end of the world. Fan Luo did not take all of them. He gave 10 to Lindsy Jean and Lu Su to help them improve their strength. Return to the cold storage. After a busy day, everyone took a good rest. After dinner, Fan Luo began to improve his strength. This time the improvement will be unprecedentedly huge. Chapter 64 Leaving. This time, Fan Luo harvested 85 zombie crystals, which is equivalent to more than 300 evolution crystals. Together with the nearly 100 crystals he had left over from before, Fan Luo now has 400 evolution crystals. Originally, Fan Luo could only absorb 5 evolution crystals a day, but after absorbing Lu Su's source of life, he can now absorb 10 a day. Double the efficiency. Moreover, as his strength increased, the amount he absorbed also increased. 10 days have passed. During these 10 days, Fan Luo absorbed more than 120 evolution crystals. But the number of his crystals did not decrease, but increased instead. Because there are zombies coming to the cold storage and smashing the door every day, and Fan Luo goes out every day to kill the zombies. Originally, he could absorb more crystals. Unfortunately, the effect of Lu Su's source of life disappeared on the 5th day, and in the following days, his absorption rate decreased. Fan Luo secretly looked for Lu Su, hoping to borrow some more source of life from her. It was a pity that he was scolded by the other party. Don't even think about it. Fan Luo felt very regretful. If he could absorb it again, his strength would increase a lot. Lu Su looked at Fan Luo's disappointed and sad expression and felt a little bit sorry for him. She told Fan Luo indirectly that it was not that she didn't want to, but that she was sucked dry by Fan Luo last time. Fan Luo suddenly realized. At the same time, I felt excited again. So, after you recover, I can suck again? Roll. Lu Su blushed and drove Fan Luo away. Fan Luo smiled and didn't care, concentrating on improving his strength. Now, Fan Luo's space flashing distance has increased from 20 meters before to about 40 meters. Moreover, according to his current strength, he can release it more than 50 times in succession. The gap between each displacement is less than 0.5 seconds. Flash every 0.5 seconds. Isn't this more terrifying than Caillun at level 16? Just explode the opposing base. The space barrier has also been improved a lot. It could withstand a force of 3,000 kilograms before, but now it has been increased to 5,000 kilograms. Even if a small truck falls on Fan Luo, he will not suffer any harm. It can be said that a defensive ability user may not necessarily have as high defense as Fan Luo. Fan Luo's duration is also very long. Continuous release can last for 10 hours. As long as it is not a one-on-many situation, under normal combat conditions, it can last at least 5 hours. But if you meet a battle-hardened master, that's a different story. In addition, there are space imprints. Now, Fan Luo can release up to 15 marks at the same time, which is equivalent to 15 high-definition surveillance cameras, and can also produce explosions with a diameter of more than 15 meters, causing considerable damage. The damage of the space blade is also very high. A solid steel rod of 5 centimeters thick can be easily cut in half. If it is used on a person, it can be easily cut into 2 halves. Brother-in-law, it's time to eat. Lin Yuyu's voice came from outside. During this period of time, Lu Su's strength has improved a lot, and Lin Yuyu's leg injury was completely healed today, and now she is full of energy. Fan Luo walked out of the room. There were at least 100 kilograms of food on the table. As their strength increases and their energy is consumed, the appetite of the psychics becomes bigger and bigger. In order to practice his supernatural powers, Fan Luo would use up all his supernatural powers every day. When he was most hungry, he could eat about 45 kilograms of food. Lin Zijin can eat more than 10 kilograms. Dianmu also has to eat 20 kilograms. The entire cold storage consumes at least 200 kilograms of food a day. 200 pounds. According to the current prices of materials in the apocalypse, 200 kilograms of food can buy at least 100 good-looking maids from the market. Convert it. Fan Luo and others eat 100 maids every day. Fortunately, Fan Luo had enough supplies to withstand such consumption. If it were any other psychic, they would not dare to consume their superpowers as casually as Fan Luo did. There is nothing to eat. Therefore, it is inevitable that Fan Luo's strength improves quickly, because the price he pays is much higher than others. Brother-in-law, the weather outside doesn't seem to be so hot anymore. While eating, several people started chatting. Fan Luo nodded. Almost a month had passed since the end of the world, and the hot weather had slowly passed. Now you don't need to go shirtless when going out. However, this does not mean that the end of the world is over. The real crisis at the end of the world is zombies and those people with awakened superpowers. Human technology has been paralyzed, and superpowers have become the most powerful weapon in the world. A powerful psychic can become the king in the end times and do whatever he wants. The modern emperor. Now if someone told these people with special powers who have supplies that they must abide by the law, not fight or kill, and that in order to keep more people alive, they must distribute the supplies they have robbed to those who have none, and work together to restore a civilized society. Will anyone care? Not at all. They may even kill the person who is asking for trouble. Make a poor person rich and the poor person will be very happy. But making a rich man poor, that's the reality. Even for Fan Luo, if you ask yourself, it is difficult to do so. The most he can do is not to hurt innocent people. Of course, there are definitely some people who are working to restore peace, but they are very few. Fan Luo actually knows one, and judging by the time, he should show up too. Several people chatted again. Lu Su stared outside in a daze. The weather was beginning to return to normal, and it was time for her to go find her father and master. In fact, she could have cured Lin Yuyu's leg a few days ago, but in order to have a reason to continue staying in the cold storage, Lu Su deliberately let Lin Yuyu limp for a few more days. But she also knew that she couldn't keep going like this. Because she really had no reason to stay here. You can't be Fan Luo's woman, that's too ridiculous. I am 5 years older than the other person. Moreover, the other party has women, 3 of them. In Lu Su's worldview, men and women can only have one partner. Love should be pure and flawless. So, when she woke up today and saw that the weather was starting to get better, she made up her mind. She is leaving. I'm leaving. Lu Su looked at Fan Luo and said, "You're leaving?" Fan Luo frowned immediately. Lu Su possesses wood-related abilities and can use the source of life, which is of great help to Fan Luo. Fan Luo has already regarded him as a member of his own camp, but he did not expect him to say that he wanted to leave. For him, this is no less than losing hundreds of billions. Fan Luo asked, "Why?" I want to go find my father and my master. What Lu Su said was just one of the reasons. If Fong Luo didn't have other women, she might not have made up her mind to leave. Fong Luo was silent. If the other party had given another reason, Fong Luo could still try to persuade him to stay, but he could not refuse this reason. Fong Luo was a very filial person at heart. If his parents were still alive, even if 10 billion was placed in front of him, he would choose to look for his parents. He really appreciated Lu Su's behavior. All right. Fong Luo nodded. He was not a very selfish person. If he really wanted to force Lu Su to stay, there was no way that she would leave. However, Fong Luo continued, let me help you look for it. The other party wants to find her father, not to separate. If she brings her father over, can't she still eat the source of life? Really? Lu Su's eyes lit up and he felt a little more grateful. Certainly. Fong Luo smiled and nodded. He happened to have something to go out for, and according to the time, the man should be showing up. Chapter 65, Lu's Manor. After dinner. Lu Su was about to go out to find her father, and Fong Luo took her with him. Lin Yuyu originally wanted to follow, but Fong Luo refused. She had been injured during this period and was the weakest one. If she encountered danger when going out, Fong Luo might not be able to save her. Lin Yuyu was very resentful. She hugged Fong Luo's arm and acted coquettishly, saying that it was boring and dangerous for her to be alone at home. If someone breaks in and does that to you, my brother-in-law, will lose a pure and lovely sister-in-law. But Fong Luo ignored it. She's just my sister-in-law. Whether you're innocent or not has nothing to do with me. Fong Luo shrugged. Why is it okay? Lin Yuyu was anxious and wanted to say something, but stopped. Finally, it was Lindsy Jean who said, I'll stay with you, okay? At last. Fong Luo, Lu Sudianmu, and a cat drove out of the cold storage together. Where is your home? Fong Luo asked. My home is in Bin District, Lu's Villa. Lu Su said. Lu's Villa? Fong Luo knew that this manor was located in the coastal area, covering an area of 2,000 acres, and included residential villas, swimming pools, golf courses, etc. It can be said to be comparable to a small palace. I heard that the construction cost exceeded 5 billion, and if it is the selling price, it would probably be even higher. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be from Lu Su's family. Fong Luo couldn't help but be slightly shocked, but when he thought of the hundreds of billions of assets that the Lu Su family had before the end of the world, he felt relieved. Compared with the cold storage there, my own cold storage is still a far cry from that. He couldn't help but jokingly said, rich woman, please leave a room in the villa for me to stay in. Don't call me a rich woman, it's too ugly. Lu Su glared at her coquettishly, if you want it, I can give it to you. She was telling the truth. It has been more than a month since the apocalypse, and the population has dropped by billions. In such a huge manner, no one knows how many people are still alive, and no one knows whether his father is still here. There is nothing wrong with giving it to Fong Luo. The two of them joked around again. We drove all the way towards the villa. The current weather has dropped to 40. Although it is still hot, it is not hot enough to kill people. However, due to the strengthening of zombies, not many people would go out to the streets and wander around alone. So, Fong Luo didn't meet anyone along the way. However, we also encountered quite a few zombie dogs, cats, rats, etc. Fong Luo just ran over him. Saves harm to others. More than an hour later, Fong Luo finally arrived near Lu's villa. However, there were many zombies surrounding this area, some of them were wearing maid uniforms, and they should have been the maids in the manor. These zombies were much stronger than before, and Fong Luo's armored vehicle began to have difficulty running over them. Is there someone inside? Fong Luo looked at the at least several hundred zombies around him. Zombies will look for food. They will follow the smell and move towards crowded places. With so many of them gathered here, it is very likely that there are people in the manor, and quite a few of them. My father? Lu Su was a little surprised. She had learned from Wu Yu that her father was missing, and she believed him at first. She felt so stupid. Let's find an entrance first and go in and take a look. Fong Luo was not so optimistic and felt that the person inside should not be Lu Su's father. He drove the car, shook off the zombies behind him, parked the car in a safe place, and then said to Lu Su, close your eyes and I'll take you in. Why do you want to close your eyes? When she heard the word close your eyes, Lu Su subconsciously remembered the scene where she asked Fong Luo to close his eyes, and her face turned red. Don't worry, I don't have anything to give you to drink. Fong Luo joked. Bah, I won't drink it. Lu Su sneered lightly, but still closed her eyes obediently. Fong Luo used his spatial ability to cross the nearly 2-meter thick and 8-meter high wall and entered the manor. When he opened his eyes and saw that he had entered the manor, Lu Su couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. The wall was 8 meters high, and it was difficult for zombies to climb in. But Fong Luo brought her in less than 2 seconds. It was really amazing. How did you do that? A secret. Fong Luo covered it up. He added, I'm not familiar with this place, please lead the way. Lu Su nodded and walked around the manor. Who are these people? After a few steps, the two found many survivors covered in dirt inside the manor. These survivors discovered Fong Luo and Lu Su. Seeing how well dressed they were, they didn't dare to say anything and immediately started their work. Your servant? Fong Luo asked. No, my family doesn't have so many servants. Lu Su shook her head. There are at least several hundred people here. How could the Lu family have so many servants? Bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of whips being whipped, mixed with a man's curse. Fuck, you dare to be lazy, you're eating the food I gave you for nothing, right? I'll whip you to death. Mr. Gua fought well. These lowly people are just despicable. A woman echoed in a tender voice. Fong Luo frowned, go and take a look. The two walked over and soon saw a group of people covered in dust and dirt digging a hole diligently. Next to the crowd, a thin man was lying on the ground, and another young man in his 20s was holding a charming woman in his arms. He was rubbing the woman's delicate body with one hand and whipping the thin man with a whip with the other. It's her. Lu Su seemed to recognize the woman. Seeing her lying in a man's arms, anger immediately appeared on his face. Do you know him? Fong Luo turned around and asked. However, before Lu Su could answer, a man and a woman not far away seemed to have seen Fong Luo and the others and walked towards them. Who are you? The young man called Gua Caillun looked at Fong Luo and Lu Su. Fong Luo and Lu Su were clean, unlike those survivors who were covered in dust and dirt. The young man did not treat Fong Luo too harshly for a moment, thinking that he was a new psychic. However, when looking at Lu Su, his eyes couldn't help but look up and down, and desire flashed in his eyes. Lu Su has fair skin, beautiful looks, and a noble temperament. It is estimated that 99% of men would find it hard to resist being moved when they see her. My name is Gua Caillun. Gua Caillun took the initiative to extend his hand. It's you, Lu Su. The woman in Gua Caillun's arms also recognized Lu Su. She felt a little unhappy that Gua Caillun was staring at Lu Su. Do you know him? Gua Caillun was stunned. The woman in Gua Caillun's arms laughed softly, she is someone else's daughter. Are you kidding? You are only in your 20s, how could you give birth to such a big daughter? Gua Caillun rolled his eyes. She is not a biological daughter, the woman said. Her father used to be the owner of this manor, Lu Tian. She is Lu Tian's only daughter, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Chapter 66 Stepmother. She is the eldest daughter of the Lu family? After hearing the woman's introduction, Gua Caillun's eyes widened and he looked at Lu Su again. She has a curvy figure and is tall, estimated to be over 168 centimeters tall. She has an almond-shaped face with soft lines and delicate and three-dimensional features, which makes her look intellectual and gentle. The Lu family is one of the 3 major families in Luocheng. Anyone with a little power has heard of the words eldest miss of the Lu family. She is one of the 3 great goddesses in Luo City. Gua Caillun is a wealthy second generation, so naturally he has heard of it. But, I've never seen it before. Because Lu Su did not live in Los Angeles since childhood, but studied medicine with an old Chinese doctor. Later, at the age of 18, he quietly entered the Beijing Medical College for further studies. After graduating with a master's degree at the age of 25, he came to Jiangqing to become a small doctor and became the head of the department at the age of 28. He has been very low-key during this period. The fame only spreads among the top circles. Lu Su was truly exposed to the public eye because she married a young man from a third-rate family because he saved her, and the newspapers even recorded this incident. It is said that Lu Su is grateful and repays kindness. At that time, all the top second-generation rich people in Los Angeles were sighing and lamenting that the good cabbage was eaten by the pig. I wish I could kill Wu Yu. The reason why Gua didn't recognize Lu Su at the first time was because his status was too low, he didn't have access to the wedding, and the newspaper didn't capture Lu Su's face. Now that I recognize her and see Lu Su's beauty, combined with her identity as one of the three great goddesses of Los Angeles, I feel that she is stunningly stunning. My jaw almost dropped to the ground. She is indeed a goddess. Is he that third-rate rich second generation? Gua pointed at Fong Luo, who was standing aside. He looked like a pretty boy. How could he have the chance to marry such a beautiful goddess? The charming woman looked at Fong Luo and shook her head. No, I remember that man was not as handsome as him. My dear daughter, I can't believe that you have found a new rich man in just a few days. Where is your husband? He must have been killed by you? The charming woman said sarcastically to Lu Su. She really disliked this woman who pretended to be gentle and dignified, like a white lotus. She didn't dare to complain before, but now she has no scruples. Shut up. Lu Su was very angry. Don't call me daughter, Sun Yu, you are just my stepmother. Where is my dad? Why are you with this guy? Sun Yu? Fong Luo was stunned. Why did this name sound so familiar? He looked at the woman opposite him again and immediately remembered who she was. Isn't this the heroine of a certain TV series? She is known as a pure and innocent girl and is the goddess of many men's otakus. She has millions of fans on Weibo. Fong Luo's former college roommate liked this woman very much and even dragged him to watch her TV series. Unexpectedly, she is actually Lu Su's stepmother? This is too outrageous. Lu Su is 28 years old, and her father must be over 50 years old. Sun Yu is only about 25 years old, but she married a man twice her age. Your circle is so chaotic. It's no wonder that Lu Su was so angry. The Sun Yu opposite her was her father's woman, but now she was leaning coquettishly in another man's arms. Isn't this cheating on her father? TSK. Why am I with Mr. Gua? Sun Yu laughed sweetly. Of course, young Master Gua is the best. Your damn father has such poor physical condition. If he hadn't supported me, I wouldn't have wanted to follow him. Now that his property has been stolen, why should I continue to follow him? Am I waiting to starve to death? It's so good to follow Mr. Gua. I have rice to eat and water to drink every day, and I don't have to work. Moreover, Master Gua has powerful abilities that can protect me. You, shameless. Lu Su was so angry that her chest was heaving. If she hadn't been so well-mannered, she would have slapped the other person in the face a few times. Fong Luo had a strange expression on his face. By this calculation, he was also the indirect culprit behind Lu Su's father being cheated on. Shame on you. Don't worry, I will take good care of your daughter. I am shameless? Sun Yu said, who on earth is she? She has only been married for more than a month and she has found a strange man so soon. I don't. Lu Su blushed. Fong Luo felt a little unhappy when he heard this. He was actually called a wild man by such a woman. What about my father? Where is he? Lu Su didn't want to say anything more to Sun Yu, so she turned cold and asked about the whereabouts of her father. Him? Sun Yu curled his lips and said, when he learned that his property was stolen, he fainted on the spot. Then the temperature rose and he didn't wake up. Later, an old man came and said he would take him to Beijing for treatment. What a joke. The weather is so hot, all the planes have been grounded and the roads are closed. Are they going to walk to the capital? I think he will be eaten by zombies halfway through the journey. Could it be that the master took father to the capital? Lu Suxiu frowned, feeling very worried. My master and father are both over 60 years old. Los Angeles is thousands of kilometers away from Beijing. How can they get there? As Sun Yu said, it is easy for accidents to happen to the two of them. Lu Su couldn't help but feel nervous. No, I have to go find them. Lu Su turned around and was about to leave. However, just as Lu Su was about to leave, Gua blocked her way. Ms. Lu, we're home now. Come in and have a seat and have a drink of water. I'll treat you well. Gua looked at Lu Su greedily. I could never dream of such a beautiful woman before. Although it is second-hand now, it is still better than the woman next to me. This is my home. I can come in whenever I want. Do I need you to entertain me? Lu Su glared at the other person coldly. Before she met Fong Luo, Lu Su had always been aloof, and with her distinguished family background, she had an aura that kept people at a distance. This glare made Gua Hao tremble in his heart and he didn't even leave. Damn, she is just a woman, and I am a superpower. What should I be afraid of? Gua Hao cursed in his heart. Ms. Lu, this is not your home now. Gua Hao sneered. Fang Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at this guy. Why, is this your home? Fang Luo couldn't help but become alert. This manor has obviously been occupied by others. There are estimated to be several thousand people in it. To manage so many people, there must be at least hundreds of psychics in this manor. To be able to manage so many psychics, Gua Hao must be at least a T1 level psychic. Although Fang Luo felt that he was not afraid of anyone, he was not arrogant enough to look down on everyone. He silently opened the space barrier. In his hand, he held 3 space seals and a space blade. As soon as the opponent makes a move, I will launch an attack and kill him instantly. This area is under my control. Gua Hao patted his chest proudly. What's the meaning? Fang Luo was stunned. He heard the loophole in the words. The other party was talking about this area, not the entire manor. Young Master Gui is the team leader of the villa, managing 5 psychics and 100 survivors. Sun Yu, who was in Gua Hao's arms, said proudly. Chapter 67. Do you want to cuckold my dad? Puff. Hearing what the other party said, Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh. Team leader? Managing 5 people with special abilities? I thought the other party was the manager of the entire manor, but I didn't expect him to be a small-time punk. Now you know how powerful I am. Sun Yu didn't notice the disdain in Fang Luo's eyes, and continued to add complacently, Mr. Gua's daily salary now is enough for 1 kilogram of rice, 2 bottles of mineral water, and every powerful person also gets a bonus of a chicken leg. Ha ha ha. Meow meow meow. Even Dianmu couldn't help meowing when she heard the other party's words, and rolled on the ground with a look of extreme disdain. Brother, 1 pound of rice a day? Only eat 1 chicken drumstick a week? What you eat is not as good as what I poop, so why do you want to be a team leader? Let us put it this way, come over here and help me clean the toilet, and you can eat what I poop, don't treat yourself badly, meow. Fang Luo was also speechless. Originally, when I saw Sun Yu following Gua Hao, I thought the other party was some powerful figure. After all, Sun Yu was a popular actress in the past and the woman of Lu Su's father. But I didn't expect that he was just a team leader. But in fact, Sun Yu is doing quite well. You have to know that this is the end of the world, and mere beauty is of no use in the end of the world. There is no telling how many stars like Sun Yu there are in Yin country. What's more, it is a second-hand car, or even an in-hand accident car. A real boss would never be interested in a woman like this. Like Fang Luo, they first value, that is, whether or not a person has superpowers, followed by character and appearance. Therefore, Sun Yu can only look for this kind of half-baked psychic. Gua Hao had better vision than Sun Yu and could tell that there was something wrong with Fang Luo's eyes. Brother, Gua Hao snorted, I wonder which gang you belong to. Do you know what the consequences will be for trespassing into our Wan Chai Pier? Wan Chai Pier? Do you like eating dumplings? Fang Luo felt that the name of the other gang was a bit weird. But when I think about it carefully, I don't seem to have a gang, and I will definitely recruit subordinates in the future. Giving the organization a name can also increase team unity and a sense of belonging. After thinking for a while, he said, I am from Ionia. Ionia? Gua Hao sneered. He had never heard of this gang. It was probably a small gang. At this moment, he completely relaxed his vigilance towards Fang Luo, and his eyes were full of disdain. He looked at Lu Su again. Ms. Lu, what future can you have by following such a small gang? You never know when you will be wiped out by zombies. Join us at Wan Chai Pier. As long as you follow me, I will give you half a pound of rice, a bottle of water, and chicken legs every day. Gua Hao's eyes were filled with anticipation. He felt that he was already very sincere. One had to know that he only gave Sun Yu 2 taels of rice every day. Roll. Even though Lu Su was of high quality, he couldn't help but look at Gua Hao with contempt. Half a pound of rice? When I was at Fang Luo's place, I had to eat dozens of kilograms of food every day, including lobsters and abalone. Why would I care about your little food? Besides, this is my home. How about I help you take the manor back? Fang Luo asked inquiringly. Whatever. For Lu Su, it didn't matter whether she snatched it back or not, because she was going to the capital to find her father. Why not? I'll just give it to you. Then I won't be polite. Fong Luo grinned. The weather is not so hot now, and although the living environment in the cold storage is not bad, it is definitely inferior to the manor. Besides, he will have to recruit younger brothers in the future, and he can't have them all live in a cold storage. Not to mention that there aren't that many places. The key point is that Fong Luo has no habit of letting other men listen to his and his wife's affairs. So we still have to move to a bigger place. This manor is very nice, and it happens to belong to Lu Su. Robbed the manor? On the side, hearing that the two had decided on the ownership of the manor, Gua Caillun revealed a sneering expression on his face. This pretty boy really didn't know his place. Do you know how many people are at our Wan Chai pier? Gua Caillun looked at Fong Luo with a sneer. Fong Luo raised his eyebrows. How much? We, Wan Chai pier, are now one of the 3 largest gangs in Los Angeles, with more than 3,000 survivors and more than 300 people with special abilities. Our boss can fight 10 zombies alone. Just relying on you, a gang that is not even a third-rate gang, you want to occupy our manor? Gua Caillun sneered. As long as our boss gives the order, more than 3,000 people can crush you directly. Hearing this, Fong Luo couldn't help but frown. The Wan Chai pier is more powerful than I thought. However, with his spatial ability, as long as he doesn't commit suicide, basically no one can kill him. As for occupying the manor, Fong Luo has no such plan for the time being. There are more than 3,000 people in the manor, and the mix is mixed. Fong Luo doesn't have so much free time to take care of them, and his own cold storage is not bad. However, you can come over when you need me in the future. Seeing Fong Luo's silence, Gua Caillun thought Fong Luo was afraid, so he became complacent again. How about it, Miss Lu, leave this jerk, join us, become my woman, and you won't have to worry about anything. Gua Caillun approached Lu Su and stretched out his hand to touch Lu Su's face. How long-winded. Fong Luo was too lazy to listen to Gua Caillun's chatter and directly cut off his claws with the spatial blade. Then he cut open the opponent's head with another knife and took out the crystal in his head. Destroy with overwhelming force. On the side, Sun Yu stared at the scene blankly, unable to react for a moment. The person who was alive just now had his head exploded the next second, and some of the white mucus from the other person's head splashed onto her face. She was so scared. What kind of demon is this? You actually killed Gua Caillun. You are crazy. He is the team leader of Wan Chai Wharf. You are dead. Sun Yu pointed at Fong Luo in horror. Fong Luo glanced at her. Wan Chai pier? Popeye didn't help either. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Seeing Fong Luo's murderous look, Sun Yu panicked all of a sudden, knowing that threatening Fong Luo would not work. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately knelt on the ground, hugged Fong Luo's thighs, cried and begged for mercy, and pulled Fong Luo's hand to touch the places he shouldn't touch. Don't kill me. I won't tell anyone about this. I can be your woman. I'm a very good actress. You can play any role you want me to play. I can play Lu Su's stepmother. Don't touch her. At this time, Lu Su called out to Fong Luo. Fong Luo looked at her in confusion. Could it be that she felt sorry for this stepmother? She is my father's woman. Do you want to cheat on my father? Lu Su glared at her. Chapter 68 Li Zetian. Although Lu Su didn't like Sun Yu, she was her father's woman before, and Fong Luo had done that with her. If Fong Luo went to provoke Sun Yu again, wouldn't it be a complete mess? Lu Su couldn't accept this. Fong Luo cried out that he was wronged. It was the other person who was holding his hand, but he was passive. He really had no interest in this kind of woman. Then should I kill her? Fong Luo asked. Whatever you want. Although Lu Su is kind-hearted and a compassionate doctor, he has changed a lot after spending these days with Fong Luo. He is no longer as merciful to his enemies as before. Then don't kill him yet. Fong Luo thought for a moment and said. He planned to make a space mark on Sun Yu's body so that he could use her to understand some things in the manor, and she could also act as a bomb when necessary, in case of emergency in the future. It's more useful than killing them directly. After leaving a mark on the other person's head, Fong Luo let Sun Yu go. Let's go too. Fong Luo pulled Lu Su away. After Sun Yu returns, he will definitely inform everyone. The two left the manor. Just as Fong Luo guessed, after Sun Yu left, he went to a villa in the manor and informed the manager of the manor. Fong Luo also learned about this scene with the help of the monitoring function of the mark. The other party was a young man in his 20s, quite handsome, with a sinister look between his eyebrows. He seemed to be a ruthless and extremely smart person. Li Zetian was one of the three major families in Luocheng before the end of the world and the heir of the Li family. Graduated from a prestigious foreign university. After returning to China, he took over the family business. The Li family runs the port and fishery and animal husbandry industries in Luocheng. They own more than 70% of the fishing boats in Luocheng, have thousands of sailors, and have assets worth tens of billions. At the beginning of the end of the world, Li Zetian felt something strange, so instead of selling the seafood harvested at the port that day, he hoarded them all. Sure enough, the apocalypse continues. In the end, it was the aquatic products he stockpiled that helped his family survive successfully. Later, when superpowers appeared, he discovered the secret of superpowers. Not only did he awaken his own superpowers, he also helped his family members awaken. Although some relatives died during the awakening process. But the Li family has a large population. Still, more than 20 people awakened their superpowers. These people are all convinced by Li Zetian and are Li Zetian's confidants. Later, he gathered the sailors who had awakened their special powers under his family, and formed the Wanchai Wharf under the management of more than 20 of his relatives. It became one of the largest gangs in Los Angeles. At present, his territory includes not only the Lu family manor, but also the dock and other places. Li Zetian himself doesn't care about gang affairs, but concentrates on improving his strength every day. He knows that supplies are important, but strength is the key to protecting supplies. You mean, you found Lu Su? Li Zetian asked Sun Yu in surprise. Where is she now? Li Zetian and Lu Su are of similar age. Li Zetian had pursued Lu Su before, but unfortunately she did not agree. Later, the other party married a third-rate rich second-generation man, and he was extremely angry. I always wanted to snatch Lu Su away from me. Just now in the manor, there was a very powerful man beside her, and she killed Mr. Gua. Li Zetian laughed loudly. Since the end of the world, I have been sending people to inquire about her whereabouts. I heard that she was kidnapped some time ago, but I didn't expect her to appear here. What's that man's name? He asked again. Sun Yu shook his head. I don't know, but he claims to be from the Ionian gang, and he wants to occupy our manor. Ionia? Li Zetian frowned. Is there any big gang in Los Angeles called Ionia? Master, the larger gangs in Los Angeles now are the newly emerging orphanage and the ruthless society organized by the Chun family. There is no second-rate gang called Ionia. A relative introduced. A fellow who is not even a second-rate gang still wants to occupy our Wanchai Pier. Li Zetian waved his hand with disdain and said to his relatives, Second uncle, go and capture Lu Su for me, and destroy Ionia by the way. As for you. Li Zetian glanced at Sun Yu again and said, you performed well. I will reward you with an evolution crystal. As for whether you can awaken your superpowers, it depends on your luck. Thank you, young master. Another suitor of Lu Su? Fong Luo saw this scene clearly through the mark. He didn't expect that Lu Su had so many suitors. If these people knew that Lu Su used that method to help him recover his strength, I wonder if they would be so jealous that they would vomit blood. I guess they all want to kill themselves. However, this Li Zetian seems a bit difficult to deal with. Through observation, the opponent's strength is not weak, and is much stronger than Wu Yu. Although he is not my opponent, it is a bit difficult to kill him instantly. Moreover, this Li Zetian should have known how to improve his strength. He continued to absorb crystals and consume large amounts of food just like himself. Moreover, his subordinates were all his relatives. Fong Luo had thought about inciting rebellion before. Now it seems that it is a good thing that I didn't do that. If I had rushed in impulsively, even if I killed the other party, it would have been difficult to unify the manor. We have to deal with his relatives first. After leaving the manor, the two got back into the car and drove away from the manor. Where are you going now? Fong Luo looked at Lu Su, who was slightly dazed. Lu Su glanced at Fong Luo, hesitated for a moment, and then said with a firm look in her eyes, I want to go to the capital to find my father. Going to the capital? Fong Luo said in a serious tone, this place is more than 2,000 kilometers away from the capital. Although the weather is not that hot, there are still zombies and superpowers on the road. You are likely to die on the road. I know. Lu Su nodded, but my father raised me alone since I was a child. Now he is in danger. As his only daughter, I must go find him no matter how dangerous it is. Fong Luo was silent. Lu Su's behavior was indeed admirable, and Fong Luo could not find any reason to refute it. Because if it were him, Fong Luo would do the same. I can't go with you, Fong Luo said. It doesn't matter. Lu Su smiled slightly. You have helped me enough. If you accompany me again, I may only be able to repay you with your body. Is it too urgent for me to go with you now? Lu Su was stunned, but soon understood what Fong Luo meant and couldn't help but pouting. It's too late. That's a shame. Fong Luo looked disappointed. In fact, even if Lu Su said it was still in time, it was impossible for him to accompany Lu Su. Because the journey is too dangerous and you may lose your life at any time. Moreover, Fong Luo was not familiar with other places. Everything he knew in his previous life was about Jiangcheng. If you go out of town, then everything he knew in his previous life was meaningless, and it was like he was reborn in vain. Fong Luo will not give up his foundation just because of a woman. If he wants to go to other places, he must wait until he unifies Luo City and strengthens his own strength. Chapter 70 Orphanage. The young man was speechless. He understands this principle. However, they understand reason and do not insist on being unreasonable, otherwise Fong Luo would not be so disgusted with them. Even if you didn't eat, as Su Qingqing's boyfriend, isn't it your responsibility to treat her relatives to a meal? Should I ask you? Fong Luo sneered. Which law says that boyfriends should be slaughtered? Besides, when did I admit that I was her boyfriend? Are you qualified to be my relative? You. The Sui family's faces turned red with anger. He originally came to cause trouble for Fong Luo, but ended up being scolded by Fong Luo. Just wait for me. When Wu De comes, I will make sure you are in trouble. Sui pointed at Fong Luo. Pia. Fong Luo slapped him again. Dare you point? I'll chop your hand off. Sui was so angry that he almost had a heart attack, but he didn't dare to point again. He glanced at a man walking towards him not far away and suddenly became excited. Wu Dai is here. Sui's wife and son also became excited when they saw this. You're dead, you little brat. Wu Dai is a supernatural being. A person with superpowers. Fong Luo was disdainful, but the name Wu Dai sounded familiar to him. Fong Luo also saw the other party. It's him. In his previous life, Fong Luo knew Wu De, who was a member of a gang called Orphanage. The orphanage was formerly a CX organization, and was named so because its headquarters was located in an orphanage. The boss of the orphanage is called Zhang Shijian. By chance, he learned a way to quickly improve his strength, which is to obtain the crystals in the heads of other people with special abilities. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Shijian was very excited. He immediately killed one of his younger brothers to try it out and found that it really worked. I immediately wanted to kill more people. However, Zhang Shijian's strength is average, and his superpower is just a mental power with little combat effectiveness. It is too difficult for him to hunt other superpower users. Zhang Shijian thought of his old business, CX. He is the best at fooling people. Coupled with his psychic abilities, he can fool people with much less effort. In just a few days, they tricked hundreds of people with special abilities into joining them. Later, Zhang Shijian used these people with special powers to seize the territories of other small gangs. Over time, the territories became larger and larger, and the supplies became more and more, and he directly became one of the 3 major gangs in Los Angeles. Now, they not only cheat people with special abilities, but also ordinary people. Because, after being ravaged by zombies, many facilities in the city have become dilapidated, and after they occupy these places, they need people to repair them. But how could a person with supernatural powers who is so high up in the sky possibly do the work himself? Therefore, they have to trick some ordinary people into doing hard labor and serve these high-ranking supernatural beings. And Suhi is the coolie that Wu De has his eyes on. The reason why Fong Luo knew all this was because Suhi in his previous life brought Wu De back home, saying that Wu De was some powerful person with special abilities who could bring them into a big gang to live a good life. Su Qingqing's parents even tried to match Su Qingqing and Wu De in front of him. Later, Wu De knew that Fong Luo also possessed special abilities, so he proposed that Fong Luo could join the gang as a leader so that he could receive a large amount of supplies every day. Fong Luo didn't want to go at that time, because he felt that there was no free lunch in the world and the other party must have some agenda. However, under the pressure of Su Qingqing's family, Fong Luo had no choice but to follow. However, before joining the gang, Fong Luo met a brother who was a policeman. He revealed to Fong Luo that this gang was not a good thing. Its predecessor was the CX organization they were investigating. It specialized in luring people with special abilities to join in order to dig out the crystals in their heads and provide them for their boss to upgrade. Fong Luo was shocked at the time. Fortunately, with the help of his brothers, Fong Luo successfully escaped. However, after returning home, Su Qingqing's family planned to kill Fong Luo and dug out the crystal in Fong Luo's head. Fong Luo now thought about it carefully. Su Qingqing's family did not have special abilities and it was impossible for them to know the function of the crystal in his head. Why did they do this? There is only one reason. It must be this Wu De who found out that he had escaped, and then found Su Qingqing's family and told them about the crystal. Out of lust, Su Qingqing's family killed him. I never thought that I would meet this guy in this life. I guess this guy doesn't know that his boss will dig out the crystals of all his subordinates. However, he doesn't need to know. Because he would kill Zheng Shijian before he dug out his crystal. Uncle and aunt. Wu De walked over and greeted them with a smile. Wu De, you are here. Chapter 71, Deception. Su He seemed to have seen a savior. He immediately came to Wu De's side, pointed at Fong Luo and said, "You have to take care of us. This guy not only cheated us of our money, but also beat me. Look at my face, my mouth is crooked. Brush." There was a sound of breaking air, an arm fell to the ground, and Sui let out a shrill scream. Fong Luo snorted coldly. He said, and then pointed to chop his hands. No sooner said than done. "You beast, murderer, you shall not die a happier death." Sui's wife and son were shocked and angry when they saw that Sui's hands were chopped off. Kill for you to see. Fong Luo was too lazy to listen to the gossip anymore, so he took out a spray gun and sent the whole family to their death. Wu De didn't react. Fong Luo's actions were so decisive and ruthless that he killed people without blinking an eye. "Boy, do you know who I am? You killed my people in front of me." Wu De reacted and glared at Fong Luo angrily. "Who the hell are you?" Fong Luo cursed directly. "You." Wu De was stunned. He had never seen Fong Luo be so direct. A wake-up call? "I'm from the orphanage." Wu De revealed his identity. The orphanage is one of the 3 major gangs in Los Angeles, and no one dares to disrespect the orphanage. How about orphanages and nursing homes? Fong Luo already knew the other party's identity. What was there to be afraid of in the orphanage? He would destroy their boss sooner or later. You don't know the strength of our orphanage, do you? Wu De thought Fong Luo was an ordinary person who didn't know about the gangs in Luo City, so he said, "There are nearly 1,000 people in our orphanage, and hundreds of people with special abilities. One person's spit can drown you, believe it or not. However, considering your ignorance, I will give you a chance." Wu De said arrogantly, "Kneel down and apologize to me, then come with me to the orphanage and take their place. But don't worry, we won't treat you unfairly. In our orphanage, we eat white rice every day, and occasionally we have pickles to eat. Our life is definitely better than yours now." "Better than my current life?" Fong Luo laughed, but the other party had seen the world and didn't blame him. "But if you dare to threaten me, you are courting death." Pang! Fong Luo shot Wu De. Wu De didn't have time to react at all, because he felt that no one could resist the temptation of a bowl of white rice, and now it was the end of the world. But who knew that Fong Luo just didn't follow the routine? There was no warning before he fired, and he didn't give anyone a chance to react. He was directly hit by Fong Luo's shot. However, Wu De had a defensive ability, so Fong Luo's shot only crippled his lower body. A fishy-smelling liquid came out. Ah! Wu De screamed miserably, staring at Fong Luo in shock and anger. "You sneak attack me! I will kill you!" Wu De is a ruthless man. His lower body was still bleeding, but he endured the pain and used his defensive abilities to rush towards Fong Luo. Bullshit! Fong Luo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. However, Wu De is just a low-level defensive psychic. The first shot didn't hit his vitals and didn't kill him directly, but I don't know if he can withstand the second shot. Fong Luo fired another shot at Wu De. "Oops, mistake, I sprayed my hand." "Come again." "Shit, it sprayed my feet again this time, don't move, let me aim more." Fong Luo fired several shots but only hit Wu De's limbs. Wu De lay on the ground, wailing in pain. "You did this on purpose, didn't you? Who calls the wrong place every time?" Wu De hated his defensive ability a little bit, because Fong Luo's shots to his limbs only injured him but didn't kill him. The pain from being shot in his limbs was so intense that he almost felt like he was dying. I really wish I could just die. Just wait, the orphanage will let you go. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Fan Luo stepped on his face and said, "Didn't you say that we can drown me with a mouthful of spit? I see you're pretty thirsty too, so I'll just drown you." Fan Luo untied his belt and smacked him in the face. Looking at the crazy Wu De, Fan Luo no longer had the heart to torture him and simply cut open his head with a knife. I dug my own crystal in my last life, and now it's my turn in this life. Chapter 72 Ambition. After dealing with Wu De, Fan Luo began to look for Dian Mu. However, halfway through, Fan Luo met another group of people, at least dozens of them, all of whom were people with special abilities. "Boy, have you seen an armored vehicle? There should be a man and a woman inside. The woman is less than 30 years old and very beautiful." A middle-aged man in the lead blocked Fan Luo's way. Armored vehicle? Fan Luo had a strange expression on his face, and he immediately realized that these people were probably looking for him. However, these people had never seen me and didn't know what I looked like, so they thought I was just a passerby. Thinking of this, Fan Luo came up with an idea. "I saw it. It went to that place." Fan Luo pointed to the place he had just come from, which was the territory of the orphanage. "Are you sure? If you dare to lie to me." Li Quan narrowed his eyes and looked at Fan Luo. Fan Luo lied without blinking. "Sure, it must be there. Boss, that place is the orphanage's territory. If we chase over there, there might be a conflict," said a younger brother. After experiencing the baptism of the end of the world has long lost its laws, and now every block in the city is occupied and controlled by different gangs. As one of the three major gangs, Wanchai Wharf occupied all the territories in the coastal area. The orphanage occupied the northern suburbs, adjacent to the territory of Wanchai Pier. Conflict? It seems that the Ionia guy is just someone from this orphanage pretending to be someone else. No wonder I haven't heard of him. Li Quan snorted coldly, his eyes were extremely cold. What an orphanage, what a Zhang Shijian, a CX guy, dared to bully us. I had long realized that they had ill intentions towards us, but I didn't expect that they would send people to break into our manor and kill one of my brothers. The Li family runs a port business, and industries like this will more or less involve some gray industries. Li Quan has been in the underworld for decades. In his eyes, Zhang Shijian was just a small-time character before. How could he afford such a loss? Moreover, if he did nothing about the murder of a subordinate like this, who would work for Wanchai Wharf in the future? They would probably all run away. He immediately waved his hand and said, go to the orphanage and ask for justice for your dead brother." Before leaving, he glanced at Fan Luo again and said unkindly, "Brother, you should also be a superpower, right? From the orphanage? I am indeed a person with superpowers, but I am not from an orphanage. I am just an individual." Fan Luo lied. He was secretly happy. Judging from the situation, there is a high possibility that the Wanchai Pier will fight with the orphanage. It's a dog-eat-dog situation, which helps me weaken their strength and gives me room to develop. Fan Luo likes to hear it. Individuals? Then do you want to join us at Wanchai Pier? Li Quan asked. Yes, it would be my honor. Fan Luo nodded. Not long after Fan Luo left, several of Wu De's companions found Wu De's body. Everyone was furious. Who on earth is so bold as to kill someone from the orphanage on their territory? Captain, look at that. Suddenly, a psychic exclaimed and pointed in a direction. Several people looked over. I was suddenly shocked. The people from Wanchai Pier? Damn, they must have killed Wu De. Go and call for help. Wanchai Pier has been invaded. Damn it. The psychics in the orphanage thought that Li Quan and others were coming to invade, so they immediately released a signal to gather people, and soon dozens of psychics surrounded them. The two groups of people thought that the other side had killed someone from their own gang, so they started fighting as soon as they met. Fan Luo looked at this scene, chuckled, and ran away when no one noticed. Chapter 73, Can the Dead Scream? Meow. After leaving, Fan Luo was looking for Dianmu, and finally heard a meow in a place. Following the sound, he found Dianmu in a woman's arms, rubbing her head, looking very uncomfortable. Damn, the female cat is still so rogue? Fan Luo was speechless. I looked for him immediately. Lightning Mother. Fan Luo went up and grabbed Dianmu by the back of her neck. You are really good at running. You don't want the dried fish anymore, right? I will deduct your salary, believe it or not. Meow. Dianmu quickly protested, "How dare you mention me like this in front of others? Don't you have any dignity at all? Who are you? Why are you called Little Flower Lightning Mother?" The woman who had just held Dianmu in her arms stared at Fang Luo with an unfriendly expression. The woman was about 24-5, wearing a short-sleeved police uniform, with a pistol on her waist, and was relatively clean. A pair of single eyelids, with slightly upturned eyebrows and eyes, gives people a very cold and difficult to get along with feeling. However, it is very beautiful and can score 9 points. It seems that she is still a policewoman. However, after so long in the apocalypse, there are basically no police to maintain order. They either sacrifice themselves or quit. This woman is still wearing a police uniform, and she doesn't look simple. Xiaohua? Do you know this cat? Fang Luo was stunned. It seemed that the other party knew Dianmu. Yes. Yuan Yanyan nodded. This is the cat raised by my former classmate's mother, but after the old lady passed away, the cat disappeared, and I looked for her for a long time but couldn't find her. How come it's here with you? Did you steal the cat? Yuan Yanyan looked unfriendly. I didn't steal her, I saved her. Fang Luo waved his hands quickly and told the story of saving the cat. The other party was a police officer. Fang Luo admired this profession very much and did not want to conflict with her. So that's how it is. Yuan Yanyan's expression relaxed. Thank you for taking care of her, but I want to take her away. Take Dianmu away? Absolutely not. Fang Luo immediately refused. What a joke. I spent so much energy in raising Dianmu, feeding her crystals and dozens of kilograms of food every day, and even arranged for a maid to clean up her poop. How could I just let someone take her away? If I take you away, will your father agree? Just tell me if you need any compensation. Yuan Yanyan said, and took out a few pieces of bread from her arms. No wonder it was so bulging just now, it turns out there was something hidden there. Now that the thing is taken out, it's completely flat. What would this bread taste like if it was hidden in my arms? However, Fang Luo was not interested and shook his head to refuse. I don't need compensation, and Dianmu will never give it to you. Goodbye. He has no shortage of food. Turn around and leave. Stop. Yuan Yanyan immediately stopped Fang Luo. Fang Luo frowned. Why, you want to rob? Fang Luo did not want to have a conflict with the other party because he admired the other party's profession, but if the other party insisted on snatching it, Fang Luo would definitely not hesitate. No. Yuan Yanyan shook her head. Well. Yuan Yanyan hesitated for a moment and said, let Xiaohua choose for herself. She can follow whoever she wants to follow. The other party cannot force her. This. Fang Luo was a little reluctant. What if this Dianmu was lustful and threw herself into the other person's arms? Wouldn't he be at a great loss? But looking at the other party's behavior, he will not let me leave unless there is a result. Just when Fang Luo was hesitating, another figure walked over. Sister Yen. The person who came was a man, also in his early 20s, very tall, estimated to be about 190 centimeters, with dark and strong skin, giving off a very honest and steady feeling. It's him. Fang Luo recognized the other person, and a wave of memories suddenly flooded into his mind, and he unconsciously showed a happy smile on his face. Fang Luo? The man also recognized Fang Luo and froze in his tracks for a moment. After a long while, he excitedly said, Fuck, you're not dead. Damn, He Dajiang, do you know how to talk? You want me to die so much? Fang Luo was a little amused. Brother Luo, that's not what I meant, He Dajiang didn't talk about being good at communication, and scratched his head awkwardly. Don't say anything, Brother Luo, the words are all in the hug. After saying that, He Dajiang hugged Fang Luo. Fuck, why are you hugging me so tightly? I don't like men. Chapter 74 He Dajiang. Fang Luo and He Dajiang hugged each other tightly, their hearts filled with joy. He Dajiang and Fang Luo were best roommates in college. They often watched movies and played games together. They also helped each other to chase girls. However, halfway through, He Dajiang joined the army. After that, the two gradually lost contact. In the previous life, Fang Luo met He Dajiang after the end of the world. At that time, Fang Luo was taken by Wu Du to join the orphanage and happened to meet He Dajiang in the orphanage. It was He Dajiang who told Fang Luo that the orphanage was a CX organization, and took Fang Luo away from the orphanage. He Dajiang saved Fang Luo's life, and Fang Luo has always been very grateful to him. It's a pity that the two had agreed to fight together in their previous life, but Fang Luo returned home and was killed by Su Qingqing's family. But in this life, I succeeded in taking revenge. This time, in addition to sending Lu Su away, he also had another purpose, which was to find He Dajiang. But fate is so ingenious that we met here. Meow. You two, let go. Yuan Yanyan came to Fang Luo and the other man angrily and pushed them away. Two men, so sensational. It turned out that Fang Luo and He Dajiang were too excited. When they hugged each other, they sandwiched Dianmu in the middle and almost turned her into a cat cake. Yuan Yanyan's face was full of heartache. By the way, Brother Luo, how did you survive? Did you also awaken your special powers? He Dajiang asked Fang Luo curiously. Oh, I originally wanted to do some business, so I built a cold storage. But then the end of the world happened, so I hid in the cold storage. Fang Luo said half-truthfully. It is not good to let others know about rebirth. What about you? Fang Luo asked. I was a soldier before, and I just got discharged this year. Then I was admitted to a branch in Los Angeles as a criminal investigator. I wanted to find a time to get together with you, but I was too busy, and then a few days later, the apocalypse happened again, and I was assigned to maintain order. He Dajiang sighed, the world is too chaotic. Not only do we have to deal with zombies, but we also have to be wary of people with special abilities. Now our branch is basically empty, with only Sister Yen and I left. I don't know if the world can ever return to normal. By the way, let me introduce you to it. He Dajiang pointed at Yuan Yanyan and said, This is Yuan Yanyan, a senior from the criminal investigation team. Don't look down on her just because she is pretty and has thin arms and legs. She is very capable. Now even I can't beat her. You can't beat them all? Fang Luo looked at Yuan Yanyan in surprise. When he met He Dajiang in his previous life, he had never seen Yuan Yanyan, nor had he mentioned this master. Fang Luo looked at the other person again. He was very tall, about 175 centimeters tall, only half a head shorter than himself, but looked very thin, probably just over 100 kilograms. In the previous life, He Dajiang was the one who managed to escape from the orphanage headquarters, but he couldn't beat her. What kind of special power does this woman have? Brother Luo, what were you talking about with Sister Yen just now? Was there any misunderstanding? He Dajiang looked at the two men. There seemed to be some tension between them just now. One was his brother, and the other was his master. He didn't want any conflict between them. Nothing. Fang Luo shook his head and told the story of Dianmu. Oh, what am I supposed to do? He Dajiang breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Luo, do you have somewhere to go now? Why don't you follow us? This way you don't have to fight over this cat and can raise it together. Let me tell you, Luo Gu, our place is huge. We have beds, quilts, and everything. You definitely won't starve. With you? Fang Luo still wanted He Dajiang to follow him, but he didn't expect the other party to bring it up first. Just as he was about to explain, Yuan Yanyan spoke. He can't come with us. We have a mission. Chapter 75, Orphanage. I almost forgot. He Dajiang just remembered and scratched his head awkwardly. Brother Luo, for your safety, you can't follow me for the time being, but it will be fine once the mission is completed. By then, we brothers will be united and our strength will be invincible. I tell you, I still have the CD you gave me before, and I can't bear to throw it away even in the end times. Let's review it together when we find a computer, hee hee. What mission? Fang Luo asked curiously. He Dajiang explained, Brother Luo, you also know that the order is chaotic now, no one abides by the law, many people occupy the land and wantonly exploit and kill refugees. Our mission is to rescue the refugees and avoid more casualties. Fang Luo looked solemn after hearing this. Unexpectedly, it has been more than a month since the end of the world, and order has collapsed to this extent, but He Dajiang and others are still thinking about maintaining order. They are not just dedicated. Now they have no jobs and simply want to reduce casualties. I have to say, such a spirit is truly admirable. He Dajiang continued, this time, we are going to a place called Orphanage. According to our intelligence, their boss used to be involved in pyramid schemes. Many survivors have died there recently. An orphanage? Fang Luo suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he met He Dajiang in the orphanage in his previous life. It turned out that he had gone undercover. They do have bad intentions. Fong Luo said. Brother Luo, do you know their purpose? He Dajiang asked in surprise. Fong Luo smiled gently. Speaking of which, this matter was told to me by He Dajiang in his previous life, and now it is my turn to tell him. Their purpose is to. Fong Luo told the story about the orphanage boss Zheng Shijian, who kept people with special abilities in captivity and tried to dig out their crystals to improve their strength. What? He Dajiang was furious when he heard this, and he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to go to the orphanage to settle the score. I will tear down their orphanage and save those survivors. Yuan Yanyan also frowned. I was also very angry about Zhang Shijian's behavior. I'll go too. It's no use for you to go now. Fong Luo quickly stopped He Dajiang. The other side has hundreds of superpowers. Can you beat all of them by yourself? He Dajiang just rushed forward subconsciously, using almost 70% of his strength, but was stopped by Fong Luo Yun calmly. He was a little bit incredulous. Unconvinced, he reached out and pushed Fong Luo again, only to find that Fong Luo still didn't move. He slowly increased his strength, but Fong Luo still didn't move at all. He Dajiang was extremely shocked. Although he had awakened metal-related abilities, and his most powerful ability was not strength, his strength was definitely not small, at least several hundred kilograms. He couldn't even push Fong Luo, who looked so thin. What kind of special ability does Fong Luo have? After this, He Dajiang lost his temper and stopped rushing out. But He Dajiang became anxious again. But we have to fight even if we can't win. Are we going to just watch those refugees get killed? Of course not. Fong Luo shook his head and smiled bitterly in his heart. My brother is very powerful and upright, but he has a very impatient temper. If no one guides him correctly, he will easily suffer losses. Now that I have found him, it is necessary to tell him how to survive in this doomsday. Chapter 76 Teachings. Rescue the refugees, and they will definitely be saved. Fong Luo smiled and patted He Dajiang on the shoulder. But, Dajiang, have you ever thought about the problems one by one? What's the problem? He Dajiang asked puzzledly. Let's not talk about your lack of strength. Even if you were strong enough to kill those people with special abilities, those refugees may or may not be willing to let you save them. Why not? I'm saving them. Let me ask you, Fong Luo asked seriously, do you have any food? Yes, I have. Is it enough for how many people? Fong Luo asked again. This is probably enough for 5 or 6 people to eat for 2 or 3 days. He Dajiang scratched his head. 2 or 3 days? Fong Luo chuckled. Then do you know how many refugees there are? Several thousand? Yes, there are thousands of refugees in one gang, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in Los Angeles, and tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in the whole country. Although they were exploited and could be killed at any time, most of them still had food to eat and did not starve to death. Fong Luo questioned, but if they follow you, can you feed them? He Dajiang's face turned pale. Of course he can't. You can't, so why should they follow you? Fong Luo sneered, not only will they not follow you, they will also help those gang members to kill you. Will you fight back then, or not? He Dajiang's face turned paler and paler. And Fong Luo continued, there are hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people with special abilities. Do you want to kill them all one by one? They broke the law. He Dajiang said dryly. Yes, they broke the law, but the law is gone. Moreover, the law also emphasizes the severity of punishment. Not everyone deserves to die. Fong Luo said. This. He Dajiang also calmed down. Yes, it's impossible for me to beat so many people. Moreover, I am a policeman. There are different sentencing standards for different prisoners. I cannot sentence all those who make mistakes to death. If we do this, there will probably be no living people in the world, because no one is perfect. Thinking of this, He Dajiang was shocked. Fortunately, Fong Luo woke me up. Otherwise, you will not only go in the wrong direction, but also fall into danger. On the side, Yuan Yanyan, who was holding the Mother of Lightning, also nodded secretly, thinking that what Fong Luo said made sense and not everyone deserved to die. And Fong Luo said with a heavy face, Dajiang, have you ever encountered a zombie? Certainly. He Dajiang nodded immediately. Many of our colleagues died at the hands of zombies. Moreover, I just killed 2 zombies. These zombies seem to be getting stronger and stronger recently. That's right. Fang Luo nodded. The zombies will become stronger and stronger. If you kill all the superpowers, who will deal with these zombies? Are you alone? This. He Dajiang froze again. How could he kill so many zombies by himself? There are more zombies than survivors. Some people with special abilities are indeed our enemies, and they deserve to die. However, we cannot kill all of them, as this will only bring about greater disasters. Fang Luo said with a smile. This is also one of the reasons why Fang Luo did not go directly to Wan Chai Pier at the beginning, but instead thought about how to subdue those psychics. With his abilities, he could easily kill a person and then escape safely. There are hundreds of people with special abilities, so it only takes a few more kills. But after all the psychics died, there was no one left to deal with the zombies. Zombies are the common enemy of mankind. Chapter 77, Parting Ways. Thank you Luo Ge, I understand. He Dajiang's expression became serious. He benefited a lot from Fang Luo's reminder. But, He Dajiang said again, what should we do next? On the side, Yuan Yanyan also looked at Fang Luo curiously. Fang Luo talked a lot, mentioning various dangers, but did not say any solutions. It's very simple. Fang Luo smiled slightly. If we build a stronger shelter, we can naturally save those refugees. When Yuan Yanyan heard this, she felt a little disappointed. Building a stronger shelter? Do you have this ability? Is there enough food to feed the survivors? He spoke with great righteousness. By then, they have to fight and compete with other gangs? In the final analysis, it's just like those gangs, occupying territory and establishing themselves as kings. Yuan Yanyan is a police officer. She has her own principles in doing things, and she will not easily violate her principles. She hates gunfights and robberies the most. Fang Luo's behavior went against her principles. Originally, she had a good impression of Fang Luo, but now her good impression of Fang Luo suddenly disappeared. However, she didn't show it. His face still maintained a cold expression. But He Dajiang didn't think so. Unlike Wu Yanyan, he came from the military and he was not averse to fighting and killing. Yeah, we just need to build a safer shelter. Let's go home. Fang Luo smiled and hooked his arm around He Dajiang's shoulders. Sister Yan. He Dajiang glanced at Yuan Yanyan who was standing still, and said honestly, Sister Yan, let's go. Let's go to Luo Ji's house first. I won't go. Yuan Yanyan glanced at the two of them, and then said to He Dajiang, since you have found a friend, let's just separate. I don't want to delay my work. Yuan Yanyan didn't want to be with Fang Luo. She wanted to save the refugees in her own way. Separate? He Dajiang's face turned pale. However, Yuan Yanyan didn't reply to him at all and just left. He Dajiang felt a little sad. Meow. Seeing that Yuan Yanyan was going to take her away, Dianmu meowed, crawled out of her arms, and ran towards Fang Luo. She knew very well who she should follow to get enough food. Moreover, Fang Luo was very nice to her. The Mother of Lightning is very vengeful, but also very grateful. Xiao Hua. Yuan Yanyan was anxious because she had just agreed with Fang Luo that no one could stop Dianmu from going with anyone. Hasn't she lost the Mother of Lightning now? She immediately wanted to chase after Dianmu. But Dianmu was so fast that she had already run to Fang Luo's side. Hesitated for a moment. Yuan Yanyan did not break her promise in the end. Take good care of Xiao Hua, or I won't let you go. Yuan Yanyan left a sentence and then turned and left. Fang Luo looked at Yuan Yanyan's back, shook his head, and thought to himself what a pity. Although this beautiful policewoman was stubborn, she was a nice person. But, I wasn't sad. Fang Luo has found the person he was looking for. He glanced at the stunned He Dajiang again and said jokingly, Dajiang, you don't like her, do you? Hey. He Dajiang smiled naively, Sister Yan is very kind to me and often helps me. I really like her. But, He Dajiang sighed, she is too beautiful, strong, and has a good family background. I am not worthy of her. He Dajiang's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Fang Luo. Brother Luo, I think you are worthy of Sister Yan, go chase Sister Yan. Fang Luo was speechless. How can you introduce the woman you like to someone else? You have a sister-in-law now. You have a sister-in-law? Where is she? Come over here and let me see her. Isn't she pretty? Fuck, why do you care whether my sister-in-law is pretty or not? Chapter 78 Luo Gu is in good health. It was already evening when Fong Luo and He Dajiang returned to the cold storage. Brother Fong Luo, is this your home? He Dajiang looked at the cold storage in front of him, which covered an area of more than 300 square meters. It looked ordinary and there was nothing special about it. It seemed that Luo Gu was not living well and could only live in the warehouse. Brother Fong Luo, do you have a lot of food? Why don't we go to my place and get some? He Dajiang said. After the end of the world, the food in supermarkets, convenience stores, etc. either spoiled or was divided up by the survivors. Some were worried that with one more person in Fong Luo's family, there wouldn't be enough food to go around, adding to Fong Luo's burden. No, there's plenty of food. Fong Luo smiled. The food in his space could at least support the lives of tens of thousands of people. Could He Dajiang eat himself into bankruptcy by himself? But He Dajiang didn't know. I just felt that Fong Luo was taking care of me, and I couldn't help but feel quite touched. Fong Luo really treats himself as a brother. Come in. Fong Luo opened the door of the cold storage. Suddenly, He Dajiang felt an extremely refreshing cool air coming. After more than a month of high temperatures, water and power outages, and a broken air conditioner, He Dajiang has almost forgotten what cold air feels like. The sudden gust of cold wind made him feel refreshed from the hair to the toenails. It's so cool that I can't express it in words. Brother Fong Luo, is your house always so cool? He Dajiang opened his mouth in shock. The temperature was 60 or 70 degrees Celsius some time ago. I don't know how many people died of the heat. Fong Luo has been living in such an environment. It's really too comfortable for him. Husband. Brother-in-law. He Dajiang was extremely surprised when he suddenly saw an extremely pure girl and a lively and cute girl walking towards him. Damn it! Is this Fong Luo's girlfriend? Or sisters? It's still so beautiful. He Dajiang widened his eyes. Now he finally understood why Fong Luo didn't care about Yuan Yanyan anymore. Luo Gu really knows how to have fun. When he was in college, Fong Luo knew more teachers' names than himself. Unexpectedly, all the dreams in the movie have now been realized by Fong Luo. For a moment, He Dajiang was both envious and admiring of Fong Luo. He lived in such a comfortable place and had such a beautiful girlfriend and sister-in-law. Just now I thought Fong Luochi's life was hard, but now it's like a god's life. However, He Dajiang was not jealous, he was just happy for Fong Luo. This is what brothers are like. This is Lindsy Jean, and her sister Lin Yuyu, and this is my brother, He Dajiang. Fong Luo introduced them to each other. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. He Dajiang quickly nodded and greeted him. Hello. Lindsy Jean was very gentle. When Lin Yuyu heard the other party call her sister-in-law twice, she was delighted. Hello, big guy. Let's go and have dinner. Seeing that He Dajiang did not show any greedy expression, Fong Luo was very satisfied. He put his arm around the other's arm and entered the cold storage. Seeing the dazzling array of items in the cold storage, He Dajiang was speechless again. Luxury. So luxurious. Even before the end of the world, I had never lived in such a nice house. Come to the dining table. When He Dajiang saw at least 100 kilograms of food piled on the dining table, his mouth was watering. Honey, I'm sorry. I didn't know there were people coming to our house, so I cooked a little less food. Lindsy Jean said a little embarrassedly. Phew. He Dajiang's eyes widened. This food is enough for him to eat for 1 month, no, enough for him to eat for 3 months, and Lindsy Jean actually said it was too little. Brother Luo, is there anyone else in your family? He Dajiang thought that Fong Luo had hundreds of younger brothers at home, so he prepared so much food. No, there are only 4 of us. Fong Luo shook his head. Oh, and there is also a cat. Li Nana isn't here? Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up. Was she eaten by zombies? Fong Luo rolled his eyes. There are 4 of us and 1 cat. Does it need so much food? He Dajiang felt that Fong Luo was joking. Fong Luo smiled and told He Dajiang the method to improve his proficiency in supernatural powers. There is such an operation? He Dajiang found it difficult to understand. Using up the supernatural power first and then eating food to replenish it was just to increase a little proficiency? This is such a waste. He usually doesn't want to use his supernatural powers. If you want to become stronger, you have to get used to this. Fong Luo patted He Dajiang's shoulder. What kind of staple food should I eat? Eating lobsters can replenish my superpowers faster. Come on, eat more. Fong Luo picked up a 2-pound lobster and gave it to He Dajiang. He Dajiang's face was numb. After dinner, Fong Luo asked He Dajiang to take a bath again and gave him a new set of clothes. This was the first time He Dajiang took a bath since the end of the world. You know, he rarely had water to drink before. There is only one room here. Please bear with it and sleep on the sofa. Fong Luo patted He Dajiang's shoulder. Although he and He Dajiang are brothers. But it is impossible to bring brothers and sleep in the same bed with your woman. Fong Luoka doesn't have any special hobbies. It's time to build a bigger place. There are warehouses all around here. If there is a chance, we can convert other warehouses into dormitories for our subordinates to live in. I don't feel wronged. This is much better than mine. He Dajiang quickly shook his head and lay down on the sofa. The place he lived in was just a dormitory. It was not only hot but also had a small bed. Fong Luo's sofa is worth hundreds of thousands. That's good. Fong Luo nodded, took a shower and returned to the bedroom. Seeing Fong Luo taking Lindsy Jin and Lin Yuyu into the bedroom together, He Dajiang was filled with admiration. Luo Gu is in great health. 2 more days passed. He Dajiang has gradually adapted to Fong Luo's lifestyle, eating abalone porridge in the morning, steak at noon, and lobster in the evening, over 100 kilograms a day. He Dajiang has metal-related abilities. It is good at defense and can also control metal structure, density, etc. Fong Luo gave him a few crystals, which improved his strength a little. Thinking that the door of the cold storage might be pushed down by zombies, Fong Luo asked He Dajiang to strengthen the cold storage. After He Dajiang's transformation, the density of the cold storage metal materials increased by 50%. Now even zombies with special abilities would find it difficult to break through the cold storage's defenses. In addition to improving his strength, Fong Luo is also preparing to start building his own power. Building a force is different from having confidants. Confidants like Lin Zijin and He Dajiang must undergo a character assessment. Subordinates can relax their demands. Now that I have confidants, I can let them manage my subordinates. This way I don't have to spend too much energy on management, and I don't have to worry about my subordinates saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. If you don't have any confidants, you will just attract a bunch of bad guys. Not only will you have to manage them, but you will also have to worry about them backstabbing you. This is also the reason why Fong Luo did not take in the survivors before. Just as Fong Luo was thinking, several people gathered outside the cold storage. Chapter 79 Cockroach Zombie. Brother Shanzi, isn't this your warehouse? There's a light on inside. Li Shan dropped out of school at the age of 18. He relied on his family's savings to live off his parents, making friends everywhere, hanging out in bars, drinking, and flirting with middle-aged women. But he is very timid by nature. When following my friends, I just pretended to be nice and never really started a fight, so I was always disliked by my friends. However, not long ago when he was looking for food, he luckily awakened his special powers, and all of a sudden, he became a favorite among his friends. Under the instigation of several friends, he prepared to form a gang, learn from those big guys, raise survivors, and reach the peak of life. Several people searched everywhere for the gang's stronghold. However, most parts of the city are now either filled with zombies and uninhabitable, or have been occupied by major gangs. When confused, Li Shan thought of his own warehouse, which was located in the western suburbs and should not be occupied by anyone, so he brought his men over. It seems to be my warehouse. Li Shan looked at the cold storage and found that this location was indeed his family's warehouse before, but he didn't know when it was changed into a cold storage. And people live there. Brother Shanzi, let's get the people inside out quickly so that we can have a place to use as a gang base. Of course, this is my house. Li Shan snorted coldly, preparing to use his powerful voice ability to shock the people in the cold storage to death. Several of his friends blocked their ears in excitement. They had seen Li Shan's special ability before. He had once made a dog foam at the mouth. Li Shan took a deep breath. A lion roared towards the cold storage. In the cold storage, Fong Luo's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. He frowned and looked outside. What does a dog bark at in broad daylight? After a closer look, he found that there were only 7 or 8 energetic young men, so he opened the door and walked out. What you up to? Fong Luo stared at the other person coldly. Fong Luo did not take direct action. He did not like indiscriminate killing. Although Fan Luo had killed many people since the end of the world, those people were either his enemies in his previous life or people who threatened his safety. No innocent people were ever killed. I'm in my own house, why would you mind? Facing Fan Luo's cold eyes, Li Shan, who had just mustered up the courage, felt a little timid again, but for the sake of face, he still stiffened his neck and confronted Fan Luo. Fan Luo chuckled and pointed to the cold storage. Your home? Yes, this is my family's warehouse. Li Shan didn't dare to fight with Fan Luo, so he prepared to scare Fan Luo and said angrily, You occupied my warehouse. You are trespassing. Do you know that? You even modified it without permission. I can call the police to arrest you. Fan Luo was stunned. I remembered that this cold storage was rented. Are you Uncle Li's son? Fan Luo looked at Li Shan. Li Shan nodded, That's right, get out of here right now, this is my home. Fan Luo smiled. How could this guy be so naive? It's the end of the world now, so who is the winner? If this were true, Lu Su's manor would not have been occupied by others. However, since the end of the world, it is rare to meet someone who abides by the law, so Fan Luo does not want to use force. We are also reasonable people. Your father rented this place to me. I have paid half a year's rent, and there are still more than 4 months left before the rent is due. So, legally speaking, this place is mine now. Fan Luo said, and took out a contract with black and white words on it. This. Li Shan choked. He never cared about family matters and knew nothing about these things. What? Li Shan said sternly, My father is dead. I won't rent this place to you anymore. I want to take it back. You should move out now. Moving out? Fan Luo couldn't help but smile, nodded and said, You can move out, but according to the contract, you have to pay me liquidated damages. How much? Li Shan asked. The rent is 20,000 a month, and the compensation is 3 times that, so 4 months' rent times 3 is 240,000. Fan Luo said, However, money is useless now. The circulating goods are food, and you need to compensate with food worth 240,000. I rented it before the end of the world, so you have to compensate me with the price of the materials before the end of the world. A pound of rice costs 3 yuan, so you need to compensate me for 80,000 pounds of rice. What? 80,000 kilograms of rice? Li Shanran was stunned. Let alone 80,000 kilograms, he couldn't even take out 8 kilograms. Li Shan's face turned red. Brother Shanzi, why waste time talking to him? Just beat him down. That's right, 80,000 kilograms of rice, why doesn't he go and grab it? Who still abides by the law now? His contract is just a piece of paper. A few bad friends instigated him. Li Shan was hesitant. He is timid, and although he is a bit of a gangster and smokes and drinks, he never dares to break the law. Fan Luo's eyes looked extremely creepy, and he didn't dare to make any move at all. Fan Luo watched this scene with great interest. He felt that the young man in front of him was quite interesting. Several people were in a stalemate. Suddenly, a strange cry came from a distance. The sound was very harsh and creepy, like the sound of nails scratching on glass. What's that sound? Li Shan and others turned their heads in confusion, only to see a dark patch of ground in the distance, with countless bugs as big as apples crawling towards them quickly. What the hell, cockroach? Li Shan and his companions turned pale with fright. Cockroaches are disgusting creatures in themselves, and even many men would be scared by them. If it flew onto my hand, I would want to cut it off. What's more, the cockroaches in front of him were bigger than apples, and the hair on their legs was clearly visible. There were at least thousands of them, their eyes were scarlet, and there were some minced meat and blood hanging from their mouths. Obviously, it had just killed someone. Compared to human zombies, these cockroach zombies looked more disgusting, terrifying, and creepy. Li Shan and a few others vomited out. Fan Luo also had a solemn expression. The zombie virus not only infects humans, but all living things. He had encountered zombie cats and dogs before. However, this is the first time to see cockroach zombies. There are some warehouses near his cold storage, which are usually the places with the most cockroaches. Although the high temperature continued before. However, cockroaches have extremely strong vitality and reproductive abilities. They must have been hiding underground to avoid the high temperatures before, but after the recent hot weather, these cockroaches crawled out and ate the rotten flesh of the zombies, and as a result, they mutated into cockroach zombies. Honey, what's wrong? Luo, what happened? Lindsy Jean, Lin Yu, and He Da-jung, who were in the cold storage, came out in confusion when they heard the voice. As a result, when I saw the densely packed cockroach zombies, I immediately got goosebumps. Not to mention the two girls, Lindsy Jean and Lin Yu, who were so scared that they went straight into Fang Luo's arms and started trembling. Why are there so many cockroaches? Close the door first. Looking at the cockroach zombies getting closer and closer, Fang Luo immediately prepared to close the door. There are too many cockroaches. Although Fang Luo was not afraid, Lindsy Jean and his men would probably be eaten up in a few seconds. Chapter 80, I am trying to survive in the end times, while you are enjoying yourself. Seeing Fang Luo close the door directly, Li Shan and the others were all dumbfounded and didn't react at all. Fang Luo is moving too fast. Without any hesitation. But you closed the door, what should we do? So you want us to feed cockroaches? There are thousands of cockroach zombies here, and the few of us are not enough to fill their teeth. We don't want to die. Several people knocked on the door hurriedly, asking Fang Luo to let them in to hide. Fuck, big brother, don't close the door, let us go in and hide, these cockroaches are so disgusting, there's shit on them. What are we going to do if you close the door? Please, let us in too. We have elderly parents and children to take care of, and we don't want to die yet. Brother Shanzi, please say something. This is your warehouse. Ask them to open the door. The cockroach zombies were less than 100 or 200 meters away, and it would only take a few tens of seconds for them to run to them. Li Shan and the others were so scared that their legs went limp and their faces turned as pale as paper. Humans are easily afraid of dense things, let alone those dense things are cockroaches, one of the most terrifying creatures in the world. Li Shan's calves were trembling, and he began to knock on the door, asking Fang Luo to let him in. Save us. Fang Luo listened to the cries for help from several people outside, but his heart remained calm. He doesn't like killing innocent people, but he is not a philanthropist. He has no obligation to save these people, so why should he get himself into trouble? What good will it be if I save you? Fang Luo said indifferently. This? Li Shan choked. He had nothing on his body, so how could he give anything to Fang Luo? Suddenly, he thought of something and said, Brother, as long as you save us, this cold storage will belong to you directly in the future, and it will also belong to you when the contract expires. Fang Luo chuckled, Brother, you are too naive. When you die, this cold storage will always be mine, right? What Fang Luo said was very shameless. But that's how it is. In the end times, once a person dies, all things are ownerless, and whoever gets them owns them. This is not a game, if you bind something to someone else, they can't use it. If Fang Luo died, wouldn't his things be divided up? Li Shan's face turned pale. What Fang Luo said was absolutely right. After he died, the cold storage would be his. In fact, whether he is dead or alive, the cold storage does not belong to him. Fang Luo has occupied it in front of him. Can he take it back? But he really didn't want to die, he hadn't lived enough. Brother, please save us. As long as you save me, I will be your little brother and work like a slave for you. Li Shan pleaded. The cockroach zombie would be here in 20 seconds at most, and he didn't want to become the cockroach as poop. Fang Luo raised his eyebrows. He felt a little uneasy. Fang Luo is preparing to build up his power recently. He already has his confidants, but he has not found his younger brothers yet. Although Li Shan outside has average abilities, he is not completely useless. It's not impossible to pull him over first. Fang Luo was not afraid of being attacked by the other party after opening the door. With their strength, it was impossible for them to hurt him. I have made up my mind. Fang Luo opened the door. Upon seeing this, Li Shan and his companions immediately rushed into the cold storage, their hearts pounding. The cockroach zombie was only a dozen meters away from them. Almost died. Several people's faces were filled with gratitude, and they felt a sense of pleasure at surviving a disaster. Thank you, brother. Li Shan was panting and thanked Fang Luo hurriedly. It's okay, just remember what you just said. Fang Luo chuckled, and then without caring about Li Shan and the others, he sat down on the sofa and stretched comfortably. Last night, while Lin Yu was asleep, I fought with Lindsy Jean all night, and this morning I absorbed several crystals. My waist is almost broken now. Have a good rest. Go, get a bottle of Coke for your brother-in-law. Fang Luo sat next to Lin Yu and patted her on the butt. Brother-in-law, I'm just playing games. Big guy, stop these zombies for me. Lin Yu has a lively personality. Apart from improving her abilities, eating, sleeping, and calling her brother-in-law, she usually plays games. She just dragged He Da-jung to play Resident Evil together, under the pretext of gaining experience in fighting zombies. The fight started again. Fong Luo slapped her head again in annoyance and snatched her game controller directly. You noob, let me play, go get me a Coke, or I won't let you go to bed tonight. Da-jung, cover me. My brother-in-law is so annoying. Lin Yu snorted tenderly. He refused to even play a game. Didn't she know that she was very tired from pretending to sleep every night? Don't you know how loud your voice is? And he held the wrong hand. However, Lin Yu still reluctantly went to the refrigerator to get a Coke. After all, you still have to go to bed. Aside. Li Shan and his companions, who had just managed to save their lives, stared at the scene in the cold storage in amazement. I didn't notice it just now. Now take a closer look. Wow, this cold storage looks like a villa. Not only is there electricity, but there are also carpets, sofas, televisions, game consoles, there is even a wine cabinet, a kitchen, and a refrigerator. All the things you normally see can be seen here, and things you normally can't see can also be seen here. The most critical. Only now did they realize how cool the cold storage was. The temperature shall not exceed 20. Shit, this guy couldn't have lived in such a cool place when the temperature was 70 before. Also, what did that cute girl call him just now? Brother-in-law? The two of them were just discussing whether to sleep in bed or not. Oh my god. Li Shan and his companions have been covered in dust and dirt since the end of the world. Not only do they have to endure the 70 high temperature, but they also have to worry about zombie attacks and are often hungry. This guy is nice. Enjoying the air conditioning, drinking Coke, playing games, and hugging sisters. Are you sure you are surviving in the end times? Why do I feel like you are enjoying yourself? Several people's faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and they were eager to make a move. How great would it be if this place was theirs? They all looked at Li Shan. Li Shan is the strongest here. Moreover, this place originally belonged to Li Shan's family, but now Fong Luo is enjoying himself here. The one who should feel the most unbalanced should be Li Shan, right? They were all waiting for Li Shan to kill Fong Luo. Fong Luo also looked at the few people out of the corner of his eye. He was testing these guys and wanted to see how they would react. Li Shan did feel unbalanced at first. However, he was a very smart man. Before the end of the world, he understood that playing is playing, but not joking with the law. So he only smoked and drank, did not fight, and did not do anything illegal. Although fighting is no longer illegal, it can be fatal. Li Shan awakened his superpowers, but he did not think of himself as a man of destiny. He knew that many people had superpowers. And this Fong Luo, when he first faced the use of his supernatural powers, did not show the slightest bit of nervousness. Moreover, facing thousands of cockroach zombies, he was only surprised but not afraid. It is obvious that Fong Luo must also have supernatural powers. I guess it's pretty impressive. Moreover, there was a big guy next to Fong Luo, at least 1.9 meters tall. There are still calluses on my hands. Li Shan had seen on a Douyin science video before that calluses were caused by holding a gun for a long time. This big guy is obviously either a policeman or a soldier. Chapter 81, Deterrence. After a struggle, Li Shan's reason told him that he couldn't easily attack Fong Luo, otherwise he would be killed. So he stayed where he was, waiting for Fong Luo to speak. Seeing that Li Shan didn't dare to take action, Li Shan's companions who didn't have special powers didn't dare to take action either, and they were quite disappointed. Fong Luo played games for several hours. Seeing that Li Shan and his men showed no signs of rebellion, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Fong Luo stood up and walked to Li Shan, looking down at him. Want to be my little brother? Li Shan glanced at the surroundings. To be honest, even if he became Fong Luo's dog, it would probably be much better than hanging out alone outside. Yes. Li Shan nodded quickly. Fong Luo glanced at the other people again. What about you? These people all wanted to occupy the cold storage, but they didn't have the strength to do so. After thinking about it carefully, they thought it would be a good idea to be a younger brother, so they immediately nodded. Yes, yes. Very good, Fong Luo chuckled, you can be my little brother, but I hate betrayal the most. Several people were shocked. Could it be that Fong Luo has the ability to read minds? However, they did not show it on their faces and quickly said that they would not betray. But Fong Luo couldn't possibly believe what they said. He reached out and patted Li Shan on the head, leaving a space mark on his head. Do you know what this is? Fong Luo smiled. Li Shan was a little confused. What? Bomb. Fong Luo said it lightly. He had no intention of hiding it. Instead of engaging in intrigue with the other party in the future, it would be better to tell the other party directly and clearly, to shock the other party and make him give up the idea of betrayal in advance. Li Shan was shocked and his face turned pale immediately. Is Fong Luo going to kill him? Rest assured. Fong Luo patted Li Shan's shoulder comfortingly. This bomb will not affect your health. At most, it will just blow your head apart. However, as long as you don't betray me, the bomb will not explode. Li Shan's face looked extremely ugly. He was not comforted at all. Instead, he felt that Fong Luo was extremely sinister. Putting a bomb on someone's head and then comforting them will not have any physical effects. Is there any way to comfort people in this way? Fong Luo looked at the other people again and patted them on the head. However, Fong Luo only cast the space mark on Li Shan, and the others were just pretending. Space imprints not only consume energy, but are also very labor-intensive. Fong Luo can only have more than 20 of them exist at the same time, and it is impossible to install one for everyone. All he had to do was control the most important ones and scare them. As for whether anyone will discover this in the future, Fong Luo didn't care too much. At that time, Fong Luo was not afraid of betrayal. Li Shan's companions were also a little frightened, but they soon relaxed. A bomb pops up when you pat your head? It's really ridiculous. They thought Fong Luo was lying to them and didn't take it seriously. I won't take in trash. If you want supplies or want to stay here, you need to work for me. Fong Luo looked at them seriously again. I was thinking to myself that I should also formulate a reward and punishment system, so as to motivate my subordinates and fire those who are not enthusiastic. Yes. Li Shan and others nodded quickly. You just stay in the corner tonight and don't run around. Fong Luo pointed to a place. It was impossible for Fong Luo to let these people live in the cold storage forever. How could he be intimate with Lindsy Jean if he did that? Fong Luo also didn't have the habit of letting outsiders eavesdrop on him. But now there is a large group of cockroach zombies outside, and we can't open the door, so we can only leave them in the corner for the time being. I don't know when these cockroach zombies will leave. Fong Luo guessed that they would not leave. Because powerful psychics are very attractive to zombies, and there are so many psychics in the cold storage, the cockroach zombies will not leave unless other psychics appear nearby. However, there are too many cockroach zombies, thousands of them, and it is quite difficult to kill them all. Fong Luo only has 2 attack skills, Space Mark and Space Blade. His single-point killing ability is very strong, but he is not good at AoE attacks. To kill so many cockroach zombies, his abilities may not be enough. Although Lindsy Jean's flame has AoE, she cannot attack through the door. If she opens the door, she will be overwhelmed by cockroach zombies. Unless there is a skill that can attack through the door, or it has AoE damage. Forget it, let us eat first. Lindsy Jean prepared dinner, which was hundreds of kilograms of food. Li Shan and his companions were stunned. There are 4 of you and 1 cat, and you eat so much food? The amount of food we have eaten since the end of the world till now is not as much as you have in 1 meal. How many supplies does Fong Luo have? Before the end of the world, could it be possible that he was a second-generation rich man with a fortune of tens of billions? Looking at Fong Luo and others eating, several people drooled, but Li Shan, the psychic, did not move, and the others did not dare to move either. Fong Luo glanced at Li Shan and the others. It's kind of funny to see them drooling. After thinking about it, Fong Luo stood up, took 2 bones with meat on them, walked to Li Shan and threw them to him. Immediately several people started scrambling for it. This is barbecue. The meat they usually eat is carrion, and sometimes there is no carrion to eat. What kind of special power do you have? Fong Luo looked at Li Shan curiously. Li Shan looked at the bones and swallowed. I have the ability of sound. Sound power? Fong Luo was stunned, thinking, is there such a power? What's the point? You want to be a singing god? But I have speakers here, so I don't need you to sing for money. Li Shan was a little embarrassed. He couldn't sing well, so how could he be a singing god? His special ability is useless. It just makes him speak louder. If he roars with all his strength, he can only stun a dog, but it is far from killing a person. The Hadong lion roars? Fang Luo was amused and thought this ability was quite interesting. Suddenly, Fang Luo thought of something again, and he couldn't help but think about it, and soon his eyes lit up. He thought of a way to deal with the cockroach zombies. Cockroaches are creatures with very acute hearing. They have several ears and their hearing sensitivity can reach 5 Hz to 100,000 Hz, while humans only have 20,000 Hz. Li Shan's ability does not cause much harm to other people with special abilities, but it is definitely a powerful weapon for cockroach zombies with keen hearing. It can directly deafen cockroaches. Even shocked to death. Thinking of this, Fang Luo smiled. Fortunately, he had just saved Li Shan's life, otherwise it would be difficult for him to deal with these cockroach zombies outside. However, Li Shan's current strength is average, and he may not be able to directly shock the cockroach zombie to death. A little external force is needed. Chapter 82. Points System. After dinner, Fang Luo took Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu back to the bedroom to sleep. At night, Fang Luo organized a reward and punishment system in his mind to manage his subordinates. Task Points System. For example, if they hand over a crystal to Fang Luo will give them a minimum of 1 point, and the number of points depends on the energy content of the crystal. You can also earn points by completing tasks. Besides, Fang Luo will also issue some ordinary tasks to non-superpower people. After they complete the tasks and make contributions, they can also earn points. After all, people with special abilities are a minority. Ordinary people cannot kill zombies. But that doesn't mean that ordinary people are useless. After the high temperature and the destruction of zombies, most of the city's facilities have been destroyed. To repair them, the power of ordinary people will be needed. In addition, Fang Luo's life will also need some ordinary people to take care of him. It would be a pity to let those beautiful young girls starve to death or be eaten by zombies. Fang Luo was willing to provide them with a job as a maid. Every day, give 1 point. They earn points and can exchange them for supplies from Fang Luo, or positions in the gang, etc. The supplies here in Fang Luo are clearly marked with prices. 1 point can be exchanged for a bottle of tap water or a piece of bread. Different items have different prices. Ordinary people who want to become superpowers can also use their points to purchase evolution crystals from Fang Luo, but the price is more expensive, and they need to be bundled with a space imprint for sale. As for whether they can awaken successfully, that is none of Fang Luo's business. If they cannot provide any value to Fang Luo, then Fang Luo will not care about their life or death, and it is none of his business if they starve to death. It's no wonder Fang Luo is so cruel. He is not a philanthropist. His main purpose in recruiting subordinates was to help him quickly improve his strength, and secondly to give the survivors a chance to survive and not starve to death. If anyone feels cheated, they can just leave. However, looking at the entire Los Angeles city, even the welfare benefits of the 3 major gangs are not as good as those here in Fang Luo. Moreover, the people from the 3 major gangs are not as easy to talk to as Fang Luo. To them, ordinary people are like animals. Beating and scolding are the lightest punishments. They also have to worry about being killed all the time. Early in the morning, Fang Luo announced this reward and punishment system to Li Shan and his 5 companions, wondering how they would react. Will you just leave? However, Fang Luo obviously guessed wrong. After hearing this, several people showed joy on their faces. Crystals can be exchanged for food? Li Shan asked in surprise. Fang Luo nodded, of course. I have 3 crystals here. Li Shan took out 3 sparkling crystals from his pocket. Fang Luo took it and looked at it, his face was immediately shocked. Wow, this is not an ordinary zombie crystal, but a pure evolution crystal that can help ordinary people awaken their superpowers. This guy Li Shan is so lucky. Can I redeem 3 points? Li Shan asked tentatively. The evolution crystal is of no use to him, because after absorbing the crystal, the body will consume a lot of energy, and Li Shan has no food to replenish his energy. He had used one before. As a result, I didn't find any food for a day and almost starved to death. For him, it would be better to exchange it for a few loaves of bread. Well. Fang Luo coughed. This is the evolution crystal. In his point store, this thing is worth at least 300 points. 3 pieces are about 900 points. Judging from Li Shan's expression, he would be happy for a long time even if I only gave him 3 points. But Fang Luo didn't want to be too dark, he was not an evil capitalist. Well, Fong Luo patted Li Shan on the shoulder. I'll give you a task. If you complete it, I'll give you 500 points. I'm not too dark. The price of my own evolution crystal is 300 points each, so the purchase price must be cheaper. What's the point of doing business if it doesn't make money? 500. Li Shan was overjoyed. 500 points are equivalent to 500 bottles of mineral water, which can basically guarantee his life for several months. Fong Luo was so nice to me. I actually misunderstood him yesterday. He must be a sinister person. I am a piece of shit. Li Shan's companions all had envious expressions on their faces. Why didn't they pick up any crystals? I also have to pick up the crystals quickly. Boss, what mission do I have to do? Li Shan looked at Fong Luo excitedly. Fong Luo grinned. Sing. Sing? Li Shan was confused. He could get 500 points just by singing a song? Of course, it's not just singing. Fong Luo smiled, moved his speakers worth 3 million over, and then took out a microphone. After one night, the cockroach zombies outside had not left and continued to surround the cold storage. Although cockroaches cannot enter the cold storage after he Dajun's reinforcement, Fong Luo cannot stay in the cold storage forever. Yesterday, Fong Luo thought of a way to drive away the cockroach zombies, which was to use Li Shan's voice to shock the cockroach zombies outside to death. However, Li Shan's strength is still very low, and he cannot do it alone. But when paired with Fong Luo's audio system worth 3 million, that's another story. With the cockroach zombies' keen hearing, combined with Li Shan's sound ability and the sound amplification effect of the speakers, these cockroaches can definitely be killed. Come, sing a song about the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Fong Luo placed the speaker at the door of the cold storage, and then handed the microphone to Li Shan. Sing with all your might. This. The corner of Li Shan's mouth twitched. He was tone deaf. Are you sure you want him to sing? But for 500 points, just sing. Li Shan took the microphone, took a deep breath, concentrated his qi in his dantian, used his special powers to brew his loudest voice, and then blurted out a line of lyrics. Who brought the call from the ancient times? Fuck. Just one sentence made Fong Luo stunned and he immediately covered his ears. Damn, is this Yin music? Li Shan's voice cannot be said to be unpleasant, it is simply too unpleasant, extremely unpleasant. The sound is extremely loud, and the timbre is a bit like a monkey with a stuck throat. And it went out of tune and reached the sky. After hearing this, the corpse would come alive, curse loudly, shut up, and lie down again. The Dianmu was originally sleeping, but now she was furious and wanted to release a bolt of lightning to electrocute Li Shan to death. Fortunately, Lindsy stopped him in time. I can't stand it anymore. Lin Yu was completely confused. She immediately returned to her room, closed the door, and hid under the quilt. Not to mention Li Shan's companions, they are all ordinary people. Their endurance was much worse than Fong Luo's. With just one sentence from Li Shan, the 5 people foamed at the mouth and fainted. Seeing this, Fong Luo immediately threw a few people aside, fearing that they would be shocked to death by the noise. Chapter 83, Killing Cockroach Zombies. That is the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Cockroaches have very sharp hearing. After they become cockroach zombies, various physical data have been improved, and their hearing sensitivity has increased by an unknown amount. Li Shan's voice ability, with the support of a speaker worth 3 million, exerted unprecedented strength, causing the cockroach zombies that were originally crawling on the wall of the cold storage to foam at the mouth and die with their eyes open. The song is over. The squeaking sounds of cockroaches outside the cold storage had all stopped at this moment. Fong Luo was also deeply shocked. If I hadn't activated the space barrier, I would have been unable to sleep for at least 3 days and 3 nights. This Li Shan is a ruthless person. Although his fighting ability is not very good and an ordinary combat-type mutant can knock him down, his unique, choking monkey voice can give people an incoherent mental attack. If I ever have a fight with someone in the future, I will just ask him to bring his $3 million speakers and sing a song in front of the enemy. How will the enemy respond? Inflict debuff on everyone. Boss, how was my singing? Li Shan looked at Fong Luo expectantly, fearing that Fong Luo would be dissatisfied and his 500 points would be gone. 6. Fong Luo gave him a thumbs up. You have earned the points. After observing the outside again and making sure there was no movement, Fong Luo opened the door of the cold storage. Suddenly, thousands of cockroach zombies appeared before their eyes. These cockroaches were covered with unknown white liquid and looked extremely disgusting. They were probably vomited after listening to Li Shan's songs. Fang Luo almost vomited his lunch yesterday. However, these cockroach zombies are not completely dead. Their vitality is still too strong. They are just fainted and will probably wake up again soon. Zijin. Fang Luo immediately called Lin Zijin over and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Use the flames to burn these cockroaches to death." Lin Zijin's fire ability has a wide range of AoE damage, and he can deal with these cockroaches much faster than Fang Luo. Yes, husband. Lin Zijin didn't want to be a burden in the first place. She hoped to keep Fang Luo by her side with her own strength, so she seemed very happy that Fang Luo needed her help. Although Lin Zijin also hates cockroaches. But she still held back her nausea and threw a few fireballs into the middle of the cockroach zombies. Suddenly, a burnt smell filled the nose. On the side, Li Shan was watching in amazement. He had thought that Lin Zijin was just an ordinary woman, but he didn't expect that her superpowers were so powerful. And such a powerful woman still listens to Fang Luo so much. How powerful is Fang Luo? He is very grateful now. Fortunately, the opponent Luo had not taken action before, otherwise he would have died without knowing how he died. About 10 minutes later, all the cockroach zombies turned into ashes, leaving only some tiny crystals on the ground. Fang Luo picked up one. There are just a large number of cockroach zombies, but each one is not particularly powerful, so ordinary people can kill them, so their crystal energy is not much. It would probably take dozens of crystals like this to be comparable to one zombie crystal. But the advantage is that there are a lot of these crystals. There are at least several thousand of them outside, and they have a lot of energy accumulated. Go wake them up and collect all the crystals outside. There were too many of them, and Fang Luo was too lazy to pick them up himself. Now that he had younger brothers, he asked them to do some of the unnecessary work. Li Shan, along with 5 companions who had just woken up, cleaned the outside of the cold storage and finally collected 5,670 small crystals, which added up to several hundred ordinary energy crystals. Well done. Fang Luo praised a few people. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Li Shan looked at Fang Luo expectantly. He was still thinking about his 500 points. Fang Luo naturally would not go back on his word. He took out a computer, made a table on it, wrote Li Shan's name on it, and marked it with 500 points. The other people also get 1 point each. If you want supplies, you can come to me to exchange them at any time. Fang Luo said. Thank you, boss. Li Shan and his companions immediately expressed their gratitude, feeling very excited. Also, go pry open the warehouse next door, clean it up, and use it as your dormitory from now on. Fang Luo would not let them live in his cold storage. There were many warehouses nearby that could be used as dormitories for his subordinates. Yes, boss. Li Shan immediately turned around, hesitated for a moment and asked, Boss, what is the name of our gang? Ionia. Li Shan and a few others went to clean the warehouse next door. Those were ordinary warehouses. Some places had been damaged by zombies and there were corpses piled up inside. If they wanted to live there, they would need to clean and repair them. Brother Fang Luo. He Dajiang also walked up to Fang Luo, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Fang Luo looked at him puzzledly. Please keep a score sheet for me, too. Fang Luo was stunned for a moment, then he laughed, patted He Dajiang on the shoulder and said, We are brothers, there is nothing to remember, just come to me directly if you want anything. No. He Dajiang shook his head and said, Brother Fang Luo, it is precisely because we are brothers that I cannot do nothing and waste so many of your supplies in vain. I would feel bad. Moreover, we have established a gang now. If others knew that I could obtain supplies without points, they would have objections, which would be detrimental to the development of the gang. Fang Luo looked at He Dajiang deeply. In fact, no matter whether He Dajiang does anything or not, no matter how strong he is, Fang Luo will ensure that he will not starve to death. Because He Dajiang saved him in his previous life. Fang Luo is a grateful person. But seeing He Dajiang's determined eyes, Fang Luo finally nodded. Good. Fang Luo smiled knowingly, then registered his name on the computer. In fact, this is what true brothers are. He will only hope for the best for you, will not take advantage of you just because you are rich, and will not harbor resentment towards you for not helping him. Don't worry, boss. I will use my strength to become your most powerful helper. He Dajiang smiled and rolled up his arms to show off his biceps. I'll wait. I'm going to work, too. After saying that, He Dajian walked out of the cold storage. Husband. Fan Luo walked to the sofa and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu ran over. Fan Luo was startled, then asked in surprise, "You guys don't want to join this point system, do you?" Lin Yuyu nodded seriously, "Brother-in-law, I want to join too." Fan Luo didn't know what to say. "One is my girlfriend and the other is my sister-in-law, aren't they all family? Is it necessary to be so serious?" In fact, this is because Fan Luo does not really understand the personalities of the two women. Chapter 84, Something Special. Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu's parents died when they were very young, and they were raised by their grandmother who had little working ability. This also led to the two girls developing independent personalities from an early age. Especially Lin Zijin. While going to school, she also had to work part-time to earn tuition for her sister. It was only after she met Fan Luo that she had a few days of happiness. After realizing the gap between herself and Fan Luo some time ago, she secretly vowed to improve her strength and not always rely on Fan Luo. She wanted to use her own strength to help Fan Luo and make Fan Luo dependent on her. But recently all her food and drink have been provided by Fan Luo, and she has always been dependent on Fan Luo. This has caused her to feel increasingly indebted to Fan Luo, and also felt that the status of the two people was becoming increasingly unequal. If this continues, she might become dispensable to Fan Luo in the future. She doesn't want this. It would be awkward for her to say before that she didn't want to rely on Fan Luo for no reason, as this might cause Fan Luo to misunderstand. But now is a good opportunity. Fan Luo listed this point system, and she could take this opportunity to speak it out. From then on, she would no longer rely on Fan Luo, and she could also help Fan Luo and improve her status in Fan Luo's place. The reason why Lin Yuyu is so active is because she wants to enhance her importance through this matter, rather than staying here as a sister-in-law. You really want to join? Fan Luo looked at the two women with serious expressions and asked, "You have to think clearly. When the time comes, you will have to use points to buy food, clothes, and other things. Your life will not be so easy. It doesn't matter. No matter how hard it is, it can't be harder than the days when I was in school. We have thought it through, brother-in-law, let us join in." They both nodded at the same time. "Okay, then you guys join us." Fan Luo sighed, registered the two names on the computer, and then looked at the two women with a sly smile. "By the way, if you want to use supplies, you need to use points to buy them. But the skirts, black stockings, white stockings, underwear you're wearing, are all given to you by me. You don't have any points, so shouldn't you return these things to me?" When Lin Zijin heard this, her face suddenly turned red. "If I return the clothes to Fan Luo, wouldn't I be left naked? How could I do that?" Lin Yuyu had a strange expression on her face. "Brother-in-law, doesn't that mean that I don't need to wear clothes in the cold storage in the future?" "Yeah, that's great." Fan Luo was stunned. "What does that mean? Is there such a good thing?" However, when he saw Lin Yuyu's expression, Fan Luo knew that she was teasing him on purpose. At such a young age, you actually flirt with your brother-in-law? However, Fan Luo was not a shy person. He smiled and continued, "Of course, no problem. Since you are so enthusiastic, then you can take off your clothes first and give them back to me. You can buy them back when you earn enough points. Shall I take it off first?" Lin Yuyu blushed. She obviously didn't expect Fan Luo to be so thick-skinned. Was he really planning to see his sister-in-law? Although she has a cheerful personality, she is not to the extent of doing such a thing in front of her sister. "My brother-in-law is such a scoundrel." Lin Yuyu snorted softly, then hugged Lin Zijin's arm. "Sister, earn points for me to buy clothes." Lin Zijin was stunned. Earn points by himself? How to make money? I can't possibly take off my clothes and go outside to fight zombies. Fan Luo was also a little curious. It's not that simple. Lin Yuyu smiled and winked, saying, "Brother-in-law, give my sister a task and ask her to." After being with Fan Luo for so long, Lin Zijin is no longer the innocent girl she used to be. After being confused for a moment, she immediately realized what Lin Yuyu meant and grabbed Lin Yuyu's ear in a coquettish manner. "What nonsense are you talking about, you little girl? How dare you tease your sister?" Fan Luo's expression was very interesting. This sister-in-law even called him a hooligan. Obviously, she was even more of a hooligan than him. She eavesdropped at night and was caught by him, but she pretended not to be discovered. Ahem. Fong Luo coughed. Don't be silly, given the relationship between me and your sister, do I need to order her? She took the initiative. Hey, don't pinch me. Seeing Fong Luo and her sister singing in unison and teasing her together, Lindsy Jean stomped her feet in anger. She had a thin face to begin with, and could not stand such teasing. She grabbed Fong Luo's arm and said coquettishly, "Stop talking, or I'll ignore you." However, Lin Yuyu hasn't stopped yet. Then he winked and said, "Is that so? Then you can do something special." Special? Hearing this, Fong Luo couldn't help but swallow his saliva, grinned, and said to Lindsy Jean, "How about we do something special? You guys, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore." Lindsy Jean couldn't stand it anymore and hid in the bedroom with a red face. "Look at you, you made your sister angry and left." Fong Luo blared at Lin Yuyu unhappily. Lin Yuyu was very unconvinced. "Brother-in-law, you were obviously very happy just now, but when you heard the word special, your saliva almost flowed out." Fong Luo's old face turned red. However, as a man, you have to save your face. He glared at the Dianmu who was sleeping lazily beside him, and grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and said, "Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is eat and sleep. From now on, you will also join the points system. If you don't work, you won't get food. You have 0 points now, and you won't get any dried fish for dinner." Meow. When Dianmu heard this, she was completely confused. "No, you guys want to set up a points system yourself, why do you want to involve me? I have no worries about food and drink, and I even have a maid to clean up my poop. How carefree I am. I have become the biggest victim in this matter. It's really a fire in the backyard, and it's affecting me, the cat. Woo woo woo. Roll." Just when Dianmu looked resentful, a huge roar came from outside the cold storage, and it sounded like it came from Li Shan. Fong Luo frowned. What happened? I walked out of the cold storage with confusion. Su Xiao is the boss of Suda Logistics Company. When the end of the world came, his company happened to have several trucks of supplies that had not been delivered. With these supplies, he managed to survive by hiding in the company. Some time ago, he was lucky enough to awaken his special powers, so he formed a speed gang together with the truck drivers under his command. After more than 10 days of hard work, they finally succeeded in eliminating the zombies surrounding the company and were planning to go out to look for some supplies or something, but as soon as they went out, they heard an extremely unpleasant singing. Can zombies sing? This was everyone's first reaction. However, when they listened carefully, they found that the sound seemed to be coming from a speaker. Out of curiosity, they followed the sound and came here. As a result, he happened to run into Li Shan and others who were cleaning the warehouse. Neither side could figure out the other's true colors, so they confronted each other. However, one of the drivers from the Suda gang looked at Fong Luo's cold storage not far away and suddenly remembered something. "Boss, there are supplies in that cold storage. Chapter 85. Your dad is here." "Are you sure?" When Su Xiao heard his subordinates say there were supplies, his eyes immediately lit up. "Real." The subordinate nodded. "I have delivered supplies to this cold storage with Wang Dezhuang before, mineral water, worth 10 million. 10 million? Su Xiao thought of this order, which was the most expensive order his company had received so far this year, and was delivered by an experienced driver in the company. In the first few days after the end of the world, Wang Dezhuang said he was going out to find food, but he kept it a secret from me where he was going. As a result, he never came back. I thought he was dead. Could it be that he came here to occupy the cold storage? That must be it. You are such a good guy, Wang Dezhuang. You have been doing something secretly without telling me, and now you have brought so many subordinates with you. I will catch you back. And there are 10 million bottles of mineral water. If we take over this place, we won't have to worry about water for the rest of our lives. Where is your boss? Call him over to me." Su Xiao snorted coldly and pointed at Li Shan. Seeing the other party's tone, Li Shan's face turned unfriendly. "Can you see our boss whenever you want?" I'm his boss, he has to bow and scrape when he sees me. How dare you talk to me like that? Boss's boss? Li Shan felt confused when he heard what the other party said. Fong Luo didn't look like a driver, did he? Do you know our boss? Li Shan asked. Of course I know him, Su Xiao said disdainfully. Your boss has worked under me for more than 10 years and never dared to speak loudly in front of me. More than 10 years? Hearing this, Li Shan laughed. Fang Luo looked to be in his early 20s, so how could he work for him for more than 10 years? He could see that these guys were just looking for trouble. Li Shan had just joined Ionia and received a reward from Fang Luo. Now was the time when his loyalty was at its highest. When he encountered someone looking for trouble, he immediately wanted to show off himself. Old man, I never dared to speak loudly to you, right? I will make up for this regret of yours. Li Shan sneered, then he gathered all his strength and shouted out, "Get lost!" In a word, neat and clean. Su Xiao and others felt pain in their eardrums and their heads started to ache, so they quickly covered their ears. It took a while for Su Xiao to come back to his senses. Damn, this is the first time someone has spoken to him so loudly in his life. And the sound was so unpleasant, like a monkey with phlegm stuck in its throat. Grass. Su Xiao is a person with special abilities and can withstand more stress than ordinary people. Li Shan's special abilities can still cause harm to ordinary people, but they can only cause mental attacks on him at most. Snort. Su Xiao's face turned cold, and he stared at Li Shan with a grin. You kid, you have a loud voice, right? Why don't you go be a cheerleader? You are embarrassing yourself in front of me. Today I will show you what superpowers are. Su Xiao waved his hand and condensed a fireball with a diameter of 5 centimeters. This is what Su Xiao is most proud of. Fire-related abilities. His own special abilities are the most powerful among those of anyone he has ever met. This is also the reason why he dares to be so arrogant. The fireball was moving very fast and Li Shan had no time to dodge it. He could only subconsciously stretch out his hand to block it, and immediately a large area of his arm was burned. After a scream, he fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. Su Xiao laughed proudly, feeling extremely accomplished. So what if he is a psychic? He is nothing in front of me. Brother Shanzi. When Li Shan's companions saw this, their faces were filled with horror. The man opposite them could actually set fire. 99% of creatures have an instinctive fear of fire. Several people did not even bother to check on Li Shan and immediately ran away. Fang Luo, who had just walked out, happened to see this scene. His face suddenly turned gloomy. After all, Li Shan was a newly recruited younger brother, yet he was beaten up by someone all of a sudden. Where can I put my face as the boss? You dare to hit my people. Fang Luo stared at Su Xiao with cold eyes. Su Xiao took a look at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was tall and handsome, and his clothes were obviously different from those of the previous few people. They all seemed to be famous brands. Who are you? Where is your boss Wang Dazhuang? Let him out quickly. Su Xiao said. Wang Dazhuang? Hearing this name, Fang Luo had a familiar feeling. It took him a moment to realize that this seemed to be the name of a driver who had sent him a car before. After the apocalypse, he brought people to pry open the door of his cold storage, and later tried to rob him, but was shot dead by him. Do you know him? Fang Luo asked curiously. Of course, I'm his boss. Su Xiao grinned and proudly hugged a 20-year-old girl. See, this is your boss's daughter. Fang Luo raised his eyebrows. This Su Xiao has a big belly and looks to be almost 50 years old. He also has a bald spot on his head. How can a woman eat him? Your circle is so chaotic. Where's my dad? The woman also raised her eyebrows proudly, and spoke to Fang Luo in a domineering manner, obviously treating Fang Luo as Wang Dazhuang's younger brother. Your father? Fang Luo then remembered that after he killed Wang Dazhuang, in order to avoid the police looking for him, he put the body into the space. Later, he was so busy that he forgot to throw the body out. Now is the perfect time. If the family members of the deceased come to claim the body, just return it to them. Wait, I'll bring him over. Fang Luo grinned, then walked into a warehouse casually, threw out the bodies of Wang Dazhuang and several other people, put them on a cart, and pushed them all the way to Su Xiao and others. Time stands still in the space power. Although the corpse has been left for a month, it looks exactly like it had just died and is still warm. Your father is here, take him back by yourself. If anyone else's father is here too, take him back too. Fang Luo took out a bottle of mineral water and washed his hands with some disgust in front of everyone. Su Xiao and others were stunned. What's going on? Did you bring this here? You obviously pushed it. Moreover, this young man killed so many people, but there was no strange expression on his face. As if this was a common occurrence. Su Xiao's face was gloomy. He initially thought that the warehouse was occupied by Wang Dazhuang, but now it seems that this is obviously not the case. The young man in front of me is the boss these days. Moreover, this young man looks very mysterious and must have special powers. Su Xiao's arrogance began to decline. The woman next to Su Xiao was stunned when she saw her father's body, and then she burst into tears immediately. Wang Dezhuang, who was buried at the bottom, was dug out. Dad! You actually killed my father, you murderer! Wang Yanyan stared at Fan Luo with resentment with red eyes. Fan Luo snorted, he tried to rob me, he deserves to die. Just because I rob you, you can kill someone? Wang Yanyan stared at you with eyes as big as copper bells. My father robbed you just to save his life. What did he do wrong? You can just give him some food to get rid of him. Why did you kill him? Isn't a life worth a bite of food? Are you so cruel? Do you have any mercy at all? Hearing what Wang Yanyan said, Fan Luo felt both angry and amused. So I deserve to be robbed and then killed by him. Fan Luo disliked this woman in the first place, and now what she said made him even more disgusted. He said directly and coldly, it's not worth it. Your father's life is not as important as a dog in my hands. Chapter 86 Killing the Cat and Eating the Meat. Fan Luo is not really without mercy. Under normal circumstances, he is still willing to help the weak. He is not a complete perverted murderer. However, Fan Luo cannot be kind to everyone because not everyone deserves kindness. Wang Dezhuang, Wu Yu, Wu Di, each of them wants to kill Fan Luo. Does Fan Luo still need to be merciful and influence them? The same is true for Wang Yanyan in front of me. Your father is his employee, right? Fan Luo pointed at Su Xiao and found it very funny. He treats your dad like a dog, and you actually lie in his arms like a spoiled child. Ha, if your dad knew about your behavior, he would probably sit up from the ground. Now, take your father and get out of here as far away as possible. Fan Luo glared at Wang Yanyan with disgust. You! Wang Yanyan was furious, but facing Fan Luo's gaze, she didn't dare to say anything. She was afraid of death, otherwise she wouldn't have followed Su Xiao, who was older than her father, just for her stuttering. But she couldn't swallow this. Not only did he kill his own father, but he also embarrassed himself. Damn it! She looked at Su Xiao pitifully again. Godfather, my father and you have been friends for so many years, you must help him get revenge. As long as you help me get revenge, the request you made before will be granted immediately. Su Xiao is a person with special abilities. He knocked a man down with just one move. Wang Yanyan felt that as long as Su Xiao can helped her, she would definitely be able to kill the bastard Fan Luo. That request? Su Xiao's heart moved, and when he thought of the request that Wang Yanyan had rejected before, a surge of rage surged in his body. That kind of scene could not be broadcast even if it was censored. But he looked at Fan Luo. The young man in front of him gave him a mysterious feeling, and although he had just seen his fire, he was not afraid at all. There must be some hidden card. What's even more terrifying is, Fan Luo killed people like crazy, and with so many corpses placed in front of him, his expression didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. I definitely wouldn't be able to remain so calm if it were me. After careful consideration, Su Xiao decided not to provoke Fan Luo for the time being. Even if he wanted to provoke him, he would have to wait until he was fully prepared. As for that request, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Can't Wang Yanyan still escape? Let's go. Su Xiao waved his hand and turned away. Godfather, don't go. Wang Yanyan became anxious when she saw this and chased after him immediately. How could she take revenge if Su Xiao left? Did I let you go? But before they could take 2 steps, Fan Luo flashed and appeared in front of them again. Su Xiao and others were shocked. They didn't realize how Fan Luo ran ahead of them and his speed was so fast. Speed ability? Su Xiao's first reaction was that Fan Luo might have the ability of speed, but it was the first time he had seen such a fast speed ability. This kid is indeed not simple. What do you want? Su Xiao stared at Fan Luo with a bad look. Just because he didn't provoke Fan Luo now didn't mean he was afraid of Fan Luo. Fan Luo sneered, you beat up my people, don't you have to pay compensation? Compensate you? Su Xiao was so angry that he was stunned. You killed so many of my employees, and I only burned one of your subordinates. I didn't ask you for compensation, but you bite me back? Boy, don't go too far. That's right, you killed my father, you should compensate us. Wang Yanyan also stared and glared at Fan Luo. Then she put her arm around Su Xiao's and said in a coquettish way, "Godfather, this guy is too arrogant. Not only did he occupy the materials that belong to you, but now he won't let you leave. We must not let him go. Let him see how powerful we are, otherwise they will think we are all cowards." After hearing what Wang Yanyan said, Su Xiao, who was already angry, became even more furious. He stared at Fang Luo coldly and said, "Boy, you are just a speedster. No matter how fast you are, you can only run away. As long as you use up your power, I can kill you easily." "That's right. It's easy to kill you. You killed my father and occupied my godfather's supplies. Just wait for death." Seeing that she had succeeded in fanning the flames, Wang Yanyan also started to show her anger. "And me?" At this time, a big man ran over and together with Fan Luo, surrounded Su Xiao and his dozen men from the front and back. He Dajiang had just gone to the toilet. When he heard the noise, he quickly ran over. Seeing a group of people preparing to bully his brother and saying that they could easily kill Fan Luo, he immediately became angry. He immediately released his supernatural power. He was covered in a suit of metal armor and looked like a giant robot. "Humph, you want to kill my brother? Come and try to kill me first." He Dajiang snorted coldly, staring at Su Xiao like a vicious tiger. "What kind of supernatural power is this?" Seeing He Dajiang's appearance and creepy eyes, Su Xiao felt inexplicably frightened. "What kind of monsters are there in this cold storage?" It used to be a loud voice. Behind him was an invisible young man who was moving very fast. Now there is another tall tin man. Except for the funny one in front, the other two are pretty good in combat. Especially this big guy, he looks even more powerful than Fang Luo. Is he the boss here? But at this point, all the younger brothers are watching on the side. As the boss, Su Xiao can no longer admit defeat in front of his subordinates, otherwise how can he lead his younger brothers in the future? He snorted coldly. "So what about the Tin Man?" "I have fire-related abilities, and the maximum temperature of my flame can reach 1500, which can melt him directly." "So what if I add you? You're trapped in a lump of iron. Do you think I can't kill you?" Su Xiao snorted disdainfully. "Meow." Just as Su Xiao finished speaking, he heard a meowing sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a tabby cat walking out of the cold storage aggressively. His expression seemed somewhat reluctant. "You still have a cat?" Su Xiao sneered at Fan Luo and said, "It seems that you have a lot of supplies. You can raise the cat so fat. If you kill it, you can eat a lot of meat." Fan Luo's expression was gloomy just now, but when he heard Su Xiao's words, his expression suddenly became strange. My goodness, Su Xiao actually dared to talk to the mother of Dian like that. Is he really courting death? You know, except for the defense, Dianmu is not inferior to Fan Luo in other aspects such as attack power and speed, and her attack power is even stronger than Fan Luo. Since the end of the world, no one attacked by Dianmu has ever survived. It's just that Dianmu is a bit lazy. Generally speaking, Dianmu would not take the initiative to help unless Fan Luo encountered real danger or Fan Luo took the initiative to ask for help. Fan Luo was a little surprised that Dianmu came out today on her own initiative. Fan Luo suddenly remembered. "I just added Dianmu to the points system and told her that she can only get food if she works. Did she run out to earn points? What a foodie. For the sake of dinner, even a small character like this now comes out on his own initiative." Fan Luo's expression was very interesting. Chapter 87 No Need for Beasts. "Dajiang, don't move, let Dianmu deal with them." Fan Luo hurriedly called He Dajiang. It was rare for Dianmu to take the initiative, so let her earn this dinner. "Yes, brother Fan Luo." He Dajiang nodded. Although he had never seen the power of Dianmu, Fan Luo was so confident that he thought there would be no danger. "Mother Dian, please be gentle and spare his life," Fan Luo said. "Su Xiao injured Li Shan and has not yet paid for his medical expenses. It would be too much of a loss if he died just like that. Let's wait until we get his supplies." Meow. Dianmu meowed reluctantly, as if to say, "You ask so much for a job I'm doing." Su Xiao listened to the conversation between Fan Luo and He Dajiang. They were going to let a cat attack him, and they also told the fat cat to be gentle. The expression on his face suddenly became extremely ugly. "Boy, you are humiliating me." Su Xiao looked at Fan Luo gloomily. In his nearly 50 years of life, he had never been humiliated like this. This guy not only doesn't take me seriously, he simply doesn't consider himself a human being. He actually thinks a cat can kill him. Is it a mutant zombie cat? On the side, Wang Yanyan was gloating. She was originally worried that the two would not fight, but she didn't realize that Fang Luo was so arrogant. It's just a cat, but he described it as a god of war. Humph, go ahead and fight them. It would be best if you kill both of them. No, Fang Luo quickly waved his hands and said sincerely, don't get me wrong, I'm not humiliating you, I just simply think you're trash. Rubbish? Su Xiao laughed in anger, what a piece of trash. Didn't you say this cat can kill me? Humph, I will roast it today. Su Xiao grinned grimly and looked at Dianmu with sinister eyes. In his hand, a fireball with a diameter of nearly 10 centimeters condensed and smashed towards Dianmu. In an instant, flames enveloped the place where Dianmu was. Fang Luo raised his eyebrows. This Su Xiao is still quite powerful. The power of this flame is 30% of Lindsy genes. It's a pity that although this guy has awakened the fire ability, his talent and upper limit are not high, and he can't go far with the T1 ability. It's a bit of a waste. Everyone has different talents, and high-level abilities do not necessarily win over low-level abilities. For example, a person with a talent score of 60 will awaken a T1 ability, while a person with a talent score of 90 will awaken a T2 ability. Under normal development, the second 90-point mutant must be very powerful, and much more powerful. Because for someone with a talent score of 60, the upper limit of their ability level may be only level 6, but for someone with a talent score of 90, it can be upgraded to level 10, or even higher. The reason why Lindsy Jean is so powerful is that she not only awakened the T1 level superpower, but her talent is also over 90 points. As long as she doesn't die, she is destined to become a level 10 superpower user. But if we talk about the person with the greatest talent and the most powerful superpowers in the cold storage, besides Fang Luo, it would be Dianmu. Previous life. Even without Fang Luo providing food, Dianmu could still turn Luo City upside down. In this life, Fang Luo provided her with plenty of food, and her strength seemed to have no limit and continued to increase rapidly. Dianmu's current ability level has reached level 4, one level higher than Fang Luo. It is estimated that even Fang Luo himself cannot withstand the electric current released by Dianmu. Fang Luo couldn't help but look at Su Xiao with pity. Ha ha ha. Su Xiao didn't know all this and was still laughing smugly. As he threw out the flame, he had already imagined what Dianmu would look like when she was burned to ashes. However, after just 2 laughs, his smile suddenly froze. It was unknown when Dianmu escaped from the circle of fire and appeared behind him like lightning. A stream of electric current struck directly from the top of his head, and Su Xiao was shocked into being as straight and hard as a sugarcane. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground twitching all over, stretched out his legs, and died. Su Xiao's men and Wang Yanyan were all stunned. This cat could actually discharge electricity and it killed the invincible Su Xiao with just one shock. What kind of monster is this? He Dajiang was also very surprised. Before in the cold storage, he found that this cat did basically nothing except eating and sleeping, but Fang Luo still provided food every day. At first he didn't know why Fang Luo was so nice to her, but now he finally understood. Even I am no match for this cat. Fang Luo was not surprised, as he already knew the strength of Dianmu. Just speechless. He grabbed Dianmu Fate by the scruff of her neck and glared at her unhappily. Didn't he tell me not to electrocute myself? How can I ask him for medical expenses now? Where will the food come from without medical expenses? Your dinner will be halved. Meow meow meow. Hearing this, Dianmu protested. I had already controlled my strength to make sure I wouldn't electrocute him to death, but the guy was bald and the current directly came into contact with the top of his head. If he wasn't bald, he definitely wouldn't die. Blame it all on him, not me. You can't deduct my dinner. At the side, more than a dozen of Su Xiao's subordinates were so shocked that they were speechless when they saw Fang Luo grabbing Dianmu like that. Brother, this cat can discharge electricity. It just electrocuted our boss to death. You're carrying her like a chick? Who the hell are you? They were all shocked. Why could such a ferocious tabby cat become so docile in Fang Luo's hands? Could it be that Fang Luo is more powerful than this cat? Suddenly, everyone looked at Fang Luo with fear in their eyes. Afraid that Fang Luo would kill them. Leaving Dianmu behind, Fang Luo glanced at the others. Thinking about how to deal with these people. Killed? After thinking about it, he shook his head. Now was a time when he was short of manpower. These people didn't cause any harm to him. They were just following Su Xiao. He also didn't want to kill innocent people. Fang Luo walked in front of a dozen people. They were suddenly startled and subconsciously kept their distance from Fang Luo. Fang Luo found it somewhat amusing. I won't kill them, so why are you so scared? However, Fang Luo still had a cold expression on his face. Do you want to die or live? Who wants to die? Want to live. Want to live. More than a dozen people said immediately. Very good. Fang Luo smiled and said, if you want to live, go and bring me back all the supplies your boss has stockpiled. Yes, yes, yes. A group of people nodded quickly, but some people had their own plans in mind, deciding not to come back once they left. However, how could Fang Luo ignore this? De Jiang, take Dian Mu with you. If anyone tries to play tricks, just kill them. After completing the mission, each person will get 5 points. Yes, brother Fang Luo. He Da Jiang nodded immediately, and then called to Dianmu, Sister Cat, please come this way. Cat lady? Hearing this name, Fang Luo couldn't help laughing. He Da Jiang left. Fang Luo glanced at Wang Yanyan, who was motionless again. Why don't you go? Do you want to die? Fang, brother Fang Luo, I was wrong. Wang Yanyan immediately showed a delicate expression and came forward to hold Fang Luo's arm. Fang Luo avoided it directly. This woman's character is not even as good as Li Nana's. Does she think she is a rag collector? Wang Yanyan was a little embarrassed, but she didn't feel ashamed, and continued, Brother Fang Luo, I misunderstood you before. My father was a robber and should be shot according to the law. You are getting rid of a harm to the people by killing him. I'm here to apologize to you for my father. You can punish me however you want. After hearing this, even though Fang Luo was knowledgeable and experienced in the end times, his 3 views were shattered. In order to live a better life, Wang Yanyan actually said such things. She killed her father. She was clamoring for revenge for her father before, as if she was a filial daughter. That's it? Sorry, I already have a cat and a dog in my cold storage, I don't need the beast, go away. Chapter 88 Strength. Fang Luo felt that the sight of a woman like Wang Yanyan was disgusting, and even killing her would be too dirty to even bother with, so he simply called her a bastard. After driving Wang Yanyan away, Fang Luo came to Li Shan and took a look. He was just knocked unconscious by Su Xiao. Fortunately, Li Shan was only burned and did not suffer any serious impact. Fang Luo took out the burn ointment and applied it to him. Although Li Shan was a little weak, Fang Luo was still quite satisfied with his performance. You really can't judge a person by his academic qualifications alone. Even though Li Shan is uneducated, smokes, drinks and hangs out in bars, at least his character isn't a big problem. Compared to someone like Wang Yanyan, he's much better. Fang Luo sighed in his heart. Therefore, Fang Luo rewarded Li Shan with another 100 points. Thank you, boss. Li Shan was surprised and grateful. It turned out that joining Fang Luo's gang was the right decision. He needed to work harder. Do a good job. Fang Luo patted him on the shoulder and thought, as long as they worked hard, the harder they worked, the closer he would be to becoming invincible. More than another hour passed. He Da Jiang and others drove back 2 nearly scrapped trucks. The weather was too hot before, and the car tires had been in contact with the ground for a long time, so they had basically melted, and the wheel hubs were clattering on the ground. There are still sparks. Brother Fang Luo, I checked, there are quite a lot of supplies. He Da Jiang jumped out of the car, his face full of joy. Fang Luo also checked and found that there were indeed quite a few things, such as mineral water and rice, which were enough for an ordinary person to live for several years. Unload the stuff into the cold storage. Food is the most important thing for controlling subordinates, so it must not be placed randomly, and Fang Luo must keep it himself. Put the things in the cold storage. A total of more than 800 bags of rice, more than 3,000 bottles of mineral water, and some miscellaneous items. After tidying up, Fang Luo counted the current number of people in the gang again. Excluding himself, Lindsy, Jin and Lin Yuyu, there are now a total of 21 people in the gang. Li Shan and his 6 men had just subdued Su Xiao's 14 men, plus He Da Jiang, a total of 21. Among them, including He Da Jiang and Li Shan, there are a total of 6 people with special abilities. If we add the sisters Fang Luo and Lindsy Jin, as well as Dian Mu, there will be 10 people with special powers in total. It doesn't look like much. However, their combat effectiveness is stronger than a large gang of dozens of psychics. Take Fan Luo for example. With his hand, he could create a flash of space. Without hundreds of people, it would be impossible for someone to kill Fan Luo. Take the enemy general's head among thousands of generals. Lindsy Jean and Lin Yu both have T1 level abilities, and they have been eating dozens of kilograms of food every day to replenish their energy, so their strength has been raised to that of level 3 abilities. When dealing with these low-level psychics, it is no problem for one to beat 10. And there is He Dajiang. Although he is only at level 2 now, he has a metal-related ability, which is the strongest defensive ability in the early stage. When the energy is fully activated, the defense is not weaker than Fan Luo's space barrier. If he and Fan Luo were at the same level, Fan Luo's defense would not be as good as his. If several people cooperated with each other, He Dajiang would be in the front, Lindsy Jean, Lin Yu and Fan Luo would be in the back to deal damage, and Li Shan would take out his speakers worth 3 million and sing folk songs to the enemy. Then, he would be both tough and capable of dealing damage, as well as magic damage. He can fight dozens of psychics head-on without any problem. Fan Luo counted the newly joined survivors, made a list of all of them, and added them to the points system. It was still early, just afternoon, and Fan Luo was ready to let these people do some tasks. Dajiang. Fan Luo looked at He Dajiang and said, as the team leader, you will lead all the superpowers to go outside to collect some household items, beds and other things, and then transform the warehouse into a dormitory. In fact, there are quite a few beds in Fan Luo's space. However, those are very expensive, with any bed costing tens of thousands, and some even hundreds of thousands. It would be such a waste to give it to them for free. Fan Luo plans to use it as a points-earning commodity. Let them bring the crystals to exchange with me when the time comes. Fan Luo laughed at himself secretly. I really have the potential to be a profiteer. Yes, brother Fan Luo. Hearing that Fan Luo asked him to be the team leader, He Dajiang was very happy. It meant that Fan Luo still valued him the most, and he was immediately full of fighting spirit. Meow. Dianmo meowed and joined He Dajiang's team. Fan Luo found it a little funny. This lazy cat became so active now that he knew he couldn't eat for free. The Mother of Lightning gave Fan Luo a resentful look. It's all your fault. Humph, when I earn enough points to last me a lifetime, I will never help you again. He Dajiang left. Fan Luo looked at the other ordinary survivors again. Go and clean up the warehouse. Each of you can get 1 point. Sweeping the floor earns you points. This is too good to be true. The ordinary survivors were all excited. At first they thought it would be very difficult for them to gain points since supplies were very precious and they had no special powers. But I didn't expect it to be that simple. You know, before at Su Xiao's place, I only had a bite to eat every 2 days, but now it seems that there is food to eat every day. Fan Luo is such a good person. Thank you, boss. The boss is so nice, so handsome, so powerful, and so kind. I really want to be the boss's girlfriend. Don't even mention being a girlfriend, I'd even be willing to be your lover. I really regret not following the boss sooner. Everyone was grateful to Fan Luo and went to clean the warehouse actively. Fan Luo smiled. It feels good to be appreciated. Most importantly, the materials he spent were not his own, but were looted from Su Xiao. With subordinates, Fan Luo's life became easier. Before, zombies often appeared in the cold storage and he had to deal with them. But now it can be completely handed over to He Dajiang and others. All the crystals you obtain belong to you. Moreover, you can also let them go out and fight zombies for you. Although the hot weather has passed, we have now entered summer with temperatures still reaching 40. And it's dangerous out there. Fan Luo is not afraid of people with special powers, but there might be powerful zombies. Tiger zombies, lion zombies, elephant zombies, these are much more powerful than human zombies. Fan Luo doesn't want to go out unless it is necessary. The only way is to focus on improving your strength. Now, Fan Luo has a total of more than 600 crystals, but the energy content is not uniform. Fan Luo thought about it and decided to classify these crystals into different levels, which would make it easier to distribute points. According to the amount of energy, Fan Luo divided the crystals into levels 1-10, the higher the level, the better. Currently, Fan Luo has 5 level 3 crystals. One of these crystals is equivalent to 30 level 1 crystals. 25 level 2 crystals, one is equivalent to 20 level 1 crystals. 620 level 1 crystals. Fan Luo first took out all the level 3 crystals. His goal today was to absorb them all. Now, Fong Luo's ability level is level 3. The space flashing distance is about 25 meters. The space barrier has a defense force of 4,000 kilograms. The space mark can mark 15 objects, and the explosion range is 20 meters. Space blade unit reaches 60 meters. If it is upgraded to level 4, its strength will probably be greatly improved. Chapter 89 Brother-in-law, I'll help you. However, the more powerful the superpower, the more energy is consumed to upgrade it. To upgrade an ordinary T3 ability from level 1 to level 4, it is estimated that 300 level 1 crystals are enough. But Fong Luo has T0 level abilities. The upgraded energy is more than 10 times that of the T3 power. Fong Luo now needs to spend at least 1,000 crystals just to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. However, although a lot of energy is consumed, the combat effectiveness between the two is also very different. Don't think that Fong Luo is only level 3 now. But even a level 5 T2 psychic may not be able to defeat Fong Luo. What's more, it is impossible for anyone to reach level 5 in such a short time. It took several hours. Fong Luo finally used up all the 5 crystals. The level has not yet reached level 4. However, Fong Luo now has more blue bars than before, and can cast supernatural powers more times than before. He Dajiang and others are back. They brought back 5 beds and placed them in the warehouse next door, which is now their dormitory, and everyone lives there starting today. He Dajiang is also preparing to move there. Although he is honest, he is not stupid. Staying in the cold storage will affect the lives of Fong Luo, his girlfriend, and sister-in-law. Fong Luo also understood He Dajiang's thoughts. After thinking about it, he took out a soft bed from the space and prepared to give it to He Dajiang. He Dajiang is his brother. He can be stingy with others, but Fong Luo will never be stingy with his brothers. Dajiang. Fong Luo smiled and said to He Dajiang, "You are the captain now. This bed is the captain's exclusive reward. Take it." Fong Luo knew He Dajiang, and knew he was a very principled person. He had just joined the point system, and if Fong Luo gave it to him directly, he would definitely not accept it. So, Fong Luo found a reason and said it was an exclusive reward for the captain. Wow, this bed is so beautiful. I used to be a salesperson in a shopping mall. I've seen this bed before. It seems to be worth 150,000. 150,000 for a bed? Oh my god, is this bed inlaid with gold? The boss actually gave a bed worth 150,000 yuan to his subordinate. This is too arrogant. No, I have to work hard and strive to become the captain. Maybe the boss will give me a bed in the future. Although I can't be the girlfriend of the boss, nor the captain, but if I can be the girlfriend of the captain, then I can sleep in this bed. On the side, several survivors saw this scene and showed envious expressions on their faces. They used to sleep standing or squatting. Because of the high temperature, the ground was too hot. Although we had just found a few beds, they were all in tatters and some of them had several planks missing. They couldn't even imagine a soft bed like this. Some people have already made up their minds to work hard and try to buy such a bed. When He Dajiang saw the gorgeous big bed, he was surprised and happy, and at the same time he was deeply moved. Fong Luo really treated him as a brother. Brother Fong Luo, these are the harvested crystals. He Dajiang took out 9 pieces of crystal. Fong Luo took a look and found that there was 1 level 2 crystal and the other 8 were all level 1. They were all killed by the Mother of Lightning. He Dajiang added. The psychic sighed. Every time she encountered zombies, before they could even make a move, Dianmu would kill them with a bolt of lightning. Don't give them any chance to attack. After working hard all day, I didn't earn a single point. The key is that they dare not complain, otherwise what will happen if they are struck by the Mother of Lightning? You must not follow Dianmu even once. Lightning Mother? Fong Luo glanced at the Dianmu standing beside him with her tail raised high, and couldn't help laughing. Meow. The electric mother meowed, as if saying, "What are you looking at? Why don't you add points to me? I'm waiting to eat. I'll give you 28 points, okay?" Fong Luo smiled and added 28 points to Dianmu. Dianmu counted on her fingers and found that the amount was 28, which was barely enough for her to have a meal. We have to work harder tomorrow. Fong Luo looked at the other psychics again and found that they all had miserable expressions on their faces. I couldn't help but find it a little funny. However, they have contributed a lot and we cannot let them work in vain. You guys are counted as 1 point for not having any of them. We have points too? The psychics were overjoyed, as they thought they would go hungry today. Fong Luo was such a great boss. Long live the boss. Finally, I have something to eat. Before, when I followed Su Xiao, I only had 1 piece of bread every 2 days. I almost starved to death. Yeah, boss is much better than that profiteer Su Xiao. Unfortunately, the boss has a girlfriend. What does it matter, boss? Do you want a mistress? I can be one. After earning points, the survivors used them all to buy food and then happily returned to their dormitories. Before leaving, he did not forget to praise Fong Luo. Coup. After a busy day and having just absorbed 5 more crystals, Fong Luo was already feeling a little hungry. I'm going to ask Lindsy Jean to make something to eat. But when he turned around, he found that Lindsy Jean had already prepared the meal and was waiting for him at the dining table. Fong Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Lindsy Jean was truly a good wife and mother, and he liked her even more. Why don't you eat? Fong Luo sat down and started to eat heartily, but he was puzzled when he found that Lindsy Jean and Lin Yuyu beside him did not move their chopsticks. Us. Brother-in-law, we don't have any points. Lin Yuyu pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. Today was their first day joining the point system, and Fong Luo hadn't assigned them any tasks, so how could they exchange points for food? So serious? Fong Luo found them somewhat amusing. He had thought they were just joking, so he had not assigned them any tasks. Who knew they were so serious and so principled? It's okay. No one else knows. Just eat. Fong Luo smiled and patted Lindsy Jean's long legs. The black stockings felt pretty good, worthy of being from Balenciaga. I'm not hungry. Lindsy Jean shook his head. She has decided to be independent and can no longer rely too much on Fong Luo. However, her belly betrayed her. Coup. You still say you're not hungry. Fong Luo joked with a smile. Lindsy Jean felt embarrassed, but still didn't eat. Fong Luo felt distressed. I didn't expect that Lindsy Jean, who looks so gentle, actually has a stubborn side. No wonder he awakened fire abilities. Brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu suddenly said, I have a way to get my sister to eat. What is the solution? Fong Luo was a little curious. Just give your sister a task and reward her with points. Lin Yuyu said. Fong Luo suddenly realized. But, what kind of task should be assigned? It's dark outside now and very dangerous. It's impossible to let Lindsy Jean go out to kill zombies. It's not that simple. Lin Yuyu chuckled and said, just that, you're going to do it tonight anyway. You girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Lindsy Jean knew that this sister was not serious, so she pinched her in annoyance. Then she blushed again and said to Fong Luo, I have relatives to visit, so I can't do it today. Are there any relatives coming? Fong Luo was a little disappointed. Brother-in-law, Lin Yuyu ran over with a smile and whispered into Fong Luo's ear, it doesn't have to be. After hearing Lindsy Jean's words, Fong Luo's expression was extremely wonderful. This sister-in-law was really amazing. No, your sister won't agree. Fong Luo shook his head. It's okay, brother-in-law, I'll help you. Lin Yuyu blinked playfully. Then, he began to hold his stomach and groan, I'm so hungry. I'm starving to death. I was small to begin with, and now I'm even hungrier. Sister, I'm so hungry, please ask brother-in-law to give me something to eat, woo woo woo. Chapter 90 Park. Lin Yuyu covered her stomach and started rolling on the ground, with a few tears coming out of her eyes. She looked as pitiful as she could be. If Fong Luo hadn't known about it in advance, he might have been soft-hearted. Sure enough, no matter how old a woman is, she can be a drama queen or a movie queen. Fong Luo secretly complained. Lindsy Jean's parents are both dead, and now his sister is his only relative. Seeing his sister's appearance, he felt soft-hearted and hurried to his sister and helped her up. Wow, sister, I'm hungry. Seeing that her evil plan had succeeded, Lin Yuyu said pitifully, Sister, please ask your brother-in-law to assign you a task. This? Lindsy Jean hesitated, but, it's dark now, it's very dangerous outside, just bear with it. I can't stand it anymore. Lin Yuyu shrugged her nose and leaned close to Lindsy Jean's ear and said, Sister, we don't have to go out and fight zombies. Brother-in-law is working so hard, why don't you help him? Then we can eat. When Lindsay Jean heard what her sister said, her face turned red. No! How could she not know now that her sister was obviously pretending and must have colluded with Fan Luo to trick her? How can you trick me like that? Lindsay Jean sat on the sofa angrily to watch TV, ignoring her sister's nonsense. Sister, I'm hungry. Lin Yu lay on the ground and acted coquettishly again. Come on, stop pretending. Lindsay Jean snorted. Lin Yu pouted angrily, sister doesn't love me at all. She must be jealous of my rapid growth and deliberately doesn't let me eat so that I can't surpass you. Yes, I am jealous. Lindsay Jean had already seen through his sister's purpose, but he refused to fall for it and let her say whatever she said. Fan Luo shrugged, I've already said no, your sister won't agree. Who said that? Lin Yu was very unconvinced, wait for me to use my ultimate move. Any other tricks? Fan Luo was a little curious. If rolling on the ground didn't work, what other tricks could he use? Since my sister doesn't love me, I have to go out and fight the zombies by myself. Lin Yu stood up and said loudly on purpose, then walked towards the cold storage resolutely. Lindsay Jean also turned his head. But Lin Yu was gone. This. Lindsay Jean was somewhat moved, and she felt that Lin Yu might be trying to trick her. But she didn't dare to take the risk. She only had this one sister. If something happened to her, she would really regret it. Waited for a few minutes. Lin Yu hasn't come back yet. Lindsay Jean finally couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly stood up and ran outside to look for her, but there was no sign of Lin Yu. Long. Lindsay Jean shouted anxiously, don't hide, I promise you. But there was no response. Honey, Yu is really gone. Lindsay Jean was a little panicked. There were no streetlights, it was pitch black outside, and there were zombies everywhere. It was very easy for accidents to happen. She was worried that Lin Yu might have encountered something unexpected. Fan Luo also came over. I felt a little strange. According to Lin Yu's personality, she shouldn't really leave. It's all my fault. If I had promised her, I wouldn't have left. Lindsay Jean felt a little guilty. If something happened to her sister, she would really blame herself for the rest of her life. It's okay, let's go out and look for her, she shouldn't have gone far. Fan Luo quickly hugged Lindsay Jean to comfort her, Lightning Mother, come out and look for her quickly. Fan Luo called the Mother of Lightning to come up. It was pitch black outside, and only with Dianmu's night vision could she see the surroundings clearly. 2 people and a cat went out to look for it. Half an hour later, Lin Yu was finally found in a park 8 kilometers west of the cold storage. Long. Lindsay Jean ran over anxiously and grabbed the other person's ear angrily, you dead girl, it's so dangerous outside, and you actually ran so far, do you know how worried I am about you? If you die, what should I do? Oh, sister, I was wrong. Lin Yu begged for mercy quickly, her tone somewhat resentful, it's because you didn't agree to me that I was hungry and had to come out to find food by myself. Lindsay Jean glared at her sister in a reproachful manner, and muttered in a somewhat unclear voice, if you are really hungry, I will agree. Who told you to trick me? Lindsay Jean sighed inwardly, thinking that his sister was really his weakness. She was also ungrateful and specifically helped Fan Luo bully him. However, I have already belonged to Fan Luo, so there is nothing to be shy about. Real? Lin Yu was delighted and glanced at Fan Luo proudly. See, I said I would guarantee success. Fan Luo secretly gave a thumbs up. My sister-in-law is really a caring little cotton-padded jacket for my brother-in-law. I am so blessed tonight. Why are you here? Fan Luo asked again in confusion. He looked around. This was originally a park. It used to have a small zoo and entertainment facilities such as roller coasters. Every night, there were hundreds of middle-aged women dancing in the square. It was very lively. But now it is in a dilapidated state. I didn't intend to go far. Lin Yu said, it's just that when I was hiding outside the cold storage, I vaguely saw a little girl. I wanted to say hello to her, but she ran away as soon as I approached her. I hurriedly chased her all the way here, and then she disappeared. Little girl? Are you sure? Fan Luo was a little confused. How could there be a little girl in the middle of the night? Lin Yu gestured and said, sure, it's about 7-8 years old, and this tall. When you were 7 or 8 years old, didn't you use your supernatural powers to chase him? I tried, but I still couldn't catch up. She ran too fast. Lin Yuyu shook her head, feeling a little depressed. Fang Luo was a little surprised. Lin Yuyu has wind-related abilities and is best at speed. Her ability has now reached level 3, with a maximum speed of 50 ms, which is not much slower than her own space flash. She couldn't even catch up. Could it be that the girl is also a psychic, and has wind or electricity abilities, and her level is higher than Lin Yuyu's? How is this possible? Fang Luo felt that Lin Yuyu must have seen it wrong. That might not be a little girl but some other creature, or she might be lying. It's so dark, you might have seen it wrong. Fang Luo said. Impossible, I must be seeing things, it really is a little girl, she has been staring at our cold storage. Lin Yuyu was very sure. I think you're wrong, too. Lindsy Jean said the same thing. She also felt that what Lin Yuyu said was a bit far-fetched. You all don't believe me, I'm angry, huh? Lin Yuyu felt very aggrieved. Let's go back. Lin Yuyu is just a drama queen, and Fang Luo is too lazy to pay attention to her. However, just as Fang Luo was about to leave, Dianmu suddenly got angry and let out a whining roar towards a corner of the park. Fang Luo's brows suddenly frowned. From the end of the world to now, Fang Luo has encountered many dangers, but this is the first time that Dianmu has made such a cry. Call out. Fang Luo just looked in that direction when he heard a sharp sound of breaking air, and countless small stones came towards Fang Luo and others at a speed faster than bullets. Fang Luo's heart suddenly sank. Chapter 91, Monkeys. There's danger. Fang Luo's pupils shrank. The power of these pebbles was almost as powerful as bullets. Sisters Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu have no defense power. If they were hit, they would definitely become a hornet's nest. How could Fang Luo watch his women die? He immediately activated the space barrier and pounced on the two women, pinning them both under him and protecting their safety. Boom boom boom. Fang Luo's space barrier has a defense power of up to 4,000 kilograms. Small stones cannot penetrate it at all. After hitting Fang Luo, they are all bounced away. However, Dianmu was extremely fast and had already hidden aside, so nothing happened. Are you okay? The stone stopped, and Fang Luo looked at the two women who were blushing, especially Lin Yuyu. Fang Luo was too fast just now and knocked her down directly. She and Fang Luo were almost in close contact, and their mouths touched each other several times. Brother-in-law, I'm fine. Lin Yuyu replied in a low voice. Honey, I'm fine. That's good. Fang Luo didn't care about the contact just now. He stood up and stared sharply in the direction where the stone came from. There is Lao Lu. Who is there, launching a sneak attack? Fang Luo said coldly. No one responded. Fang Luo had a solemn expression. The entire city was experiencing a power outage and the streetlights had long been broken. The park was completely dark and it was impossible to see anything clearly. It would be easy to be ambushed if one went in rashly. Dianmu, go and take a look. Fang Luo greeted Dianmu and said. Here, Dianmu has the best night vision and is also the fastest, so it would be most appropriate for her to go over and check it out. Meow meow meow. The lightning mother meowed in protest. You know the other party is Lao Lu, but you still let me explore the way. What if I get chopped? Why don't you go yourself? Fang Luo had been in contact with Dianmu for such a long time that he knew a little about her intentions. I'm here to protect the girls. What if they get into danger when I go? Dianmu, then I can also protect the girl. So? Fang Luo held up 5 fingers and said, as long as you go, I will give you 50 points. 50 points? Dianmu's eyes lit up, and she rushed out without waiting for Fang Luo to finish his words. Fang Luo was stunned. Wow, he will do anything for food. Fang Luo stared at the direction where Dianmu left. After a while, a strange cry came from the opposite side, accompanied by flashes of lightning. It seems that Dianmu and the other party started fighting. More than one enemy? Fang Luo listened to the shouting and it seemed like there were at least a dozen of them, and the voices sounded familiar. It sounds like a monkey. How could there be monkeys? Suddenly, Fang Luo remembered something, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his face became extremely ugly. Oh no, Dianmu, come back quickly! Fang Luo shouted immediately. Now he finally knows what is on the other side. In the previous life, there was a notorious force in Los Angeles. This force was not composed of humans, but a group of monkeys. There are a lot of these monkeys, almost dozens of them, and each one has the ability of speed. Among them is a monkey king who has awakened the ability to become invisible. He is extremely powerful and can kill people without being seen. A top 6. These monkeys often rob the survivors of their food, and even large gangs of several hundred people are not immune. And no one can do anything about them. This is because they only act at night and carry out surprise attacks, and their whereabouts cannot be seen at all. Moreover, monkeys themselves have high IQs, a strong sense of teamwork, and they cooperate seamlessly with each other. In the previous life, there were several people who thought they were powerful and wanted to deal with these monkeys, but they all died tragically at the hands of these monkeys. Just didn't expect it. The monkey stronghold that no one had discovered in the previous life was discovered by myself in this life. Fang Luo combined it with what Lin Yuyu had just said. My guess is that these monkeys discovered my cold storage and were trying to find out about its conditions, preparing to rob me. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuyu discovered it, mistook the monkey for a little girl, and chased after it. Fang Luo was glad. Fortunately, Lin Yuyu discovered all this by accident. If she had not been on guard at that time, her home might have been robbed by these monkeys. However, Fang Luo was a little worried about Dian Mu. Monkeys have a strong sense of territory, and they are all proficient in the ability of speed. Especially in their familiar territory, Dian Mu is likely to be in danger. Meow. After a while, Fang Luo heard Dian Mu's screams, and his face became even uglier. No, I must go and save Dian Mu. You guys get out of here quickly. Fang Luo immediately ordered the two women. Fang Luo was worried that after she left, the invisible monkey king would come and attack them. Although they were very strong, their defense was not high. Okay, husband, be careful. Lindsy, Jean and the other man also knew that they might hinder Fang Luo's performance, so they walked away obediently and waited for Fang Luo 100 meters away. After the two women were safe, Fang Luo immediately used space flash and ran towards the depths of the park. Soon, Fang Luo found the Mother of Lightning on a rockery. It turned out to be the monkeys of this park. The park originally had a small zoo that housed some small animals, the most famous of which was the Monkey Mountain. Unexpectedly, all these monkeys have awakened their special powers. Fang Luo took a look and saw a big hole in the middle of the Monkey Mountain. It seemed that a lot of evolution crystals must have landed in this place before. It was just picked up by the monkeys. Gay. The monkeys were very agile and kept taking turns to attack Dian Mu. Although Dian Mu was very fast, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. A lot of hair on her body had been pulled out, and her escape route was blocked. He looked a little embarrassed. However, Dian Mu also electrocuted 3 monkeys to death. Dian Mu, are you okay? Fang Luo came to Dian Mu and picked her up. Meow. Dian Mu screamed, her expression was very resentful. It was all your fault, you have to pay more, 50 points are not enough, you need 100 points. Let's go. Fang Luo didn't want to continue fighting. It was nighttime and the visibility was poor. The monkeys were fast and there were many of them, so it was difficult for him to attack them. Moreover, the space barrier defense must be kept activated at all times, and it is easy for them to drain all your energy. Not suitable for him to perform. Fang Luo held the Mother of Lightning in his arms, ready to use the space flash to leave and come back during the day. However, when Fang Luo was about to leave, he spotted a stone cave out of the corner of his eye, which contained a lot of food. There are also several faintly glowing objects among them. Evolution crystal? Fang Luo's eyes lit up and he immediately flashed over, putting all the supplies and crystals into the space. Suddenly, the monkeys started yelling angrily, saying that someone was stealing their supplies. Dawn! Fang Luo had just finished collecting the supplies when a stick appeared out of nowhere in front of him and smashed directly towards his head. Fortunately, Fang Luo activated the space barrier, otherwise, this blow would have caused Fang Luo at least a mild concussion. Monkey King? Fang Luo immediately realized that this must be the old 6 who could become invisible, and his heart sank. Chapter 92, Eye-Catching. The Monkey King is extremely powerful. In his previous life, he killed no less than 100 people with special abilities, including many T1 level people. The ability of invisibility is simply impossible to defend against. Now that it was dark, it was even harder for Fang Luo to determine the opponent's position, so he could only defend and not attack. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Fang Luo didn't want to stay any longer. Now that we have found the mother of lightning and obtained some supplies and evolution crystals, there is no need to fight with her here anymore. Lindsy Jean has just agreed to help me with that. Wouldn't it be nice to just go back and hug her and sleep with her? Fong Luo immediately used Space Flash. However, with Fong Luo's current strength, when he carries living creatures around, the Space Flash cannot penetrate walls, and the flash distance will also be weakened. He can flash more than 20 meters by himself. But after bringing Dianmu, the flashing distance was directly reduced by half, and the pause time after each flash increased from 0.5 seconds to 1 second. Fong Luo appeared 10 meters away in a flash. But the monkeys are fast. During the pause, the invisible Monkey King caught up to Fong Luo again, raised the iron rod and smashed it heavily at Fong Luo. This skinny monkey is quite strong. Fong Luo was not injured, but his steps still staggered. The other little monkeys were also chasing Fong Luo and constantly throwing stones at him. Although the damage was not high, the frequency of attacks was very frequent. Moreover, it was dark and they had awakened their speed ability, so it was difficult for Fong Luo to attack them and he could only defend himself. Fong Luo flashed again. However, the monkeys had the ability of speed and continued to chase him. Fong Luo was unable to escape their attack range. The invisible Monkey King once again attacked Fong Luo with an iron stick. Damn it, if the tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat. Dianmu? Fong Luo was extremely annoyed by these attacks and felt a little angry. He knew very well that if he kept chasing each other like this, he would never be able to get rid of these monkeys. Moreover, as time goes by, one's special abilities will slowly be exhausted, and then one will just become a lamb to be slaughtered. Fong Luo must find a way to make the monkey stop chasing him. Especially the invisible Monkey King. Fong Luo opened the space and searched for something useful inside. Most of the space is filled with food, furniture, and the like. There are some weapons, but ordinary weapons cannot hit these monkeys. I was feeling a little distressed. He suddenly found something good. Chili noodles. Fong Luo's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out 100 kilograms of chili powder. Aren't you able to turn invisible? I can't hit you with normal attacks. I'll squint your eyes and see how you can chase me if you're blind. After making a spatial mark on the bag, Fong Luo threw 100 kilograms of chili powder into the sky. When the monkeys around saw Fong Luo take out a sack, they all looked at him curiously, wondering what Fong Luo was going to do. Could it be that this guy has given in and is ready to return the things to me? What good stuff is in the sack? Looking at the big sack thrown into the sky, the monkeys all opened their big round eyes. A few curious monkeys even wanted to wait at the landing point. However, a few seconds later, the sack suddenly exploded, and the red chili powder inside splashed everywhere. No one was spared within 50 meters. GGG. The monkeys screamed one after another. They had just opened their eyes wide, and the chili powder exploded, almost filling their eyes. It became a spicy eyeball. The monkeys were scratching their heads in pain, jumping up and down, and had no energy to attack Fong Luo anymore. The Monkey King, who had been invisible, now screamed miserably and rubbed his eyes frantically with his hands. But that was 100 kilograms of chili powder, which exploded and splashed everywhere, and the Monkey King's hands were also covered in red. When he rubbed his eyes, the sourness was second only to constipation. Fong Luo looked at the tragic scene and could not help but be shocked and could not bear to watch it anymore. I forgot. The raw material of this chili powder seems to be the finest Indian devil pepper. 1 pound costs almost 100 yuan. Oh, what a waste. Fong Luo felt a little distressed. How many barbecues would he have to make? Fortunately, Fong Luo was protected by a space barrier, and the chili powder could not touch his body at all. Fong Luo was unharmed. Meow, meow, meow. However, the Dianmu in Fong Luo's arms suffered a bit. A few grains of powder splashed into her mouth, and she kept sticking out her tongue and meowing because of the spicy taste. You, the shit shoveler, not only did you make me a cannon fodder, but now you've made me so hot. At least 50 points must be compensated. No, 100 points. You want points? Fong Luo smiled. No problem, you worked so hard today, I must reward you. Meow. Dianmu stuck out her tongue, indicating that this was pretty good. Are you spicy? Meow. Dianmu rolled her eyes. Nonsense. 1 bottle of water, 100 points. Fong Luo took out a bottle of water and handed it to Dianmu with a smile. You are really robbing me. Dianmu opened her eyes wide and looked at Fong Luo with great indignation. Fong Luo still smiled, this is the only one. If you don't want it, I won't sell it to you. Meow. Dianmu was furious and cursed Fong Luo as a profiteer. However, the spicy taste in her mouth forced her to buy the bottle of water. Meow, deal. Dianmu bought the mineral water worth 100 points with tears in her eyes, and today's compensation money returned to Fong Luo's pocket. Let's go. Fong Luo chuckled. Stimulated by the chili powder, the monkeys all jumped up and down and fled in all directions, with no intention of chasing Fong Luo anymore. Fong Luo did not intend to distract himself to chase them, and he took Dianmu away very easily. Reunited with sister Lindsy Jean. Lindsy Jean immediately came forward and looked at Fong Luo with some concern. Honey, are you okay? Brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu also asked. I'm fine, it's just that Dianmu was injured and has a few bald spots. Fong Luo shook his head. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Lin Yuyu said apologetically, it would be fine if I didn't run around. I don't blame you. Fong Luo waved his hand. Even if you didn't run around, we would have run into them sooner or later. Thanks to you, we found them. Otherwise, if they attacked us in the future, we would be in trouble. Really? Hearing this, Lin Yuyu became happy again. She didn't expect that she had helped Fong Luo by accident. Brother-in-law, what is that in the park? It's a group of monkeys. The little girl you saw before should be a monkey investigating our cold storage. They may want to rob our supplies. Fong Luo told the story of the monkey group again. Lindsy Jean and her sister opened their eyes wide in shock. Dozens of monkeys with awakened special powers, and one of them could even become invisible. This was too shocking. Monkey? Lin Yuyu looked a little confused. She felt that what she saw before was not a monkey, but she was not sure now. Shaking her head, she dismissed the idea and said, Brother-in-law, what if the monkey comes in and sees my sister naked? Fong Luo rolled his eyes. However, I was a little worried. A monkey that can become invisible and wants to take over his cold storage is indeed a serious concern. Early warning must be given in advance. Chapter 93, 0 times and countless times. Several people returned to the cold storage. Fong Luo took stock of the supplies he had just obtained from the monkey. There were probably several hundred kilograms of food. There were actually a few huazi left, 2 of which had already been unpacked. Fong Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These monkeys can smoke? Speaking of which, there are tens of thousands of them in Fong Luo's space, but Fong Luo seldom smokes them, usually just one after the fact. Fong Luo lit up a cigarette and took a puff. Smoking is harmful to health, so you should smoke less. However, these things can be used to reward subordinates. The price is 10 points per piece. Don't make it too expensive either. In addition, Fong Luo also obtained a lot of evolution crystals from the monkey. There are probably more than 30 of them. It can turn 30 ordinary people into superpowers. Although this thing does not have much energy, it is very precious. Fong Luo has more than 100 evolution crystals in his hand. He had to keep these things for his trusted confidants. Select those with good qualifications and build an elite team. I'm starving. Eat, eat. Fong Luo had just used Space Flash and Barrier, consuming a lot of his supernatural powers. He was now starving, so he returned to the dining table and started to feast. The dishes that Lindsy Jean cooked today are some common home-cooked dishes. Steamed lobster, garlic oysters, braised pork, grilled fish. Meow. Dianmu meowed, indicating that she wanted to eat too. Integral. Fong Luo chuckled. Meow. Dianmu meowed in dissatisfaction. You unscrupulous businessman, you have seen people exploited but you have never seen cats exploited. Do you have any humanity left? However, in order to eat, Dianmu still took out all her points. She swore that she would earn enough points to live on for the rest of her life and never let Fong Luo exploit her again. Hey, brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu also ran over, winking at Fong Luo, also wanting to ask for food. She had just chased the monkey and used too many supernatural powers. She was already hungry, and now she was even hungrier. Integral. Fong Luo is impartial and just. Brother-in-law, Lin Yuyu said, sister has just agreed to my conditions. She will help you, right, sister? Lindsy Jean was both ashamed and angry. This sister, you are trying to turn your elbow to your brother-in-law. I am your sister. However, she did agree just now. Only once. Lindsy Jean snorted arrogantly. Fong Luo smiled. This thing only has 0 times and countless times. The saying that it is only accurate once is completely deceiving yourself. Hee, then I want tea, be polite. Lin Yu grinned, and then began to eat heartily. It smells so good. I have to eat more of the food I exchanged for with my sister, and I will definitely not let my sister's hard work go to waste. You want to die. Finished the dinner deliciously. Fong Luo hurriedly took a shower and then entered the room impatiently. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Fong Luo chuckled. Bad bastard. Lindsy Jean purred in a somewhat unclear tone. Hiss. When Lindsy Jean spoke, Fong Luo couldn't help but take a breath. Outside the room, Lin Yu listened to the voice inside with a wonderful expression. This way, my sister will be more open-minded in the future, maybe she will accept it then. The next day, Fong Luo walked out of the room refreshed. Last night was truly the most wonderful night ever. Lindsy Jean's hair felt so soft to the touch. Hee, brother-in-law, are you going to thank me? Lin Yu smiled and moved closer to Fong Luo. The two of them looked like bad guys in cahoots. Ahem. Fong Luo was in a good mood and said, I'll give you a free lunch as a reward. Hee, next time brother-in-law needs you, I can help you. Lin Yu winked. Fong Luo looked at it and sighed. This sister-in-law is really a little witch, and she doesn't feel any psychological pressure when she cheats on her sister. However, since he was the one who benefited, Fong Luo had nothing to say. He even thought that Lin Yu could be more evil and trick her sister more. Hey. Chapter 94, A Wonderful Day. After breakfast, Fong Luo found He Dajiang and the others again and began to assign tasks to them. Fong Luo told them about the monkey and asked them to strengthen patrols. Don't get ambushed by the monkeys. Dajiang. Fong Luo said, when you go out, if you meet any suitable people, you can invite them to join our gang. The number of gang members is still a little small, and the efficiency of collecting crystals needs to be improved. Fong Luo's spatial ability consumes too much energy, and in order to upgrade it he needs at least 10 times the crystals of other people with special abilities. Yes, brother Fong Luo, I will definitely complete the task. He Dajiang nodded and took the superpowers out to search for supplies and kill zombies. This time, Lindsy Jean and Lin Yu are also going out. They both want to earn points on their own and don't want to eat and drink for free at Fong Luo's place. Fong Luo did not refuse. It's a good thing that they want independence. Moreover, Lindsy Jean is now a level 3 psychic and is about to be upgraded to level 4. She has also awakened a powerful fire ability and is very powerful in combat. At this stage, there are basically not many psychics who can beat her. Lin Yu also reached level 3 not long ago. Her wind-based ability excels at speed, making her an excellent skill for escaping. Unless they encounter powerful mutated zombies, ordinary psychics cannot defeat them at all. However, for their safety, Fong Luo still let Dianmu go with them. Lightning Mother is now a level 4 power. She is 1 level higher than Fong Luo and is extremely powerful. If there hadn't been so many monkeys yesterday, she would not have been injured. The two groups went out separately. Fong Luo himself was a hands-off boss. He sat leisurely on the sofa in the cold storage, turned on the TV, and watched the TV series he had downloaded in advance. Happy apartment. By the way, he opened a bottle of red wine worth 100,000 yuan and poured himself a glass. Good appetizer after meal. Only when you are well fed and well drinking can you gain experience and improve your strength. After watching 2 episodes, Fong Luo began to use energy crystals to improve his strength. Fong Luo estimated that if he absorbed about 500 more level 1 crystals, he could upgrade to level 4. Under normal circumstances, Fong Luo can now absorb about 50 level 1 crystals a day, and it will take about 10 days to upgrade to level 4. It's a pity that Lu Su is not here. Lu Su's source of life can increase the speed of absorbing energy. Before Lu Su left, Fong Luo drank a few sips, which was able to increase the absorption speed by 2 times. Yesterday, Fong Luo absorbed too much energy crystal, causing the effect to fail prematurely. I don't know if Lu Su is still alive. Fong Luo even misses the taste of the source of life. If there's a chance, I'll have to find a few hundred more wood-type mutants to keep at home. They're top-level assistants. Fong Luo thought to himself, It's not like I don't have the conditions, I can afford to keep as many as I want, as long as they provide me with the source of life. After absorbing 50 crystals, it was already evening. Fong Luo was already starving. Now, every time Fong Luo absorbs energy, he needs 80 kilograms of food to replenish his energy. If Fong Luo didn't have a lot of supplies, he really wouldn't be able to withstand such consumption. I don't know how many people are still unable to get food. Many bosses of big gangs only have normal rice every day, and the vegetables they eat are either rotten or meal packs that cannot be destroyed even by high temperatures. I don't know what kind of technological advancements are inside. Even if Fong Luo was given this thing for free, he wouldn't eat it. Chapter 95, Loss of Subordinates. After a while, Lindsy Jean and Lin Yuyu brought Dianmu back. Both of them were sweating profusely, but they had happy smiles on their faces. Brother-in-law, I'm going to have a good meal today. Lin Yuyu grinned and took out a pile of crystals from her pocket. Wow, we got so much, Fong Luo was a little surprised. He roughly counted and found that there were at least 20 crystals here. I couldn't help but ask, this was found by your sister, right? Lin Yuyu blushed, I also killed zombies, 5 of them. Well, you can only eat 5 mouthfuls of rice today. Fong Luo said jokingly. No, 5 bites won't be enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. But if you don't have enough points, I won't give you credit. This Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up, brother-in-law, just give me another mission. You? Lindsy Jean was anxious. Why did she get involved again? She thought of yesterday's scene and her teeth ached. It was so embarrassing. You can go hungry. I won't agree to it, humph. Lindsy Jean was very determined. This time, no matter how coquettishly Lin Yuyu acted, she didn't even look at her. Fong Luo shrugged. He didn't care. He wasn't some pervert who thought about that kind of thing every day. There is a long way to go. There are so many days to come, it's not like we won't live them. Fong Luo took the crystal from Lin Yuyu's hand and took a look at it. There were a total of 15 level 1 crystals and 7 level 2 crystals. If converted into points, they could be exchanged for 155 points. I gained a lot. According to the redemption value of points, you can redeem 155 bottles of mineral water or 155 pieces of bread. If you exchange it for pork, you can exchange it for 1.5 kilograms. You can exchange it for 2.5 kilograms of chicken. Husband. Lindsy Jean also took out a handful of crystals. This was killed by the lightning mother. She couldn't get it, so I brought it for her. Meow. Dianmu shouted proudly, add my points quickly. Dianmu obtained a total of 25 crystals, including 20 level 2 crystals and 5 level 3 crystals. Fong Luo was surprised. Dianmu killed at least 5 zombies with special powers. This lazy cat is so cruel when he does something. 25 crystals can be exchanged for 550 points. They can all be exchanged for an abalone. If she continues like this, it won't take long for Dianmu to earn enough points to last her a lifetime. Fong Luo felt that the exchange rate of his points was still a bit too cheap. As Dianmu's strength increased in the future, he would have to raise the price for her, otherwise his supplies would not be enough. After registering the points, Lindsy Jean went to the kitchen to cook. Lin Yuyu pulled Fong Luo aside and told him what happened outside. A while later, Fong Luo heard the voices of He Dajiang and others, so he walked out of the cold storage to check on their situation. What's wrong with you? Fong Luo looked at He Dajiang and the others. 6 people went out, and now only 4 are back, one of whom is injured. Brother Luo, we encountered a very powerful zombie. Xiaobo and Xiuan were eaten, and Xiuxiu was also injured. He Dajiang looked grim. When he went out, he vowed to bring people back to Fong Luo, but in the end he didn't bring anyone back and 2 of them died. He felt a little guilty towards Fong Luo. Fong Luo also had a solemn expression. He didn't have many psychics under his command originally, and now there are even fewer. Ah! Suddenly, Xiao Su, who was injured, screamed with a distorted face. Xiao Su! What's wrong with him? Oh no, he's going to turn into a zombie, get away from him. Fong Luo's face darkened, and when Xiao Su was about to attack others, he immediately used the space blade to cut off Xiao Su's head. The rest of the people's hearts were beating faster. Looking at the companions who were supporting each other just now with their heads and bodies in 2 different places, their faces looked extremely ugly. After getting injured, you are likely to be infected with the zombie virus. You must avoid getting injured in the future. Fong Luo's face was solemn. If I get hurt. Fong Luo didn't want to say it too cruelly, but they all understood what Fong Luo meant. If they were injured, they should try not to come back to avoid hurting others. I understand, Brother Fong Luo. He Dajiang nodded. He took out a few crystals and said, "These are the crystals we harvested today." Fong Luo took a look and found that one was a level 2 crystal, and the others were all level 1. Shaking his head, Fong Luo returned the crystal to He Dajiang. "Brother Fong Luo, this is." He Dajiang didn't quite understand what Fong Luo meant. "Take the crystal and use it for yourselves first." Fong Luo had a complicated expression. He had taken it for granted before. He feels that as long as he has subordinates, he can just be a hands-off boss. But he ignored the strength of these subordinates. Now, many powerful zombies have appeared outside, some of which are even stronger than level 3 psychics. As for his subordinates, except He Dajiang who was a level 2 psychic, the others are all level 1, and they have awakened some T3 level superpowers, so their strength is not much different from that of ordinary people. In the past, they were able to kill zombies because the zombies were still very weak. But now, zombies are evolving every day. Asking them to deal with those powerful level 3 zombies is simply sending themselves to death. If they are to continue killing zombies, their strength must also increase. Fong Luo was so busy taking all their crystals that he completely ignored this point. After this incident, Fong Luo decided to leave at least a small portion of the crystals for them so that they could also improve their strength so that they could develop in the future. The same goes for Lindsy and the others. Fong Luo currently has enough crystals for his own use, so there is no need to rush. Go to the cold storage to get some food, have a good rest in the next 2 days, and improve your strength. You don't have to hand in all the crystals in the future. Fong Luo ordered. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The remaining Li Shan and another psychic were all very grateful to Fong Luo. Unexpectedly, Fong Luo actually allowed them to receive supplies for free today. He can be said to be the best boss in the world. When my strength improves, I will definitely repay the boss. Well, let's go back. Fong Luo smiled and returned to the cold storage. In the next 2 days, Fong Luo did not let He Dajiang and his men go out to kill zombies, but instead let them improve their strength. The two sisters Lindsy and Lin Yu still go out to kill zombies every day. However, this time Fong Luo did not take away all of their crystals, but left some for them. Lindsy was not bothered at night. Give Lindsy time to absorb the crystal. During these 2 days, some ordinary survivors also sorted out and repaired all other warehouses near the cold storage. The area around the cold storage now looks brand new. 2 days passed. He Dajiang's strength has been raised to level 3, and his strength has been greatly improved. He Dajiang has metal-related abilities. He can control the molecular structure of metals and is best at defense. Now, with He Dajiang's defense fully activated, he is already comparable to Fong Luo's space barrier and his strength has greatly increased. Li Shan and another psychic have also increased their strength to level 2. There is no problem dealing with level 1 zombies. On this day, He Dajiang and others went out and brought back several people with special abilities. Chapter 96, Master Jin. Brother Fong Luo. He Dajiang brought 3 people with him, 2 men and 1 woman, one of whom was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were a man and a woman in their 20s. This is Master Jin, a native of Peninsula, an 8th degree black belt in Taekwondo. The largest Taekwondo gym in Los Angeles is owned by Master Jin, and he used to give fighting lessons to our team. Now he has awakened enhanced abilities, and his strength is extremely strong. He just helped us kill a level 3 zombie. He Dajiang introduced. This is Kim Tae-jin, Master Kim's son, 5th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Lu Xinyun, Jin Taichen's girlfriend. This is my boss, Fong Luo. Hearing that the other party had an 8th degree in Taekwondo and had killed a level 3 zombie, Fong Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, feeling that he was quite impressive. I couldn't help but look at Master Jin carefully. He is in his 50s, with a crew cut, wearing a white training suit and a black belt around his waist. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes half closed, and truly has the aura of a master. He is indeed an expert. Fong Luo secretly admired and was amazed. It's over 40 degrees, and he's wearing such thick clothes. Most old men would have fainted from the heat a long time ago. He looked at Jin Taichen and Lu Xinyun again. The man is very handsome and is a very popular young hunk on the internet. The woman was pretty, with a score of 80. She had a slightly arrogant look in her eyes and nestled in Kim Tae-chan's arms. Welcome aboard. Now is the time when we are short of manpower. The other party is quite strong and they are friends of Hee Da-jiang. So Fong Luo didn't hesitate and directly let them join. Da-jiang, please arrange a place for Master Jean to stay and get some food. Yeah. Hee Da-jiang nodded. However, before Hee Da-jiang led the way, Lu Xinyun showed an expression of disgust on her face. You guys live in a warehouse? Lu Xinyun frowned as she looked at the cold storage in front of her. How could people live in a place like this? And with so many people there is no privacy at all. Yeah, didn't they say that your living conditions are good? Jean Taichen also questioned Hee Da-jiang. Hearing this, Fong Luo was stunned. What's the matter? You just joined and you're already disliking it? Besides, who said you live here? This is where I live. The place is a bit bad. Master Luo also glanced at Hee Da-jiang and said in a not-so-fluent Yen dialect, Xiao Jiang, it's okay for me to protect you, but the accommodation environment cannot be too bad, otherwise it will affect my ability to exert my strength. Hearing this, Fong Luo frowned. What does the other party mean by this? To protect yourself? Aren't you here to seek refuge? Fong Luo looked at Hee Da-jiang in confusion, asking what was going on with these guys. Hee Da-jiang was also a little dazed. He also met Master Jean when he was fighting zombies before. At that time, Master Jean killed the zombies. Hee Da-jiang knew him, and the two began to chat. Later, Hee Da-jiang mentioned that the gang was short of people and invited the other party to join. Master Jean said he could help him, so Hee Da-jiang brought the other party back. Did he misunderstand? Do you think you asked him to come and keep the peace? Master Jean, actually. Hee Da-jiang wanted to explain clearly. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Fong. Master Luo interrupted him and said in a reasonable manner, I know you won't be able to find a decent place to live in the short term. I won't make it difficult for you. Just help me prepare a better room tomorrow. Xiaochen, Xiaoyun, please just make do with this for tonight. Having said that, Master Luo walked towards the cold storage like a master without waiting for Fong Luo's consent. Honey, how can we make do with this? This is a converted warehouse. There might be cockroach zombies, rat zombies, or something like that. If we get bitten, we'll be dead. Lu Xinyun still complained reluctantly. Forget it, forget it. Jean Taichen comforted his girlfriend, stay here for one night, and ask them to prepare a better room tomorrow. What if we can't clean it up tomorrow? Are we going to live here forever? Can't clean it up? Jean Taichen sneered, if they can't clean it up, my father won't be able to protect them, and they will be eaten by zombies. Oh well. Lu Xinyun nodded reluctantly and added, the new house must have air conditioning. Our dad is most afraid of heat. That's for sure. Who then? Lu Xinyun glanced at Fong Luo again and said as if she was greeting a younger brother, don't make the dinner too bad. I can't get used to it. It's best to have 3 dishes in one soup. Give me a pickle. Jean Taichen smiled, then put his arm around Lu Xinyun's shoulder and followed her into the cold storage. However, as soon as he reached the door, Jean Taichen found that his father was standing in a daze in front of him, and he couldn't help feeling confused. Dad, what are you doing? Is it too bad in there? Jean Taichen frowned, thinking that the cold storage was so bad that even his father didn't want to go in. However, when he walked over, he was also stunned. The first thing that hits you is a gust of extremely cool air. Looking again, on the left side of the most conspicuous entrance, there was a pile of supplies 7 or 8 meters high. Rice, noodles, mineral water. At least several thousand kilograms. The value starts at hundreds of thousands. Oh my god. How can there be so many supplies? The 3 of them swallowed their saliva at the same time. Since the end of the world, they had never had a full meal, and the bread had to be shared among the 3 of them. I have never seen so many supplies before. Suddenly, the sound of the TV on the right attracted their attention. Looking up, what comes into view is a large living room of over 100 square meters, with a sofa, coffee table, chandelier, TV, PS5 in the middle, and a whole wall of wine cabinet. Lu Xinyun's eyes widened. She recognized the sofa in the living room as the same set of leather sofas worth more than $800,000 that she had seen in the largest shopping mall in Los Angeles. She had dreamed of sitting on it and giving it a try. In order to sit on the sofa, she even tried hard to lick the peninsular man next to her. It's a pity that this guy is very stingy. Not only did he only buy kimchi for me when I treated him to a meal, he was also reluctant to buy me such an expensive sofa. I didn't expect that such an inconspicuous cold storage would have such expensive sofas. Moreover, all other furniture are world-famous brands, and each one starts at tens of thousands of yuan. The entire cold storage looks no less luxurious than the presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. What a magical place this is. Thinking about how she was very reluctant to live here just now, Lu Xinyun secretly cursed herself for being an idiot? Almost missed it. Master Jean also opened his eyes wide and couldn't believe it for a long time. After a long while, Master Jean came to his senses and looked radiant. He smiled at Fong Luo and he Dajiang at the door of the cold storage. Xiao Fong, Xiao Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so talented and actually prepare such a good place for me. I misunderstood you before. You guys are really thoughtful. Master Jean laughed and patted his chest. Don't worry, I will be responsible for the safety here from now on and make sure no zombies can hurt you. You can prepare dinner now. Chapter 97, Difficulties. At the cold storage door. Seeing the other party acting on his own and ordering Master Jean and his men around like a master, Fong Luo's eyes turned cold. What's the matter? Do you really treat this place as your home and want to protect my safety? I also prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup for you. Want more kimchi? Do you want a slap? However, the other party was He Dajiang's friend after all. For He Dajiang's sake, Fong Luo did not attack directly, but looked at He Dajiang. Dajiang, go and solve it. If it doesn't work, I'll have to chase them away. Fong Luo was very depressed. He originally thought that they were capable men, but they turned out to be a bunch of idiots. He didn't even want to look at the guys inside. After saying that, he went to walk outside the cold storage and would come back after He Dajiang explained everything. Brother Fong Luo, I don't know them either. He Dajiang felt very aggrieved. He didn't know that this man from the peninsula was so trustworthy at his age. He felt that he was asked to come here to maintain order. Master Jean, it's not what you think. He Dajiang hurriedly explained. But before He Dajiang could explain clearly, Master Jean and others who entered the cold storage had already picked up a bottle of red wine, and leisurely lay on the sofa worth 800,000 yuan, shaking the red wine glass and toasting. Jean Taichun was still sitting with his legs crossed, and his dirty shoes were placed on Fong Luo's coffee table. Master Jean. He Dajiang said, you don't live here. This is the sofa. Of course we don't live here. I know where the room is. You don't need to remind me. Just go and do your thing. Jean Taichun grinned. He has fallen in love with this place. If I had lived here at the beginning of the apocalypse, I wouldn't have lived like a dog. He Dajiang also began to get a little annoyed after listening to this. Why are these people from the peninsula so untrustworthy? Do you think that I am looking for you just to serve you? It's time to eat. At this time, Lindsy Jean, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, came out carrying a large bowl of food. Seeing Master Jean and others on the sofa, he was also stunned. She looked at the few men and saw that their unruly behavior did not make them look like Fong Luo's subordinates. Did my husband bring guests back? She looked around again but didn't see Fong Luo. It's time to eat. The food is a little small. If it's not enough, I'll make more. Lindsy Jean said politely. Fong Luo was not here, and as the hostess, she had to entertain the guests on Fong Luo's behalf. However, in the eyes of Master Jean and his companions, this was not the case. When Jean Taichun saw Lindsy Jean, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful woman! She has a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, a tall, delicate and small nose, and a gentle and virtuous temperament. She is even more beautiful than the stars in the peninsula country. Compared with Lu Xinyun next to her, she is more than 1 or 2 levels higher. Is this the maid that Fong Luo specially prepared for himself? This Fong Luo is really good at handling things. I looked at the food again: lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, and even a whole roasted suckling pig. Jean Taichun swallowed his saliva. It was so rich that he had to share a piece of bread with his father a few days ago. The gap is too big. Not bad, not bad. Since Fong Luo is such a troublemaker, I will put in some effort to protect his safety. Lu Xinyun was also drooling. Before, she thought that she could enjoy an upper-class life after hooking up with this peninsula guy. Who knew that this peninsular man was so stingy and never took her out for a big meal? Sometimes when we go out to a buffet, she has to pay the bill. She had never eaten the delicious food before, not even in peacetime, let alone during the apocalypse. However, looking at Lindsy Jean's beauty and Jean Taichen's lustful eyes, Lu Xinyun felt very unhappy. Why is a maid prettier than me? Lu Xinyun was extremely jealous. He was a little worried that after Jean Taichen got this woman, he would dump him, and then he would not be able to enjoy such a luxurious life. Thinking of this, Lu Xinyun wanted to make things difficult for Lindsy Jean and embarrass her. Dispel Jean Taichen's idea. Why don't you go and get the bowls and chopsticks? Are you going to make us eat with our hands? Don't you have any tact at all? Lu Xinyun glared at Lindsy Jean. Lindsy Jean was stunned. However, Lindsy Jean was kind-hearted and was not angry at Lu Xinyun's tone. She turned around and went to the kitchen to get the dishes and chopsticks. Lu Xinyun looked at her and sneered in her heart. She is destined to be a maid. She doesn't even have a temper. On the side, He Dajiang was shocked when he heard this. This was Lindsy Jean, Fong Luo's girlfriend. This Lu Xinyun actually treated her as a servant. Fortunately, Fong Luo was not there. If Fong Luo had seen it, he would probably have hit Lu Xinyun's mouth crooked. He Dajiang said quickly, Master Jean, you are really Xiao Jiang. But before He Dajiang could finish his words, Master Jean interrupted him again. Don't worry, I will protect you. We are going to eat now. If you have anything, we can talk after dinner. Eat your head. If He Dajiang had not seen Master Jin's strength, and had not thought that he had taught him fighting lessons before and was considered half a teacher, he would have wanted to curse him. How did you make this meal? Lu Xinyun, who was eating, started to find fault again, throwing a piece of meat to the ground with a look of disgust. It's so salty, don't you know that eating too much salt is not good for your health? What if my father-in-law gets sick from eating too much? What are you looking at? Hurry up and clean the floor. What if my father-in-law falls down? Lu Xinyun pointed at the oil stains on the floor. He Dajiang listened and complained in his heart. He's a peninsular person, he eats pickles every day, and he's afraid that the food is too salty? No matter how dumb Lindsy Jean was, he now felt that the girl in front of him seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for him. But she couldn't figure out why. I haven't offended her, have I? However, Lindsy Jean has always been kind-hearted and rarely has conflicts with others. He looked at the oil stains on the ground, took out a tissue, squatted on the ground and started to wipe them. At this moment, Lu Xinyun suddenly stood up and stepped on Lindsy Jean's white fingers. Ah! Lindsy Jean screamed in pain. Oh, sorry. Lu Xinyun asked in a hypocritical tone, I remembered to pour a glass of red wine, but I didn't expect you to put your hand under my shoe. Are you hurt? No, I haven't. Lindsy Jean shook her head, feeling a little angry, but since these people were her husband's friends, she didn't intend to pursue the matter. That's good, Lu Xinyun smiled, since you're alright, go get me a glass of red wine. Lindsy Jean nodded, stretched out her slightly swollen hand to take the cup, and poured a glass of red wine. Lu Xinyun looked at this with great pride. You're just a maid, and you want to argue with me? I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Xinyun took the red wine, but deliberately spilled some on herself while taking it, and became angry. You did this on purpose. Lu Xinyun glared at Lindsy Jean, and Master Jean and Jean Taichen, who were eating, also looked over. I don't. Lindsy Jean frowned. She saw clearly that Lu Xinyun had knocked it over on purpose. She also didn't know why Lu Xinyun did this. How did I offend him? No. Lu Xinyun sneered, I think you did it on purpose. It must be because I accidentally stepped on you just now, so you deliberately splashed red wine on me to make me look bad. I just apologized, but you still want to retaliate like this. How can you be so narrow-minded? Chapter 98, having been protected by a lion, would he still be attracted to Teddy? I don't. Listening to the other party accusing her, Lindsy Jean's pretty face turned red with anger. You just spilled it yourself. You're still trying to make excuses. You obviously did it on purpose. How could Lu Xinyun let Lindsy Jean explain more? She simply took the red wine in her hand and poured it on Lindsy Jean's face. Lindsy Jean's snow-white skirt was instantly stained red, and she choked on a few mouthfuls of red wine. She started coughing and looked a little embarrassed and helpless. She didn't understand why this woman was targeting her and framing her. Lu Xinyun's face was full of pride. You're going too far. Jean Taichen frowned slightly, feeling a little sorry for Lindsy Jean, and scolded Lu Xinyun, "I didn't do it on purpose." Lu Xinyun was stunned. I became even more jealous of Lindsy Jean. Even in this situation, she could still seduce Jean Taichen. This woman is really a vixen. I have to do something more. Hubby, don't be fooled by this woman. This is all her conspiracy. Lu Xinyun immediately said aggrievely, "This woman is too scheming. She just deliberately put her hand under my feet for me to step on, pretending to be pitiful. Later, she spilled the red wine on purpose just to make me angry, to lower my image, to improve your impression of her, and to gain more things thereby. This is a scheming bitch." On the side, He Dajiang was shocked and angry. Lindsy Jean was actually splashed with red wine in the face by Lu Xinyun, and was also slandered in this way. If Fang Luo knew about this, it would probably not be as simple as a slap in the face. Moreover, these people were brought by myself. I don't know if Fang Luo will blame me when the time comes. Even if I don't blame him, as a brother, I still feel very guilty. He Dajiang immediately said angrily, "Lu Xinyun, Lindsy Jean is not." "Okay, Xiao Jiang, my son is an excellent son. It is normal for the little girl to have some thoughts. You don't have to punish her too much." At this time, Master Jean spoke again, interrupting He Dajiang again. He looked at He Dajiang's angry expression and confidently thought that He Dajiang was going to punish Lindsy Jean and attack Lu Xinyue. Master Jean patted Jean Taichen's shoulder again and said, "Son, she's just a maid. Just be pretty for fun. Don't take her too seriously. Xiao Yun is a superpower, much stronger than her. You have to take her seriously." He knew his son's character very well. He was lustful and had played with at least 80 women in Yin country. Lu Xinyun was probably dissatisfied with her son's behavior and did this on purpose. However, he did not think Lu Xinyun was wrong. Instead, he felt that Lu Xinyun was expressing her love for her son and was very satisfied. As for Lindsy Jean, she is just a vase, so it's okay for her to suffer a little injustice. Jean Taichen hesitated for a moment and said nothing more. He also understood very well that in this chaotic end times, being beautiful was at most a plaything, and only supernatural powers were the most important. Although Lu Xinyun is not as pretty as Lindsy Jean, she has special abilities that can help herself, and she is also good looking. So he took the initiative to pick up some food for Lu Xinyun. Lu Xinyun was secretly delighted. She glanced at Lindsy Jean with disdain. "I am a person with special powers. No matter how beautiful you are as a maid, you cannot compare to my importance. From now on, I will be the hostess of this place, and no one will say anything even if I target you." "Sister!" At this moment, a clear girl's voice came from the direction of the bedroom. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Lin Yuyu had been using crystals to improve her strength in the bedroom when she suddenly heard a noisy sound and walked out in confusion. As a result, we saw Lindsy Jean, whose body was covered with red wine and who looked a little disheveled. A ball of anger suddenly rose in my heart. "Sister, who made you like this?" Lin Yuyu looked at Lindsy Jean with concern, and pointed at the strangers who appeared in the cold storage. "Who are they?" Lindsy Jean shook her head. "It should be your brother-in-law's guest." "Guest?" Lin Yuyu stared at Master Jean and the others with a bad look on her face. "Another woman? And their sisters?" Jean Taichen looked at another cute and beautiful girl who appeared, and his heart was agitated again. Where on earth did Fang Luo get so many supplies to build such a luxurious cold storage, and also have a pair of such beautiful sister maids? Thinking that Fang Luo had been living in such a comfortable place, Jean Taichen felt envious and jealous. "Who splashed water on my sister?" Lin Yuyu glanced around and found He Dajiang with a grim look on his face. "Yes, it's her." He Dajiang knew that today's incident would probably not be resolved peacefully, so he moved closer to Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu. Fang Luo is not here, and if a conflict occurs later, he must protect his two sisters-in-law. "You?" Lin Yuyu looked at the revealingly dressed Lu Xinyun and glared at her coldly. "Who are you and why do you splash water on my sister?" "Who I am?" Lu Xinyun was also stunned when she saw the girl who suddenly appeared. "What kind of cold storage is this place? There is a pair of such beautiful sisters living here, each of them is prettier than me." Lu Xinyun caught a glimpse of Jean Taichen, who had a squinting look in his eyes and was about to drool, and felt resentful again. However, she didn't dare to lose her temper with Jean Taichen, so just like before, she directed her resentment towards Lin Yuyu. "Humph, we are the distinguished guests invited by your master." Lu Xinyun sneered and looked at Lin Yuyu arrogantly. your sister is a bitch and wants to seduce my husband, so what's wrong with me throwing it on her? You still want to hit me? Bang! Before Lu Xinyan could finish her words, Lin Yuyu appeared in front of her and slapped her in the face. A clear red hand mark suddenly appeared on Lu Xinyan's face, and 2 of her teeth were knocked out. Lu Xinyan was stunned. She couldn't believe that Lin Yuyu actually hit her? How dare she do that? Lin Yuyu's personality is completely different from Lindsy Jean's, and she often fights with others at school. She will definitely retaliate against anyone who bullies her. Lindsy Jean was afraid of neglecting Fong Luo's guests, so he didn't dare to fight back. But Lin Yuyu is not afraid. No matter who the guest is, if he dares to bully my sister, he should be beaten, even if he is the president of a bird country. As for whether Fong Luo would blame him? At worst, Fong Luo can just spank him a few times as a punishment. What's more, she knew Fong Luo. There was no way Fong Luo would sit idly by and watch others bully his woman. Otherwise, Lin Yuyu wouldn't have secretly developed a liking for Fong Luo. So, she slapped Lu Xinyu's face without any hesitation, using all her strength. What's wrong with beating you, bitch? Why don't you let your husband take a piss and look at his face? Is my sister blind to seduce him? Lin Yuyu's tone was blunt, not afraid of offending the other party at all. Do you think a woman who has been protected by a lion will like Teddy? You dare to hit me, do you know who we are? Lu Xinyan was so angry that her chest heaved and her eyes were wide open. I never thought that an 18-year-old girl could speak so ruthlessly. Just do it when you say it. Jean Taichen's face was also extremely ugly. Will a woman who has been protected by a lion seduce a teddy? Teddy, are you talking about me? Jean Taichen said with a grim expression. Chapter 99, It is easy to invite Buddha, but difficult to send him away. Lin Yuyu glanced at Jean Taichen, not caring about the other's livid face at all. I'm not talking about your mom, I'm talking about you, Teddy. Now, Lin Yuyu put her hands on her waist and pointed at Master Jean and the other 2, get out right now, you are not welcome here. Asshole. Jean Taichen was furious. It was the first time in his life that he was insulted by a woman, especially a woman from Yen country. The Yen country women I met before, after learning that I was from the peninsula, all started to flatter me. They paid for my meals and shopping, for fear that I would dump them. And this woman actually told her to get out? This is simply outrageous. How dare you do this to me? I will make you regret it later. Then you will kneel at my feet and serve me like a dog. Jean Taichen glanced at Lu Xinyan and signaled her to reveal her identity so that Lin Yuyu would regret it. Lu Xinyan was a little angry before, but now she was secretly happy. This woman is so stupid that she actually insulted Jean Taichen like this. Now no matter how beautiful you are, Jean Taichen will never be nice to you. No one can threaten his position. From now on, this cold storage will have only one mistress. Do you know who Master Jean is? He actually told us to get out. Lu Xinyu sneered. I don't care who he is. Anyone who bullies my sister should be beaten. Lin Yuyu didn't care. Snort. Lu Xinyan said proudly, Master Jean is a distinguished friend of the peninsula. He is a famous taekwondo master with an 8th degree black belt. The most famous taekwondo gym in the city is run by Master Jean. Moreover, your public security bureau often invites Master Jean to teach. The director was very polite to him. Your master Fong Luo specially gave this cold storage to Master Jean to live in order to invite him to protect him. You are also arranged for our maids. How dare you treat us like this? If Fong Luo knew about this, he would definitely break your legs. Lu Xinyan revealed Master Jin's identity. Master Jean also put his hands behind his back at the right time, with his brows slightly lowered, looking like a master. Jean Taichen was also very proud. Waiting for Lindsy Jean and Lin Yuyu to be frightened to the point of their legs going limp, and then kneeling down to lick him. However, when Lin Yuyu heard Lu Xinya's words, she didn't feel scared at all, let alone kneeling down to lick her. So he's from Korea, no wonder he speaks so rustically. Lin Yuyu sneered with disdain, your brain is probably burned out, you stay up late at night and start imagining things. Do you know how strong my brother-in-law is? Do you need protection from an old man half buried in the ground? I can beat him to death with one punch, believe it or not. You. Lu Xinyan was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Yuyu to be so arrogant. Master Jean also felt insulted, and said with narrowed eyes, little girl, you are just talking nonsense. Xiao Jiang. Master Jean looked at He Dajiang again and said, "You should discipline this ignorant girl, otherwise, I will not help you protect the cold storage." Master Jean. He Dajiang couldn't bear it any longer. He had been interrupted several times when he was talking before, which led to the situation getting out of control. He almost shouted, "I didn't ask you to come here to protect us." "What did you say?" Master Jin's face changed. He Dajiang breathed a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, "I asked you to come here not to protect us, but to be an ordinary member of our gang. This cold storage is not for you to live in. This is our boss's house." He Dajiang pointed at Lindsy Jean and said, "They are not maids for you. They are all my boss's women." Lindsy Jean's expression changed slightly. "They? Do you mean yourself and your sister?" Lin Yuyu secretly stuck out her tongue and thought to herself, "This He Dajiang looks dull and stupid, but I didn't expect that he has such a sharp vision in this regard. Why didn't you say so earlier?" When Master Jean heard what He Dajiang said, he looked a little angry. "After all this time, you're looking for me to be your younger brother?" Master Jean immediately felt insulted. Jean Taichin and Lu Xinyun also realized that it was no wonder that there were two such beautiful women. It turned out that they were not maids, but Fan Luo's lover. "So?" He Dajiang said again, "I'm afraid you can't stay here, please leave." He Dajiang and Master Jean had only taken a few classes together, so they didn't have any feelings for each other. It was impossible for him to go against his roommate for him. "Leave?" Master Jean snorted coldly, "You invited me here, and now you want to send me away casually. There is no such good thing in the world. You have a saying in Yen country, it's easier to invite a Buddha than to send him away." After seeing the luxury of the cold storage and enjoying the delicious dinner, how could Master Jean be willing to leave? "Since I wasn't invited to come here to keep order, then I'll occupy this place and be the master myself. Do you still want to stay here?" He Dajiang glared at Master Jean and others. "Rely?" Master Jean sneered, "This cold storage is obviously mine, so why are you blaming me? If you want to blame me, you should blame me." He Dajiang was so angry that he was shaking all over. "I've heard before that people from the peninsula are shameless, but I didn't expect them to be even more shameless than I imagined. Now they are turning the tables and directly occupying the cold storage. Taichin, Xiaoyun, ask them to leave." Master Jean sneered and ordered Jean Taichin and Lu Xinyun. "Yes, father." Jean Taichin had been filled with deep resentment in his heart for a long time. Looking at the two beautiful women opposite him, he made up his mind to capture them both and ravage them at night. Let them see who is the lion. Strength and speed enhancement, start. Jean Taichin grinned grimly and activated his special ability. Jean Taichin's supernatural power is a T2 level enhanced supernatural power. There are many kinds of enhanced abilities, some can only enhance speed, strength, or defense. But some people with great talents can strengthen multiple aspects. Jean Taichin can enhance his speed and strength together, and his combat power far exceeds that of a single enhanced ability. There are some top-level T2 enhanced psychics who are more powerful than T1 elemental psychics. Stop it. Upon seeing this, He Dajiang immediately used his supernatural powers and stepped forward to protect Lindsy Jean. "You're just an idiot, and you still want to fight me?" Jean Taichin has seen He Dajiang's strength. He has high defense, but slow movements, making him a vulnerable target. He doesn't take it seriously at all. Lu Xinyun was slapped by Lin Yuyu, and her eyes were full of resentment, and she was ready to scratch Lin Yuyu's face. "Bitch, go to hell." Lu Xinyun sneered, and the fingernails on both hands suddenly grew 10 centimeters, like 10 sharp knives, as if they could cut through the steel pipes. If a flesh and blood body is caught by her, even if it does not die, some flesh will be lost. This is her special ability, which allows her to control the growth and hardness of her nails at will. It is a T2 level enhanced ability. There are many kinds of enhanced abilities, not just speed, strength, and defense. It can strengthen any organ in the human body. Some may even strengthen the heart. As long as the heart is intact, one will not die even if it is dismembered. Chapter 100 Lin Yuyu Crisis. Lu Xinyun stretched out her ghostly claws and scratched Lin Yuyu's pretty face, vowing to scratch Lin Yuyu's face. "You don't even trim such long claws. Aren't you afraid that you'll cut your husband into a eunuch when you help him play games?" Seeing this, Lin Yuyu was not panicked and even mocked Lu Xinyun, which made Lu Xinyun angry. More aggressive. Lin Yuyu is now a level 3 mutant with a maximum speed of 40 meters per second, which is 4 times faster than the world's 100-meter sprinter. almost like a breeze. Moreover, Lin Yuyu often fought with others when she was in school. Although she had never practiced kung fu, her combat experience was much better than that of ordinary people. And Lu Xinyun is only level 1 now. Although her claws were sharp and could easily cut Lin Yuyu's delicate skin, she had never received any combat training and did not have any fighting skills. Her fighting style was the same as that of an ordinary woman. Pulling hair. Spitting. Scratching face. She was moving very slowly. Lin Yuyu dodged and appeared silently behind Lu Xinyun as if she was walking on the wind. She stretched out her jade feet and kicked the other's thick buttocks, knocking her to the ground. Ah! Lu Xinyun screamed and hit her face against the wall. Her nose was bleeding and she looked miserable with the 2 teeth she had lost. She fainted. Vulnerable. Lin Yuyu snorted angrily. In this world, there is only one person who can bully my sister, and that is my brother-in-law. Master Jean, who was watching the fight on the side, was surprised to see this. Before, he always thought that Lindsy Jean and Lin Yuyu were just ordinary girls. He didn't expect that they also had superpowers, and were even more powerful than Lu Xinyun. If I and my son each marry one, that would definitely be a big help. Is this the power of speed? Master Jean showed a look of appreciation for talent in his eyes and said, "Little girl, you are so fast, but it's a pity that you have not received systematic martial arts training. Would you like to become my disciple? I can teach you the most authentic peninsula taekwondo. And you and your sister can continue to live here. Old thing, do you have any perspective? I have wind-related abilities, and you still want me to be your disciple? You're dreaming." Lin Yuyu raised her middle finger towards Master Jean with disdain. She couldn't stand this old man the most. He pretends to be very powerful but actually does nothing. He even wanted to occupy his brother-in-law's cold storage. Don't even think about it. Humph, are all you Yen people just like you and don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young? After being despised and insulted by Lin Yuyu several times, Master Jean felt a little angry and suppressed his voice and shouted at Lin Yuyu. Don't always refer to us as Yen people. I only represent one person. As for respecting the old and loving the young, have you ever been educated? Do you know what respecting the elderly means? An old thing like you who has corrupt morals and wants to occupy other people's houses can also be called old. Give me some gold coins. Lin Yuyu is most annoyed by the other party's righteousness and nonsense. It's actually bullshit. Just speak back directly. Anyway, she has been criticized for being uncultured since she was a child. Since others say so, she will do it herself. Good people are often bullied. If you keep giving in, the other party will only become more aggressive. You. Master Jean was so angry at Lin Yuyu's aggressiveness that his veins were throbbing. He glared at Lin Yuyu with a gloomy face. Little girl, since your parents have never taught you manners, then today I will teach you what manners are on behalf of your parents. Old thing, your parents have never seen your manners. What Lin Yuyu hates most is others mentioning this. Because her parents went away when she was very young and have not been heard from since. Almost certainly dead. Master Jean was very smart. He knew what was going on as soon as he saw Lin Yuyu's expression. He sneered, I was wondering why he was so uneducated. It turns out he really has no parents. He has a life but no one to take care of him. Hearing this, Lin Yuyu's whole body began to tremble with anger, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Old man, I'm going to kill you. He. Looking at Lin Yuyu who was rushing towards him angrily, Master Jean smiled with a look of success. After he witnessed Lin Yuyu's speed, he had been thinking about how to deal with Lin Yuyu. Later, he accidentally noticed that Lin Yuyu got easily angry when she mentioned her parents, so he deliberately brought this up to provoke Lin Yuyu and anger her. When people are extremely angry, they easily forget their fighting skills and will attack instinctively with little defense. The combat effectiveness will drop sharply. After becoming angry, Lin Yuyu's fighting skills were obviously not as good as when she was dealing with Lu Xinyue just now, and she rushed towards Master Jean recklessly. It's just a trifle. Facing Lin Yuyu's angry fist, Master Jean seemed calm and dodged it at an incredible angle. Then he kicked Lin Yuyu in the back of the heart. Fortunately, although Lin Yuyu was angry, her speed did not slow down and she instinctively dodged the attack. Master Jean was also slightly surprised. I didn't expect Lin Yuyu could escape like this. You have to know that he is an 8th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Before the end of the world, he could beat 10 people alone, and his fighting skills were far beyond those of ordinary people. And now he has awakened the T2 enhanced ability, which can enhance speed, strength, and defense at the same time. The maximum speed is 20 meters per second, the strength reaches 1500 kilograms, and the defense can withstand 1000 kilograms. Able to defeat level 3 zombies alone. Can't even handle a little girl? Come again. Master Jean still didn't take Lin Yuyu seriously. He used fighting skills to dodge attacks while counterattacking Lin Yuyu. Although his speed was inferior to Lin Yuyu, his strength, defense, and fighting skills were all superior to Lin Yuyu. Especially now that Lin Yuyu was in an angry state and her fighting style was disorganized, he soon hit Lin Yuyu twice. Lindsy Jean, who was watching from the side, was extremely anxious. She has fire-related abilities and is not good at close combat, so she can only attack with flames. But this was inside a cold storage, and she didn't dare release the fire at will, otherwise the cold storage would be burned down directly. Don't want. Suddenly, Lindsy Jean screamed because she saw Master Jean kicking Lin Yuyu's head with a high whip kick. Master Jin's strength is over 1,500 kilograms. If this kick hits Lin Yuyu's head, she will definitely die on the spot given her weak defense. At this critical moment of life and death, the originally angry Lin Yuyu was also awakened at this moment. Seeing the kick less than 10 centimeters away from her head, her heart sank. Although she was fast, her previous attack fell into the opponent's trap and her body was forced into a blind spot, so she couldn't dodge at all. Chapter 101 Combat Experience. It's over, am I going to die? Lin Yuyu's face was pale. But I haven't received any news from my parents yet. His plan has not yet succeeded and he has not yet obtained Fan Luo. I still have so many things to do, and I don't want to die. But she couldn't dodge the kick at all. However, just when Lin Yuyu thought she was going to die on the spot, she suddenly felt her body lighten, and it seemed as if someone was holding her in someone's arms. She opened her eyes again. What caught my eye was a very familiar face, the same one I had dreamed of many times. And she was in the other person's arms, far away from where Master Jean had just kicked her. Brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu's face was filled with surprise and joy. The relief of surviving the disaster immediately made her heart surge with warmth. Her eyes suddenly turned red. She ignored everything else and raised her head to give Fan Luo a kiss on the face. Girl, don't you know that physical contact between men and women is not allowed? Fan Luo smiled. Brother-in-law, your hand. Lin Yuyu blinked and pointed at Fan Luo's big hand on her butt. Well. Fan Luo coughed, I was afraid you would fall. What about your hand? It was an accident. It was purely an accident. Fan Luo hurriedly carried Lin Yuyu and came to Lindsy Jean's side. Changing the subject, he looked at Lindsy Jean with some reproach. Why did you watch your sister get beaten? If I hadn't arrived in time, I would have lost a sister-in-law. Lindsy Jean was also terrified. I'm afraid if I set the fire, it will burn down the cold storage. Why are you so stupid? The cold storage is burned, so what? No matter what, it's not as important as your lives. Fan Luo said in a reproachful tone. Although it was a blame, Lindsy Jean felt extremely warm in her heart after hearing it, and her eyes were moved to tears. Fan Luo is really great. What's wrong with your clothes? Why is your hair wet? Fan Luo frowned again and noticed Lindsy Jean's miserable state. Brother-in-law, they were the ones who bullied me. I didn't fight back because they were your guests. Seeing that her sister didn't say anything, Lin Yuyu said it directly, and she didn't have so many concerns. Guest? Fan Luo's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Master Jean with a gloomy expression. For He Dajiang's sake, I didn't drive them away directly. I wanted He Dajiang to explain everything to them. I didn't expect that I just went out for a walk and killed a few zombies, and I encountered this kind of thing when I came back. If I had come a little later, my sister-in-law would have died. Fan Luo was completely enraged by the other party and he no longer cared about saving face for He Dajiang. They must be taught a lesson. What kind of guests are they? They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs with nowhere to go. I took you in out of kindness, but you actually turned against me. Fan Luo said to Lindsy Jean, you should learn this from your sister. From now on, no matter if they are my guests or not, if anyone dares to bully you, just fight back. If you can't beat them, I will back you up. Looking at Fan Luo's domineering and tough look, Lindsy Jean was even more moved. Lin Yuyu also became more envious. You little brat, what did you just say? Who did you say is a homeless chicken and dog? On the opposite side, Master Jean listened to Fong Luo's insult and his face turned blue with anger. Fong Luo was right. He is literally homeless. He couldn't make it in the peninsula before, so he came to Yen country. He didn't expect that Yen country was so friendly to foreigners and gave him all kinds of preferential treatment. He was doing very well here. Whatever you want, you can have it. You don't have to be responsible if you hit someone. After the end of the world, they were barely able to survive, but their supplies were robbed by a group of monkeys and they became homeless again. I just met He Da Jiang on the road. Seeing that the other party had clothes and food, I followed him over. I didn't expect to encounter such a good place. It seems that some people's hearing is really not very good. Fong Luo said. You're looking for death, you little brat. Master Jin's face was extremely gloomy. Humph, I heard that this is your territory. I'll give you a chance. Give it to me and get out of here. Otherwise. Let me get out? Fong Luo was amused by Master Jin's words. You old thing, you are indeed a direct descendant of the peninsula, and you have perfectly inherited the genes of stealing and robbing. Asshole, you're looking for death. Master Jin was completely furious. The word steal can be said to be the Achilles heel of all the people on the peninsula, because they just really steal. Master Jin activated his enhanced ability, rushed to Fong Luo quickly, and kicked him with a high whip kick. Snort. Fong Luo snorted lightly, and the space flashed and activated, and he appeared directly behind Master Jin. Then a spatial blade appeared in his hand and he stabbed the opponent in the back. Phew! The tip of the knife entered the flesh. There was a wound on Master Jin's back. However, Master Jin's defense could block a full 1,000 kilograms, so Fong Luo's sword did not penetrate too deeply. You also have wind-related abilities? Master Jin looked at Fong Luo in astonishment. He felt something was strange when he saw the other party rescue Lin Yu just now. Now it can be confirmed that Fong Luo has wind-related abilities. He. Fong Luo just smiled and didn't tell the truth. Without absolute strength, the spatial ability could not be exposed at will. But Master Jin wiped the blood off his back, his expression becoming fierce. Even if you have wind-type abilities, you can't be my opponent. Just now Master Jin underestimated his enemy and did not pay attention to defense. Now he was alert. When he attacked Fong Luo again, his fists and feet were more fierce and he moved forward and backward freely. Fong Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It has to be said that although the enhanced ability is a T2 level ability, in the hands of some martial arts masters, it is no worse than the T1 level ability. Fong Luo thought of himself again. He is not good at fighting, and his main method of attack is to flash through space and attack the opponent unexpectedly. However, because he did not know martial arts, the position where he flashed was not the best. Sometimes, instead of a fatal blow, you may be hit by the opponent's counterattack. Just like before, dealing with those monkeys in the abandoned park. Those monkeys with special powers were extremely fast. Even if he used Space Flash to attack them from behind, he would not be able to occupy a blind spot, allowing the monkeys to use their speed to escape. And during the pause after using the Space Flash, the monkey attacked me and I was unable to counterattack correctly. These are all the disadvantages of having no fighting skills. If it weren't for the chili powder, Fong Luo might not have been able to escape at that time. For a moment, Fong Luo had the idea of fighting with Master Jin to improve his fighting ability. If you learn martial arts by yourself, it can not only save the number of times you use Space Flash during battle. You can also make better use of the Space Blade. Thinking of this, Fong Luo did not kill the opponent directly, but used him as a sparring partner. Dong! Master Jin punched Fong Luo, who immediately gasped and opened his eyes wide. Why do you still have defensive abilities? Stop talking nonsense, use your tricks now. How dare you play tricks on me, little brat? Master Jin felt that Fong Luo was playing a trick on him. He was furious and attacked Fong Luo even more fiercely. However, no matter how hard he attacked, Fong Luo was not hurt at all. On the contrary, his own hands turned into pig's trotters because of attacking Fong Luo. It's horrible. Chapter 102 Biology. Fong Luo opened the space barrier and fought with Master Jin. He would not kill the opponent if he could, and let the opponent attack him, so as to practice dodging and counterattacking to improve his fighting skills. 10 minutes passed. Fong Luo couldn't help but admire Master Jin. Even at his age, he was still so stubborn and kept hitting him. Throw every punch with all your strength. His attack force was 1,500 kilograms, and his defense force was only 1,000 kilograms. It hit Fong Luo's 4,000 kilograms of defense, but did not hurt Fong Luo. Instead, he was injured. The white bones of a pair of hands were exposed. But he still persevered. The spirit is commendable. Fong Luo became more and more excited as he practiced. He had gradually found the feel for fighting. He felt that his strength was about 10% higher than it was 10 minutes ago. If I can keep practicing, I feel like it won't be long before I can deal with that group of monkeys. Fong Luo waved his fists a few times, feeling extremely happy, and wanted to continue fighting with Master Jin. Master Jin, who was lying on the side covered in blood, almost vomited blood in anger when he heard Fong Luo's muttering. Still practicing? Do you think I'm an animal? Master Jin now realized that the reason why he was able to fight with Fong Luo for so long was simply because the other party was playing a trick on him, not because he was unable to beat him. Hear the news. Master Jin no longer attacked foolishly, but just lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Only a fool would continue to attack. Do you really think it doesn't hurt when you hit your hands? It's only been a dozen minutes, and it's already gone? Fong Luo frowned and looked at him. He was indeed old, and the time was too short. He felt that he could still play for a few more hours. Stand up. Fong Luo walked up to Master Jin and kicked him twice. Don't play dead. How can a dead person move his fingers? Master Jin tried his best not to move. However, the piercing pain from the fingers was really unbearable. He couldn't help but scream after being kicked by Fong Luo. Humph, if I hadn't eaten for a few days and wasn't in a good condition, how could I lose to you? Master Jin was still stubborn. If you have the guts, wait until I have eaten my fill. After my powers are restored, we can have a fair fight. You people on the peninsula still know how to fight fairly? Fong Luo sneered. Master Jin's face turned red. They really had no spirit of fair competition. You can unplug the network cable when playing games. Since you don't have any special abilities, you are of no use to me. Just kill me. Fong Luo snorted coldly, condensed a spatial blade in his hand, and stabbed towards his head. This guy is a level 2 psychic, and being able to dig out level 2 crystals is a good harvest. You can't kill me. Seeing this, Master Jin was so scared that he hurriedly stopped Fong Luo. Oh? Fong Luo sneered, tell me, why can't I kill you? I am from the peninsula, you have no right to kill me. If you kill me, our embassy will definitely not let you go. If the two countries go to war, you will be a sinner. Master Jin threatened. The Peninsula Embassy? Hearing this, Fong Luo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Are you naive or am I? Do you think your embassy is still there in the current situation in the world? Still fighting? Fong Luo looked at Master Jin with a joking look on his face. Don't you guys in the peninsula like to make zombie movies? Dead Rising? Tiger Head? Guess, has your tiny place been occupied by zombies? How ridiculous to threaten me with this. Master Jin turned pale after listening to this. Yes, in this situation, there is no way the country would specifically care about me, since I am not an important person. I came here because I couldn't make it in the peninsula. Moreover, the peninsula is so small that it is even a question whether it still exists. It was just the desire to survive that made him say those words subconsciously. Now that he realized what was going on, Master Jin felt that he was really ridiculous. But he really didn't want to die. However, it was not his choice. Dajiang, send him away. Fong Luo snorted and said to He Dajiang, I'm talking about biology. Chapter 103, Fighting Practice. Yes, Brother Fong Luo. He Dajiang nodded, and looked at Fong Luo apologetically. Brother Fong Luo, I'm sorry, if it weren't for me. It's okay, just be more careful next time. Fong Luo waved his hand. He Dajiang was deeply moved. He thought that Fong Luo did not blame him and vowed to assist Fong Luo with all his strength. Take Master Jin away movingly. He Dajiang glared at the other party with resentment. These people almost affected the brotherhood between him and Fong Luoga. They were looking for death. He smashed the opponent's head with one punch. He took out the crystal and handed it respectfully to Fong Luo. Last night, after He Dajiang left, Lindsy Jin was very grateful to Fong Luo. Night. It was agreed that it would only happen once, but it was broken after what happened this time. While Lin Yuyu was asleep, Lindsy Jean rewarded Fong Luo again. Fong Luo was secretly happy. It has been said before that this kind of thing only happens 0 times and countless times, there is no such thing as only once. The next day, Fong Luo Yu sent He Dajiang out to kill the zombies. Husband. Brother-in-law, we are leaving too. Meow. Lindsy Jean and Lin Yuyu went out with Dianmu as they did before. Fong Luo just left everything alone and continued to stay in the cold storage. Watch TV and drink red wine to get enough rest and start improving your strength. After what happened yesterday, Fong Luo had another idea in his mind. After awakening superpowers, combat effectiveness can be greatly improved, but for ordinary people, they do not have any combat skills and cannot exert their full strength at all. On the contrary, those who have practiced martial arts can maximize the effects of their supernatural powers. Just like yesterday's stick. Fong Luo felt that he should also practice martial arts to improve his fighting skills. It just so happened that He Dajiang was a retired soldier with impeccable skills. He also had metal-related abilities and extremely high defense, so he was not afraid of being injured. After He Dajiang came back, Fong Luo told him about this. He Dajiang agreed immediately. He began to teach Fong Luo how to fight and became Fong Luo's sparring partner. 5 days passed. Fong Luo absorbed hundreds of level 1 crystals, and his ability level finally rose from level 3 to level 4, and his strength was further improved. Now, Fong Luo's space flash can move about 30 meters. When fully charged, it can be cast about 60 times in a row. This is equivalent to moving 1,800 meters in 30 seconds, ignoring obstacles. With the fighting skills that Fong Luo has practiced, Fong Luo now feels that he can easily defeat those superpowered monkeys if he faces them again. The defense of Fong Luo's space barrier was also upgraded from 4,000 kg pressure to 5,000 kg pressure. Under full energy, the shield can be continuously opened to block 100 level 2 mutants and attack continuously for 3 hours. I will never be afraid of Lao Luo's sneak attack again. One night, Lindsy Jean was worried about getting pregnant, and Fong Luo suddenly had an idea. Space marks can now cast 25 at the same time, with an explosion range of up to 30 meters, which can kill a level 3 defensive mutant. The growth attribute of the space blade is slightly lower than that of the others, and there has not been much improvement so far. But even so, the current Fong Luo can easily defeat himself from a few days ago. During this period of time, Fong Luo also gained a lot of supplies. He Dajiang and his men handed over a total of 150 crystals to Fong Luo. Among them, there are 10 level 3 crystals, 30 level 2 crystals, and 110 level 1 crystals. Enough for Fong Luo to use for more than 10 days. Moreover, as He Dajiang and others moved around, the reputation of the Ionia gang gradually became known to the survivors around them. During this period, more than a dozen people with special abilities came to surrender voluntarily, and together with those brought by He Dajiang from outside, there were more than 20 people with special abilities in total. After a simple assessment by Fong Luo, 15 people stayed. However, during the mission, several people with special abilities were killed by zombies. So far, in addition to Lindsy Jean and Lin Yuyu, Fong Luo has a total of 15 people with special abilities under his command. Among them, He Dajiang and Li Shan have been promoted to level 3. 10 psychics reached level 2. The remaining 3 level 1 ones have just joined. In addition, there are now more than 120 ordinary survivors in the gang. Fong Luo asked them to clean up the warehouse themselves and convert it into a dormitory. However, Fong Luo would not support them for nothing, they also needed to complete tasks and earn points. Otherwise Fong Luo would not give them food. Chapter 104 Level 4 Superpower. Their task was simple, to maintain and repair the surrounding facilities and to build a wall around the warehouse to prevent zombie invasions. One night, the cold storage was attacked by zombies and more than a dozen survivors were killed. Fortunately, Fong Luo and Lindsy Jean had just finished fighting at that time. At the other party's urging, Fong Luo took action and killed several zombies. Otherwise all the survivors will suffer. The two sisters Lindsy Jean and Lin Yuyu still go out every day, and they also bring back a lot of crystals for Fong Luo, which together are more than He Dajiang and others. In 5 days, Lindsy Jean, Lin Yuyu, and Dianmu brought back more than 300 crystals. Among them, there are 25 level 3 crystals, 50 level 2 crystals, and 225 level 1 crystals. Among them, half were obtained by Dianmu. Dianmu's current points are far ahead in the points table, with more than 2,000 points. She is one step closer to her goal of earning enough points to spend for a lifetime. Now, Dianmu's level has been upgraded to level 5, and her strength can be described as terrifying. The maximum speed of Dianmu is 70 ms. If moving in a straight line, she could run faster than Fan Luo. Fan Luo space flickered, moving 30 meters each time, pausing for 0.5 seconds in between, which was equivalent to 60 meters in 1 second. The most terrifying thing is the attack of the goddess of lightning. Now, Dianmu can kill a level 3 zombie with just one strike. The electricity used in the cold storage is entirely supported by a single cat, Dianmu. The electricity generated once can be used for several days. Fan Luo was a little envious of Dianmu. Why did she upgrade so quickly? Suppose I ate Dianmu, would my upgrade be faster? However, it is not that easy to eat Dianmu. Fortunately, Dianmu is still loyal. Otherwise, if she attacked Fan Luo would not be sure to resist. The space barrier is not currently resistant to electricity. Fan Luo did not take away all the crystals, leaving half of them for Lindsy and Lin Yu to use. During this period of time, the strength of the two improved rapidly. Lindsy Jin's ability level is close to level 5, and his level is increasing faster than Fan Luo's. This is mainly because the energy required to upgrade the space power is too much, several times that of the firepower. Lindsy Jin has been very busy recently. I get up early in the morning to make breakfast for Fan Luo and prepare lunch in advance. The key is to prepare a lot of food, hundreds of pounds for one meal, which is very energy consuming. After cooking, Lindsy Jin had to go out to kill zombies. After coming back in the evening, he had to continue preparing dinner for Fan Luo. After dinner, Lindsy Jin needs to use crystals to improve his strength, which also requires expending energy. Occasionally, when Fan Luo was in the mood, she didn't even have time to improve her strength. Fan Luo felt a little sorry for Lindsy Jin. Sometimes I feel embarrassed to be intimate with Lindsy Jin, for fear of disturbing her rest. After thinking about it, Fan Luo felt that he should arrange a few maids for the cold storage, and things like cleaning and cooking could be directly left to the maids. So Fan Luo came to the survivors' dormitory. These are all ordinary survivors, more than 100 of them. Most of them are young people, because it is difficult for older people to survive in the apocalypse. The survivors were all very excited when they saw the legendary boss. I didn't expect that the boss is not only powerful, but also so handsome. Some women intentionally or unintentionally show off their bodies, hoping that Fan Luo would be attracted to them. However, Fan Luo already has Lindsy Jin, and he doesn't even look down on other ordinary women. Chapter 105 Cooking Competition. Is there anyone among you who knows how to cook? Fan Luo asked when he came to the survivors' dormitory. A middle-aged man with a big, greasy belly came out and looked at Fan Luo flatteringly. Boss, I run a restaurant. I can make steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roast duck. As long as you have the ingredients, I can make anything. Fan Luo raised his eyebrows, feeling that it seemed quite plausible. Just wanted to say yes. Then someone else said, Boss, I can do it, too. Boss, I graduated from New Oriental. I'm the hotel chef. At that moment, more than a dozen people stood up, and Fan Luo was dazzled. I didn't expect there are so many cooks here. Fan Luo felt puzzled. Could it be that the cooks were not likely to starve to death? I only need one cook. Since you all want one, you can compete with each other. Whoever wins gets to stay. After thinking for a while, Fan Luo said, I will hold a cooking competition tonight, and all chefs can sign up. Besides myself, I will select a few people from the crowd to rate them. Also, I can give something to the person who does the best job. When Fan Luo's words were heard, the scene suddenly became noisy. All the survivors were extremely excited. The boss said he would pick a few people from the crowd to rate them. Does that mean we'll have a chance to taste the food, too? The boss is so nice that he is willing to share the delicious food with us. The gang I was in before watched us work every day. If we took a break, we would be whipped and not given food. In comparison, the boss is like an angel. What angel? This is my male god. My lord, are you in need of a maid? I want to be your maid. I can warm your bed. If I win the championship, I wonder what kind of reward the boss will give me. Do you think the boss will agree if I ask him for the evolution crystal? You really dare to think so? Do you want a slap in the face? Fan Luo looked at the survivors who were talking and smiled knowingly. It has been a long time since the end of the world. It seems like we have returned to a peaceful society. Interest is rising. Fan Luo also said proudly, as long as you win the championship, I can reward you with evolution crystals. Holy crap, is this true? Evolution crystals can also be rewarded? I want to join, too. I want to join. Long live the boss. In the crowd, a woman in the corner with her head down, a dirty face and a baby girl in her arms raised her head with a slight glint in her eyes. Night. After Lindsy, Jean and Lin Yuyu came back, Fan Luo told them about the cooking competition. Honey, is the food I cooked too bad? Lindsy Jean felt a little sad, thinking that Fan Luo disliked the food she cooked. No, the food you cook is the best I've ever eaten. Fan Luo was telling the truth. Lindsy Jean has been independent since childhood and learned to cook at the age of 12. The cooking skills are better than those in ordinary restaurants. You have to kill zombies, cook, and clean now. It's really tiring. Just concentrate on improving your strength and leave the rest to others. Fan Luo explained gently. Brother-in-law. Lin Yuyu joked, you actually care that your sister is tired. Why didn't you tell me about it at night? Fan Luo's old face turned red. This sister-in-law must have pretended to sleep again last night. Luckily, Lindsy Jean didn't know, otherwise she would definitely not let herself get into bed in the future. Go away, what do you know, little kid? The competition venue was held just outside the cold storage. Fan Luo asked the survivors to build a few stoves and took out a few large pots used for making banquets in the countryside from the space. When the participating chefs saw these large pots, they all looked a little embarrassed. They are all restaurant chefs and have never used this kind of pot. And how can such a big pot make delicious food? Fan Luo doesn't think so. Being able to cook food in a big pot and make it delicious is a testament to your superb cooking skills. All of a sudden, several people gave up, and only 5 people were still insisting on the competition. 4 males and 1 female. Fan Luo was a little surprised. Even male chefs can't use the big pot properly, but she, a woman, still insists on doing it. I couldn't help but look at it more. The woman was dressed in dirty clothes and her face was covered in dust, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. However, her figure is very impressive, and it feels better than Lu Su's. But Fan Luo didn't say much. He directly instructed Yi Dajiang to move several hundred kilograms of food out of the cold storage. These were all fresh ingredients that he had taken out from the space in advance. The leaves of green vegetables are all green. The survivors around gasped when they saw the food piled up as high as a mountain. There's so much food, the boss is really rich. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that these foods are all fresh, as if they were just picked from the ground. It's been so long since the end of the world. Where did the boss get so much fresh food? This is much more precious than bread and rice. Does the boss have a wood-related ability and can grow his own vegetables? Don't you see that the pork is all fresh? And there are such big abalones, even bigger than me. The survivors opened their eyes wide, staring at the leaves, their saliva almost flowing out, wishing they could take a bite of the raw leaves. This is much better than what they had eaten before. Fan Luo smiled. This is just the beginning. There are still dozens of tons of vegetables, dozens of tons of fresh meat, dozens of tons of seafood in my space. Soon, 5 chefs started cooking, and the air was filled with aroma. There was a lot of activity around the cold storage. Fan Luo also brought out a few boxes of cold beer. It was summer now and the temperature at night was 230. It was just right to hug the girl and drink beer. A few hundred meters away from the cold storage, 5 or 6 men were walking towards the cold storage. Are you sure Qin Xian is in that Ionia? That should be right. Someone saw the senior sister carrying the young lady and running towards this side. There is only one gang nearby. I really don't understand. The Los Angeles hotel is so luxurious and the chef is the head chef. Why would my senior sister go to this corner instead of staying in a luxury suite? I heard that there are only a dozen psychics in Ionia, and they probably can't even get enough food. If the young lady starves to death, the boss will definitely be furious. It seems that the boss killed the master, and the matter was known to the senior sister, so Qin Xian took the young lady hostage and ran away. Master is dead? Who cares? He's just a master, not a father. Even if he dies, it's no big deal. Our mission is to bring senior sister and miss back. What if the Ionians refuse? Refused? They don't have the guts. We are the Los Angeles Grand Hotel, but we are a second-rate gang in Los Angeles, with hundreds of superpowers. He is a second-rate gang, what can he use to fight us? An obese young man showed a disdainful expression. Suddenly, he sniffed, what's that smell? It smells so good. Someone is cooking. Chapter 106, The End of the World? This is the night market, right? They were originally chefs at the Los Angeles Hotel. After the end of the world. The owner of Los Angeles Hotel survived by relying on the rooms and supplies in the Los Angeles Hotel. Later, his superpowers were awakened. He formed a gang and named it the Los Angeles Hotel. Some of the gang members were the hotel's original security guards, cooks, and waiters, and some were guests. Not long ago, for some unknown reason, the boss killed the chef. In order to get revenge, the chef's daughter took the boss's daughter hostage and ran away. The boss was furious and issued an order that whoever captured Qin Xian would be rewarded with 25 bottles of water. Seeing that the reward was generous, the 5 of them took the initiative to go out to look for Qin Xian. Several people followed the clues and found the vicinity of the Ionian gang. Cooking? Hearing what the fat young man said, a thin man on the side sneered, Winter Melon, you are not hallucinating because of hunger, right? It's the end of the world now, how can anyone cook? Impossible. Dongua shook his head, you forgot, I have a special ability of smell. Even if there is a jar of shit in front of me, I can smell what is in it. Indeed, Winter Melon could smell what I ate yesterday. Hey, I seem to smell a little fragrance, as if someone is really cooking. Another person also sniffed and said, it seems to be coming from the direction of the Ionian gang. Could it be that they are cooking? Is this true, Dongua? Smell it again and see. Dongua sniffed again, it is indeed in that direction. It seems to have pork, beef, mutton, lobster, tuna. Stop, stop, stop. You are just telling me the names of the dishes. How can there be so many ingredients? The thin man listened more and more outrageous. It's the end of the world now. Although the hot weather has passed, it's only 40 now. But the previous high temperature of 70 had already killed 90% of the cattle and sheep, or turned them into zombies. How could there be so much meat? There is also seafood. Could it be that they were eating zombie meat? But I did smell these things, as if the people from Ionia were really cooking. Dongua said. Impossible. The thin guy firmly refused to believe it. Our boss owns the Los Angeles Hotel, and even at his most luxurious time, he only eats 2 salted fish at the same time. Do you think a poor gang living in a warehouse can have so many ingredients? I'm a little uncertain about Winter Melon too. He also felt that these ingredients were a bit outrageous. It was the end of the world and even the boss couldn't eat them. But he did smell it. He. The thin man sneered and said, why don't we make a bet on whether they are cooking or not? Whoever loses will eat a jar of shit. Others also joined in the booing. Let's place a bet. I bet on the skinny guy to win. It's really ridiculous. How can they, a small gang, have so much food? I bet on the thin guy, too. Let's bet. Seeing that no one supported him, Dongua snorted and was a little unconvinced. Give me all 25 bottles of water when the time comes, don't cry. Ha ha. The thin man laughed, okay, I happen to be constipated these 2 days, and I have already fermented you, so I can just eat it directly. Humph, I ate rotten meat yesterday. Dongua was not afraid to admit defeat, I just happened to have diarrhea, you can drink it even if you don't have water. Hey, you guys are disgusting. Several people walked towards the cold storage, thinking about their bets. However, as the distance got closer, the expressions of several people became more and more strange. The fragrance is getting stronger. It not only has the flavor of meat, but also cumin and chili. Damn, it also tastes like lamb kebabs, and my favorite cumin powder. Nima, it even smells like stinky tofu? We're not going to lose, are we? Impossible. The thin man comforted himself, but his facial expression looked a little ugly. The scent doesn't feel fake. So many people, what are they doing? How many generators are needed to light so many lights? What a waste. Wait for a few people to come closer and see the situation nearby clearly. Expression slightly surprised. Although they stayed in a 5-star hotel, electricity was only available in the boss room, so they would easily pee on their feet when going to the toilet at night. And there are at least dozens of lights here. There were hundreds of people gathered in the middle. The scene didn't look like the end of the world, but rather a lively night market. This Ionia doesn't seem to be as simple as imagined. See what's going on in there. A few people swallowed and squeezed into the crowd again. When they saw the scene in the crowd clearly, their jaws dropped to the ground and their eyes were full of disbelief. As cooks, they are very familiar with the items in front of them. Food. It's all vegetables. Meat, seafood, vegetables, a wide variety of food. This is simply a snack street. Is this the end of the world? How come there are so many dishes? Winter melon, have we been reborn and returned to the time before the end of the world? Don't ask me that, Skinny. Should I pull it for you now or later? The thin man's face turned ashen. How is this possible? He totally didn't believe what he saw. Isn't this Ionia a small gang with only a dozen psychics? How can there be so much food? On the stove in front, each pot contained at least dozens of kilograms of food. At the door of the cold storage, the table was filled with food, weighing at least several hundred kilograms in total. And there's beer, wine, and a fruit plate? Shit, there is someone playing music next to us? Is this really a party? There are hundreds of superpowers and thousands of survivors in their Los Angeles hotel, but they cannot consume so much food in a day. And they still eat dry rice, flour, and bread. Meats like these that are rich in oil and water are unimaginable. Is this really the end of the world? Before the end of the world, the food I ate secretly while helping in the kitchen in a hotel was not as good as this. Look, the one walking forward, isn't that Qin Xian? The thin guy changed the subject. His eyes were fixed on Qin Xian, who was carrying a plate of food. A handsome man was walking towards the cold storage door. Fong Luo ate the delicious food happily. It's really lively today. Fong Luo smiled and said to Lindsy Jean, I haven't felt this comfortable for a long time. It seems that we should organize more activities like this in the future. It's the end of the world, so we can't live in such a depressed state. Brother-in-law is right. Lin Yuyu held a chicken drumstick in one hand and a bottle of happy water in the other and said, It's summer now, I think we can have the ultimate bikini pool party. Bikini? Fong Luo's eyes lit up. Dozens of beauties in bikinis appeared in my mind, lying in the same swimming pool with me. It was so cool. It's a bit too wasteful. Lindsy Jean was afraid of waste. How much water can be wasted? Fong Luo smiled and decided to build a swimming pool. A swimming pool would only take about 18,000 bottles of water. Chapter 107, 3 Beauties in Los Angeles. Please enjoy it. At this time, the last woman who had finished cooking lowered her head and brought over a plate of food. Fong Luo glanced at her. He had noticed this woman, not because of her appearance. Instead, the other chefs each cooked dozens of dishes tonight. There are all kinds of tricks. And this woman only cooked one dish in one night. Fong Luo almost thought she had given up. The other chefs also laughed at the joke, only making one dish a night, I don't know what the point of competing is. It looks like the champion can only be chosen from among the 4 of us. I don't know if I can successfully awaken my superpowers. Fong Luo glanced at the food. Boiled cabbage. A very ordinary dish, nothing special. Try it. Fong Luo handed the dishes to Lin Zijin and Lin Yuyu. After eating all night, he was almost vomiting. Wow, it's delicious. Why do I taste the taste of seafood when I see a piece of cabbage? Lin Yuyu tasted it and immediately exclaimed, although, I don't want to admit it, it is indeed better than what my sister makes. Brother-in-law, let's choose her for the championship, she's so delicious. Lin Zijin also nodded. Although she can cook, the food this person cooks is really delicious. What, she's the champion? She just cooked one dish, why? Because she's a woman? When the other chefs heard this, they began to feel dissatisfied. It feels very unfair. Fong Luo also raised his eyebrows, thinking, is it really that delicious? I also picked up a piece and tasted it. Hiss. After taking a bite, Fong Luo also took a breath of cold air. It's really delicious. And the taste is a bit familiar, as if I have eaten it somewhere. Oh, right, Los Angeles Hotel. Before this, Fong Luo ordered millions of food from the Los Angeles Hotel. This dish is one of them. It seems that various seafood and meat are used to stew soup, and then the cabbage is steamed with the steam from the stewing soup, so that the cabbage can absorb the nutrients of the food. Finally, pour the soup over the cabbage. The process is very complicated and the price is very expensive, costing several thousand yuan for one portion. Now is the end of the world, and the price has more than increased 1,000 times. One dish, over 1 million. Fang Luo couldn't help but ask curiously, have you ever worked at the Los Angeles hotel? She did work at the LA hotel. The woman was about to answer when a man in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Then 5 men came out. When the woman saw those people, her face changed drastically and turned extremely pale. Do you know her? Fang Luo glanced at a few people, thinking they were also his younger brothers. He. The thin man smiled and said, this lady's name is Qin Xian, and she is the daughter of Qin Tianhe, the chef of Luocheng Hotel. Who is Qin Tianhe? Brother, I can tell from the fact that you've never eaten at the Los Angeles hotel, and you don't even know Qin Tianhe. A chef explained, Qin Tianhe is one of the top 10 chefs in our country. He once cooked for a state banquet and was called Qin Gua Caillun. Then I went to the Los Angeles hotel and became the head chef. However, Qin Gua Caillun only cooks 3 dishes a day. Most of the other food is made by his daughter and apprentices. I heard that Qin Gua Caillun's daughter inherited 90% of her father's skills and is extremely beautiful. She is known as one of the 3 goddesses of Luo City along with Miss Lu and Miss Chen. I didn't expect that this woman was actually Qin Gua Caillun's daughter. It's really not unfair to lose to her. After hearing about Qin Xian's identity, the chefs who were originally a little dissatisfied are now convinced. But why is she here instead of at the Los Angeles hotel? Everyone was a little confused again. Fang Luo was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this low-key woman was actually Qin Gua Caillun's daughter. In order to cook for Su Qingqing, Fang Luo once specially learned catering knowledge. I occasionally came across Qin Tianhe's information and I admired him very much at that time. It's a pity that I didn't learn it. Since the other party is Qin Gua Caillun's daughter, there is no problem with her being his cook. Qin Xian? Fang Luo looked at Qin Xian with a smile, from now on, I'll trouble you to prepare food for us. Qin Xian's face was still pale and she didn't say anything. I'm afraid she can't continue to cook for you. The thin man sneered and said, Sister Qian, let's go, take the young lady and go back with us. Qin Xian trembled. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with unwillingness. Who are you? Fang Luo then looked at the other person carefully and realized that he was not his subordinate. We are from Los Angeles Hotel. We are ordered to take Qin Xian and the lady back. The thin man said proudly. Waiting for Fang Luo to be frightened and offered Qin Xian to him. Miss? Fang Luo looked at Qin Xian. She found her eyes looking at a baby who was a few months old. Is this her daughter? Fang Luo raised his eyebrows, mistakenly thinking that Qin Xian was a mother. No wonder she had such a good figure. It's a pity that it's not a wood-related ability. Otherwise. Bah, what am I thinking about? Fang Luo cursed himself inwardly. Fang Luo didn't know the relationship between Qin Xian and them, and thought that Qin Xian had a conflict with her husband and ran away. He is not an unreasonable person. So he looked at Qin Xian and said, do you want to go back with them? I won't stop you if you want to go. If you don't want to leave, you can stay. I don't want to go back. Qin Xian shook her head, her body trembling slightly. Fang Luo nodded. Then he said to the thin man, you can go now. She doesn't want to go back with you. It's not up to her to decide whether she wants to or not. The thin man snorted coldly, brothers, please send Qin Xian and the young lady back. Without waiting for them to come forward. He Dajian's body, as tall as a mountain, blocked the way for several people. Why, are you asking if you want to protect her? The thin man said coldly, do you know the strength of our Los Angeles hotel? We have more than 100 superpowers. Believe it or not, we can crush you here in a minute. Hearing this, the survivors around were shocked and became a little worried. Pray that Fang Luo will let Qin Xian go. Don't let a fight break out, or they will be the ones to suffer. Qin Xian was also struggling in her heart. She knew very well the strength of the Los Angeles hotel, but if she had not secretly kidnapped the boss's daughter, she would not have been able to escape. Fang Luo's number of people is definitely no match for the people from Los Angeles hotel. She felt Fang Luo was a nice person. I don't want to harm Fang Luo. Qin Xian gritted her teeth and prepared to step out so as not to cause trouble for Fang Luo. However, before she could speak, Fang Luo said coldly, "No matter how strong you are, no matter how many people you are, if she doesn't want to leave, no one can take her away." Fang Luo is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs, but he is definitely not a coward either. As the boss, if I let others take my younger brothers away at will, then what's the point of being the boss? On the side, Qin Xian was slightly surprised when she heard Fang Luo's words. She thought that Fang Luo might take the initiative to capture her and give her to him. I also thought about Fang Luo saying nothing and not interfering in other people's business. Because I have no relationship with him, it's totally fine for him to do that. However, she really didn't expect that Fang Luo would say it so decisively. She didn't want to leave, and no one could take her away. For a moment, he felt admiration for Fang Luo's character and was also a little moved. Brother-in-law is so domineering. Lin Yu was also full of admiration. From now on, we will have delicious food to eat every day. Boy, do you really want to meddle in other people's business? The thin man's face turned ugly. Do you know what will happen if you offend our Los Angeles hotel? I don't know what will happen to me. Fang Luo sneered. However, your end may not be good. Da Jiang, catch him. Chapter 108, Even the superpowers have differences. The enemy threatened to settle the score with him later, so Fang Luo certainly wouldn't be so foolish as to let the tiger go back to the mountain. Be decisive when doing things. Fang Luo directly ordered He Da Jiang to capture them. You are just a small gang, and you think you can capture us? The thin man sneered and looked at his companions jokingly. By the way, brothers, how many superpowers were there in the gang we wiped out a few days ago? Only 20. Donghua said in a muffled voice. Those guys still wanted to escape, but no one could escape under my nose. We killed them all. There are only 16 here, even fewer than last time. I don't feel any pressure. Even people with special abilities have differences. Several people faced He Da Jiang with confidence. Although the other side had more than a dozen people with special abilities, they didn't take them seriously at all. A person with superpowers? They have seen a lot, and not all of them are powerful. Brother, let me give you another piece of advice. Don't meddle in things that are not your business. Be careful not to lose your life. The thin man looked at Fang Luo with a sneer. Be careful, they are very powerful. Qin Shen was also a little worried, because she had witnessed the strength of these people with her own eyes. Some of them were chefs before and were great with knife skills. After they awakened their special powers, they became even more powerful and could kill zombies with just one knife. Fang Luo was happy. I thought I was in a supermarket and I even decorated it. Da Jiang, it's up to you. Fang Luo chuckled, opened a bottle of beer, leaned back in his chair, and started eating and drinking from a skewer of mutton. I was not worried at all about Qin Xian's reminder. Yes, brother Fang Luo. He Da Jiang nodded and then walked towards the few people. You're looking for death. A cook snorted coldly, picked up a kitchen knife and chopped at He Da Jiang's head with such speed that the people around him could only see a flash of light. Some of the timid ones were so scared that they screamed. Qin Xian's face was also pale. With this knife, He Da Jiang's head will burst into pieces, right? She shuddered at the thought of the red and white mixing together on the ground. I closed my eyes subconsciously. However, after the thud, the sound of iron sheets falling to the ground was heard in the air. She opened her eyes curiously. I saw that He Da Jiang's body was already wrapped in a layer of metal, and the opponent's kitchen knife hit his head, causing it to shatter layer by layer. Except for a few people who knew the result already, everyone widened their eyes and looked at He Da Jiang in disbelief. Is this still a human being? It's so amazing. What? The man who wielded the knife was also stunned. How did the other party suddenly become a transformer? Even the kitchen knife that accompanied him as an apprentice for 2.5 years was broken. Is this all you can do? He Da Jiang snorted. I return what I just said to you. There are also differences among superpowers. He punched the other person directly in the stomach. He Da Jiang's entire body is now covered in metal, including his fists. Although he does not have strength-type superpowers, the damage caused by the reinforced metal when it hits a person is unimaginable. Suddenly, the other party's expression twisted. My intestines churned uncontrollably. A fishy-smelling liquid overflowed. Hey, brother Da Jiang is quite tough and invulnerable. Lin Yu was eating at first, but she almost vomited after seeing this. Da Jiang has metal-related abilities. Fang Luo also slightly admired. With only a level 3 ability, Da Zhang's defense can reach 5,000 kilograms of pressure, which is the same level as mine. Even if his level is higher, I can't beat him. At the same time, he sighed in his heart that although the defense of the space barrier was very high, it was still inferior to those specializing in physical defense types of abilities. Fang Luo is now level 4, and can only be compared with Da Zhang at level 3. But there are some aspects of the space barrier that cannot be compared with this kind of special power. For example, Fang Luo's space barrier can isolate a certain temperature. Unless the temperature is extremely high, Fang Luo cannot be hurt. But metal-related abilities are basically like a barbecue grill when encountering fire, and will burn you to death. According to a certain MOBA game, Da Zhang has top-level armor that can block attacks like swords and guns, but it cannot block attacks like ignition. Fang Luo, on the other hand, has armor, magic resistance, and a white shield, and can block almost all attacks. Moreover, Fang Luo's space barrier is attached to the surface of the skin, close to the skin. Ultra thin. There is no sense of encumbrance at all. Brother-in-law, you are so tough, you are invulnerable. But I am not invulnerable, so take it easy. Fang Luo was thinking about something when Lin Yuyu leaned close to Fang Luo's ear and spoke in a mischievous manner. You head. Fang Luo was so upset. This sister-in-law really dared to say anything. She is still a young girl, but she acts like an experienced driver. By the way, she shouldn't have known that she used the space barrier for something else last time. Shit, I can't let her sleep in the bed. You will sleep on the sofa from today on. Fang Luo said in revenge. Da Zhang is now a level 3 psychic, while the most powerful person on the opposite side is only level 2. Their strengths are completely on a different level. 3 times 5 divided by 2. Da Zhang beat them until their faces were bruised and swollen. Boss, we've caught all 4 of them. Do you want to kill them? Da Zhang clapped his hands and pointed at the 4 tied-up men. When they heard this, they panicked and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. We won't arrest Qin Xian. Let us go. We won't complain. They were horrified and regretted coming here. I never thought that such a low-ranking gang would have such a powerful psychic. His strength is almost catching up with the boss. Moreover, this psychic is just a little brother. So what is the strength of this young man who is speaking? Lock him up first. Fang Luo waved his hand. The cooking competition has ended and the final winner is Qin Xian. The other chefs had no objection either, after all, he was really skilled. The daughter of Qin Guoxiao, one of the 3 goddesses of Los Angeles. The cooks cooked a lot of food, and some of it was not finished, so Fang Luo asked his men to distribute it, and some survivors also ate the food. Everyone was grateful to Fang Luo. After the end of the world, they rarely ate rice, and they dared not even think about eating food like this one that was so delicious and tasty. The boss is the best boss in the world. We have to work hard for the boss and repay him. Of course, I have been working for 20 years and I am known as the best worker. Fang Luo took Qin Xian back to the cold storage. I looked at the other person again. He was dirty all over. There was a lot of dust on his face, and I don't know if it was intentional, so it was difficult to see his specific appearance. However, she looked very clean with the baby in her arms. Go take a shower and change your clothes first. Fang Luo said as he took out a set of clothes. Qin Xian hesitated for a moment and asked, Is it true that I gave you the evolution crystal? She is very concerned about this issue. Because she came out to participate in the competition because she heard about the evolution crystal. Chapter 109 Misunderstanding. You want crystal? Fang Luo raised his eyebrows. Qin Xian nodded. Think carefully, not everyone can use the evolution crystal. You want to regret it? Qin Xian thought Fang Luo was going to go back on his word, and her expression suddenly changed. I never regret it. Fang Luo shook his head and said, But not everyone can awaken their superpowers. If you fail to awaken them, you might explode and die. Are you sure you want more? When Qin Xian heard that she would explode and die, her face turned pale. However, she must awaken her superpowers. Want? Qin Xian nodded firmly. Fang Luo sighed. It wasn't that he couldn't afford an evolution crystal. He had hundreds of evolution crystals here, and it was just a drop in the bucket. And Even if Qin Xian fails to awaken, he can still harvest the energy crystal in Qin Xian's brain. You 1T lose too much. It's just a pity that the chef we just found died. However, Fang Luo will not regret it. Okay, go take a shower first, and I'll give it to you after you finish. Fang Luo looked at her dirty appearance, and then looked at the crying baby in her arms. Fang Luo had never given birth to a child, but she roughly knew that the baby was crying most likely because he was hungry and needed milk. But babies have relatively weak resistance. Qin Xian is dirty and the baby might get sick. So Fang Luo asked the other party to wash himself first. Bath? Qin Xian trembled. She didn't know what Fang Luo meant. I started to have all sorts of random thoughts in my mind. Why does the other person insist on taking a bath by himself? Could it be that he wanted to do that to me? Qin Xian smiled bitterly in her heart. Yes, I am known as one of the 3 goddesses in Los Angeles. In order to pursue me, those people usually spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every day to go to the hotel to eat the food I cook. Fang Luo knew my identity and I needed his help, so how could he let me go? Never mind. Just agree to it. As long as there is a slight chance to avenge my father, it doesn't matter even if I suppress him once. Just think of it as being oppressed by a ghost. Thinking of this, Qin Xian put the baby on the sofa, then immediately went to the bathroom and washed herself. An hour later, Qin Xian walked out with her long white legs. She was not wearing any clothes, just a bath towel. She thought she would have to take it off anyway. It would be better to let Fang Luo finish quickly so that I can awaken my superpowers. When Fang Luo saw Qin Xian walking out of the bathroom, his eyes were slightly startled. Qin Xian was dirty before and he couldn't see her appearance clearly. Now that she was clean, her beauty was immediately revealed. She is worthy of being one of the 3 goddesses of Los Angeles. The other person's beauty is not inferior to Lindsy Jean, and even in terms of temperament, she is better than Lindsy Jean. Qin Xian's face is a slightly fleshy oval face, and her pair of almond-shaped eyes are extremely bright, as if there are stars in them. She is not particularly tall, but about 168 centimeters tall. Because of cooking, the lines of her arms are very symmetrical, making people want to hold them and play with them. What attracts the most attention about Qin Xian is her figure. Fang Luo didn't know if it was because the other party had just given birth to a child, but her breasts were particularly plump. Even fuller than Lu Su's. Different from Lu Su's mature temperament, Qin Xian looks cute like a girl, but also has a mature sexiness in her every move. Full of hormones. What a stunner. I don't know if I can awaken the wood-related abilities, ahem. Fang Luo frowned slightly, and his favorable impression of Qin Xian decreased a little. Originally, Fang Luo thought she was a nice person. Even if she got dirty, she would always keep the child clean. However, her child is crying with hunger, but she doesn't care and is still seducing herself. Fang Luo admitted that he was lustful. Qin Xian is indeed a rare beauty. However, he was not so beastly as to let a baby starve and suffer for such a thing. The reason why people are called people. This is because humans can control their emotions, but animals cannot. Fang Luo shook his hand away. Go away. What do you mean, you want to go back on your word? Qin Xian was feeling uneasy when she suddenly heard Fang Luo's words. She was slightly stunned and then became angry, feeling that she was being fooled by Fang Luo. I won't regret it. Fang Luo directly threw her an evolution crystal, but I don't need someone with a bad character. Is there something wrong with my character? Qin Xian was startled, and suddenly felt extremely wronged and extremely angry. You forced me to take a shower, just to make me accompany you. Now that I'm done, you're saying there's something wrong with my character? You can insult my body, but you can't insult my dignity. Take your broken rock. Qin Xian angrily kicked the evolution crystal at her feet away. Seeing this scene, Fang Luo finally realized that there was a misunderstanding. Qin Xian mistakenly thought that he asked her to take a bath so that he could sleep with her. But I didn't expect that Qin Xian attached so much importance to her dignity. Fang Luo couldn't help but look at him with admiration. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no way he could kick the evolution crystal away. I don't dare to lose my temper with myself. This is all a misunderstanding. Fang Luo explained the misunderstanding. Qin Xian also reacted. Thinking about what I had done before and those dirty thoughts, I suddenly felt extremely ashamed. In comparison, Fang Luo seemed to be even more gentlemanly than himself. Yes, I'm sorry. Qin Xian's face flushed, and she apologized like a child who had done something wrong, and quickly ran to pick up the evolution crystal. Fine. Fang Luo waved his hand. The baby has been crying for a long time. He must be hungry. Feed him quickly. The baby cried for more than an hour, and his head was a little big. Such a small baby can't eat anything else. He had no idea what to do. Feeding? Qin Xian spat. I don't have any milk. You don't have milk? Fang Luo looked at Qin Xian's figure with a look of disbelief. You actually say that this figure has no breasts? Seemed to have guessed Fang Luo's thoughts. Qin Xian blushed and said, This is not my child. Not yours? Qin Xian thought about it and told her own experience. My father found a very strange crystal not long ago. It is said that one crystal is worth 1,000 pieces. He originally wanted to wait until I awakened my powers before leaving it to me. But Gua Caillun found out about this and forced my dad to take out the crystal. When my dad refused, he killed him. Chapter 110 Auxiliary Power. After listening to Qin Xian's story, Fang Luo suddenly understood. So whose child is this? Fang Luo pointed at the baby. This is Gua Caillun's daughter. Gua Caillun is the current owner of the Los Angeles hotel. I accidentally overheard him talking about killing my father. Not only did he kill my father, he also wanted to covet me. So before he took action, I tricked the child out of his wife. Although I know this is a bit immoral, only by holding his daughter hostage can I escape. Qin Xian's eyes were filled with hatred. Do you think I shouldn't implicate an innocent child? Qin Xian looked at Fang Luo, afraid that Fang Luo would think she was cold-blooded and drive her away. He also said, But my dad and Gua Caillun's father were old friends. At his invitation, he gave up the opportunity to work in Beijing and came to Jiangqing to help him run the hotel. Over the years, my father has helped his family earn at least 10 billion. After the apocalypse, it was my father's prestige that stabilized most of the people in the hotel. Without my dad, they would probably all be dead now. But they still killed my father. In their eyes, my father's life was not as important as a stone. When Qin Xian said this, she smiled bitterly and angrily. Fang Luo was silent. He felt the same way. At the beginning, he was the same. He helped Su Qingqing's family so much and risked his life for them. But in their eyes, his life was not as valuable as a piece of crystal. In the end, he smashed his own head open. This is the end of the world. No matter how good the relationship was in the past, it will become worthless in an environment without the rule of law and driven by interests. I hate them. Qin Xian looked at Fang Luo with burning eyes. So I want to awaken my superpowers and avenge my father. Whatever the cost. Looking at Qin Xian's determined eyes, Fang Luo admired her character a little. I also think that people like Qin Xian are very scary, and it is very likely that she will become a strong person in the future. Thinking back to just now, Qin Xian took the initiative to grab his hand and placed it on her plump body, but was rejected by him. Fang Luo secretly thought it was a pity. We were almost one of us. However, if Fang Luo continues to ask now, the other party probably will not refuse. But Fang Luo didn't do that. Fang Luo is not a person who would take advantage of an innocent woman when she is in trouble. You can stay here first. Fang Luo smiled. Qin Xian is a good person, so it would be perfect for her to stay and be his cook. As for the use of the evolution crystal, think about it yourself. Once you have thought it through, I will teach you how to use it. Fang Luo had never seen the other person in his previous life. Never heard of it either. I don't know whether the opponent will awaken his special powers or explode and die after using it. Don't think about it. Even if I fail or die, I won't regret it. At least I tried my best. Qin Xian held the evolution crystal tightly, her eyes determined. Fang Luo felt a little bit of admiration. Without hesitation, tell the other party how to use it. Qin Xian became excited. Use according to Fang Luo's method. After a while, she began to feel pain in her body and felt her soul was sublimating step by step. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Qin Xian's discomfort completely stopped. She successfully awakened her superpowers. Great! I did it! Qin Xian clenched her hands excitedly. However, she was not quite sure what superpower she had, so she looked at Fang Luo. What superpower do I have? Try using it for a bit. Fang Luo taught the other party how to use energy. Qin Xian has a high level of comprehension and learned it in no time. She stretched out her hand, and soon a drop of crystal liquid flowed from Qin Xian's fingertips. I have water-related abilities? Qin Xian asked in surprise. In the end times, water-related abilities are definitely one of the most precious abilities. Water is the source of life. No matter how powerful a person with special abilities is, he will die of thirst if he does not drink water for more than 7 days. If you have water-related abilities, you don't have to worry about water sources. And water-based abilities also have considerable attack power. Therefore, even a level 1 water-based mutant would become a popular commodity for any gang. But Fang Luo frowned. Water-related abilities are extremely precious. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone with water-related abilities in Luo City. If there is, it is impossible not to have a reputation. Fang Luo looked again at the slightly milky white mucus dripping on the ground. He reached out and took a bite. I brought it to my nose and smelled it, and immediately a fragrance came over. Fang Luo felt refreshed. This is? Fang Luo opened his eyes wide, and had a shocking guess in his mind. Could this be an auxiliary ability? What is the auxiliary ability? Qin Xian asked expectantly, is the attack powerful? The auxiliary ability has no offensive power, and the combat ability is about the same as that of ordinary people. Just like ordinary people? After hearing Fang Luo's words, Qin Xian's expression suddenly became gloomy and she looked as pale as death. Ordinary people? There is no difference between awakening my superpowers and not awakening them. My father had waited for me to awaken my special powers, and he would rather die than surrender in the face of Gua Caillun's threats, but in the end, this is what happened. If I had known this, why would my father have? A tear fell from the corner of Qin Xian's eye, and her eyes became colorless. Fang Luo looked at Qin Xian and felt a little amused. Although, Fang Luo explained, assistance abilities don't have any offensive power, but your role is greater than that of 100 attacking abilities. What? Qin Xian raised her head in confusion. Quote, you should play games, quote. Fang Luo said, assistance-type abilities, as the name implies, your skills can enhance the strength of another ability user. If 2 combat-type Esper with equal strength were to fight, and you used your skills to assist one of them, he would easily defeat the enemy. Is it really that powerful? Qin Xian was a little unconvinced. Real. Fang Luo nodded, I just smelled it, and I felt refreshed. The impact of this on my future growth will be immeasurable. If you eat it, it will probably have a stronger effect. Besides, you are only level 1 now. Fang Luo was extremely surprised. Many people often ignore the existence of assistance when playing games. But the auxiliary role is much greater than imagined. A powerful combat psychic paired with an excellent auxiliary psychic is definitely more powerful than 2 combat psychics. If the number of people becomes larger, then, the role of assisting the psychics becomes more and more obvious. If evaluated by its function, auxiliary power can definitely be considered a T1 level power. Unexpectedly, when I organized a cooking competition, I found a person with auxiliary abilities. What a lucky guy. Fang Luo had to thank the owner of Luocheng Hotel, Gua Caillun. If he wasn't so stupid as to kill Qin Xian's father, he would have helped Qin Xian awaken her special abilities and trained her. Then his gang is likely to become the strongest gang in Los Angeles. Chapter 111 helped me collect interest. But I still can't take revenge. Although she knew that her special ability was very powerful, Qin Xian's expression was still gloomy. Suddenly, she thought of something, looked at Fang Luo expectantly and said, can you help me get revenge? As long as you help me get revenge, I can promise you anything. This? Fang Luo was a little hesitant. Please. Qin Xian's eyes reddened, she ran to Fang Luo and untied her bathrobe without hesitation. Fang Luo knew that Qin Xian was not a loose woman, and she did not do this on her own initiative. If he really possessed her, he was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable and would not help him sincerely in the future. Fang Luo didn't want to get an auxiliary mutant whose heart didn't belong to him. Fang Luo turned his head away. You don't have to do this. I can help you get revenge, but you have to promise me one thing. What's the matter? Qin Xian asked. As long as she can avenge her father, she will agree to anything. From now on, you must assist me wholeheartedly. Fang Luo said. Is that all? That's all. Thank you. Qin Xian looked at Fang Luo gratefully. She was a woman, and if she hadn't been in desperate situation, she really didn't want to use this method. But she didn't expect that even after she took off all her clothes, Fong Luo didn't even covet her body, but only made a request that she should do. Compared with the men I met before, each of them wanted to possess me and put me in 18 positions. In comparison, Fong Luo is truly a gentleman. I couldn't help but feel a little fond of the other party, Luo. Don't worry, I will definitely assist you wholeheartedly. If I fail to do so, I will die a miserable death. Qin Xian raised 3 fingers and swore. Fong Luo smiled. Being able to gain the loyalty of an auxiliary psychic is definitely a huge profit. Oh. On the side, the baby's crying was getting louder and louder, probably because he was very hungry. What will happen to the child if you don't have milk? Fong Luo asked. Such a small baby cannot eat or drink raw milk. Qin Xian was somewhat resentful. It's Gua Caillun's child anyway, humph. After she finished saying this, she looked at Fong Luo with some regret, worried that Fong Luo would misunderstand her character. However, Fong Luo also knew Qin Xian's character. Sharp tongue but a soft heart. If she was really mean to the baby, it would be impossible for her to protect the baby so well. The baby is still crying. No, if this goes on, something might happen to the child. Fong Luo frowned. Well, let's return the child. Her mother has milk. At the beginning, Qin Xian held the child hostage just to escape, and did not really want to hurt the child. Although she hated Gua Caillun, she was not unreasonable. That's all we can do. Fong Luo picked up the child and prepared to return him. Fong Luo. But just as he stood up, Qin Xian called him back. I'll go with you. Forget about you. It's not easy to move with you. Fong Luo shook his head. This. Qin Xian was a little disappointed. Then he said, can you help me get revenge? Uncertain. Fong Luo shook his head. He was not sure whether he could find Gua Caillun or whether he would have a chance to kill him. However, Qin Xian thought that Fong Luo could not beat Gua Caillun. She said expectantly, then, help me get some interest. Interest? That bastard not only killed my father, but also wanted to sleep with me. Qin Xian said fiercely, when you return the child, if you can find his wife, you can help me sleep with her and make Gua Caillun a cuckold. Fong Luo was confused. Is this the interest? Fong Luo really didn't expect that Qin Xian was so beautiful but had such a dark heart. It depends on the situation. Fong Luo said perfunctorily. Qin Xian saw Fong Luo's perfunctory attitude, so she said, as long as you help me, I can do anything for you. Just. Qin Xian's face turned red. When I was taking a shower, I saw that in the bathroom. You can do that to me. The topic was so embarrassing that Qin Xian was too embarrassed to talk about it. That? Fong Luo was stunned for a moment, then he remembered what the other party had said, and suddenly he felt restless inside. He coughed lightly and said, well, I'll try my best. I'll try my best. After saying that, Fong Luo took the baby and left. He was afraid that if he stayed in the cold storage any longer, he would not be able to resist Qin Xian's temptation and would do something to her. By then, even if you don't want to help her collect the interest, you will have to help her. The armored vehicle was given to Lu Su. Fong Luo had no choice but to drive a large truck to the Los Angeles hotel. I have to find some time to get another car for transportation. Fong Luo thought to himself. Los Angeles Hotel is located in the east of the city, in the city center. After driving for more than an hour, Fong Luo finally arrived. The baby cried for several hours and fell asleep due to exhaustion. Outside the Los Angeles Hotel. It's late at night now. The entire city's power system was out of service and could only rely on generators for electricity. It was almost dark all around, and only one window on the top floor of the entire hotel had a light on. It is probably Gua Caillun's room. Fong Luo used the space flash to appear outside the window. Then he flashed again and appeared inside a cabinet in the room. In the room, there was a sound of a woman crying. It's all your fault. If you hadn't killed Master Qin, Qin Xian wouldn't have tricked Xiaohua away. If anything happened to Xiaohua, I would never forgive you. Blame me? If you weren't so easily deceived and let her hold our daughter hostage, I would have caught her long ago. A man said defensively. You killed someone, and you think it's my fault? After hearing this, the woman cried even harder. The man was a little annoyed. Okay, stop crying. Then find Xiaohua back. I won't cry if you do. How do I find it back? The man was a little impatient. Miss, this is the end of the world. Qin Xian doesn't have any special abilities, so she might have been eaten by zombies. What did you say? The woman almost fainted when she heard that her daughter might be dead. All right. The man couldn't bear to see his wife like this, so he comforted her. Well, it's already happened, there's no point crying. We can just have another child later. Just give birth to another one? That's it? Hearing her husband's nonchalant tone, the woman opened her eyes wide in disbelief. That's a living life. They are my own flesh and blood. Can you forget it just by saying that, is it? The woman couldn't help but recall the expressions of her husband's family when she had just given birth to the child. He couldn't help but said angrily, is it because Xiaohua is a daughter, not a son, that you don't take her seriously? The man was also a little annoyed. But he really thought so in his heart and didn't know how to refute it. So he said, you can think whatever you want. Gua Caillun, you disappoint me so much. If I had known this would happen, I would never have given up brother Xiaoyuan and married you. Chapter 112, The Fish That Slipped Through the Net. Qi Xiaoyuan? Hearing his wife talking about her old lover, Gua Caillun became even more angry and sneered, Shui Shanshan, do you still want to marry Qi Xiaoyuan? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The rapist is still in prison, and his bones have probably been eaten clean by zombies. Brother Xiaoyuan. Upon hearing what happened to Qi Xiaoyuan, Shui Shanshan's face turned pale. In the closet. Fang Luo listened to the entire conversation between the two and glanced at the sleeping baby in his arms with a hint of pity in his eyes. Gua Caillun felt very disgusted with this person outside who chose to ignore his child just because he was not a boy. Even so, you still covet Qin Xian? If you like men so much, why don't you pay attention to Donghua? You deserve to be cuckolded. Fang Luo spat inwardly. Mr. Gua, Mr. Gua. At this time, there was a knock on the door and a younger brother's urgent voice came from outside. You're yelling, what can't you say tomorrow? Gua Caillun was in a bad mood. When he heard his younger brother's loud cry, he opened the door and kicked the younger brother, causing him to fall to the ground. I feel very wronged. But he didn't dare to complain, and said, I found Qin Xian. Where is she? Gua Caillun's eyes lit up. Qin Xian is one of the 3 most recognized goddesses in Los Angeles. Whether it is her appearance, figure, or talent, she is top-notch. He had been coveting it in his heart for a long time. However, the other party's father is Qin Tianhe, whom he cannot afford to offend, and he also has a wife, so he has never had the chance. Before, I finally found an opportunity to kill Qin Tianhe, but unfortunately Qin Xian escaped again. Inside the house. Shui Shanshan, who was crying, came over immediately after hearing the news that she had a daughter. Where's Xiaohua? At the same time, she also saw that Gua Caillun looked anxious, and she couldn't help feeling comforted. I thought that what he said before must have been said in anger, and he still cares about his daughter very much. I feel a little guilty for mentioning Qi Xiaoyuan just now. It's a pity that she didn't know that Gua Caillun's urgency was because of Qin Xian. Qin Xian is in a gang called Ionia. Donghua and I went there and found her, said the younger brother. Good job. Gua Caillun was overjoyed. Well done, bring Qin Xian to me, and then go to the kitchen to get 25 bottles of mineral water. The younger brother said timidly, Mr. Gua, Qin Xian is still in Ionia. You didn't bring her back? Gua Caillun frowned. We wanted to bring her back, but the other gang wouldn't let us and attacked us. I ran back when they weren't paying attention. Not allowed? Gua Caillun was angry. Didn't you mention the name of our gang? We did. We even mentioned young Master Gua's name, but the other gang's boss said our gang is worthless and that he could crush young Master Gua to death with just one finger. The younger brother added fuel to the fire. How can this be possible? Gua Caillun was furious and wanted to take people to attack immediately. But he soon calmed down again. The other party dares to be so arrogant, is he very powerful? So I asked, how strong is this gang? Just a dozen or so superpowers. A dozen superpowers dare to be so arrogant? Mr. Gua. The younger brother said, this gang is very strange, its base is in a cold storage near the western suburbs logistics center. However, they have abundant supplies. Dozens of lights were on at night, and a cooking competition was just being held with hundreds of kilograms of vegetables and seafood. Qin Xian participated in the competition and ended up becoming their boss's cook and living with the other boss. Cook? Live together? When Gua Caillun heard that Qin Xian lived with another man, his face turned dark. Qin Xian is so beautiful, there is no need to think about what will happen if she lives with a man. At this time, Qin Xian was already sobbing. In Gua Caillun's heart, he had long regarded Qin Xian as his woman. Now that his woman was being touched by someone else, Gua Caillun had an indescribable feeling in his heart. My chest felt tight. Wrong. Gua Caillun reacted again and looked at his younger brother questioningly. You just said they have several hundred kilograms of seafood? Snort. Gua Caillun said angrily, this is the end of the world, where did you get hundreds of kilograms of seafood? I think you lied to me on purpose for the reward. You didn't find Qin Xian. Mr. Gua, I didn't lie to you. We really found Qin Xian. The younger brother quickly explained, those people really have hundreds of kilograms of seafood, and they also use red wine and cola, and they also say they want to build a swimming pool. Inside the closet, Fong Luo's face darkened. He didn't expect someone to sneak back to report the news. Should I go out and silence him? Fong Luo thought to himself. After hesitating for a while, Fong Luo decided to forget it. It is easy to kill the other person, but the other people here have no grudges against him. Fong Luo can't kill everyone just for this. Fong Luo did not deny that he was cold-blooded. In his previous life, he had killed many people because of competing with them for food. In this life, he had killed dozens of people. However, Fong Luo would never trample on the lives of innocent people casually. Everyone has the right to live. If innocent people are killed indiscriminately, it is also called decisive killing. In that case, he would be no different from a devil who has no humanity and kills people without blinking. Outside, Gua Caillun looked at his subordinate who was telling the story. Judging from his expression, he did not seem to be lying, and the things he described in the details were not abrupt. Could it be that someone really has hundreds of kilograms of seafood? Gua Caillun's face was solemn. The enemy only has a dozen people, but they have so many supplies, and they have not been killed after such a long time. It seems that these dozen people should be very powerful. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant after hearing the name of his own gang. Gua Caillun was glad that he asked more questions. If he had just attacked without thinking, he might have fallen flat on his face. I don't know if I can defeat them with my current strength. Gua Caillun clenched his fists. Boss, Donggua and the others are still in the enemy's hands. When are we going to attack them? Asked the subordinate. Wait a minute. Gua Caillun shook his head and thought, Qin Xian had already been slept with, so it wouldn't make any difference if she slept with him for a few more days. Wait until I finish absorbing that crystal. Yes. The men left. In the closet, Fong Luo secretly admired. Although Gua Caillun's character is not very good, he is very meticulous. After learning about his own cold storage, he did not rush to rob it mindlessly. Very patient. You are worthy of being the boss. However, this is also good, so I don't have to kill anyone again. Then I thought of the crystal that the other party had just mentioned. Fong Luo's heart moved. Qin Xian had said before that the reason the other party killed his father was because of that mysterious crystal. According to Qin Xian, that crystal is worth 1,000 ordinary crystals. I don't know whether it's true or not. If it is true, wouldn't my strength skyrocket after absorbing it? I don't know where this guy put the crystal. Fong Luo pondered in his heart. Hide here first, and when the other party reveals the crystal, take it away immediately. Chapter 113. The Second Wood Elementalist. Are you relieved now? My daughter is fine. Gua Caillun turned his head again and looked at Xue Qianqian beside him. Xue Qianqian's family is just an ordinary working class one, and she is not as pretty as Qin Xian. She can only be considered a beautiful girl from a small family. In the beginning, the reason why he married Xue Qianqian was mainly because he and Shi Xiaoyuan didn't get along and he wanted to disgust each other. However, after marriage, Xue Qianqian was still gentle and considerate, and gave birth to a daughter for him. Although Gua Caillun did not love her, he still had some feelings for her. Moreover, Xue Qianqian also awakened her special powers. He doesn't want to give up this wife for the time being. So he spoke words of comfort. When will you go to rescue Xiao Hua? Xue Qianqian's emotions gradually stabilized. Wait a while, until I absorb all the crystals. Then absorb it quickly now. Xue Qianqian urged. I want to be quick, too. Qin Xian is still being slept with by someone, and Gua Caillun wants to rescue her as soon as possible. But he had no other choice. The crystal contained too much energy and he would need at least half a month to absorb it. I have heard of a method that can quickly absorb energy. Gua Caillun looked at his wife again. Shui Qianqian asked, "What method? Don't you have wood-type abilities?" "I heard that people with wood-type abilities have something called the source of life," Gua Caillun said, licking his lips. In the closet. Fan Luo's eyes also lit up. Wood-related abilities? The source of life? It has been a long time since I last tasted the source of life since Lu Su left. This has caused recent upgrades to be slow. I didn't find out that Shui Qianqian also has wood-related abilities. Fan Luo couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Gua Caillun. How could this guy drink the source of life? What? How can this be? This is for Xiao Hua. Shui Qianqian's face suddenly turned red. Don't you want to rescue your daughter earlier? Gua Caillun used his daughter's escape as an excuse. This. Shui Qianqian was a little hesitant, but thinking that her daughter was still hungry and the other party was her husband, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, then you can leave some for Xiao Hua." Good. Gua Caillun was overjoyed and hurried over. However, at this time, the door was knocked violently again. "Mr. Gua, this is bad, Mr. Gua." When Shui Qianqian heard the voice, she immediately put her clothes back on after just unbuttoning half of them. Hold. Gua Caillun was very upset. The good thing he had just prepared was interrupted again. He opened the door angrily. What's going on again? Oh no, Master Gua, monkeys are here to rob us? Monkey? Gua Caillun was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Are you talking about those monkeys with superpowers? Yes, they went to the kitchen, and many brothers were injured. Take me there now. Gua Caillun's face was extremely gloomy. The reputation of the supernatural monkey has been very famous in Los Angeles recently. He has been robbing survivors and their supplies everywhere, and even the 3 major gangs have been robbed. Unexpectedly, someone comes to rob him again. Gua Caillun thought of his crystal. If you dare to steal my crystal, I will smash your heads open one by one and eat your fresh monkey brains. Gua Caillun ran out quickly. In the room, Shui Qianqian looked nervous and wanted to follow him out. Oh. But at this moment, the sound of a baby crying suddenly came from the room. The voice sounds familiar. Xiao Hua? She thought subconsciously. No, Xiao Hua has been captured by Qin Xian. Shui Qianqian's face changed, and she stared at the closet nervously. Who is it? Come out, or I won't be polite. She was very nervous. I didn't know when someone was hiding in my closet, and I didn't even notice it. How long has the other party been here? If I had just done that with my husband, wouldn't he have seen it? Thinking of this, Shui Qianqian felt a little scared. Her mouth was blocked and she couldn't even call for help. Don't be impatient, I mean no harm. Fan Luo said quickly. No ill intentions? Shui Qianqian would never believe Fan Luo, and thought he was just a hooligan who stole women's love. When she found an opportunity, she would bite Fan Luo's hand. Fan Luo couldn't help but take a breath. You are such a fierce woman, can you bite anything? Fan Luo was angrily retaliated by hitting her hard on the butt. Fortunately, he removed the space barrier, otherwise Shui Qianqian would have lost all her teeth if she took a bite. After being slapped by Fan Luo, Shui Qianqian felt even more ashamed and angry. Even my husband has never taken a photo of me like this. Okay, don't move. Fan Luo's voice became more serious. If you move again, I will hit you again. After hearing this, Shui Qianqian stopped moving and let Fan Luo hold her. I really have no ill intentions. I am here to return your daughter. Fan Luo said. Daughter? Shui Qianqian's eyes moved. If you don't shout, I'll let you go. Shui Qianqian nodded quickly. Fan Luo let her go. Shui Qianqian suppressed her voice and said, Where is my daughter? In the closet. Fan Luo took the baby out of the closet. When Shui Qianqian took a look, she found that it was indeed her daughter. Her eyes suddenly turned red and she hugged her daughter and cried excitedly. Xiao Hua, I'm so glad you're okay. Mom was so worried. Fan Luo also took this opportunity to take a look at Shui Qianqian. Shui Qianqian has small facial features and a slightly chubby face, the type of pretty girl next door. Her looks are not as stunning as goddesses like Lu Su and Qin Xian. However, Shui Qianxian's appearance is also between Lindsy Jean and Li Nana. It's the type that gets better the more you look at it. However, because she just gave birth to a child, her temperament is also very charming. This can give her a lot of points. After a while, Shui Qianxian looked at Fan Luo in confusion again. Who are you? Why is my daughter with you? Qin Xian is in my gang. Your daughter was hungry, so I sent her here. Fan Luo added, Qin Xian wants to apologize to you. She lied to you because only in this way could she escape from the hotel. In fact, Qin Xian never said sorry at all. Even before Fan Luo left, she instigated Fan Luo to tarnish Shui Qianxian's innocence. The reason why Fan Luo said this was just to reduce Shui Qianxian's hatred. Thank you. I don't blame her. Shui Qianxian nodded gratefully. She knew in her heart that the outcome of this incident was all caused by her husband. Now that her daughter is back safe and sound, she is very happy. That's good. Fan Luo smiled. By the way, your daughter has been crying. She must be hungry. Feed her quickly. Shui Qianxian nodded with a red face, but did not take any action. What's wrong? Not enough milk? Fan Luo thought that all the milk was eaten by Gua Caillun, and he couldn't help but curse him in his heart for snatching food from the child, calling him a bastard. Shui Qianxian looked at Fan Luo with shame and anger. I thought, you are a stranger here, how can I feed the child in front of you? However, after all, the other party helped her bring the child back, so Shui Qianxian couldn't have a bad attitude. Said, can you turn your head? Oh. Fan Luo finally reacted and scratched his head embarrassedly. Chapter 114 My husband is back. I sighed in my heart. It's a pity that I finally met a wood-type mutant, but it turns out that she already has a husband. In fact, Fan Luo was fully capable of forcibly abducting Shui Qianxian. Or, use her daughter to threaten her into submission. However, Fan Luo also has his own pride, and he is not willing to do such a dirty thing. Well, your child has been sent to you. I'll leave first. Listening to the soft rustling sound beside his ears, Fan Luo's body began to feel a little hot. He was afraid that if he stayed here any longer, he would lose control of himself. After all, he is a man. I haven't thanked you yet. Shui Qianxian was a little anxious. No need to thank me. I don't think anyone would have the heart to see such a young child away from his mother and go hungry. I just did what I should do. Fan Luo smiled. Shui Qianxian held her daughter in her arms, secretly looking at Fan Luo's back, worried that he might suddenly turn around. But after hearing Fan Luo's words, her original worry disappeared instantly. I felt a little more favorable towards Fan Luo. What a gentleman! If Xiao Yuan had the same determination as Fan Luo, and had not been so strong. I'm leaving. Fan Luo said this and prepared to leave through the room. He came in by flashing through space, and it would be too shocking if he left in this way. However, just as Fan Luo was about to open the door, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. And the voice of Gua Caillun. That damn monkey ran over here, find him for me, he stole my crystal, I'm going to turn him into a monkey brain. Yes, Mr. Gua. When Shui Qianxian heard the noise outside and looked at Fan Luo who was about to go out, her expression suddenly became panicked. If my husband saw this, how would I explain to him a strange man appearing in my room? Sewer repairman? The two had just had an argument. If this happens again, how will I live my life from now on? Don't go out. Shui Qianxian exclaimed, put the child on the bed, then quickly walked forward and locked the door, stretching out her hands to block Fan Luo. Fan Luo must be allowed to get out. Fan Luo looked at the woman in front of him and was stunned. The incident happened suddenly, and Shui Qianxian didn't even have time to tidy up her clothes when she ran over. Although, compared with Qin Xian, Lu Su, and Lindsy Jean, Shui Qianxian's appearance is not particularly outstanding. But Shui Qianxian has a unique charm that others don't have. Gudong. Fan Luo swallowed subconsciously. Shui Qianxian also noticed this scene. Her face suddenly turned red like an apple. She exclaimed and quickly buttoned her clothes. A little angry though. But she also knew that it was not Fan Luo's fault, it was her own fault for not paying attention. I could only suppress the shame and anger in my heart and said, you can't leave, my husband is back. Is my husband back? Hearing this, Fan Luo couldn't help but think of the small movies he watched with He Dajian when he was in college, which contained similar plots. Unexpectedly, I would encounter him myself. Just explain to your husband. I'm sending the child to you. Fong Luo said. Send the child? Shui Qianqian was startled. She didn't know why she thought of the idea of sending a child. No. Shui Qianqian blushed and shook her head quickly. I just had a fight with him and mentioned my childhood sweetheart. Now that you appear here for no apparent reason, he will definitely be angry, and then. Qianqian, what's wrong with you? What happened? Gua Caillun walked to the door and faintly heard Shui Qianqian's cry. He couldn't help but ask nervously. He turned the doorknob and found it was locked. So he started knocking on the door. No, it's okay. Hearing her husband's voice, Shui Qianqian panicked and replied with a trembling voice that was forced down. Turning her head, she whispered to Fong Luo. Hide quickly. Where are you hiding? Fong Luo found it a little funny. Where to hide? Shui Qianqian was a little anxious. She looked around the room and then said to the bottom of the bed, hide under the bed. Under the bed? How can that be possible? Hearing that he had to hide under the bed, Fong Luo was unwilling to do so. As a man, how can I hide under the bed and let others sit on my head? I won't do it. Qianqian, what's wrong? Open the door quickly. Outside, Gua Caillun felt something strange and knocked on the door again. Shui Qianqian's heart almost jumped out of her chest. A flash of inspiration came to me. She found an excuse to explain, I just took off my clothes. There are many people outside. I will put on my clothes first and then open the car for you. Okay, hurry up then. Gua Caillun frowned, but did not doubt it. After all, Shui Qianqian's explanation was very reasonable. Besides, he could never imagine that there would be other men in the room. This is his territory. Please, hide now. In the room, Shui Qianqian was so anxious that she was about to cry, and looked at Fong Luo beggingly. No. Fong Luo shook his head firmly. There was no way he would hide under the bed in his entire life. After thinking about it, Fong Luo sighed and prepared to use Space Flash to leave. However, just as he was about to use it, Shui Qianqian continued to beg, as long as you promise me, I can meet any of your conditions. Any conditions? Fong Luo's eyes lit up. Really? The action that had just been prepared stopped again. Shui Qianqian also realized that there was ambiguity in her words, so she added a condition. Besides doing that kind of thing, everything else is fine. Make a deal. Fong Luo laughed. He is not a sex-crazy man, and there are several beautiful women at home. How could he ask Shui Qianqian to do that kind of thing? He just wanted a little. But I won't hide under the bed. Fong Luo said, I can continue to hide in the closet. Okay, as long as you hide, any conditions are fine. Watching Fong Luo hide in the closet, Shui Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Fong Luo was not discovered, it doesn't matter where he hides. Qianqian, are you done? Seeing that several minutes had passed and the door had not been opened, Gua Caillun began to urge him again. All right. Shui Qianqian quickly tidied her clothes and opened the door. Why does it take so long to get dressed? When he opened the door, Gua Caillun found his wife with a red face, who seemed to be in a state of amorous feelings. He was a little confused. Why are you blushing? This? Shui Qianqian was startled. I remembered that I had just opened my arms and was seen naked by Fong Luo. How can I not blush? However, I can't tell this to my husband. So she explained, without air conditioning, the room is a bit stuffy. Chapter 115 Sending Children. It's a bit boring indeed. Gua Caillun also nodded without any doubt. Shui Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, and changed the subject. Honey, what happened? I just heard you say something about a monkey coming up. In the cupboard. Fong Luo was very excited as he listened to Shui Qianqian's explanation and her on-the-spot transformation. Fong Luo could see that Shui Qianqian must have been a gentle and virtuous woman before, who basically would not lie, but in just a short moment, she learned how to lie, and did so without changing her expression. Really? Women are born actors. It also shows that it is too easy to learn bad things. At the same time, I was also curious about what happened in the hotel. What did Gua Caillun just say was stolen? Gua Caillun nodded, his face somewhat gloomy, and said. It was a group of supernatural monkeys, about dozens of them, who broke into my kitchen and stole 80% of the supplies. There's also a monkey king who can turn invisible. He stole my crystal. I heard the noise and he ran upstairs. Honey, I'm glad you're okay. Shui Qianqian comforted. Gua Caillun nodded, then you continue to rest, lock the door, don't let anyone in except me, and be careful. Don't let anyone in? Shui Qianqian's heart trembled, and she almost thought that her husband had discovered something. Don't worry, I won't let anyone in. Shui Qianqian nodded perfunctorily. Gua Caillun prepared to leave. However, just as he turned around, the baby in the room, who had stopped crying, suddenly started crying again. What's that sound? Gua Caillun frowned. Shui Qianqian was also feeling flustered. She actually forgot that after feeding the child, she put him on the bed and did not let Fang Luo hide with him. Without waiting for Shui Qianqian to stop him, Gua Caillun walked right past her and into the room. I saw the baby on the bed at a glance. Xiao Hua? When he saw his daughter appear, there was no joy on Gua Caillun's face. Instead, his expression became even gloomier. Wasn't my daughter taken away by Qin Xian and is she now in the Ionia gang? How did you get here? He remembered again how his wife had been slow to open the door and how her face had blushed. With a sullen face, he asked, why is Xiao Hua here? This. Shui Qianqian didn't know how to explain it. Where is that person hiding? Gua Caillun clenched his fists tightly. No one. Shui Qianqian explained guiltily. No one? Gua Caillun sneered, so you're saying that our 3-month-old daughter walked back from the western suburbs hundreds of kilometers away by herself? Shui Qianqian, when did you learn to lie? Seeing his wife quibbling, Gua Caillun's face became even uglier, and he felt more and more that his wife had done something wrong to him. You don't want to tell me, right? I'll find it myself. As he spoke, Gua Caillun began to look for the adulterer, starting with under the bed. Seeing this, I don't know why, but Shui Qianqian felt a little relieved. Fortunately, Fang Luo had the foresight to not hide under the bed. However, Gua Caillun was about to rummage through the cabinet again. Shui Qianqian couldn't sit still anymore. Your daughter is back, shouldn't you be happy? Shui Qianqian said, holding Gua Caillun. Happy? Gua Caillun's face turned pale. How could he be happy that his wife was doing that with someone else? He could tolerate Qin Xian because he was not married to Qin Xian, but Shui Qianqian was his official wife. Although I don't like it, it represents dignity. I am very happy now. Gua Caillun sneered, his fist turned into metal, and he punched the cabinet. I'm very happy, because he will be smashed into a meat pie by me. When Shui Qianqian pulled him just now, he knew that person must be hiding inside. He used his greatest strength in this punch. Ah! Shui Qianqian exclaimed. My body was shaking with fear. She saw Fang Luo hide in there with her own eyes. If Gua Caillun hit him with this punch, Fang Luo would definitely die. She didn't want Fang Luo to die. However, the blood and flesh flying everywhere that she imagined did not occur. There was nothing in the cupboard. Shui Qianqian was extremely surprised and looked around subconsciously. Suddenly, she saw a man lying on her bed, with his legs crossed, and winking at her. At this moment, Shui Qianqian's heart seemed to have stopped beating. This guy is really too brave. Her husband was right beside her, and he was lying on her bed in broad daylight? She quickly looked at her husband again and found that he had raised his head. I felt almost in despair. However, after a while, she found that Fang Luo was gone. Shui Qianqian couldn't help but be stunned. Where did he go? Gua Caillun searched several more locations, but found no trace of Fang Luo. I couldn't help but frowned. Is there really no one? Shui Qianqian's body was already drenched in cold sweat. It was really exciting just now. Fang Luo, this bold and madman, once took advantage of Gua Caillun's inattention and hid behind her. He even joked to her, I've put so much effort into this, you have to agree to one more condition of mine. How could Shui Qianqian be so brave? In order to avoid being discovered by her husband, she had no choice but to agree to Fang Luo's request. Shui Qianqian didn't know why, but she felt that she actually liked this feeling of excitement. No one, are you satisfied now? Seeing that her husband didn't notice, Shui Qianqian became more confident and questioned him boldly. Gua Caillun didn't say anything. You should be happy that your daughter is back. I didn't expect that you would doubt me first. You disappoint me so much. Shui Qianqian was a little sad. Although he had deceived Gua Caillun, he did not betray Gua Caillun, but Gua Caillun did not trust him. In comparison, Fong Luo traveled hundreds of miles to send his child to himself. No one has taken advantage of me yet. It's really much better. I was wrong. Gua Caillun's face was gloomy, and he said, "But you explained to me how the child came back." "Not long after you left, someone put the child on the bed and left without saying anything," Shui Qianqian said half-truthfully. "The other party didn't ask for anything?" Gua Caillun asked. "No, I think he just doesn't want to see the child leave his parents," Shui Qianqian said. "She thought that Fong Luo gave her a child and really didn't ask anything of her. I agreed to his conditions so that I could hide. I didn't lie. Then you should have a good rest." Gua Caillun's expression looked better. Seeing Gua Caillun getting ready to go out, Shui Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as Gua Caillun opened the door, something rushed into the room, grabbed the baby on the bed, broke through the glass, and escaped out of the window. Xiaohua, Xiaohua. Shui Qianqian's mood, which had just calmed down, suddenly became panic-stricken again. "It's the Monkey King." Gua Caillun's face turned pale, and he immediately ordered his subordinates outside the door, "Come on, chase him, and get my crystal back." Aside. When Shui Qianqian heard Gua Caillun say that they should chase Shui Jing instead of saving the child, she looked at him in disbelief with her big eyes. Could it be that in his heart, his daughter is not as important as a piece of crystal? If we say that what Gua Caillun said before might be words spoken in anger, however, under the subconscious reaction, what Gua Caillun said must be what he thought in his heart. Shui Qianqian couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. "Don't worry, the child will be fine." Chapter 116 Cutting Leaks. Looking at Gua Caillun's leaving back, Shui Qianqian felt extremely disappointed. "I don't know why the other person has changed so much from before." "Your daughter will be fine." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Shui Qianqian's ear. She turned her head quickly and found a familiar face. It was this face that made her nervous and excited in front of her husband. "You didn't leave?" Shui Qianqian didn't know why, but she felt a little happy in her heart. "How can I bear to leave when you haven't paid me yet?" Fong Luo grinned. "You?" Shui Qianqian blushed, and then said sadly, "My daughter has been taken away. I don't want to talk about this now." "It's okay, I know where your daughter is," Fong Luo said. "You know? Well, I can go save your daughter." "Really?" Shui Qianqian was surprised and grabbed Fong Luo's arm. It was late at night, and Shui Qianqian was about to go to bed, so she was wearing some thin lace pajamas. Fong Luo smelled a unique body fragrance at the tip of his nose. "Ah." Shui Qianqian noticed Fong Luo's eyes, her face suddenly turned red, and she quickly let go of Fong Luo. "Sure." Fong Luo chuckled, "However, although I am willing to help others, this mission is really dangerous." Hear the other person's pause. Shui Qianqian knew very well that Fong Luo wanted benefits. But Shui Qianqian was not angry. She also knew that the monster that had just kidnapped her daughter was extremely powerful, and even Gua Caillun couldn't do anything about it. Fong Luo has no relationship with him, so there is no reason for him to take risks for himself. Thinking again of what her husband had done before, Shui Qianqian felt sad and disappointed, and was also worried that something might happen to her daughter. She bit her lip, and with mixed feelings, she finally made up her mind. Said, "As long as you rescue my daughter, I can agree to any condition you ask. Including. Having said that, Shui Qianqian didn't say anything else, but her meaning was very clear. "Okay, since you said that, I will definitely help you find your daughter." Fong Luo was very excited. "As long as you can save the other party's daughter, you can put forward any conditions. By that time, if I had 100 or 80 kilograms of life source, I would be able to take off." "You wait." Fong Luo chuckled, then space flashed and he appeared outside the hotel. Shui Qianqian looked at this scene and opened her mouth in surprise. How did Fong Luo do it? He actually appeared downstairs directly from the room. No wonder Fong Luo could play hide and seek in the room before, and Gua Caillun couldn't find him. Etc. Shui Qianqian thought of something. This guy could have run away on his own, but he still tricked me into agreeing to his terms. What a bad guy. Fong Luo left the hotel. Not long after, they met Gua Caillun and others who were like headless flies. These guys must be pretty lost. Those monkey kings can become invisible and are very fast, so it is almost impossible for them to catch up with them. Fortunately, Fong Luo knew where the monkey's hometown was. Before, Fong Luo had planned to visit Monkey Mountain in the park, but he just didn't have the time. Now is the perfect time to go over there. Listen to what Gua Caillun said. 80% of the supplies in his hotel were stolen by the monkeys, including the top-quality crystal. Fong Luo ignored Gua Caillun and others. I found a shabby car that was barely drivable on the road and drove straight towards the park. This broken car creaks all the time. I have to find a way to get a means of transportation. Fong Luo cursed inwardly as he drove. Although he has space flash, it consumes a lot of energy. After using up all the energy, he can only move about 2,000 meters. It cannot be used as a skill to travel quickly. An hour later, Fong Luo finally arrived at the park. He silently used the power of space to flash and appeared in Monkey Mountain. It was discovered that the monkeys that had just robbed Gua Caillun's hotel had just returned here and were putting the supplies they had harvested into the cave. There are so many supplies? Fong Luo looked around the cave. The cave should be hundreds of cubic meters in size and was filled with supplies of all kinds. Food, water, stockings, bikinis. It seems that these guys have robbed more than just Gua Caillun. The goods here are worth at least tens of millions before the end of the world, or even over 100 million. Fong Luo was shocked. Surprisingly, there are hundreds of evolution crystals. See something sparkly. Fong Luo's eyes lit up. Evolution crystals are extremely precious and can turn ordinary people into superpowers. Although it contains little energy, its value is much more precious than ordinary crystals. Fong Luo didn't find much. Who would have thought that Fong Luo had taken away dozens of them last time, but in just a few days these monkeys had found hundreds of them again. Could it be? These monkeys are more sensitive to evolution crystals and can easily find them? Apart from this explanation, Fong Luo couldn't think of any other reason. Fong Luo grinned. With so many supplies, I won't be polite. Previously, Fong Luo had planned to let the monkeys collect supplies and then come back to harvest leeks. Now, Fong Luo unexpectedly discovered that the monkeys were actually able to collect evolution crystals, and he became even more reluctant to kill them. Such good leeks need to be grown well. Fong Luo was waiting in the corner. After another 10 minutes, the monkeys put all the supplies into the cave. What surprised Fong Luo was that these monkeys actually made a door for the cave. Lock the door with a lock. It seems that these monkeys have learned their lesson after Fong Luo stole their supplies last time. However, this trick can defend against others, but it cannot stop Fong Luo. He flashed through space and appeared in the cave. It's just right. Once they close the door, they won't notice that the supplies have been taken away. Fong Luo chuckled. Start gathering supplies. More than 5,000 kilograms of rice, nearly 10,000 bottles of mineral water, hundreds of boxes of instant noodles. There are so many cigarettes. I didn't expect these monkeys to have such a strong addiction to smoking. Take it, take it. Smoking is harmful to your health. I'm helping you quit smoking. And there are hundreds of evolution crystals. With this, Fong Luo can create hundreds of people with special abilities. Gathered the supplies. Fong Luo vaguely heard the sound of monkeys coming from outside. He immediately flashed out. Upon closer look, it turned out to be the Monkey King who had returned, and he was about to open the door of the cave. But when he looked at what was in its hand, Fong Luo's expression suddenly changed. There was no baby in the other person's hands. Chapter 117, Where are the supplies? It didn't bring the baby back? Fong Luo's face was gloomy. The Monkey King can become invisible. He escaped before him again. Fong Luo didn't know the specific route he took. He thought he would bring the child back, but he didn't expect that he would lose the child halfway. Now, how can I ask Shui Qianqian for the source of life? And even without this, Fong Luo also didn't want to see a baby who was only a few months old die outside. Hateful. Fong Luo cursed inwardly, feeling extremely angry, and without caring how many monkeys were here, he pounced directly towards the Monkey King. We must find out where the child is. The Monkey King was just about to open the cave and put the crystals he had harvested inside when he suddenly saw a figure appear behind him. When he saw the other person's face clearly, the Monkey King was shocked and immediately grinned. It still remembers the last time. This guy got a bag of chili powder, and it was so spicy that it almost went blind. Moreover, they stole all its supplies, leaving it without food to improve its strength. As a last resort, During this period, it robbed supplies everywhere, preparing to stock up enough supplies, and then go into seclusion to improve its strength. I didn't expect this guy to come again. You still want to steal my own supplies? The Monkey King was furious. He threw a punch at Fan Luo. Dong! A muffled sound. Fan Luo had already activated the space barrier, and the Monkey King's punch hit the barrier so hard that its hand was almost broken. Gigi screamed in pain. Where did you leave the child? Fan Luo grabbed the Monkey King's shoulder and questioned him harshly. The Monkey King did not answer. He struggled hard to break free from Fan Luo's restraints, and then went directly into invisible state. Hateful. Fan Luo looked around. It was pitch black and the Monkey King was completely invisible. Duong! Suddenly, there was a noise behind Fan Luo, and an iron rod hit Fan Luo on the head. Fan Luo staggered 2 steps. Turning around, the Monkey King was gone again. I didn't expect the Monkey King's strength to increase so quickly. Fan Luo's face was solemn. Before, the Monkey King could only make himself invisible, and he could determine the opponent's position through his weapon, but now the opponent can also make his weapon invisible. There is almost no flaw at all. Duong! The Monkey King's sneak attacked Fan Luo again. Next to them, the little monkeys were also throwing stones at Fan Luo. Damn it, if this goes on, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Fan Luo's face was extremely gloomy. The space barrier consumes energy and cannot be opened all the time. If we keep wasting time like this, sooner or later we will be killed by these monkeys. The location of the Monkey King must be determined. But how can we determine the other party's location? It would be nice to have a thermal imager. Thermal imager? Oh, right, the space mark. Fan Luo had a flash of inspiration. Although he doesn't have a thermal imager, he has a spatial imprint. Space imprint. In addition to the explosion, it also has a monitoring function. As long as it is installed on the Monkey King, its location can be detected. Thinking of this, Fan Luo calmed down. It just so happened that he had been practicing fighting during this period of time, studying how to attack and counterattack. As long as he knew the direction of the opponent's attack, he could basically guess the Monkey King's retreat location, and then install a space mark on the opponent. Fan Luo is now standing still. Wait for the Monkey King to attack. Suddenly he was hit on the back of his head again. This time Fan Luo steadied his steps and reached to the right with both hands. He grabbed the invisible Monkey King with one hand. Fan Luo used the grappling technique again, holding the opponent tightly and not giving it a chance to break free. A few minutes later, the Monkey King powerlessly revealed his true form. Let you be the 6th one. Gigi. The Monkey King is still struggling. Pia. Fan Luo slapped it in the face, stunning the Monkey King. Tell me, where did you leave the child? Gigi. The Monkey King was gesturing something. You still refuse to say it? Fan Luo's eyes turned fierce. He took out a bottle of Lao Gan Ma from the space and poured it all on the Monkey King's butt. Give its rosy butt a maintenance. This made it even more popular. The Monkey King scratched his ears and cheeks because of the spicy taste. Damn it. You ask me to speak, but can I speak? Still not telling me? Fan Luo took out another can, this time it was the devil spicy one. Dig the hole. When the Monkey King saw this, his legs went limp. Gigi. The Monkey King quickly stretched out his hand to gesture, and afraid that Fan Luo didn't understand, he stretched out his hand and started drawing on the ground. Fan Luo frowned and looked at it. You mean, the child was taken away? Gigi. The Monkey King nodded frantically. Fan Luo's face darkened. Who rescued the baby? Is there any other purpose? Where was he robbed? Take me there quickly. Fan Luo picked up the Monkey King. Thump. The Monkey King stood up and a crystal fell from his body. Fan Luo took a look. This piece of crystal is as big as an apple, and it glows golden all over. Fan Luo was extremely surprised. A normal crystal is about the size of a peanut, but this crystal is so big. Could this be the crystal that Qin Xian's father found? Fan Luo was delighted and picked it up immediately. Into the space. Gigi. The Monkey King became anxious when he saw it, because this was the treasure he had found with great difficulty. Why, do you have any objection? Fan Luo blared at the Monkey King and took out a bottle of devil chili sauce. It seems that as long as the other party is not convinced, Fong Luo will take care of its butt. When the Monkey King heard this, he dared not say anything. This guy is really awesome. It simply can't beat the other party. Lao Ganma is already so spicy, it doesn't want to taste the devilish spicy taste again. Anyway, there are hundreds of crystals and so much food in the cave. Enough for my own use. Just wait. I will settle the score with you after I improve my strength, the Monkey King thought silently. The Monkey King held his buttocks between his legs and led the way for Fong Luo. More than half an hour later, the Monkey King brought Fong Luo to a street in the city. He was rescued here? Fong Luo looked around and, as expected, found a piece of cloth not far away. He remembered that the piece of cloth was the same color as the baby's clothes. Which direction did he go? Fong Luo asked. Gigi. The Monkey King pointed in a direction. Where is it? The Municipal Bureau. Fong Luo was a little surprised. The direction the Monkey King pointed to was the location of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Could it be that the police rescued the person? But, it has been so long since the end of the world, and the order is so chaotic, are there still police? If you lie to me, I will let you taste the devilish spiciness, hum. Fong Luo blared at the Monkey King and signaled him to leave. He had no intention of killing the Monkey King. Killing it only gives you a crystal. But if he doesn't kill him, with the Monkey King's sensitivity to crystals, he will definitely find more crystals. When the time comes, Fong Luo will just have to go and get it. Gigi. The Monkey King ran away as fast as the wind, fearing that Fong Luo would go back on his word. Damn humans. How dare you treat me like this? The Monkey King ran with his teeth bared on his face. The sour feeling on his butt made him unable to stop. When I go back and absorb the crystal, I will definitely seek revenge on this guy. The Monkey King thought to himself. However, when he returned to the park and opened the cave, the whole monkey was dumbfounded. No, where do I get so much supplies? Why is Bling Bling's crystal gone too? Chapter 118, Theft of Billions of Supplies. When the Monkey King was looking at his cave in confusion, Fong Luo had already arrived near the Municipal Public Security Bureau. According to the Monkey King's description, the person who rescued the baby is most likely inside the building. The light is on? Fong Luo looked at the building inside and was slightly surprised. There was a light on in one of the windows, which seemed to indicate that there was indeed someone living inside. Who is it? Police? But it has been so long since the end of the world. Fong Luo hesitated for a moment and did not walk in rashly. Instead, he used the space flash to sneak into the building and came to the outside of the lighted meeting room. There were some people talking inside. It's been nearly 2 months since the end of the world. All the comrades in the city who are still willing to maintain social order are here. There are 36 people in total. Thank you for coming. I'd like to hold a meeting tonight to discuss with you all what you think about this zombie virus and superpowers. Is there any way to deal with it? In the middle position, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, about 50 years old, and a dignified look said. More than 30 policemen started discussing. Director Yuan. A middle-aged man raised his hand first and said, I think the existence of superpowers has completely destroyed the civilized order. Now, those who have awakened their special powers occupy the land and act as kings, without being bound by order. Wantonly exploiting the survivors. The few survivors to begin with suffered even greater losses because of their presence. Yes, my second aunt was killed by a superpower. I joined a gang before and had to work 15 hours a day and only had 1 meal a day. Several people who had the same experience nodded in agreement. My suggestion is. The man continued, we should resist superpowers and call on everyone not to use them. Resisting superpowers? Another person sneered and said, Captain Su, you can't blame all the mistakes on your superpowers just because you haven't awakened them, right? Captain Chi is right. It's the people who make mistakes, not the superpowers. We are also superpowers, have we harmed anyone? Some people shouldn't say the grapes are sour because they can't eat them. Now 80% of our Los Angeles is filled with various zombies. Moreover, the zombies are getting stronger and stronger, and guns are basically ineffective against zombies. Only superpowers can kill zombies. If we resist superpowers, what can we use to fight zombies? Captain Su, are you going to hit him with your fists? Captain Su's face turned ugly as he was hit on a sore spot. The person who was speaking opposite him was originally just a small police officer. He used to be fawning on him, but now that he has awakened his special powers, he doesn't even take him seriously. Captain Su was a little desperate. Then what do you think we should do with those superpowers who occupy the land as kings? Should we just watch them exploit the survivors? Okay, I want you to discuss, not quarrel. Looking at the group of people who were about to start a quarrel, Director Yuan slapped the table. He looked towards the corner and said to a young man with his head lowered, "Xiaoyi, tell me, what should we do?" In the corner, the young man raised his head, revealing a sharp-edged face. Quite heroic. The young man is called Yiqiu. He used to be the ace of the criminal police team. He solved many criminal cases and won first-class merit many times. After the end of the world, he awakened superpowers and killed no less than 100 zombies alone. Director Yuan admired him very much. Director Yuan. Yiqiu smiled slightly. The reason why they have the opportunity to exploit the survivors is nothing more than that they have supplies. The survivors need supplies and can only ask them for help. It's very simple to solve. We just have to have enough supplies. Director Yuan nodded. He felt that what Yiqiu said made sense. He had thought so before, but... Director Yuan asked. I understand the logic, but where are we going to get supplies? Director Yuan is right. After being exposed to high temperatures, 80% of the food has spoiled. The remaining food has been snatched away by various gangs. Where can we get supplies? Do we have to fight those gangs one by one? Captain Su snorted. That's easy to say. Those people with special abilities are not that easy to provoke. Young people are young people, they like to show off. Almost everyone shook their heads. Yiqiu's expression remained unchanged. He smiled and said, we don't need to rob them one by one. We only need to solve one problem. Then everyone will have enough supplies. Oh? Which one? Director Yuan asked in surprise, which gang has so many supplies to feed the survivors of the entire city? Outside. Fang Luo was also a little curious. I couldn't help but listen carefully. Everyone, do you remember the theft that happened before the end of the world? Yiqiu said. Are you talking about the theft case that resulted in the loss of tens of billions of supplies? Director Yuan also became serious. It was the most bizarre and largest theft he had ever handled. Unfortunately, as the world came to an end, the matter came to nothing. That's right. Yiqiu narrowed his eyes and said in a serious tone, at that time, none of us understood how tens of billions of supplies disappeared overnight. Even a transport plane can't do it. But after entering the apocalypse and awakening my supernatural powers, I had a guess. What guess? Everyone looked at Yiqiu curiously. I guess that someone awakened their superpowers ahead of time, and then knew that the end of the world was about to happen, so they stole supplies from major supermarkets. Yiqiu said. Awakening superpowers early? It is indeed very possible. That is tens of billions of materials. They disappeared silently overnight. Who else could do that except for a supernatural power? What superpower is so powerful? Doraemon? That guy, after awakening his superpowers, didn't rob banks or gold shops, but instead stole rice, flour and other foods. It's obvious that he knew the end of the world was coming. This damn guy, if he hadn't stolen those supplies, so many people wouldn't have starved to death in the apocalypse. If he had told us in advance that the end of the world was coming and we had been prepared in advance, things wouldn't have developed to this point. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but talk among themselves. Outside. Hearing Yiqiu's words, Fang Luo was also shocked, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Yiqiu actually guessed it right. He did indeed possess supernatural powers in advance, and knew that the end of the world was coming in advance. As for why I reminded them. Even if I had given them a hint at that time, would anyone have believed it? It's good enough that you don't lock yourself up in a mental hospital. Does he know that he is the one who awakened his superpowers? Fang Luo was a little worried. If he knew when the news leaked out, all the supernatural people in Los Angeles would probably come to besiege him. Fang Luo felt a chill in his heart. Although his current superpower level has reached level 4, it is far beyond most superpower users. However, Fang Luo is not yet strong enough to deal with hundreds or thousands of psychics at the same time. Should we strike first? Chapter 119 Misunderstanding. Listening to the discussions in the conference room, Fang Luo's heart was filled with alarm. I was a little hesitant whether to silence him. There are only about 30 people inside, so it would be a bit difficult to kill them all. But if he killed one of them, Fang Luo was still confident that he could escape unscathed. After some hesitation, Fang Luo finally did not take direct action and decided to wait and see. Fang Luo still has great respect for the profession of police. He also didn't want to be an enemy of the other party. Moreover, once he takes action, it will arouse the other party's suspicion, and they will then try their best to track him down. Unless Fang Luo killed them all. But that's impossible. Fang Luo was unwilling to do so either. Xiao Yi, do you know who stole the supplies? Director Yuan asked excitedly. The others looked at Yi Qiu expectantly. I don't know for now. Yi Qiu shook his head. That's right. That person must be very powerful to be able to steal all the supplies. It's not easy to find him. Everyone was a little disappointed. Outside, Fang Luo also breathed a sigh of relief. This way he didn't have to take action. But, Yi Qiu continued, we can investigate the major forces in Luo City. They stole so many supplies that they will definitely reveal their true identity. Director Yuan nodded. In addition, Yi Qiu continued, although I don't know who that person is for now, I found another place with supplies. Where? Just now, Yan Yan and I were patrolling outside and found a monkey that can become invisible. These monkeys have robbed a lot of supplies recently. As long as we kill these monkeys, we can get these supplies. Yi Qiu said. But how do we find them? I have installed a locator on the Monkey King. It is in the western suburbs park. Fang Luo's heart moved. Unexpectedly, they actually installed a locator on the Monkey King. That won't work. I am still waiting to reap the benefits of the Monkey King, and I can't let them kill the Monkey King like this. We have to inform the Monkey King when the time comes. Let's find the child first. The child should have been rescued by them. According to Yi Qiu, the child should be with a woman named Yan Yan. Who's outside? As soon as Fang Luo moved his feet, Yi Qiu inside immediately rushed out the door. But no one was found. What's wrong, Yi Qiu? Director Yuan asked. Someone was eavesdropping outside just now. Yi Qiu said in a deep voice. You must have heard wrongly, there is no one here? Where is it? When Yi Qiu spotted a dark shadow outside, his eyes fixed and he immediately jumped down from the third floor. This guy has really good ears. Fang Luo stood on the roof, looking at Yi Qiu who was leaving so quickly, and couldn't help but be shocked. Just now, the moment the other party pushed open the door, Fang Luo used Space Flash to escape from the scene. Then he deliberately left his tracks to attract the other party's attention, and then used Space Flash to return here. On hide and seek. Fang Luo has never been afraid of anyone. A few hours ago, Fang Luo flirted with Gua Caillun's wife behind her back, but she didn't notice. I don't know which room the child is in. Fang Luo looked around the building, all the lights were off, so he could only search room by room. Fang Luo flashed randomly. The next moment, he appeared on a bed. The bed was soft and had a faint fragrance. Where is this? Fang Luo was somewhat curious about where he was. The room was dark, without a single light, and he couldn't see anything. Have no choice. Fang Luo had no choice but to reach out and touch it. What is that thing? Why is it convex and flat, and has bumps? Fang Luo touched a place that felt a bit strange, so he pinched it curiously. Who knew that the next moment a woman's scream would be heard beside him? Ah! Then, a swift knife came slashing towards his neck. Fuck! Fang Luo immediately realized that the person next to him was actually a woman. So what did you just touch? Fang Luo had a strange expression on his face, and felt a little regretful. He really shouldn't have used Space Flash so casually. Don't touch anything with the lights off. This is trouble. But, how could a woman be so flat, almost the same size as me? Fang Luo quickly used Space Flash to dodge. The woman hit nothing. Yuan Yan was both ashamed and angry at this moment. Tonight she rescued a baby outside and the baby kept crying, so she took her back to the room and coaxed her to sleep. As a result, the baby, perhaps because he was hungry, actually took off her clothes. But where did she get the milk? But the baby kept crying, so she had no choice but to take off her clothes and let the baby suck. Then she drifted off to sleep. Who knew that when I was half asleep and half awake, someone else would enter the room, and what's even worse is that the other person even pinched me. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you. Yuan Yanyan jumped off the bed and attacked the other person without caring whether she was wearing clothes or not. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Fang Luo didn't know this would happen, but after all, he touched the other person, and it was not easy for him to kill him to silence him, so he had to explain quickly. Misunderstand? Yuan Yanyan was furious. You broke into my room in the middle of the night and even lay on my bed and said to me, "You're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Die." Yuan Yanyan didn't listen to Fang Luo's explanation at all. There was no light in the room, so she couldn't see Fang Luo's exact location, so she began to attack randomly. There was a lot of clanging in the room. Fang Luo kept dodging the attacks, but because he had no vision, he was hit several times. If we continue to fight, the noise might attract other people. Fang Luo's face darkened. We can only subdue her first. Fang Luo no longer dodged. Instead, he used grappling techniques to lock Yuan Yanyan's hands and feet. Yuan Yanyan couldn't move. Damn it, let me go. Yuan Yanyan kept struggling, her thighs and arms were all clamped by the other party, and she was pressed to the ground, which made her feel ashamed and extremely angry. She had no clothes on. Fortunately, there was no light in the room, so the other person couldn't see her body clearly. Now can you listen to my explanation? Fang Luo asked. Okay, you go ahead. Yuan Yanyan couldn't move and could only calm down. I came here to look for my child, and I accidentally got here. Who knew you were naked? Fang Luo said, you are so ordinary, even if I want to steal your beauty, I won't come to you, right? I really didn't mean it. What did you say? Yuan Yanyan was almost furious when she heard that the other party had touched her and still complained that she was too peaceful. Don't shout, someone is coming. Fang Luo's face changed and he said immediately. When she heard someone was there, Yuan Yanyan was delighted and wanted to call for help immediately. However, the corner of his mouth was immediately blocked by Fang Luo. You're still screaming. Fang Luo said, do you want others to see you without clothes? If you don't mind, then go ahead. After hearing this, Yuan Yanyan calmed down. She stopped screaming when Fang Luo let her go. No one wants to be seen like this. Who are you? Yuan Yanyan questioned Fang Luo. Chapter 120 Yuan Yanyan. When Fang Luo heard the other party asking who he was, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Whoever did such a thing would be so foolish as to report his or her name. Wait for the other party to take revenge? However, Fang Luo thought about it, a hint of mischief flashed in his eyes, and he just gave a random name. Gua Caillun. Gua Caillun? Hearing the name, Yuan Yanyan gritted her teeth and said, just wait, I will kill you sooner or later. Yo, you're still threatening me? Fang Luo was amused. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party couldn't see his appearance clearly because there was no light in the room, he slapped the other party on the buttocks and said, come on, I'll wait for you to kill me. Ah! Yuan Yanyan was almost furious. As the deputy captain of the criminal police team of the Los Angeles Public Security Bureau, and her father being the director of the Public Security Bureau, no one had ever dared to speak loudly to her. She didn't expect that today this guy would not only pinch her there, but also spank her butt. It's such a disgrace. Yuan Yanyan wished she could eat the other person alive. Yanyan, what's wrong with you? A nervous voice asked from outside the room. Yi Qiu. Hearing the sound outside, Yuan Yanyan was delighted and was about to call for help, but Fang Luo blocked her mouth again. Don't tell him I'm here, otherwise I'll beat you up. Do you want him to see you being pinned down by me? Fang Luo raised his hand. Yuan Yanyan's eyes were filled with evil. Ashamed and angry. However, she really didn't want Yi Qiu to see her being treated like this by another man. She likes Yi Qiu in her heart. I don't want to affect my image in the other person's mind. Yuan Yanyan struggled for a few times and indicated that she would not tell anyone. Yanyan, are you in danger? I just encountered a dark shadow. Outside, Yi Qiu asked hurriedly again. I'm fine. There is no black shadow. Even if there is, I will beat him to a pulp. Yuan Yanyan pretended to be calm, but she did not forget to mock Fang Luo in her tone. That's good. Yi Qiu smiled. He knew Yuan Yanyan's strength very well. She was only slightly weaker than him. By the way, Yanyan, open the door. Uncle Yuan was in a meeting just now and you were not here. Let me tell you what the meeting was about. I'm planning to go to bed and just took off my clothes. You should go back soon. I'll go ask my dad myself tomorrow. Hearing that the other party was about to come in, Yuan Yanyan panicked and quickly found an excuse to refuse. Uncle Yuan? Fan Luo was slightly stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously touched the woman under him. Yi Qiu called her Yanyan. Uncle Yuan is her father. Could it be that she is Yuan Yanyan? Thinking of this, Fan Luo's expression became strange. Before, when Fan Luo sent Lu Su away and was looking for Jian Mu, he met a flat-chested woman. After He Dajian's introduction, Fan Luo knew that the woman was Yuan Yanyan, and she was He Dajian's master in the criminal police team. He Dajian also has a crush on her. However, he felt that he could not pursue her, and later instigated Fan Luo to pursue her. Unfortunately, Yuan Yanyan despised Fan Luo at the beginning and thought that Fan Luo had bad behavior. She did not follow Fan Luo with He Dajian, but left on her own. I didn't expect her to be here. No wonder it's so flat. Fan Luo said secretly. What did you say, asshole? Stop it. Feeling Fan Luo touching her again, Yuan Yanyan was so angry that she almost exploded. You're still touching me? But Yi Qiu was outside, so she could only suppress her voice and scold Fan Luo. Pia. Seeing that the other party was still scolding him, and remembering that she had despised him before, Fan Luo slapped her again. He didn't feel any pressure at all. Anyway, Yuan Yanyan couldn't recognize who he was and would only blame Gua Caillun. If you scold me again, I will beat you again. You. Yuan Yanyan didn't dare to scold them anymore. Yanyan, what's that noise? Outside, Yi Qiu heard the sound of slapping, felt something was wrong, and started knocking on the door. No, it's okay. Yuan Yanyan wanted to cry but had no tears. In order not to be exposed, she could only find an excuse. There is a mosquito, I am swatting it. Mosquito? Yi Qiu nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. There are indeed many mosquitoes in the summer. By the way, Yanyan, I just happened to find a bottle of toilet water a few days ago. I'll go get it for you. Don't bother. Yuan Yanyan said quickly. It's no trouble. It's just a few steps away. Yanyan, your skin is so tender and easily bitten by mosquitoes. I'll be there right away. With that, Yi Qiu ran away quickly. He seems to care about you a lot. He's worried that you'll be bitten by mosquitoes. Fan Luo said jokingly. Yuan Yanyan snorted coldly. Humph, I just want to use the electric mosquito swatter to kill you, a big mosquito. I'll wait. Fan Luo chuckled. I'll take the child away, you can deal with the rest by yourself. Fan Luo didn't want to stay here any longer, so he let go of the woman under him. But as soon as he let go, Yuan Yanyan attacked him again. Fortunately, Fan Luo reacted in advance and captured the opponent again. Still fighting? I think you like Yi Qiu very much. What if I do that to you in front of him? Hearing the other party's devilish voice, Yuan Yanyan trembled. You leave quickly. I don't want to leave now. Fan Luo laughed. Yuan Yanyan was going crazy. What on earth do you want? If you want me to leave, you have to give me some benefits, right? What do you want? Fan Luo grinned and said nothing, but patted her on the body. Okay. That's it? Yuan Yanyan was surprised. Based on his previous behavior, she thought Fan Luo would make some excessive demands, but she didn't expect him to just pat her on the head. She doesn't know. Fan Luo installed a space mark on her body. You can monitor her at any time. See you later. Fan Luo smiled, fumbled to pick up the child on the bed, and then left the room directly. See you later? Yuan Yanyan clenched her fists. Gua Caillun, right? The next time I see you, I will tear you into pieces. After Fan Luo left, he came to Los Angeles Hotel, ready to return the child to Shui Chanshan and exchange his reward at the same time. Appear in the room. Shui Chanshan was lying on the bed alone. It seems that Gua Caillun is still looking for the Monkey King and has not returned yet. Fan Luo chuckled and sat down on the bed. Shui Chanshan was not asleep. When she heard the noise, she was so scared that she sat up. However, when he looked up and found that it was Fan Luo, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and a look of joy appeared on his face. Here. I've brought you the child. Fan Luo returned the child to the other party. Shui Qianqian took it with joy and held it tightly in her arms with a loving look. Thank you for helping me again. After a while, Shui Qianqian raised her head and looked at Fan Luo with gratitude. You're welcome. Fan Luo chuckled, you have to pay me anyway. Here's the reward. Shui Qianqian blushed, thinking about the conditions she had agreed to Fan Luo in order to get him to save her daughter. To be honest, she felt a little regretful. The main thing is that she is a married woman, which is a bit immoral. You want to regret it? Fan Luo raised his eyebrows. Chapter 121, Harvesting the Source of Life. No. Shui Qianqian quickly explained, I want to ask if I can change my request. Change your request? Fan Luo thought the other party knew that he wanted the source of life, so he wanted to change his request. However, Fan Luo's goal is the source of life, so how could he give up? No. Fan Luo shook his head firmly. Shui Qianqian felt a little embarrassed and didn't want to agree. But she thought of what Gua Caillun had done. In his eyes, his daughter was not as important as Shu Weijing. On the other hand, Fan Luo. Help yourself to save your daughter. Thinking of this, perhaps out of revenge, Shui Qianqian nodded and agreed. Okay, I promise, come on. I can do it myself. Fan Luo was stunned. He didn't expect Shui Qianqian to be so open-minded. Since no one else minds, Fan Luo, a grown man, has nothing to mind. This source of life has a pretty good effect, thank you. The source of life? Shui Qianqian looked at Fan Luo in a daze. She didn't expect that Fan Luo's request was just for the source of life. It made her so nervous. Yes, what do you think it is? Fan Luo looked at Shui Qianqian. In order to prevent Fan Luo from realizing that he had misunderstood, Shui Qianqian also said, I also thought it was the source of life. This can only be considered as a condition once, you still owe me too. Fan Luo said. I know. Shui Qianqian felt a little ashamed and angry. You should leave now. Shui Qianqian thought for a moment and said, oh, right, take the child with you. If my husband sees you, he will misunderstand. Come back to me when the child is hungry. Are you so confident in letting me take the child with me? Fan Luo looked at Shui Qianqian in surprise. Shui Qianqian was also stunned. She didn't know why, but she subconsciously believed that Fan Luo would not hurt the child. Maybe it was because Fan Luo saved the child several times in a row. Okay, I can help you take care of the child, but... Fan Luo raised his eyebrows. I know. Shui Qianqian blushed, if the child is hungry, just come over. Go quickly. Fan Luo chuckled. I'm tired after a whole day, won't you let me rest for a while? Fan Luo lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. There are still 2 or 3 hours until dawn. Fan Luo had been outside all night and had consumed a lot of energy, so he was indeed a little tired. Shui Qianqian was a little hesitant. Your husband is not here anyway. Fan Luo said. All right. Shui Qianqian nodded. Anyway, the door is locked, and Gua Caillun will definitely knock on the door when he comes back. With Fan Luo's ability, he can escape easily. So Fan Luo fell asleep on Shui Qianqian's bed, snoring softly. Shui Qianqian looked at the man beside her. I had a strange feeling in my heart and was lost in thought. She felt that Fan Luo was a little bit bad, but he was actually very kind-hearted, and he did things in an unconventional way, as he pleased. Thinking about what happened tonight, the other party tortured me to death. She covered her head in shame and anger. Fell asleep in a daze. There was another knock on the door. Qianqian, I'm back, open the door quickly. Shui Qianqian was shocked to see that Gua Caillun had returned, but when she turned around, Fan Luo was nowhere to be seen. I don't know when he left. She actually felt a little lost. However, I didn't feel so sad when I remembered that he would come back if the child was hungry. Gua Caillun walked into the room. He searched outside all night but couldn't find the Monkey King. I feel a little upset. Looking at Shui Qianqian's rosy face, Gua Caillun grinned and prepared to get intimate with his wife to relieve his heat. However, just as he was about to hug the other person, Shui Qianqian somehow dodged. It's dawn, I'm going to make breakfast. Shui Qianqian didn't know why, but she didn't want to have any contact with Gua Caillun anymore. It was already morning when Fan Luo returned to the cold storage. Hey, brother-in-law, didn't you send the child away? Why did you bring him back? Lin Yuyu asked curiously. Qin Xian was also a little confused. Shui Qianxian was afraid that her husband would misunderstand. Fang Luo gave a brief explanation. You don't care about the child now that he has returned, but you care about who sent him there? You scum. Lin Yuyu's face was full of indignation. I knew he was a scumbag. Qin Xian shrugged and looked at Fang Luo expectantly. Well, did you help me collect the interest? Asking for interest? Fang Luo remembered that Qin Xian wanted to treat him before. So, he should have completed the task. I've asked for it. Fang Luo said. Real? Qin Xian became excited and said to Fang Luo with a blushing face, Thank you, you can come to me anytime you want to exchange conditions. Well. Fang Luo looked at Qin Xian. To be honest, in terms of appearance alone, she was even prettier than Lindsy Jean. However, Fang Luo doesn't think about that kind of thing every day. Said, let's talk about it later. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Lin Yuyu looked at the two of them in confusion. Nothing. I'm tired after a whole night and ready to go to bed. Fang Luo yawned. How could he tell his sister-in-law about such a thing? By then, the harem will be in chaos. By the way, Qin Xian, I'll leave the child to you to take care of. Yeah. Qin Xian nodded. Brother-in-law, why does your voice smell like milk? Lin Yuyu sniffed. Fang Luo was shocked. This sister-in-law is born in the year of the dog, right? Why is her nose so sensitive? No, it must be the smell of the baby. I didn't drink any milk. Fang Luo found an excuse, quickly washed up, and went back to bed. Today's harvest was good. Recovered hundreds of millions of supplies from the monkeys. Also found a special crystal. In addition, a new wood-type mutant was found. Although the other party has a husband, she can still provide me with the source of life. And according to her, I can have unlimited supply? In this way, your upgrade speed will be several times faster than before. Fang Luo couldn't help but laugh. In addition, he also discovered something important, which was the Public Security Bureau. Someone has started investigating the case of missing supplies, and there is a high possibility that I will be the one found. You have to be careful. Fortunately, Fang Luo had placed a space mark on Yuan Yinyan's body in advance, so he could detect any disturbance in advance. Sleep till night. Now, Lindsy Jean is wholeheartedly out killing zombies, and Qin Xian is responsible for cooking. Qin Xian's father was a chef who had prepared state banquets. She inherited 80% of his skills. Her cooking is amazing and even better than Lindsy Jean's. Because I just drank the source of life. Fang Luo now has a big appetite and eats several times more food in one meal than before. Nearly 200 kilograms. This is enough for an average person to eat for half a year. However, this is only enough for Fang Luo to consume for one day. After dinner, Fang Luo took out the golden crystal he had just obtained and began to absorb energy. I don't know how much energy this crystal has. Chapter 122, the second superpower. After consuming the source of life, Fang Luo's daily upper limit of energy absorption was significantly improved. Before, he could only absorb less than 100 crystals a day. If he absorbed more, his body would not be able to bear it. And now, he can absorb at least 200 pills a day. However, Shui Qianxian's source of life is much less effective than Lu Su's source of life, and its duration is also shorter. Must be used every day. Maybe it's because Shui Qianxian's level is relatively low. But it's enough. Fang Luo took out the golden crystal and absorbed it. 3 hours passed. Strange, the energy in my body didn't increase at all. Fang Luo looked at the crystal in confusion. He clearly felt that he had absorbed the energy of the crystal, and the crystal had now lost its luster. However, Fang Luo did not feel the energy in his body increased. What's going on? Fang Luo couldn't help but check it again. Still no difference. Could it be a fake? Fang Luo looked a little disappointed. He had thought that his strength could be greatly improved. Honey, what's wrong? Lindsy Jean, who had just finished taking a shower, walked into the room wearing red lace pajamas and asked with some confusion. Nothing. Fang Luo gave a brief explanation. Hearing this, Lindsy Jean gently lay down beside Fong Luo and comforted him. It's okay, husband, you are so powerful, it won't matter if you don't have this crystal. Besides, I can protect you. I am now a level 5 superpower. Hey. After being praised by Lindsy Jean, Fong Luo stopped thinking about Shui Jing and smiled. Then how about we see who is better? No, Yu and Sister Qin are still outside. What happened outside? When she was around, weren't you the same? Hate. Lindsy Jean was both happy and sad about Fong Luo's behavior. As Fong Luo's strength increases, his abilities become more and more powerful, and she has been feeling a little overwhelmed recently. However, she was worried that Fong Luo would no longer want her after she refused. I had no choice but to agree. A few minutes later, Fong Luo was suddenly startled. Honey, what's wrong with you? Lindsy Jean looked at Fong Luo in confusion. Shouldn't it? I think I know what the crystal does. Fong Luo's face was full of surprise. Just when he came into contact with Lindsy Jean, Fong Luo discovered that a strange energy suddenly appeared in his body. This energy is not the energy of space power. But, it's the fire-related ability. Fong Luo now finally understood what the crystal was used for. Honey, what on earth is that crystal used for? Lindsy Jean was also a little curious. What could be more attractive than herself? That crystal is not used to increase energy. Fong Luo said, it's a bond. Link? That's right. Fong Luo nodded and said, normally, every psychic can only have one psychic power and only have one chance to awaken it. If you awaken the fire element, you can only use fire element abilities. If you awaken the water element, you can only use water element abilities. And the golden crystal just now. But it can allow the psychic to obtain a second psychic element, and can allow the fire psychic to use the water element. So powerful? Lindsy Jean was also a little surprised. Fong Luo was extremely surprised. He tried his supernatural powers and found that in addition to his original space powers, when he used his supernatural powers, he could now mix fire elements into the energy. For example, his previous spatial flashes could only cause simple displacement and did not cause any damage at all. However, now he can mix fire elements into the flashing process. Based on space flash, it then becomes a completely new skill. After each flash, it can cause fire damage around the landing. However, Fong Luo's fire element energy is still very weak at present. Guess. The flame temperature is only a few hundred degrees and only lasts for a moment, so it is unlikely to burn someone to death. However, this is a completely new discovery. Wait for the energy to become stronger. This will be a powerful skill. Fong Luo estimated that no one had discovered this yet, which meant that he could find more golden crystals and gain more supernatural powers. I wonder if there are any such crystals in Los Angeles. If there are, wouldn't I be able to become an omnipotent supernatural being? Fong Luo thought to himself, feeling a little excited. However, isn't this method of absorbing energy a bit too strange? Fong Luo remembered. He had just absorbed the fire-related ability when he had that thing with Lindsy Jean. What if he wants to absorb other superpowers? There are hundreds or even thousands of types of superpowers in the world, and you can't find thousands of girls. That must be so tiring. Fong Luo supported his waist. Moreover, some superpowers would be useless even if he obtained them. For example, wood-related abilities. Even if he absorbed it, it wouldn't be the source of life. Besides, if I want to absorb the metal power, doesn't that mean I can only look for Hidajang? Grass. I wouldn't even dare to die. However, Fong Luo later realized that it was actually his misunderstanding. If you want to absorb other crystals, you don't need that method. You only need to use the corresponding energy crystal after using the golden crystal to obtain other elements. If he wants to obtain electric powers, he can use the golden crystal, kill the goddess of lightning, and then use her crystal to obtain electric powers. However, Fong Luo felt that the current method was still the best. People need to adapt to circumstances and use different methods at different times. Hey. Continue to look for Lindsy Jean to absorb the fire element. 2 hours later, Fong Luo got up contentedly. He had absorbed enough energy, the effect of the golden crystal had disappeared, and he could no longer absorb any more energy. If you want to absorb it, you can only find more golden crystals. Honey, my energy seems to have decreased, and my level has dropped by 1 level. Lindsy Jean suddenly said. Level dropped? Fan Luo was startled and turned to check Lindsy Jean, and found that she had indeed dropped from a level 5 psychic to a level 4 psychic. Could it be that? Fan Luo reacted and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, it should be because I used the golden crystal just now and absorbed your energy, which caused you to lose a level." Fan Luo thought to himself, "Why am I the same as the devil in the novel who uses yin to replenish yang? It seems that this method cannot be used indiscriminately." Lindsy Jean listened and smiled slightly, without any dissatisfaction, and said, "It's okay. As long as I can help my husband, I'm willing to do it even if you suck all my energy away." Fan Luo felt warm at heart when he heard this. Lindsy Jean is really a very considerate woman. Good character. She is beautiful. Not weak in strength. Fan Luo liked her more and more. You continue to rest. The baby is hungry. I'll take her to feed. Fan Luo touched Lindsy Jean's cheek lovingly. The baby is crying outside. He hasn't eaten since he came back in the morning. Fan Luo wanted to take her out to eat something. By the way, I can also replenish myself. Chapter 123, Mistaken Person. Midnight. Fan Luo brought Shui Qianqian's child to the Los Angeles hotel. After entering the room, Fan Luo felt a little strange. Gua Caillun was sleeping alone in the room, and Shui Qianqian was not there. Where did you go? Fan Luo searched again and found Shui Qianqian in the next room. She was lying on the bed, wearing only a thin nightgown, with a pair of long white legs exposed, and her temperament was particularly charming. You're here. Hearing the noise, Shui Qianqian sat up excitedly. She didn't know why, but she couldn't sleep and kept wondering when Fan Luo would come over. The human mind is very complicated. Especially women. You treat her indifferently, cook for her and wash clothes for her every day, but she won't remember it to heart. On the contrary, she can remember for a lifetime whoever bullied her or who took her to do something exciting, and she will often talk about it. Shui Qianqian has this kind of mentality towards Fan Luo now. Why did you change rooms? Fan Luo handed the child to the other party and asked. Shui Qianqian hesitated a little. Fan Luo raised his eyebrows and joked, "You don't want to sleep with your husband anymore because you are afraid that I will be unhappy." No. Shui Qianqian hurriedly explained. She was just grateful to Fan Luo, but she had not yet reached the level of liking him. She and Gua Caillun sleep in separate rooms, mainly because of what happened yesterday. She was too disappointed with Gua Caillun. Moreover, Fan Luo comes here every day now, and if he still stays in that room, he will be easily discovered. Won't he be suspicious if you do this? I told him I had my period and he didn't doubt it. Shui Qianqian said with a blushing face. Fan Luo shrugged. He doesn't care about these things. Shui Qianqian and Gua Caillun are husband and wife. Even if they sleep together, it's none of his business. She is not his wife. All he wants is the source of life. Fan Luo lay down on the bed with a swagger. Feed quickly, and leave some for me after you finish feeding. No. Shui Qianqian was a little embarrassed and angry, but did not reject Fan Luo. Okay. After a while, Shui Qianqian said. Hey, here I come. Fan Luo chuckled and quickly moved over. Keep your voice down, he's next door. Don't worry, he's sleeping like a pig, he can't hear it. Shui Qianqian sighed. She was really struggling over whether what she was doing was right or wrong. It would be nice if Brother Xiao Yuan were still here. He will tell himself what to do. Shui Qianqian met Gua Caillun when she was in college, but at that time she had another person she liked, named Shi Xiaoyuan. The two have known each other since childhood. However, Shi Xiaoyuan got drunk one time and raped a girl, and was later put in prison. The end of the world is so chaotic now. He must have died in prison. Gua Caillun, die. Just as she was thinking, the window of the room was suddenly broken, and a dark shadow rushed in, stabbing at Fan Luo with a dagger in his hand. Ah! Shui Qianqian was startled. Fan Luo was also slightly startled and quickly used a space barrier to block it. The opponent's dagger stabbed Fan Luo's body, and it broke into pieces layer by layer. Fan Luo frowned and turned to look at the other person. The man was dressed in black, with his face covered. He was tall and looked a bit like a man. However, the voice Fan Luo just heard was a woman's voice. And it sounds a bit familiar. Yuan Yen Yen? Fang Luo's heart moved, and after taking a closer look, he was certain that it was Yuan Yanyan. Why is she here, and why is she trying to assassinate me? Fang Luo reacted immediately. I am now in the Los Angeles hotel. What Yuan Yanyan just shouted was Gua Caillun, die, not Fang Luo, die. Apparently, because she and Shui Qianqian slept in the same bed, she mistakenly thought she was Gua Caillun. Fang Luo was speechless. Unexpectedly, the boomerang that I had thrown before came back to me. Why is it you? After seeing Fang Luo's appearance clearly, Yuan Yanyan couldn't help but frown. She remembered Fang Luo. He is a friend of He Dajiang. But why was he here, in Gua Caillun's wife's bed? He actually slept with someone else's wife. He's indeed a bastard. Yuan Yanyan snorted coldly and glared at Fang Luo, but she did not continue to attack. She didn't want to be recognized by Fang Luo. What Gua Caillun did to her yesterday was so embarrassing that she didn't want anyone else to know. Besides, she has no grudge against Fang Luo. She felt quite relieved that the other party slept with Gua Caillun's wife. You want to kill Gua Caillun, right? I'm just here for fun. Please continue. Fang Luo smiled and didn't plan to continue pestering him. He blinked at Shui Qianqian, indicating that he would go first. Shui Qianqian nodded slightly. She also didn't want Gua Caillun to see this scene. Yuan Yanyan did not stop him. Her target was Gua Caillun, so she let Fang Luo leave directly. Qianqian, what happened? Shui Qianqian's exclamation just now was a bit loud, which alarmed Gua Caillun, who was sitting next door. Bang! Gua Caillun punched the door open and then saw the man in black in the room. His eyes suddenly turned cold. How dare you break into my territory at night? You're looking for death. Yuan Yanyan looked at Gua Caillun's face opposite her. Her expression was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. Without saying a word, she used her special powers to attack the other party. Outside, Fang Luo secretly watched this scene in the dark, laughing in his heart. This Gua Caillun is really the scapegoat. However, Yuan Yanyan is really amazing. She actually has water-related abilities. Fang Luo was extremely surprised. As mentioned before, water-based powers are one of the most precious powers in the end times. People can go without food for 7 days. But 7 days without water. With water-related abilities, almost 50% of survival problems are solved. No wonder Yuan Yanyan can live to this day. It's a pity that Yuan Yanyan didn't have a good impression of Fang Luo, and Fang Luo had done that kind of thing to her. It was almost impossible for Fang Luo to pull her to his side. Gua Caillun has the ability of Iron Attribute. Although Yuan Yanyan is quite skilled, her ability cannot cause any harm to Gua Caillun. Soon fell into a disadvantage. Moreover, the noise of the fight attracted Gua Caillun's younger brothers. Yuan Yanyan has been surrounded. The situation is not optimistic. I didn't expect that she is a water-related mutant. Catch her for me. As long as we catch her, we won't have to worry about drinking water in the future. Gua Caillun looked at Yuan Yanyan greedily. When the younger brothers heard this, they immediately became excited. In the end times, supplies are scarce and they usually have to use 1 bottle of water to last them 5 days. Yuan Yanyan looked solemn. There were at least dozens of people with special abilities around her. She couldn't even handle Gua Caillun alone, let alone so many people. If they catch this, aren't they going to be squeezed dry? It's all that guy's fault. Yuan Yanyan blamed Fang Luo a little. If it weren't for him, her sudden sneak attack would have killed Gua Caillun long ago, and she wouldn't be surrounded now. What to do? Yuan Yanyan was a little anxious, thinking of her sweetheart, Yiqiu. He is so powerful, he would definitely be able to save himself if he were here. But he is now tracking down a group of monkeys and is not here at all. Go, catch her. Gua Caillun waved his hand, and dozens of people with special abilities attacked Yuan Yanyan. However, just when Yuan Yanyan was about to be captured, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the room. Chapter 124, Eyes of Pity. Seeing that Yuan Yanyan was about to be caught by Gua Caillun, Fang Luo chose to take action. Although it was unlikely that Yuan Yanyan would join his team, Fang Luo was unwilling to see Gua Caillun get this advantage for nothing. Fang Luo first put Shui Qianqian's child in the next room, and then put on a mask to avoid being spotted. Immediately afterwards, a fire-attributed space flashed and appeared in front of Yuan Yanyan. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of blazing fire emanated from Fang Luo's body. Although Fong Luo had just obtained the fire attribute, that was Lindsy Jean's fire ability. Lindsy Jean dropped from level 5 to level 4. All the energy in between was absorbed by Fong Luo. Now, judging from the intensity of the flame alone, Fong Luo's is much more powerful than the average level 3 fire-type mutant. The psychics around Yuan Yanyan were basically all around level 2. Fong Luo's skill instantly suppressed all of them around him. The blazing flames burned their faces. Ah! At the same time, Yuan Yanyan also screamed. It turns out that Fong Luo's flame space flash is AoE damage, regardless of friend or foe. Fong Luo landed close to Yuan Yanyan, and the scorching flames burned most of her clothes. If Yuan Yanyan hadn't had water abilities and put out the fire in time, her clothes might have been burned. Her clothes were now tattered, with her neck and thighs completely exposed. The snow-white skin gives people endless reverie. Well, Fong Luo had not expected this to happen, and could not help but take a few more glances at the other person's skin. It was too dark yesterday, so he could only touch it but not see it. It turns out that Yuan Yanyan is so fair. He smiled awkwardly and asked, "Beautiful lady, do you need life-saving services? The price is fair, 100 crystals will be enough." "Help? You are in cahoots with them." Yuan Yanyan quickly protected her skin to avoid exposure, and glared angrily at the man who suddenly appeared. "Tisk, it's not like I've touched it before, why do you still have to protect it when it's that small?" Fong Luo curled his lips and complained softly. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Fong Luo waved his hands quickly and almost let the cat out of the bag. "This is my first time using this skill, I'm not very proficient yet, it's an accident, an accident." "How about it, do you need me to help?" "Not very skilled?" "I see you are quite skilled at burning my clothes," Yuan Yanyan glared at Fong Luo. You can tell at first glance that he is a pervert. Although the other person was wearing a mask, she still recognized that he was Fong Luo, who had just been lying on Gua Caillun's wife's bed. He is actually a fire-type mutant. She looked at the dozen or so psychics around her who were eyeing her covetously. She knew that she would not be able to escape with her own strength alone. If the other party can really help. "If you can really help me, I can give you 100 crystals," Yuan Yanyan said. "To get 100 crystals, you need to kill 100 zombies. At the Los Angeles trading market, you can exchange it for at least 100 bottles of mineral water." "Real?" Fong Luo was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Yuan Yanyan was actually willing to give it. 100 crystals are not a small number for ordinary psychics. If exchanged for supplies, it can sustain 1 or 2 months. "Real?" Yuan Yanyan nodded. "Okay, I saved your life." Fong Luo smiled. He originally didn't think Yuan Yanyan had any crystals, but he didn't find anyone to give them to her. In that case, Fong Luo wouldn't be stupid enough to refuse. "If you don't make money, you're a bastard." "Save?" On the side, Gua Caillun listened to the two people's discussion, his face turned extremely cold. "Don't you guys take my golden right hand seriously?" "Golden right hand?" Fong Luo had a strange look on his face. He looked at Gua Caillun's fist, which was indeed golden. However, this is obviously false. Gua Caillun clearly has the ability to turn iron into gold, so how could he possibly create something out of it? Only someone with metal abilities like He Dajiang can create gold. "Brother, it's gold-plated, right?" Fong Luo joked. On the side, Yuan Yanyan also burst out laughing when she heard it. I didn't expect that Fong Luo was not only greedy for money and lustful, but also had such a mean mouth. What a jerk. However, the person the other party was scolding was Gua Caillun, who had bullied her, and Yuan Yanyan felt somewhat happy. "Gilded?" Gua Caillun's face darkened. What Fong Luo said was right. The previous iron arm was too ugly and it was also rusty. In order to make his superpowers look better, he scraped a layer of putty from the golden wall of the hotel and applied it on his hands. Court death. Gua Caillun became furious and punched Fong Luo with his iron fist. Gua Caillun is a level 3 psychic. The density of his iron fist is very high. One of his hands probably weighs several hundred kilograms. A punch that comes down weighs at least 1 or 2,000 kilograms. A wall can be easily crushed. Careful! In the corner, Shui Chanshan, who had been watching Fong Luo, saw Gua Caillun's fist hitting Fong Luo. She screamed subconsciously, worried about Fong Luo's safety. However, when Gua Caillun heard it, he thought it was spoken to him. Don't worry, Qianqian, I'll kill him with one punch. Shui Qianqian was startled. Only then did he realize that he had been subconsciously worried about Fang Luo. Fortunately, my husband doesn't know. Fang Luo and Yuan Yanyan both looked strange. Especially Yuan Yanyan. She had just seen with her own eyes Fang Luo lying on his wife's bed and doing that kind of thing. He couldn't help but look at the top of Gua Caillun's head twice, with a hint of pity in his eyes. This guy actually thought his wife was caring about him, but she actually was caring about her lover. By the way, could it be that the child is not his? Yuan Yanyan complained in her heart. Looking at the two people's pitying eyes, Gua Caillun was confused and wondered if he had seen it wrong. How could they have mercy on themselves? It was clearly they who were in danger. Go to hell. Gua Caillun shook his head and hit Fang Luo with even greater force. Fang Luo chuckled. Don't hide or avoid. He also stretched out his fist and punched towards Gua Caillun's iron fist. Don't want. Seeing Fang Luo actually stretching out his fist to fight Gua Caillun, Yuan Yanyan quickly reminded him. Is this guy a fool? You, a fire-type mutant, actually fought against an iron-type mutant. Even if you don't die from this punch, your arm will definitely be broken. It's over. I thought this was an expert who could help me escape. I didn't find it and it turned out to be your Lindsy. Yuan Yanyan looked worried. Later I will have to consider how to escape with the disabled Fang Luo. Ha, you're actually looking for death by fighting with me. Seeing Fang Luo wanted to fight with him, Gua Caillun was overjoyed. He is an iron-type mutant. Is there anything in this world that is harder than iron? With this punch, I will definitely smash his hand into pieces. However, the next moment, their fists collided and Gua Caillun's eyes almost popped out. A scream. He fell to the ground, covering his arms and wailing. Fang Luo only took 2 steps back due to the huge force and was unharmed. How is this possible? You are just a fire-type mutant, how could you be okay? Gua Caillun fell to the ground, covering his red arm, looking at Fang Luo in disbelief. Chapter 125 Trading Market. He's actually fine? Is he really a fire-type supernatural being? On the side, Yuan Yanyan was also in disbelief. She had fought with Gua Caillun before and knew how powerful the other party was. Moreover, his defense is extremely high, and her water-based abilities cannot hurt the opponent at all. How did Fang Luo manage to injure the other person while he himself was fine? Fang Luo chuckled. Although Gua Caillun's fists are strong, he only has level 3 supernatural powers. And I am a level 4 mutant. The space barrier has a defense force of 4,000 kilograms. Gua Caillun couldn't break Fang Luo's defense no matter what. As for how Gua Caillun was injured, this was also thanks to the fire-related ability that Fang Luo had just obtained from Lindsy Jean. Gua Caillun has iron-related abilities, and his defense is second only to Hidajun's metal abilities. Although he is only level 3, his defense has reached 2,500 kilograms. Ordinary physical attacks cannot cause any harm to Gua Caillun. Just like Yuan Yanyan. She is now also a level 3 psychic, but she has no way to deal with Gua Caillun. However, iron-type psychics have a fatal weakness. No matter how strong his defense is, he is afraid of fire. Metal conducts heat very quickly. When Fang Luo threw a punch, he concentrated all his fire abilities on his space barrier, filling the space barrier with flames. As a result, Gua Caillun punched him, and the scorching heat, coupled with the high-speed heat conduction of iron, directly burned his iron fist red. Go ahead, come on, kill him. Gua Caillun endured the severe pain in his hand and ordered his subordinates around him to attack Fang Luo. The levels of these dozens of psychics are around level 2. If an ordinary level 4 psychic encounters them, he will be besieged and killed. Stand back. Fang Luo was not afraid of these people and asked Yuan Yanyan to step back. Afterwards, he used the flame space flash again on the spot, and a blazing wave of fire erupted, roasting the psychics who had surrounded him. No one dared to attack again. What? Gua Caillun looked at him in disbelief. Who are you? Who I am. Fang Luo chuckled. I am your kindred spirit. A fellow traveler? Gua Caillun was puzzled. Was the other party also running a hotel? Yuan Yanyan understood the meaning behind Fang Luo's words and secretly called Fang Luo a bastard who still couldn't stop talking nonsense even at this time. Stop talking nonsense and kill him. Yuan Yanyan hated Gua Caillun so much for daring to treat her like that yesterday. I only promised to save you, But I didn't promise to help you kill people. Fong Luo curled his lips. It was too easy to kill Gua Caillun. But Fong Luo didn't want to kill him yet. Fong Luo was still waiting for Xue Qianqian's source of life. If I kill her husband in front of her, given Xue Qianqian's personality, she would definitely die rather than give me the source of life. Fong Luo would not gain anything by killing Gua Caillun, and would end up losing the source of life that was right in his mouth. Fong Luo would never do such a thing that was not cost-effective. Then I'll do it myself. Yuan Yanyan snorted. Don't want. Xue Qianqian hurriedly tried to stop him. Although she was very disappointed with Gua Caillun, she even had the idea of leaving him. But he is the father of the child after all. But how could she, a wood-type mutant, stop Yuan Yanyan? Gua Caillun's men standing by were also afraid of Fong Luo's strength and did not dare to step forward to stop him. Xue Qianqian had no choice but to look to Fong Luo for help. He was saying something in a hoarse voice. When Fong Luo saw it, he immediately understood what the other party was talking about and couldn't help but grin. Xue Qianqian blushed. But he also acquiesced to Fong Luo's request. Ahem. After receiving the benefit from Xue Qianqian, Fong Luo naturally wanted to do something. He coughed and said to Gua Caillun's men. Well, if you want to stop me, then do so. I won't do anything. Hearing Fong Luo's words, a group of younger brothers immediately stopped Yuan Yanyan, who was about to take action. You! Yuan Yanyan was so angry that she stomped her feet and pointed at Fong Luo, wanting to curse him. Fong Luo shrugged. He acted as if it was none of his business. Snort! Yuan Yanyan stamped her feet. Knowing that without Fong Luo's help, she could not kill Gua Caillun, and she would not even have a chance to escape, so she could only turn back angrily. Jumped out of the window. Fong Luo chuckled and winked at Xue Qianqian, signaling her not to forget what she had promised him. Immediately afterwards, he followed Yuan Yanyan and left. Why are you following me? Yuan Yanyan glared at Fong Luo angrily. The salary hasn't been paid yet. Fong Luo spread his hands and said, I'll save your life, 100 crystals, take them. I don't have a crystal. Yuan Yanyan shook her head. Are you kidding me? Fong Luo's face turned cold. This woman, is she asking for a spanking again? I don't have crystal, but I can give it to you with water. Yuan Yanyan said. 100 crystals, it's not that easy to get. Nowadays, even some second-rate gangs find it difficult to produce 100 crystals at a time. It can only be exchanged for materials of equivalent value. Why do I need your water? Fong Luo was not happy. He had tens of millions of bottles of water in his space, which he could not finish in his lifetime. Did he need her water? If there is no crystal, then I will have to send it back. Fong Luo grinned. You! Yuan Yanyan was so angry at Fong Luo's shamelessness that she was speechless, but she couldn't beat Fong Luo, so she could only swallow her anger. I'll go to the market to buy it for you tomorrow. Okay? Yuan Yanyan said angrily. Trading market? Fong Luo was stunned. What kind of place is this? You don't even know about the trading market? Yuan Yanyan looked at Fong Luo strangely. Fong Luo shook his head. He really didn't know. In his previous life, he only lived in the apocalypse for about a month, and then killed Su Qingqing's family. He didn't know much about what happened afterwards. Seeing that Fong Luo didn't understand, Yuan Yanyan explained it to him. In the end times, supplies are scarce, and everyone has incomplete supplies. Some people have water but no food, and some have food but no water. Therefore, the three major gangs in Los Angeles set up a trading market. Everyone can use their own supplies to exchange for other people's supplies in the trading market. Also, as long as you pay the venue fee, they will ensure the safety of the transaction of materials. You don't have to worry about others defaulting on your payment or robbing you. Yuan Yanyan said, Tomorrow I will go to the market and exchange water for 100 crystals for you. Fong Luo also became interested after listening. I didn't expect that there is such a place in Los Angeles. I was so busy upgrading before that I didn't realize that I could buy crystals. In that case, why bother fighting zombies? Just go to the trading market directly. More than 2 months into the end of the world, Fong Luo's supplies have not decreased at all. On the contrary, he has stolen supplies from the monkey group several times. Now Fong Luo has more supplies than before the end of the world. Okay. Fang Luo nodded and asked, "Where is the address of the trading market?" "I'll go take a look tomorrow. It's in the south of the city, at the Tianhai Resort, which is owned by the Chun Group." Tianhai Resort? Fang Luo knew that this resort was the largest resort in Los Angeles and one of the top 5 resorts in the country, and it cost tens of billions to build. The cost of living there for one day is tens of thousands of yuan. I heard that the waiters there are all class beauties or school beauties from various universities. It's definitely worth checking out. Chapter 126 Invitation. After making an appointment with Yuan Yanyan to meet at Tianhai Resort Center tomorrow, Fang Luo returned to the cold storage. After waiting, Fang Luo found that he had forgotten to bring Shui Qianqian's daughter back, but it was a bit too late to go back now. The round trip takes 2 hours. He doesn't have time to sleep. Let's see if there are any cars for sale at the market tomorrow. If there are, I'll have to buy a good one. Fang Luo thought to himself, I wonder if Gua Caillun will misunderstand something after seeing the child and embarrass Shui Qianqian. But he shouldn't be such a beast. Fang Luo no longer thought about Shui Qianqian. She's not your wife. All you need is the source of life. Boss. He Dajiang was waiting for Fang Luo outside the cold storage. When he saw him come back, he immediately came over to greet him. What's the matter? Fang Luo asked with a smile. He Dajiang's strength has improved rapidly recently. He is now a level 3 psychic and will soon reach level 4. Moreover, He Dajiang has been helping Fang Luo promote his gang recently. Now, the number of people in Ionia has reached more than 300, including more than 50 people with special abilities. The 7 or 8 warehouses around are all fully occupied. Moreover, He Dajiang has killed quite a few zombies. Currently, He Dajiang has reached the top 4 in Fang Luo's points ranking. A total of more than 350 points. Equivalent to 350 first-level crystals. The first place is naturally Dianmu, with more than 3,700 points, close to 4,000. If Dianmu didn't have to eat hundreds of kilograms of food every day, consuming too many points, her points would probably be over 10,000. Dianmu's level is now also the highest in the cold storage level. Reach level 5 and will soon reach level 6. Fang Luo estimated that Dianmu could easily wipe out a second-rate gang if she went out alone. The second place is Lindsy Jean. 2,000 points. With Qin Xian's joining, Lindsy Jean saved the time of cooking and could concentrate on improving his strength. It was already level 5. Unfortunately, Fang Luo had just sucked away some of his energy, and now he had dropped to level 4. The third place is Ling Yuyu. 1,500 points. Fang Luo didn't expect that this girl didn't look serious, but she was very serious when doing things. Boss. He Dajiang handed Fang Luo a piece of paper and said, When I went out today, someone gave me an invitation letter, saying that we were to attend an auction, and all the gangs in Los Angeles would participate. Auction? Fang Luo was stunned. What is this? Boss, this was done by the 3 major gangs. They have a batch of precious materials and want to exchange them for crystals. He Dajiang explained. Precious supplies, what are they? Fang Luo was a little curious. In the end times, can these people still get precious materials? However, Fang Luo thought of the predecessors of the 3 major gangs, which were all large families in Los Angeles. Especially the Chen, Li and Lu families, each of them has assets worth hundreds of billions. The Lu family is Lu Su's family. If Fang Luo hadn't stolen the supplies from their supermarket, there would be 4 major gangs now. It's not surprising that these people have some good things in their hands. However, these people are also quite smart. Knowing the importance of crystals, he wanted to exchange useless supplies for crystals in other people's hands. Fang Luo took a look at the invitation letter. The location is right in the Tianhai Resort Center. It just so happened that Fang Luo and Yuan Yanyan had agreed on where to meet tomorrow. Okay, let's go together tomorrow. Fang Luo nodded, exchanged a few words with He Dajiang, and then returned to the cold storage. Had a good sleep. The next day, Fang Luo set off for Tianhai Resort Center. Fang Luo is going to buy some crystals. Therefore, Fang Luo needs to prepare some supplies and sell them. Boss, how much supplies are we going to buy? He Dajiang asked. Fang Luo thought for a moment and said, You don't need too much for the first time. Start with 2,000 kilograms of rice, 500 bottles of mineral water, and 10 kilograms of pork. If these materials are converted into crystals, approximately 5,000 level 1 crystals can be purchased. The reason why he only brought so little was that Fong Luo felt that they might not have that many crystals. Zombies are quite powerful nowadays and not so easy to kill. Yes. He Dajiang immediately drove a large truck over and loaded 2,000 kilograms of rice and 500 bottles of mineral water into the truck. Drive to Tianhai Resort. This time, Fong Luo did not bring Lindsy, Jean and Lin Yuyu, but only he Dajiang, Dianmu, and 10 people with special abilities. The cold storage needs someone to stay behind. If everyone leaves and your house is robbed, it would be a waste of time. At present, the people Fong Luo trusts the most are the Lindsy Jean sisters. Tianhai Resort Center is in the south of the city. The journey is about 100 kilometers. Fong Luo first drove there with Dianmu, and asked he Dajiang and others to follow with the supplies. It's quite lively. Arriving at the entrance of the resort, Fong Luo looked around. There were at least a few hundred people, and at least 1,000 people inside. Fong Luo went in again and found that there were many small vendors selling various supplies. Food, clothes, all kinds of things. There are also many people who sell crystals. However, these people are basically from small gangs. They don't have any supplies, and they don't have food to help them absorb the crystals after killing the zombies, so they can only sell them in exchange for food to sustain their lives. Fong Luo was not polite either. While no one was paying attention, he took out a box of mineral water from the space and bought all the crystals he saw from someone selling them. A total of more than 100 first-level crystals were harvested. Hey! Isn't this Fong Luo? At this time, a man's voice came from the side. Fong Luo looked over and saw a thin man walking towards him, with a middle-aged woman who was nearly 50 years old beside him. It's her? Fong Luo looked at the woman with a strange expression on his face. She knew this woman. Before the end of the world, his work unit leader was named Chao Fong. The reason why Fong Luo was so impressed was that when they were working before, Chao Fong saw that Fong Luo was handsome and wanted to take advantage of him. Call Fong Luo to the office from time to time. She also often asked Fong Luo to work overtime, and then she would stay behind on purpose to create the scene of a single man and a single woman. Fong Luo was extremely annoyed. You're older than my mom, is it appropriate for you to do this? After Rebirth, the other party still wanted to take advantage of Fong Luo, but was severely scolded by Fong Luo. Later, Chao Fong said something about giving his position as team leader to someone else, whose name seemed to be Sun Jie. It's the man next to Chao Fong. This guy is really hungry and will eat anything. It's really Fong Luo. I didn't expect you to be still alive. It's not easy. You must have suffered a lot. Sun Jie came in front of Fong Luo and started to tease Fong Luo. Chapter 127 Shensini. Sun Jie has no good impression of Fong Luo. Because he has always wanted to be with Chao Fong so that he can save 20 years of detour in his life. However, Chao Fong ignored him and always focused his attention on Fong Luo. He was very jealous. However, he didn't expect Fong Luo to be so ungrateful that he directly scolded Chao Fong on the phone. In order to anger Fong Luo, Chao Fong gave him the position of team leader. He was overjoyed at that time. But the happiness didn't last long as the end of the world happened. The boss of the company died and the company went bankrupt. Fortunately, Chao Fong awakened his special powers and brought him back to life. Sun Jie served Chao Fong for 2 months. Today, Chao Fong finally agreed to bring him to buy evolution crystals so that he could also awaken his superpowers. Fong Luo glanced at Sun Jie. Is this guy sick? Just stay with your rich woman, why do you come over here and tell me something? Fong Luo lost his good face after being ridiculed and stabbed by the other party. I don't know whether I have suffered or not. Fong Luo glanced at Chao Fong, who was nearly 50 years old, and said to Sun Jie with a chuckle, but I think you must have suffered a lot. Your tongue is black. After hearing Fong Luo's words, not only did Sun Jie's tongue turn black, but now even his face turned black. How could he not understand what Fong Luo was saying? During this period, he indeed tried various ways to please Chao Fong. It's the end of the world now. Chao Fong hasn't taken a bath for 2 months. He is old, and the smell is even more bitter than Chinese medicine. If the other party hadn't promised to buy him crystal, he really didn't want to agree. You're looking for death. Sun Jie was desperate and, relying on the support of Chao Fong, a psychic, he pounced on Fong Luo. Stay away from me, disgusting. Fong Luo looked at him with disdain and kicked him out. Sun Jie fell flat on his face and looked to Chao Fong for help. Sister Fong, look at him, he bullied me. Chao Fong ignored him. and he kept looking at Fong Luo. Fong Luo is very handsome, and his temperament has changed a lot as his strength has improved. Moreover, Fong Luo takes a bath every day, so his skin is not as rough and dark as others, and his skin is not covered with dirt. Fong Luo now stands out in the crowd. When Xiao Fong saw this, her face was as bright as a chrysanthemum, and she started to think about supporting Fong Luo again. Lolo, I haven't seen you for a few months. You have become more handsome. Grass. Fong Luo almost vomited. Is that someone you can call Lolo? Old thing, if you keep yelling, I'll slap you in the face, believe it or not. Fong Luoka was not in a good mood. Fong Luo, how dare you say that to Sister Fong? Do you know what Sister Fong's current status is? Sun Jie said hurriedly, trying to win Xiao Fong's favor. Fong Luo replied, identity? Why, she is not a human. Humph, Sister Fong is now the captain of one of the 3 major gangs in Los Angeles and the orphanage, and she leads 30 superpowers. How dare you treat Sister Fong like this? You're going to die. Orphanage? Fong Luo raised his eyebrows, it was quite consistent with their status. Xiao Fong was a little embarrassed to be insulted by Fong Luo in person. However, she endured it when she saw Fong Luo's handsome face. He said with a smile, Lolo, have you joined the gang yet? Do you want to come to my place? I can make you a team leader and you can get a bottle of mineral water every day. It doesn't matter if you don't have superpowers. I will take you to buy evolution crystals later. How about that? Sister Fong? Hearing Xiao Fong's words, Sun Jie's face turned extremely ugly. He had been licking for 2 months but still hadn't obtained the evolution crystal. Fong Luo had just met Xiao Fong and she wanted to buy him the crystal. The difference is too huge. However, to Sun Jie's surprise, Fong Luo did not agree, but slapped Xiao Fong in the face. Pia. Xiao Fong was stunned, you actually hit me. Old thing, I've told you before, if you call me Lolo again I'll slap you in the face. Fong Luo took out a tissue and wiped his hands, which were covered in oil from the slap just now. So disgusting. You are looking for death. Xiao Fong was angry. No matter how much she liked Fong Luo, she couldn't tolerate him slapping her in the face. Sun Jie was also very happy. I didn't expect Fong Luo to be so ungrateful, what an idiot. I didn't want to do it, but you forced me to do it. Xiao Fong activated his supernatural power, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake, then come back with me, or I'll let you die here today. When Fong Luo saw it, he was immediately shocked. It's not that the other party is so powerful, but her special abilities are really too weird. It turned out to be the power of stench. If she were to unleash her special powers, the surrounding area would probably become uninhabitable. Duong. Fong Luo took advantage of the fact that she hadn't used her special powers and kicked her 5 meters away. It's okay, otherwise I would have to take a shower when I get home. Fong Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Team leader. The fight between the two attracted the attention of the orphanage's thugs, and more than a dozen psychics immediately surrounded Fong Luo. Catch him for me. Xiao Fong endured the pain and got up from the ground, pointing at Fong Luo with bloodshot eyes. She must capture Fong Luo and make him serve her day and night. Yes. The orphanage's thugs approached Fong Luo. Some passers-by around were worried for Fong Luo after they saw what was happening. What a handsome little brother, it's a pity that he actually offended the people in the orphanage. Everyone in Los Angeles knows that the orphanage is the most arrogant. Now it's a tragedy. Yes, this is one of the 3 major gangs in Los Angeles. There are nearly 1,000 people with special abilities in the gang. Why offend anyone else but them? I just saw this guy buy a lot of things. Do you think he has a big background? Kill him, kill him. Sun Jie shouted from the side. Once Fong Luo died, no one could threaten him. Noisy. Fong Luo glanced at Sun Jie and felt that this man was mentally ill. I was too lazy to argue with you, but you still treated me as a soft persimmon. You want to kill me, right? Fong Luo raised his hand and a spatial blade pierced Sun Jie's throat. Everyone around was stunned. This guy is so brave. He was surrounded, but he still killed people. This time I'm really dead. When the thugs in the orphanage saw this, they became furious. Fong Luo simply didn't take them seriously. Stop. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard. When everyone looked over, they saw a tall man walking over with dozens of people. Who is she? She's so beautiful. You don't even know her. She is the eldest daughter of the Chun family and one of the 3 goddesses in Los Angeles. This holiday center belongs to her. So amazing? Not only that, I heard that Miss Chin is the only person with ice abilities in Luo City. When the temperature reached 70 degrees Celsius, it was her ice abilities that kept the whole family alive. This is why the Chen family is so powerful. Wow, she's beautiful, has a good family background, and is so powerful. Anyone who can marry her will wake up laughing in his dreams. Don't even mention being her wife. I'd even be willing to lick her toes. When the thugs from the orphanage saw Chen Sini, they all stopped what they were doing and looked at each other like crazy fans. Fang Luo also looked at the other person. She is really beautiful. It's just a face, as cold as an ice cube, as if a relative had died. Not as pretty as my wife. Chen Sini looked at Fang Luo and said in a cold voice, "Fighting is not allowed in the trading center. Anyone who fights, get out." Chapter 128 Then kill. Ms. Chen, we are from the orphanage. Upon hearing that all those who were fighting had to leave, Xiao Fang quickly revealed his identity. The orphanage, like the Chen family, is also one of the 3 major gangs in Los Angeles. I believe the other party will give them some face. An orphanage? Chen Sini glanced at Xiao Fang and said, Tianhai Holiday Center is my Chen family's territory. So what if you are from a nursing home? Go out. Chen Sini didn't give any face at all. Xiao Fang's old face turned red. He thought the other party would give him face, but ended up slapping himself in the face. She came here with a mission this time. If she was kicked out, how would she explain to her superiors when she returned? She quickly explained, Miss Chen, he killed our people, and we didn't touch him. Go out. Chen Sini still only uttered 2 words. Xiao Fang was annoyed, but she didn't dare to argue with Chen Sini. The Chen family was the most powerful gang in Luochang, and Chen Sini was the eldest daughter of the Chen family. She is just a little brother. There is no way the orphanage would offend the Chen family for her. Xiao Fang could only direct all her anger towards Fang Luo and said, Miss Chen, he killed our people, shouldn't he get out too? Now she just wanted to wait for Fang Luo to get out and then take revenge on him. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chen Sini glanced at Xiao Fang. Xiao Fang's heart trembled. The temperature was clearly over 40 degrees Celsius, but she was frightened by Chen Sini's look and broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly closed her mouth. Fang Luo couldn't help but look at Chen Sini twice more. This woman is very decisive in doing things and doesn't give face to anyone. Proud personality. You, get out. Chen Sini turned her head again and spoke coldly to Fang Luo. Fang Luo curled his lips. You can be proud as you want, but why are you so proud of me? Do you think I am made of mud? Still going out? Who is instructing? If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. Fang Luo snorted, who do you think you are? Others are afraid of her, Chen Sini, and the so-called 3 major gangs in Los Angeles, but Fang Luo is not afraid of these. In terms of strength, Fang Luo dared to say that no one in Luochang could kill him. In terms of materials, he owns tens of billions of materials. You can't spend it all in a lifetime. Why should he be afraid? As soon as Fang Luo said this, everyone present was stunned. Brother, this is Chen Sini, the first of the 3 goddesses in Los Angeles. Moreover, they are the largest gang in Los Angeles. The eldest lady of the Fang family has nearly 10,000 survivors and thousands of people with special abilities under her command. He is also the only person with ice-related abilities in Los Angeles. So many people have licked her toes, and you actually ask what she is? You are really not afraid of death. This guy is crazy, he must be crazy, he actually asked what Miss Chen is. That's right. Even if he is mentally retarded and doesn't know Miss Chen's strength, he should be able to see Miss Chen's beauty. He actually said such words to a goddess. I doubt whether he is a man. This guy is too arrogant. I have never seen such an arrogant person in my life. My brother is so domineering. What's the point of being so domineering? He will be thrown out to feed the zombies soon. He actually said such a thing. He is simply throwing his life away. Which gang is this guy from? Why have I never seen him before? His gang is probably going to be in trouble too. The curious psychics around were asking which gang Fang Luo belonged to. Some people even questioned whether Fang Luo disliked women as he actually said such words to the goddess. But If they knew that two of the so-called three goddesses in Luo City had stayed in Fong Luo's cold storage. One of them fed Fong Luo the source of life. I wonder what kind of expression the other one would have if she was the one who was working as a cook for Fong Luo and was ready to devote herself to him when Fong Luo was free. Shen Xinyi was also stunned by Fong Luo's words. She has lived in a wealthy family since she was a child and is extremely beautiful. Whether at home or at school, everyone is eager to please her. No one ever went against her will. After the end of the world, she even awakened her ice powers and killed no less than 300 zombies on her own. His reputation spread throughout the entire Los Angeles supernatural community. I didn't expect that today a young man would call me a nobody in front of everyone. She was not angry, but was curious about Fong Luo's confidence to say such words. Could it be that he is really mentally retarded? Miss Chen. On the side, Xiao Fong was extremely ecstatic. She was originally worried that Fong Luo would stay inside and refuse to go out, and then she would not be able to do anything to Fong Luo. But she didn't expect Fong Luo to be so stupid as to slap Miss Chen in the face in public. Fong Luo is dead now. She said quickly, Miss, this guy is too arrogant. Not only did he ignore the rules and kill people here, he even insulted you. Don't worry, leave him to me. I will make him kneel down and apologize to you. Shut up. Shen Xinyi snorted coldly. I said, private fighting is not allowed in the trading center. But, damn. Xiao Fong wanted to say something, but the next moment, a knife blade suddenly appeared and cut her throat. Xiao Fong fell to the ground in a daze. Noisy. Fong Luo put down his arms and snorted coldly. He didn't want to kill people casually, but that didn't mean Fong Luo would allow himself to be provoked. Before the end of the world, Xiao Fong targeted him in various ways, but he had spared her life and did not take revenge directly. Now he's trying to provoke me. Then kill. He actually killed someone in public, right in front of Miss Chen. Crazy, he's completely crazy. Fong Luo's action shocked everyone present. Miss Chen said fighting was not allowed 1 second, but you killed someone the next? This is really meant to make things difficult for Miss Chen. It's really too arrogant. You actually killed someone in front of me. Do you know what the consequences will be? Shen Xinyi's face turned cold. She wasn't angry even though Fong Luo scolded her just now. But now she was really angry. She is the most rule-abiding person, and she is always ruthless to anyone who breaks the rules, even if they are relatives. What are the consequences? Fong Luo raised his eyebrows and looked disdainful. The consequence is, accept the punishment. Shen Xinyi snorted, catch it for me. Yes. Dozens of psychics behind Shen Xinyi all pounced towards Fong Luo. It's over. These psychics are at least at the peak of level 2, and the strongest are at the middle of level 3. With so many of them, even if a level 4 psychic came, it would be impossible for them to survive. The leader of a small gang said. Everyone was worried about Fong Luo. I feel that Fong Luo is dead. But Fong Luo just chuckled disdainfully, without any fear on his face. He is a level 4 mutant. However, he is not an ordinary psychic, but a space psychic. Although he is only level 4, his strength is stronger than that of an ordinary level 5 T1 psychic. If Fong Luo couldn't even beat this group of people, it would be a shame for him to eat hundreds of kilograms of food every day. Chapter 129 I'll be on top of you. Looking at the dozens of psychics rushing over, Fong Luo chuckled. The space barrier is activated. Fire-related supernatural powers. Suddenly, Fong Luo was wrapped in an impenetrable fire shield. This barrier not only has a defense capacity of 4,000 kilograms, but also a high temperature of 1,500 C. Ah! The psychics who were originally attacking Fong Luo with great momentum, after coming into contact with Fong Luo's body, they all screamed while covering their hands that were almost roasted. He looked at Fong Luo in horror. The people around were also shocked. He actually has fire-type abilities. This guy not only has fire abilities, but he also looks very powerful. He must be at level 3. No wonder he's so arrogant. Are fire-related abilities very powerful? Asked a person who had just awakened his abilities in confusion. Of course he is amazing. A level 3 fire-type psychic has a higher combat power than an ordinary level 4 strength psychic. Moreover, fire-type psychic powers restrain ice-type psychic powers. Doesn't that mean that even Miss Chen can't beat him? No. An understanding brother shook his head. Although the fire ability restrains the ice ability, Miss Chen is not an ordinary ice ability user. The Chen family is rich and powerful, with no shortage of supplies or crystals. It is said that Miss Chen eats more than 10 kilograms of food every day, and her level has now reached level 4. She is ahead in level and will not lose to this person. Even attribute restraint can't beat Miss Chen. Doesn't that mean Miss Chen is invincible? Although fire-related abilities are extremely rare, with only a dozen or so in the entire city of Los Angeles, Miss Chen is not necessarily invincible. What's the meaning? A well-informed young man said, I have seen a woman who has fire abilities. At that time, I was being chased by a level 3 zombie, and that woman killed the level 3 zombie with just a wave of her hand. Not only is she very powerful, she is also as good-looking as Miss Chen. I wanted to ask her name, but she was very aloof and ignored me. I don't know if the goddess has a boyfriend or not. My heart aches when I think of her being with another man. The young man covered his chest with his hands, looking very sad. Fang Luo had a strange expression on his face. Could this guy be talking about Lindsy Jean? I didn't expect that Lindsy Jean has become so famous and has become someone else's goddess? It's a pity that her goddess had already given her the firepower in that way yesterday. Hey. Everyone, step back. Seeing that his subordinates were unable to deal with Fang Luo, Chen Sini ordered them to stay away from Fang Luo and not to cause unnecessary casualties. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he has some strength. Restrain your own abilities? Chen Sini snorted. She was a very proud woman, with a competitive spirit in her heart. Even though she knew she would be restrained, she still wanted to prove herself. What's your name? Chen Sini stared at Fang Luo. Fang Luo glanced at her and started beating her up. Why did he even ask her name? However, since the other party asked, Fang Luo didn't mind telling her. My surname is Fu, and my given name is Qin. Pay dear? Chen Sini felt something was wrong, but she didn't think much about it and said, Dear Fu, I'll give you 2 choices. First, admit your mistake to me, then accept the punishment obediently, and I won't kill you. Second, defeat me. As long as you can defeat me, everything that happened today will be written off. Moreover, you can also join our Fang family and become my confidant. Under one man, above 10,000 men. After hearing what Miss Chen said, everyone around looked at Fang Luo with envy. This guy is so lucky. Even in this state, Miss Chen still doesn't kill him. Confidant, Miss Chen doesn't seem to have a real confidant yet. It would be great if I could defeat Miss Chen, so that I can always be by her side. Chen Sini was so angry that she was shaking all over. This was the first time she had encountered a hooligan like Fang Luo since she was a child. I'll make you regret it. Chen Sini took a bottle of water from her subordinate and threw it into the air. Then she used her ice ability and all the water droplets in the air turned into sharp ice cones and shot towards Fang Luo. The sky was filled with icicles and the temperature was extremely low. Everyone around couldn't help but shiver, their eyes filled with fear. As expected, she is Miss Chen. Her strength is so terrifying. With this temperature, even if this guy has fire abilities, he probably won't be immune. However, the imagined scene of Fang Luo being pierced did not appear. After the ice cone stabbed Fang Luo, it did not directly pierce Fang Luo's skin, but was blocked by something, and stayed in front of Fang Luo and kept spinning. It was melted bit by Fang Luo's flame barrier, and finally all evaporated. What? How is this possible? Chen Sini couldn't believe it. Her ice cone didn't melt immediately, but instead pierced Fang Luo. But why wasn't Fang Luo injured? You don't have fire abilities? Chen Sini was very smart and immediately realized something was wrong. No fire-type Esper has such high defense as you. You are a defense Esper? But why do you have fire? Did I ever say that I have fire-related abilities? Fang Luo curled his lips. But he was also slightly surprised in his heart. This Chen Sini is really amazing. He just used the highest flame, but it didn't melt her ice cone immediately. If it weren't for the space barrier, I might have been hit by her. However, if Chen Sini really wants to kill Fang Luo, it is not that easy. He hasn't used the space flash yet. Humph, even if you have defensive abilities, as long as you are frozen, your internal organs will still be frostbitten. This time, Chen Sini did not use the ice cone. Instead, she poured water on her hands. Her palms immediately turned into icy palms, and she slapped Fang Luo, preparing to engage in close combat with him. Fight me? Seeing this, Fang Luo smiled. During this period of time, he often practiced fighting with He Dajiang, and now Hanan has beaten He Dajiang in every fight. Chen Sini actually wanted to get close to him. Isn't this just deliberately letting Fong Luo take advantage? Fong Luo flashed through space and appeared behind Chen Sini. Then he kicked Chen Sini to the ground, and then sat on Chen Sini, stepping on her hands with his feet, making her unable to move. Ha, I told you, I'm definitely on top of you. Chapter 130 Palace Cold. Fong Luo used a series of movements smoothly and easily pressed Chen Sini under him. Chen Sini was completely stunned. She never expected that Fong Luo would move so quickly. How did you appear behind me? Chen Sini kept twisting her body, trying to struggle, but she couldn't get free. This thing on my body is heavy and strong. Are you a speedster? Chen Sini shook her head. No, you clearly have flames, a fire ability. But you still have such a high defense. What kind of ability do you have? Chen Sini was extremely confused. She thought that she was familiar enough with the end of the world, understood various superpowers, knew many types of zombies, and the locations of many treasures. But no one could imagine how Fong Luo achieved this strange power. What do you care about me? Fong Luo suppressed Chen Sini. Smirking in my heart. No matter how smart Chen Sini is, she can't guess that she has spatial abilities. Because there is no other space power in the world. Unless you expose it yourself, no one will know that there is a space power among the superpowers. No matter what superpowers you have, I will make you regret it. Chen Sini was pinned down by Fong Luo and couldn't break free. Knowing that she was no match for Fong Luo in strength, she began to change her thinking. Activate ice-type abilities. Suddenly, Chen Sini's body became extremely cold, as if it had been frozen for thousands of years. Hiss. Fong Luo was riding on her, and he felt a chill on his butt. He couldn't help but take a breath and quickly activated the space barrier to block her. She said angrily, "You are a girl, and you are so cold. Aren't you afraid that you will get uterine cold and be unable to have children?" Chen Sini was so angry that she almost vomited blood. You have uterine cold. Your whole family has palace cold. Besides, why should I have children? I will never be able to have children in my lifetime because no man is worthy of me. But Chen Sini knew that no matter what she said, it would be useless. Instead of wasting your saliva, it would be better to increase your supernatural power and freeze that bastard Fong Luo to death. Chen Sini used all her energy and pushed her ice ability to the extreme. She is a level 4 ability user and her lowest temperature can reach 200. In such extreme temperatures, almost no living thing can survive. Even though Fong Luo activated the space barrier, he still felt a slight chill. However, Fong Luo did not suffer any harm. On the contrary, this cool feeling made Fong Luo feel comfortable and enjoyable. Cool. Asshole, take your hands away from me. After struggling for a few minutes, Chen Sini suddenly said. Hand? Fong Luo was stunned. What happened to his hand? My hand didn't move. Don't accuse me. Fong Luo waved his hand in front of Chen Sini. Not a hand? Chen Sini was puzzled. What is that? She felt it again. Suddenly, she thought of something. His face suddenly changed. You bastard, what kind of dirty things are you thinking about? Get out of here. Chen Sini's face turned red with anger. Although she has never had a boyfriend. But, she had also taken biology classes, and Fong Luo was clearly. Well, this is not my fault. Who told you to use the ice power to make people feel so comfortable? Fong Luo was a little embarrassed and cried out that he was wronged. He really didn't have any random thoughts. It's a completely normal reaction. There are so many people around, and Fong Luo has no habit of live broadcast. Fuck. This guy is too strong. He actually pinned Miss Chen down. This is so cool. I really want to trade places with this guy. Damn it, how dare you do this to my goddess? My back teeth are broken. I'm so envious. Envy? I'm afraid Miss Chen will kill him. It's romantic to die under the peony flowers and become a ghost. Maybe Miss Chen likes this guy. Just now Miss Chen wanted him to be her confidant. This guy looks like a decent person, a little bit more handsome than me. Where on earth did this kid come from? Even Miss Chen couldn't beat him. He shouldn't be an unknown person. At this time, Chen Sini noticed that not only was Fong Luo pressing on her, but there were also at least a few hundred people watching around her. Looking at the weird expressions and vulgar words from the people around him, some even said that they were deliberately overwhelmed by Fong Luo because he was handsome. Asshole. Shensinny couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears. From childhood to adulthood, Shensinny has always been the center of attention. She is beautiful, has excellent academic performance and comes from an outstanding family. Therefore, Shensinny has been very proud since she was a child, thinking that no one can compare to her, so she always looks unapproachable and is unfamiliar with everyone. However, what happened today made all the pride she had accumulated since childhood go to waste. Asshole, let go of our young lady. Let go of the young lady. At this time, the Chen family's thugs surrounded him and glared at Fong Luo with anger. Fong Luo was also speechless. Isn't this woman quite proud? Why is she crying like this? This is not enough to bear the burden. Fong Luo stopped pressing on Shensinny and let her go. He is not afraid. He didn't want to go too far. He came here to do something. Kill him if he dares to bully the young lady. As soon as Fong Luo let go of Shensinny, Chen's thugs immediately rushed towards Fong Luo. Stop. Fong Luo was about to make a move when Shensinny suddenly said, "Don't touch him." The Chen family's thugs stopped one after another. He looked at the eldest lady in confusion, wondering if she really fell in love with the other person. I want to avenge myself, said Shensinny. Although Shensinny had just cried, she was still proud in her heart. Although her subordinates could help her get revenge, they could not make up for the humiliation she had just suffered. So she wanted to take revenge on Fong Luo herself. Make up for the lost pride yourself. Pay dear. Shensinny glared at Fong Luo with gritted teeth. I admit defeat today. I will keep my promise and will not bother you about today. You are still a member of our Tianhai resort. But don't be complacent. I will definitely avenge today's humiliation and make you be pressed under me in public. Let's go. Shensinny didn't want to stay in this dangerous place any longer, so she left quickly with her men. You're just a fool. Fong Luo looked at Shensinny's vest and felt a little funny. This woman doesn't want to kill me, but instead wants to press me down? Fong Luo was a little confused about her train of thought. However, she had no intention of bringing people to kill herself, thus saving herself the trouble. As for her alone? Come on. By then, the lonely men and widows. Everyone around was stunned at the dramatic ending. He looked at Fong Luo with envy. If I had known this, I would have challenged Miss Chen as well. If I lost, I would have been suppressed by Miss Chen. Come on. He's strong and handsome. You're ugly and have only a few skills. You can't even pass the test of the young lady's bodyguard. By the way, which gang is this guy from? I really want to join his gang.